Chapter 1. My name is Wang Bichi, and I'm a virgin. My name is Wang Bichi. I'll get straight to the point. My requirements are not difficult. I want a 300 square meter single family house. The property certificate must be in my name alone, a car that can't be less than 1 million, and a betrothal gift of 3 million. Don't think that's too much. I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, and in my youth. There are many men chasing after me. You can't do it, but there are many who can. Cloud City. First floor of Taiha Plaza. Starbucks coffee. A seductively dressed woman was twisting a coffee cup and spoke slowly to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was sitting opposite her and was speechless when he heard these words. 300 square meters, and it has to be a single family house? The premarital property should be written in her name alone? And you need a car that costs no less than 1 million? If he has all these, why would he still come for a blind date? Okay, I've said everything I need to say. What are your conditions? Wang Bichi put down the cup in his hand, with some disdain in his tone. Lin Tian was silent for a while, then said, "Are you a virgin?" At this question, Wang Bichi's face suddenly became embarrassed. She stared at Lin Tian, angry and embarrassed. "You're sick in the brain." With a curse, she picked up her bag and walked away. Lin Tian watched Wang Bichi leave with a smile and shook his head slightly. You dare to beg for food with this level of mental toughness? Just as Lin Tian was about to get up and go home, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his pocket. Lin Tian took out his mobile phone from his pocket, which was a group chat of his high school classmates. Dingjin, classmates, there are still 3 hours left. Are you all leaving? Lu Qi, don't worry, squad leader, I'm nearby. Hefei, okay, squad leader, Tianqi Hotel, right? Shintongtong, okay, squad leader, I'll put on some makeup and be there soon. Seeing the messages pop up one by one, Yi Tiankai suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with his high school classmates this afternoon. Dingjin at Yi Tian, have you forgotten about the class reunion again? You must come this time. I heard that you lost your job again. Come over for a drink. I'll take care of finding you a job. Hefei, you are worthy of being the class monitor. You still care about your old classmates after so many years. Lu Qi, the class monitor is the one who does the best job in our class, right? Lin Tian got lucky this time. Shintongtong, that's right, at Lin Tian, come out and thank the monitor. Damn it, this bastard loved to show off when he was in school. Is he still like this now? Isn't it just that his family has some filthy money? Lin Tian looked unhappy and was too lazy to read the message. He locked his phone and threw it into his pocket. There are still 3 hours left, and the Tianqi Hotel where the party is going to take place is not close to Taiha Square, so I have to hurry. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of the door, he suddenly felt dizzy. Then, a strange voice was heard. Ding! A qualified host has been detected. The system is integrating into the host's mind. Ding! Binding completed, host identity confirmed, Diaosi. System is being activated. Who played this prank? Before Lin Tian could react, the voice continued to come. Ding! System activation completed. This system is a top-level lucky draw system. After the host binds, he will get a chance to draw a prize every day. Since this is the first binding, the system will give you 10 consecutive draws on the first day. Would you like to draw now? A series of voices made Lin Tian a little confused. I looked around and there was no one around. So is the sound of this system real? Free golden finger. Host, would you like to use the opportunity of the 10 draw bonus now? Lin Tian didn't even think about it and answered directly. Use. Ding. The lucky draw is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 1-year membership of Penguin Video. Ding. The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Lace Lubricant. Ding. The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Steelbook 0.01. Ding. The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Apocalypse Hotel. Ding. The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Porsche 918. Ding. The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 50 billion deposits. Ding. The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Patek Philippe 5327R. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a property in Thompson. Ding! The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, stamina plus 10. Ding! The lottery is completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, charm value plus 10. This time, not only was there sound, but also 10 subtitles appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes. When the first 3 appeared, Lin Tian almost wanted to curse. They are all super rich systems. What is the video membership for this year? What do lubricating oil and steel mean? Did this system drink fake wine? But the reward that followed made Lin Tian's thoughts disappear. Apocalypse Hotel, Porsche 918, Thompson's unique house, and Patek Philippe. This watch alone costs more than 77 million. And he directly gave me 50 billion in cash? Lin Tian suspected that he was dreaming. However, when he put his hands in his pockets, he realized something was wrong. He took out a rose gold Patek Philippe and a Porsche car key. Ding ding. At this moment, the text message sound of the mobile phone rang. Huabei Bank, your memory card with the last number 9527 received a transfer of 500 billion yuan, and the balance is 500 billion 2618.75 yuan. Exactly 50 billion. It's actually true? Lin Tian was extremely excited. In just a few minutes, his net worth jumped into hundreds of billions. Just from the 10 draws given on the first day, I got so many good things. You should know that this system can draw a prize once a day. Wouldn't it not take long for him to become the richest man in the world? System, what do these physical strength and charm values mean? Lin Tian looked at the last 2 rewards and said puzzledly. Charm value can greatly increase the opposite sex's favorability towards the host, and physical strength value can greatly increase the host's physical strength and endurance. The system voice sounded again. Lin Tian nodded silently. If you can greatly increase the favorability of the opposite sex, then wouldn't you be able to end your single life soon? Outside Starbucks, Lin Tian stood there stupidly, feeling ecstatic. After finally calming himself down, Lin Tian strode towards the parking lot. Following the guidance, I found the Porsche 918 reward I had just won. The whole body of basalt black color looks particularly dazzling under the sunlight. When Lin Tian just arrived, before he saw the car, he saw a group of onlookers, at least 20 or 30 people. Looking at the crowds who were staring at and admiring the luxury cars, Lin Tian felt extremely satisfied. Just now, he was just like the onlookers, who could only look at this kind of car and sigh in despair. But now, Lin Tian has transformed himself into the owner of this Porsche and a billionaire. From now on, life will be completely different from before. Lin Tian slowly put his hand into his pocket, prepared to take out the car keys, got in the car and drove away to the shock of everyone. But before he could take out the key, a scream was heard. Why are you here? The person who spoke was Wang Bichi, who had just been angered and left by him. She looked at Lin Tian coldly. A loser is a loser. He can't move when he sees a luxury car. He has to come here specially to take a look. Lin Tian was speechless. Aren't you here too? Wang Bichi raised his head slightly. You think I'm the same as you? You stinky loser. This car belongs to my friend. I'm here to wait for him to take me home. As she spoke, Wang Bichi crossed her arms over her chest, her proud breasts standing upright, making people dizzy. Lin Tian sneered secretly. If the car wasn't his, he would have believed this woman's lies. Your friends? Lin Tian held back his laughter and asked. Of course. Wang Bichi didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Tian. Why didn't I know you were my friend? Lin Tian smiled coldly. Wang Bichi was stunned. Of course you don't know. However, before she could understand Lin Tian's words. Suddenly, Lin Tian took out the car keys from his pocket and pressed them lightly. The Porsche's headlights flashed twice and the car unlocked. Unfortunately, I'm not your friend. I can't take you home. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Tian got into the driver's seat without even looking back. Only Wang Bichi was left, disheveled in the wind. She was still a little slow to react and was completely dumbfounded. This car actually belongs to this loser? No, how can this be called a loser? This is a tall, rich and handsome guy. Wang Bichi reacted and almost couldn't help but slap herself twice. After fishing for rich men all my life, I miss such a top tall, rich and handsome guy. Still talking to others like that? She suddenly became anxious. No matter what, I must think of a way to make up for it quickly. How can I miss such a tall, rich and handsome guy? Boom! As the car started, a wild beast-like roar was heard, scaring the crowd around and causing them to quickly move aside. Just as Lin Tian was about to drive directly to the Apocalypse Hotel, a face suddenly appeared outside the window. Wait, wait! Lin Tian frowned and rolled down the car window. What's up? Wang Biqi's face turned red with shame, and she bent down as much as she could to get closer to Lin Tian. A pair of snow-white rabbits swayed in front of Lin Tian's eyes, as if they were about to appear. Wang Biqi said in a low voice. I just wanted to answer your previous question. I'm a virgin. Chapter 2, The School Bell's Hint, Those Who Understand Will Understand. On the way to Tianqi Hotel. Still a virgin? That's bullshit. Lin Tian sneered with disdain as he drove. While waiting for the traffic light, he picked up his phone and without saying a word kicked Wang Biqi, whom he had added before the blind date, out of his friend list. Lin Tian didn't even want to look at this kind of materialistic and green tea woman. Although she is indeed pretty and has a good figure. But now that Lin Tian is worth tens of billions, he will meet more and more beautiful young ladies in the future. There's no point in keeping her. At this time, Taiha Plaza parking lot. Wang Biqi opened her cell phone excitedly. Although Lin Tian left, she still remembered that she had added him as a friend. My performance was indeed bad before, but if I have friends, I will have plenty of opportunities to improve their favor in the future. Thinking of this, she searched desperately and finally found Lin Tian's friend. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I was wrong today. I apologize to you and hope you'll give me a chance to apologize. Do you want to have dinner together tomorrow? Good news for the editor, Wang Biqi also added 3 cute emoticons. Send. But the next second, her face fell. A bright red exclamation mark appeared in front of her, extremely dazzling. She had planned everything, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to delete her. Apocalypse Hotel. Lin Tian drove the Porsche into the parking lot. Tianqi Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Yundu, and countless dignitaries come here. So ordinary cars can only make a big circle and park underground, and the ground is full of luxury cars. Needless to say, Lin Tian's car is fully qualified to be parked on the ground. The security guard carefully took the car keys and helped Lin Tian park the car. Lin Tian strode into the Apocalypse Hotel. When the lobby manager saw Lin Tian, he hurried forward and nodded. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Do you know me? Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the system could tamper with other people's memories? No, it just said that your photo was sent down, and I recognized it was you at first sight. The lobby manager said with shame. Looking at the magnificent hotel, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Apocalypse Hotel was also one of the rewards he just received. If Dingjin and the others knew that this hotel is now under my name, I don't know what they would say. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Is General Manager Lin here for an inspection or? The lobby manager asked carefully. Lin Tian said calmly. Have a meal. The lobby manager suddenly looked serious. I'll arrange it for you right away. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. No need. Just pretend you don't know I'm here. I'll call you if I need you. The lobby manager was immediately overjoyed. Yes. After saying that, Lin Tian strode into the hotel. Green Tian knew Dingjin's personality too well. He was a complete show-off and he would definitely show off at the party later. If it is installed at my place, I will notify the hotel manager. What happens next is self-evident. Lin Tian had been unhappy with Dingjin for a long time, and now he finally had the opportunity to slap him in the face. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a little excited. Just as Lin Tian was looking for a room for the party, a voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Tian, is that you? Lin Tian turned his head and looked. The speaker was a girl in her early 20s. The girl was wearing casual clothes, a white shirt on top and jeans on the bottom. She has a sweet appearance, regular features, fair skin, and a perfect figure. The meat grows in the right places. It's clearly not revealing at all, but it shows off her perfect figure to the fullest. Lu Anrun? Lin Tian was stunned and greeted. Lu Anren was the class beauty in high school and also the school beauty. There were countless people who had a crush on her during school, and Lin Tian was one of them. It was just that Dingjun was his boyfriend at the time, and as a complete loser, he couldn't afford to offend Dingjun and could only secretly have a crush on him. Until graduation, I didn't dare to confide my true feelings to Lu Anren. Just now I saw that you came here in a Porsche? Lu Anren showed some surprise on his face. Although Lu Anren didn't know much about cars, she still recognized this Porsche because it was so eye-catching. Yeah, I just bought it. Lin Tian smiled and said. Lu Anren asked curiously. Is this kind of car very expensive? Lin Tian smiled slightly. It's okay, about 10 million. It looked calm and peaceful, but in fact, Lin Tian felt refreshed in his heart. After all, this is the goddess I had a crush on back then. Who could refuse to show off in front of her? What? More than 10 million? Lu Anren's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian, I never realized you were so rich when I was in school. After all, they were classmates. Lu Anren still remembered that when Lin Tian was in school, he had no special features except that he looked sunny and handsome, and his clothes were very simple. As a student, there's no need to spend so much money. Just enough is enough. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Lin Tian said slowly. Lu Anren nodded. That's right. I didn't expect you to have this kind of awareness when you were in high school. It's really rare. Lin Tian smiled and said. That's all. By the way, you are the only one in the class who knows about this, so don't tell it to your classmates later. We are all classmates, there is no need to be so ostentatious, it is better to keep a low profile. Lu Anren nodded heavily. Don't worry, I understand. I won't tell. By the way, were you looking for a room just now? Didn't you check the group? They said it's on the 3rd floor, not the 1st. How about we go together? Lin Tian smiled elegantly. Good. The two walked side by side towards the stairs. When going upstairs, Lu Anren asked with a smile. Lin Tian, you are handsome and rich, so there must be a lot of people chasing after you. No, you should have a girlfriend already. Lin Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Why did you suddenly ask this? Did the school beauty have feelings for me? Lin Tian was silent for a moment, then said calmly. No, I can't find any suitable one. Lu Anren became interested. So what do you think is appropriate? Lin Tian looked Lu Anren up and down and said with a smile. You are quite suitable. Lu Anren's face flushed red, and she pursed her lips and said. Stop teasing me. I am not worthy of you. Lin Tian continued to laugh. Why are you not worthy? You are fine. She has a nice personality, and her looks and figure are great. She's pretty good. Come to think of it, I had a crush on you when we were in school, but you were dating Dingjun at the time, so I didn't tell you. Thinking about it now, I was really naive back then. As he spoke, Lin Tian sighed softly, shook his head, and looked regretful. Ah? Really? Lu Anren's expression was somewhat complicated. But even though a lot of people chased me when I was in school, I'm still single now. Lu Anren also specifically emphasized the word single. Lin Tian naturally understood what she meant, and couldn't help but glance at Lu Anren again. Really? That's a pity. Such a nice girl like you is still single. As he spoke, Lin Tian slowly reached out and grasped Lu Anren's fair hand. Lu Anren's face turned red in an instant, but she did not dodge. Instead, she unconsciously moved closer to Lin Tian. Just like that, the two of them came to the private room of Chen Kuan Hall on the 3rd floor. The moment the door opened, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Surprise, shock, jealousy. The faces of all the students in the room became extremely strange. What's going on? School beauty Lu Anren came in hand with Lin Tian? When did they get together? Chapter 3 I'm worth trillions, and you want to talk to me about a monthly salary of 10,000? Old classmates, long time no see. Lin Tian smiled and greeted the classmates in the room. Lu Anren on the side also waved his hand. Now, everyone is certain that these two people are definitely together. Many people's expressions became extremely complicated. Who is Lu Anren? Dingjun's ex-girlfriend. When they were in love, they wanted everyone in the school to know about it. Now she is together with Lin Tian. He probably felt as uncomfortable as if a mosquito had gotten into his mouth. No one dared to look at Dingjun, but everyone could guess that his expression was definitely very interesting. As expected, at this moment Dingjun's face was almost pulled to the ground, staring at the hands held by Lin Tian and Lu Anren. This time, Dingjun specially arranged a class reunion just because he wanted to see Lu Anren again and reunite with her. Wait a minute and drink more to get further. What kind of friendship do classmates have? It's bullshit in Dingjun's eyes. Now, she is actually together with Lin Tian. If it weren't for his face, Dingjun would probably jump up in anger. Why are you guys? Are you guys in love? Just then, a classmate asked curiously. Lu Anren's face turned red and she couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. It has been made so clear. If Lin Tian still doesn't understand what Lu Anren means, then he has lived in vain for more than 20 years. It's just sad that the goddess who I only dared to think about back then is now standing beside me like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Tian suppressed his excitement and said with a polite smile. Not yet, we just happened to meet at the door. Having said that, Lin Tian had no intention of letting go of Lu Anren's hand. Temporary? The classmate looked at the intimacy between the two and laughed. Why are you still embarrassed to talk to your old classmates? Lin Tian pulled Lu Anren to sit down, just smiled and didn't respond. No need to say more, those who understand will understand. Now everyone is sure that they are together. Just happened to meet? What a lame excuse. However, many people are very angry about this. Who didn't know that Lin Tian was a poor loser in high school? He had nothing. It's only been a few years since graduation, but he has managed to win over many school goddesses. How? Okay, there's a whole room of people waiting for you, and you have no sense of time. Dingjun finally couldn't help it and said unhappily. Lin Tian glanced over. Can't you bear it? The real show hasn't started yet. Lin Tian knew very well what kind of person Dingjun was when he was in school. He always shows off in front of me whenever he has the chance, and acts arrogantly everywhere. But at that time, Lin Tian dared not speak out. It's different now. The newly awakened system has become Lin Tian's most powerful backing. The previous accounts will be settled slowly. As the two men sat down, the storm was temporarily settled. The students continued to chat about family matters. After all, even though we haven't seen each other for many years since graduation, we still have the friendship among classmates. After the dishes came, the situation completely changed, and many people began to show off intentionally or unintentionally. The first to be hit was Dingjun. Dingjun came from a prominent family, and after graduating from high school he went directly to his own company to work as the general manager of a branch. It can be said that he is the best performing student in the entire class, and many of them are still college students. Captain, I remember your company is engaged in seafood trading, right? I heard that the price of seafood has almost doubled. Your company must have made a lot of money, right? Just then, a classmate said with a smile. The person who spoke was named Hefei, the guy who was licking Dingjun crazily in the group. He has been Dingjun's younger brother since school days, and now he is eager to get closer to him. That's just the way it is. Costs and manpower cost money. If you take them out, the net profit is only about $1 million a month. Dingjun looked indifferent. Hefei's eyes almost turned green. Oh my god, I can make $1 million in a month? Dingjun continued to pretend. Generally speaking, it's like this, but in this business, it depends on the season. On average, I only make around 10 million per year. These words made the eyes of the students around him pop out, and they all looked at him with envy. Earning 10 million yuan a year is absolutely shocking for those students who are either still in school or have just graduated and are doing internships. Not to mention earning 10 million a year, they would be lucky even if they could earn 200,000 a year. Only Lin Tian looked calm and unperturbed. Only earning 10 million a year? If he wants to earn the money in his card, he will have to work hard for 5,000 years. But only Lin Tian himself knew about this. Dingjun had gained enough face in front of all the classmates, and couldn't help but feel a little smug. He turned his gaze to Lin Tian leisurely. Lin Tian, I heard that you lost your job last month? He had been paying attention to Lin Tian's reaction. He thought Lin Tian would be shocked, but he looked so indifferent. This made Dingjun very angry, and his tone became a little sarcastic. Lin Tian naturally knew what he was thinking and replied calmly. Well, I quit. My previous job was not suitable for me. Dingjin pretended to be worried and said, "As a former squad leader, I have to give you some advice. It's hard to find a job now. The competition is too fierce. It's not easy to find a job. How can you quit your job? It's been a month, you should have found your next job, right?" Lin Tian replied, "No, I just want to take a break recently." "Take a break?" Dingjin sighed and shook his head. "Look at you. You've already graduated, but why are you still acting like a child? I heard that your family isn't well off. If you don't make money on your own, who else can you rely on? The pressure will get greater and greater in the future. Now is the age to strive hard, and we can't take a break." Lin Tian just smiled and didn't respond. Dingjin suddenly became even more unhappy, suppressing his anger and said solemnly, "It's hard for me to see my old classmates like this. How about this? A security guard just left my company yesterday, and there's a vacant position. Do you want to try it? Don't underestimate me as a security guard. I get 10,000 yuan a month, including food and accommodation, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If my attendance rate and performance are good, I'll get extra bonuses. How do you think?" Dingjin looked like he was thinking wholeheartedly about Lin Tian. But we are not fools. Who can't hear that he is using these words to humiliate Lin Tian? No matter how bad Lin Tian is, he is still a graduate from a university. How can he be a security guard? Lu Anren naturally knew this, and since she was the only one who knew Lin Tian's true identity, she couldn't help but frown. "Man." However, before she finished speaking, Lin Tian raised his hand to stop her, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, old squad leader. Although I have resigned, I still have a part-time job and earn enough to support myself. Don't bother with that. Why don't you give your security guard position to Yifei? I think he's quite interested in it." Yifei's eyes suddenly widened, but because Dingjin couldn't get angry, he could only stare at Lin Tian. "Good job, Lin Tian, I will remember you. Chapter 4. Call the general manager, he must arrive within 3 minutes. You have a part-time job?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Dingjin frowned immediately. Lin Tian nodded. Dingjin sneered. "What part-time job? Tell us so that the students can learn more." Lin Tian smiled brightly. "Nothing much, just opened a hotel for fun." "What?" The classmates around immediately looked at him in shock. What did this loser say? He said he opened a hotel part-time? You are really bragging without any fear of getting your tongue stuck. I didn't expect that Lin Tian actually opened a hotel. Where is it? I have to go and take a look when I have time. Dingjin said with a wry smile. Lin Tian seemed not to notice his sarcasm and said with a smile. Nothing special, just an average hotel. It is indeed just average, but it is the largest hotel in Yundu. How could Dingjin have imagined that the place where they were eating was actually Lin Tian's property? He believed it and said, "We are all old classmates here, what is there to be afraid of? Don't worry, even if your hotel is just starting out, we old classmates have to go and show our support, don't you think?" Hearing this, the students, led by Lu Qi, Hefei and other lackeys of Dingjin, immediately started to make a fuss. Yeah, just tell us, can we still laugh at you? Even if you're trying to save face and call it a hotel, it's fine if it's actually just a restaurant. Restaurant? You can make a lot of money by opening a restaurant now. Lin Tian seemed not to hear these sarcasm and continued smiling. Although it's average, it's not bad either. It's a 5-star hotel after all. Hearing this, Dingjin was immediately happy. 5-star? How many 5-star hotels can we have in Yundu? Including this place, there are only 3. Lin Tian, don't tell me that this Apocalypse Hotel is yours, right? Lin Tian still smiled and said. You guessed it right. It's the Apocalypse Hotel. Hearing this, Dingjin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The rest of the students also burst into laughter. Apocalypse Hotel, is it Lin Tian's? This was simply the funniest joke they had ever heard in their lives. What kind of existence is Tianqi Hotel? There are only 3 5-star hotels in the whole Yundu. If this hotel really belongs to Lin Tian, then wouldn't his net worth be billions? The classmates were all laughing, except Lu Anren, who frowned. She didn't think Lin Tian was talking nonsense. When she was at the door, she not only saw Lin Tian driving a Porsche, but the manager of Tianqi Hotel also nodded and bowed to him. I'm afraid he's telling the truth. But Lin Tian was not angry, he just glanced at the people in front of him. Smile slowly. The happier you laugh now, the more painful it will be when you are hit on the face later. Especially Dingjun. Lin Tian came here this time just to give this pretentious guy a slap in the face. Now that the opportunity has come, how can he not seize it? You don't believe it? Lin Tian pretended to be quite surprised. Dingjun laughed so hard that he couldn't even stand up straight. Lin Tian, it's not that we don't believe it, but can you find a more decent way to brag? The Apocalypse Hotel is yours? Why don't you say that the entire Yundu is yours? After saying this, Dingjun put away his smile and said earnestly. We are all classmates, there is no need to do these nonsense. No one will look down on you. Lin Tian was too lazy to pretend with him, so he turned to look at the waiter at the door. Seeing this, the waiter ran over in panic. First, sir, what can I do for you? The lobby manager just greeted the waiter, and as long as Lin Tian called her, she should notify him immediately if there was anything. Although she didn't know Lin Tian's identity, judging from the lobby manager's expression, this young man was definitely either rich or noble. Call your general manager. Lin Tian said calmly. Okay, I'll go right away. The waiter was sweating all over and nodded quickly. Wait, tell him that if he doesn't show up in this room within 3 minutes, it's time to replace him. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and set the countdown. The waiter dared not to be negligent and hurried out to find the lobby manager. The lobby manager was on the 3rd floor. After hearing this, he immediately became extremely alert and quickly dialed the general manager's number. At this time, in the general manager's office, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked to be about 35 or 36, was sitting at a desk, looking at a photo in a daze. The middle-aged man is named Wei Yushu, and he is the general manager of Tianqi Hotel. Wei Yushu watched and murmured to himself. Why is this new boss so young? I never thought that there would be such a big shot in Yundu. He is so young and has such great power to quietly acquire the Apocalypse Hotel. Just this morning, he suddenly received news that the Tianqi Hotel had changed hands. The buyer was named Lin Tian, and he sent him photos. He is still a little confused until now. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a rapid phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello, I'm Wei Yushu. Wei Yushu answered the phone. Boss Wei, I'm Xiao Wang. The new boss, Boss Lin, just arrived. He's in the Qiankuan Hall on the 3rd floor. He wants you to go see him right away. And he said if you don't arrive within 3 minutes, your place will be lost. The voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. New boss? Wei Yushu's expression suddenly froze, and he said angrily. Boss Lin is here, why didn't you tell me in advance? The person on the other end of the phone felt a little aggrieved. Boss Lin strictly forbade me to inform the higher-ups, saying that he would instruct us if there was anything else. Wei Yushu stood up immediately. I'll be there right away. After saying that, he rushed out of the general manager's office without even having time to hang up the phone. The general manager's office is on the 7th floor, and it takes another 3 minutes to get to the Qiankuan Hall on the 3rd floor. Wei Yushu was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't even dare to wait for the elevator and hurried to the stairwell. Qiankuan Hall. Lin Tian, it's already 2 minutes and 40, why don't you just forget it and stop trying to be brave? Dingjun said with contempt. We are all old classmates, no one will mind you bragging, there is no need to make it so awkward. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Sorry, I don't have a hobby of bragging. Dingjun was so angry when he saw Lin Tian's expression, and was about to make some sarcastic remarks again. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Then, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. Wei Yushu panted heavily, and recognized Lin Tian from the crowd at a glance. He strode to his side and panted heavily and said, Boss Lin, I'm Wei Yushu, the general manager of Tianqi Hotel. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone around was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Wei Yushu, the general manager of Tianqi Hotel? He really came? And it really took only 3 minutes? Chapter 5 I haven't even touched her, and you want to take her to the room to see the scenery? 2.5. Lin Tian ignored him, glanced at his phone and spoke. Wei Yushu's hair suddenly stood on end. How could he not understand what Lin Tian meant? Fortunately, I didn't take the elevator, otherwise 3 minutes would have been impossible. Lin Tian slowly stood up, looked at Wei Yushu and said. Wei Yushu, Mr. Wei, right? Wei Yushu took a deep breath. Boss Lin, you can call me Xiao Wei or Yushu, but I don't deserve that in front of you. On behalf of the 2,000 employees of Tianqi, I welcome Mr. Lin. Lin Tian shook his head and said. It's better to say less polite words. Although I acquired Tianqi, I don't like operating it. You are still responsible for the operation of Tianqi. As long as the operation is done properly, your position does not need to be changed, and everything can remain the same as before. Lin Tian knew that the system would give out rewards every day. Who knows, you may have more and more different kinds of businesses in the future. How can I do everything myself? Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have been working in Tianqi for more than 10 years. I can't say anything else, but there will definitely be no mistakes in operations. Only then did Wei Yushu feel relieved. From the time he received the news until now, he has been worried about whether the new boss will interfere with the hotel position. It is said that a new official will start with 3 things to do, and the first one to start will probably be him as the general manager. Therefore, he didn't dare to waste even a moment of the last 3 minutes. Now that Lin Tian said this, he finally felt relieved. Okay, remember your words. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Wei Yushu carefully looked at the young man in front of him. Who could have guessed that such a young man dressed in ordinary clothes had such great power? At this moment, everyone present was stunned. The last second they were all still laughing at Lin Tian, but after hearing Wei Yushu's words, their smiles froze on their faces. What's wrong? Lin Tian turned around, still smiling. Everyone suddenly felt ashamed. Dingjin, in particular, wished he could just crawl under the table. Now thinking about those sarcastic remarks he just made, in Lin Tian's eyes he was probably just a complete clown. Also the security guard, and he pays 10,000 a month. Who would have thought that Lin Tian is now the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? And he had just acquired it, which means he must have had other industries before that. This guy can easily make hundreds of millions in a month, right? Dingjin's face turned red, and he wished someone would call him right now so that he would have an excuse to leave quickly. However, at this moment, Lin Tian smiled at Dingjin and said, Old squad leader, what's wrong with you? Seeing Dingjin's ashamed look, Lin Tian felt secretly happy. Keep pretending, keep pretending. It's okay. It's okay. Lin Tian, we are classmates. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Isn't this just a joke to you? Don't take it seriously. Dingjin forced a smile and grinned. Oh, couldn't you have said that earlier? I wouldn't ask President Wei to make such a special trip. Lin Tian still had a smile on his face. Dingjin buried his head as low as he could. He was a smart man and knew that at a time like this, the more he explained, the worse it would be, so it was better to say nothing. Seeing him like this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shook his head. What a pity. I should have asked Wei Yushu to come down later. Now Dingjin was silent, which seemed so boring. It's getting late. I have to go back and take care of something. Do you have any objections, classmates? Lin Tian glanced around and said calmly. He Fei, who was sitting next to Dingjin, stood up quickly and said with a smile. Lin Tian, what are you talking about? You are a busy man, just go and get busy. Why should we have any objection? Other students echoed. That's true. It's almost time now. We should leave too. Lin Tian, we are old classmates. You are doing so well. If there is anything we need your help in the future, you can't pretend not to know us, ha ha ha. Lin Tian, come here, I'll toast you. The atmosphere of the whole party suddenly became completely different. Lin Tian just dealt with it briefly and then looked at Lu Anren. Anren, let's go together. Lu Anren stood up and said while smiling. Good. As she spoke, her hand naturally rested on Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian did not refuse and said with a smile. I heard that the private room on the top floor of Tianqi can see the whole view of Yundu. Now that we are here, why don't we go up and take a look together? Everyone in the audience was silent. Could this be made any more clear? The private room on the top floor of the hotel is not a place to eat. Enjoy the scenery? Who would believe that? Dingjin's face turned purple, but he didn't dare to say a word. Only Wei Yushu hurriedly gave orders to arrange the presidential suite on the top floor. Good. Lu Anren smiled sweetly. She was not that naive. Even a fool could understand what Lin Tian said. She was a little hesitant at first, but she agreed without hesitation. After all, Lin Tian's identity is there. Shall we go now? Lu Anren smiled shyly. Seeing her like this, for some reason, a flame suddenly surged in Lin Tian's heart. The school beauty goddess during my student days is now looking at me so shyly. Who can resist? Boss Lin, the room has been arranged for you. Just then, Wei Yushu walked over quietly and whispered. Lin Tian put his arm around Lu Anren's slender waist, and the two of them followed Wei Yushu out of the Qiankuan hall. Seeing this scene, Ding Jun's eyes almost popped out. This is the goddess I pursued for a long time, but we haven't even held hands a few times. Now, are you just going to leave with Lin Tian? You don't have to guess what will happen next. The two of them happily discussed life and appreciated philosophy in the huge presidential suite. For some reason, he felt a strange noise in his ears. This is the sound of large patches of green grass rustling. Chapter 6 Reward. Real Estate Group. The presidential suite on the top floor of Tianqi Hotel. As soon as Lin Tian and Lu Anren arrived at the room, they were immediately shocked by the luxury before them. After all, no matter what their identities are, they are just ordinary people. Although Lin Tian now has a system and is worth tens of billions. But in essence, he is still a loser, at most a nouveau riche. It is hard to imagine a room of this level of luxury, let alone have seen it. Everything here made them feel strange. Although he was shocked, Lin Tianke knew very well why he came here. He embraced Lu Anren and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, you can have a panoramic view of the prosperous scene of Yundu. How do you feel about looking at the scenery here? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Lu Anren's face turned red. I've lived in Yundu for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen it from this angle. It's so beautiful. Lin Tian smiled brightly. Oh? There will be more opportunities to slowly observe the scenery of Yundu in the future. Are you willing? Lu Anren blushed to her ears and nodded silently. At this moment, Lin Tian came behind her without her knowing when, with his chest against her back. Ah. This was the first time that Lu Anren had such close contact with the opposite sex. Soon, Lin Tian's hand moved upwards. Lu Anren's face became hot and his body felt like it was electrified. This feeling is the first time I have experienced it. While savoring the food, Lin Tian slowly leaned forward, and Lu Anren was unconsciously pushed against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Her body presents a graceful curve. It's rare to see such a beautiful view. We can't waste such a memorable day. Lin Tian smiled at Lu Anren. The next day. The sunlight shines brightly into the room. The house was in a mess. When Lin Tian opened his eyes in the morning, the only word in his mind was cool. It just has to be said that the physical requirements are still a bit high. After all, Lin Tian has practiced the boys' kung fu for more than 20 years to have such powerful combat ability. Looking at Lu Anren, who was still sleeping soundly, Lin Tian's hand reached out again unconsciously. Wait, there's no lottery today. Lin Tian suddenly remembered, put his hand back, and called up the system in his mind. System, draw a lottery. While silently reciting in his mind, Lin Tian was looking forward to today's reward. Yesterday's reward was so luxurious, and I don't know what reward I will get today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and receiving the reward, Hongtu Real Estate Group. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, top investment opportunity. Although the voice in Lin Tian's heart fell, the system's subtitles suddenly appeared along with the voice. Hongtu Real Estate? He just gave himself the Apocalypse Hotel yesterday, and today he directly gave himself a real estate company? At this rate, I might become an all-round business tycoon in the future, right? However, this additional top investment opportunity reward left Lin Tian a little confused. System, explain what the top investment opportunities are. Lin Tian couldn't figure it out, so he could only ask the system. Answer the host, top investment opportunities can maximize the investment benefits when the host invests, and the number of times can be accumulated. The host currently has one time. The system will automatically remind you when the usage conditions are met. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Tian suddenly understood. Although he had never been involved in investment before, Lin Tian still knew a little about it. Investing means returns accompanied by risks. The greater the risk, the higher the return. To put it simply, top investment opportunities are those that ensure profits without losses, and the returns can reach peak levels. If you find the right time to use it, the benefits will be unimaginable. I just don't know when this top investment opportunity will be used. Lin Tian shook his head, but soon put the matter behind him. The 50 billion cash in the card is enough for him to squander. Even if this top investment opportunity has no room for use, it will not affect him much. After collecting his thoughts, Lin Tian's gaze returned to Lu Anren. He placed his hand on Lu Anren's slender waist and became dishonest. After a fierce battle, Lin Tian did not feel tired. After all, he had the physical strength bonus rewarded by the system. But Lu Anren was different. She almost fainted several times during the fierce battle, but now she is sleeping very soundly. But under Lin Tian's repeated attacks, she finally opened her eyes. Lin Tian, are you awake? Lu Anren opened her eyes with difficulty. She was very confused. Isn't Lin Tian tired? Why does he still look so energetic? How can I sleep with a beautiful woman around? Lin Tian smiled slightly and pinched Lu Anren's waist. Ah, it hurts, be gentle. Lu Anren felt pain and looked at Lin Tian with a resentful face. Lin Tian smiled. Good. As he spoke, Lin Tian's hands began to wander again. Lu Anren smiled bitterly. It was so intense last night, aren't you tired? She felt like crying but had no tears. It was difficult for her to get up and her whole body ached, but Lin Tian seemed to be fine. A man can't say he's tired. Lin Tian gave a wicked smile, with no intention of stopping. Seeing that Lin Tian was still so energetic, Lu Anren decided to give it a try. Just as the two were about to continue, Lu Anren suddenly exclaimed. Wait, where's the raincoat? Lin Tian smiled brightly. It's okay, just stay outside. After that, there was another bloody storm. After the fierce battle, Lu Anren could no longer bear it and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Tian got up, washed, fixed his hair, and left quietly. Just now, he checked the information of home to real estate and sent a message to the relevant person in charge. Now, he's going to take a look. Yandu Hongtu Group Building. The huge office building has become a local landmark. And downstairs in the office building, a woman with a perfect figure was waiting eagerly. She was wearing a tight white shirt, a red miniskirt, black stockings, and a pair of small red high heels, which showed off her figure to the fullest. At the same time, she also looks very capable and is a typical working woman at first glance. Ruan Ruman's forehead was covered with sweat. She was holding a black parasol in her hand and standing on the side of the road, forming a beautiful landscape. The rate of turning heads was as high as over 90%, and many passers-by unconsciously looked at her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Didn't the new boss say he wanted to come and see the company? It's been an hour since the message was sent, why hasn't it come yet? The hot weather made her feel so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but fan her face with her hands and mutter to herself. Just 2 hours ago, she received the news that the group had been fully acquired, and an hour ago she received the news that the new boss was coming. As a secretary, she did not dare to be negligent and waited downstairs as soon as she received the news. But I didn't expect that the wait would last for an hour. No, I can't stand the heat anymore. I'd better go back and rest for a while. If I get a heat stroke from the heat, it would be great if the new boss saw me. Ruan Ruman couldn't help but have this thought in her mind. But before she could move, suddenly, a roar of an engine like a wild beast was heard. When she reacted, she looked in the direction of the sound. A cool black Porsche appeared in front of her. Chapter 7, I just got the reward and it comes in handy. The owner of the Porsche was none other than Lin Tian. He glanced over and saw the words Hongtu Group written on the office building, then he opened the door and got out of the car. After looking up and down the office building, Lin Tian was very satisfied. Apart from anything else, Lin Tian was deeply attracted by this towering office building. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Just then, a pleasant voice was heard. This voice made Lin Tian's heart melt. He couldn't help but glance to his side. A beautiful woman holding a parasol suddenly appeared in front of him. Apart from anything else, her appearance alone is no less than Lu Anren's. I am, who are you? Lin Tian asked in a deep voice, and couldn't help but look at Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I'm your secretary. My name is Ruan Ruman. It's me who just contacted you. Secretary? Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of an ancient saying. When there is something to do, the secretary will do it. When there is nothing to do, just. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but look at Wan Ruman a few more times. Her looks are impeccable, her figure is just right, and the flesh grows in the right places. The most amazing thing is the long legs tightly wrapped in black stockings. The perfect curves are simply irresistible. Lin Tian couldn't help but think of the fierce battle last night. If Lu Anran also had such beautiful legs, then. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Although he was muttering in his heart, Lin Tian appeared calm on the surface. After all, he is the new boss now and cannot lose his identity. I remember now. Hello, Miss Ruan. I have heard of your name for a long time. I heard that you work very hard and are very capable. I didn't expect she's a beauty. Lin Tian smiled politely. Ruan Ruman waved her hands hurriedly and said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are overpraising me. I am not as good as you say. She was also secretly observing Lin Tian. Although she didn't show it on her face, she was shocked inside. When she first received the news that the company was being acquired, she thought it was someone middle-aged man. After all, Hongtu is one of the top companies in Yundu. To have the financial resources to acquire it without anyone noticing, its financial strength must be amazing. Based on Wan Ruman's experience, most of these bosses are greasy middle-aged uncles. But she never expected that the person who acquired Hongtu was actually a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. Mr. Lin, I have prepared all the company's formalities. All that's missing is your signature. Do you have time to sign now? Wan Ruman collected her thoughts and said seriously. Lin Tian nodded and followed Wan Ruman's lead to his office. The office looks very elegant, with a large space and the furnishings are placed just right, making it look clean and tidy. Lin Tian couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction and sat down in the boss chair in front of the desk. At this moment, Wan Ruman poured a cup of tea and brought it to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, have a cup of tea first. As she bent over to serve the tea, the low V-shirt moved down due to gravity. An impressive career line appeared right in front of Lin Tian. Oh my god. I couldn't believe it was so big. Ruan Ruman didn't seem to notice this. She put the teacup down and stood up. It's a pity that I didn't get to take a closer look. Where are the procedures? Lin Tian said calmly. Please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. After saying that, Ruan Ruman turned and left. Lin Tian leisurely picked up the teacup and took a sip. Soon, Ruan Ruman came back with a large folder. She arranged the contracts and placed them in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even look at it, he just picked up the pen and wrote his name in a flamboyant style. The entire Hongtu group was a reward from the system, so there was no need for Lin Tian to worry about it. From this moment on, Lin Tian officially became the boss of Hongtu Group. Now, it's time to call you Director Lin. Ruan Ruman said with a smile as she packed up the contracts. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Lin Tian said in a deep voice without even thinking about it. The door opened, and a woman in a black suit came into view. He looks to be in his 20s, but very mature. The temperament she exudes seems somewhat inconsistent with her youthful appearance. Neither Lu Anran nor Wan Ruman have this feeling. What attracted Lin Tian to these two women was their looks and perfect figures. But the woman in front of him was completely different. The unique temperament she exuded was enough to attract Lin Tian's attention. Not to mention that her looks and figure are also extremely outstanding. Hello, you should be the new chairman, Mr. Lin Tian Lin, right? The woman strode over, looking at Lin Tian again and again with her bright eyes. Director Gu, why are you here? Ruan Ruman was obviously a little surprised. Director Lin, let me introduce you to Gu Qiuhan, the operations director of Hongtu. Operations director? No wonder he has such a strong aura. Lin Tian smiled calmly, looked at Gu Qiuhan in front of him and said. Director Gu is so young, but he has already reached the position of operations director. It seems that he is very capable. The market value of Hongtu real estate is at least 2 billion yuan, and Gu Qiuhan estimates it to be only about 23 or 24 billion yuan. Being able to reach the top level of a company at this age shows his ability. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Compared with you, I am nothing. Gu Qiuhan smiled slightly. Like Ruan Ruman, she was only surprised when she saw Lin Tian for the first time. It is really incredible that he is so young and has such huge financial resources to acquire Hongtu real estate. As the operations director, Gu Chiohan has met tycoons big and small, and she can confirm that there is no big family with the surname Lin in Yundu. Could it be that there is a hidden big family in Yundu that has such huge financial resources? Director Gu, I wonder what brings you here to see Director Lin. At this moment, Ruan Ruman asked in confusion. Gu Chiohan nodded. Director Lin, these are the projects and investments that the company is going to operate in the second half of the year. There are 25 more options. But the project hasn't been finalized yet. I heard you were here, so I wanted to ask you to take a look at it. As he spoke, Gu Chiohan placed the document in front of Lin Tian. Project? Investment? Lin Tian is a little overwhelmed. His assets and companies were given by the system, how could he understand these things? You can't just talk nonsense, right? Choosing the wrong target right after arriving here would be too embarrassing in front of your subordinates. Just when Lin Tian was about to tell Gu Chiohan that she just needed to make a decision, suddenly, a string of subtitles appeared in front of Lin Tian. Ding! The system has detected that the trigger conditions for the top investment opportunity have been met. Would the host like to use it? Seeing the subtitles pop up, Lin Tian was stunned. Are the conditions met? Chapter 8. With so many good projects, do you want to invest in an unfinished building? Lin Tian looked at the subtitles that appeared in front of him and was a little confused for a moment. I didn't expect that I would use the reward I just received today. Use it. Lin Tian's mind moved, and he told the system. He had originally thought that this thing might never be used, but he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. To be honest, Lin Tian was also looking forward to what this top investment opportunity could bring him. Ding! Top investment opportunity has been used successfully. The system's voice just fell. Lin Tian only felt a flash before his eyes, and then the document in front of him underwent obvious changes. The file was originally filled with dense text, but now the system's subtitles appear next to it, summarizing it. Tianshan Plaza is located in the front city of Yundu. It has a large population, excellent passenger flow, low investment cost, and the investment income can reach 80% after the system addition. Tianlong Yufu, a luxury residential area, has an excellent geographical location and excellent surrounding facilities. The investment cost is extremely high, and the investment return can reach 34% after the system addition. Shenzhen Plaza, a key planning project in the city center, has a slightly poor location and a medium investment cost. After the system is added, the investment return can reach 52%. A series of subtitles appeared in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian was attracted to Tianshan Plaza at first sight. Not only was the investment cost low, but the rate of return was also very high. This Tianshan Plaza was also selected as the most suitable investment project after Gu Chiohan screened it. Among the other options, Shenzhen Plaza is the most outstanding one, with a 52% return, which is also considerable. As for Tianlong Yufu and other options, the yields are not high due to various reasons. If there were no system bonus, investing in them would probably result in a loss. Just when Lin Tian was about to make a decision, suddenly, the last subtitle at the end of the page suddenly caught Lin Tian's attention. For Season Star City, an unfinished project, but will become the focus of school district planning in the future, its value is skyrocketing, the investment cost is extremely low, and the investment benefit after system addition is 2,000%. 2,000%. Seeing this number, Lin Tian was shocked. This project is placed last, which means it is the least favored project. I never thought that there is such a huge business opportunity hidden in it. 20 times the return on investment. If others knew about this business opportunity, they would spend all their money to get it. But it's no wonder when you think about it. A famous unfinished building suddenly turned into a house in a key school district. It would be strange if the rate of return was not high. Just when Lin Tian was about to tell Gu Chiohan directly to choose Four Seasons Star City, suddenly, his eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. Director Gu, I see your final choice is Tianshan Plaza, right? What's your reason? Lin Tian asked. This is a good opportunity to test Gu Chiohan's abilities. After all, Gu Chiohan is the operations director of the entire Hongtu real estate, and every decision she makes is likely to determine the life or death of Hongtu real estate. Although Lin Tian intends to be a hands-off boss, if the person in charge is incompetent, Lin Tian will replace her without hesitation. Director Lin, the reason for choosing Tianjin Plaza is simple. Tianjin Plaza is in the Qiancheng district, which has the largest population of residents in Yundu and sufficient passenger flow. In addition, due to planning reasons, the cost of investing in the Qiancheng district is not high now, and it is the safest approach among all projects. The yield is also the highest among these projects. Gu Qiuhan explained word by word. She didn't think much about it, thinking that Lin Tian was just asking. Lin Tian couldn't help but nodded. I have to say, this woman has a very keen sense of smell and her abilities are absolutely impeccable. Well said. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Gu Qinghan smiled politely and said, Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to invest in Tianjin Plaza? If so, I'll go back and prepare now. After saying that, Gu Qinghan prepared to get up, take the documents and leave. At this moment, Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, Wait a minute. Gu Qiuhan was stunned and looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled look. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Do you think it's inappropriate to invest in Tianjin Plaza? Lin Tian said in a deep voice. It's quite suitable. This project is indeed very cost-effective. But I think there is a project here that is more suitable than Tianjin Plaza. Gu Qiuhan was stunned. Could it be Qiancheng Plaza that Mr. Lin is talking about? Investing in it can indeed bring considerable returns, but both the investment cost and location are far inferior to Tianjin Plaza, and it is not stable enough. Lin Tian shook his head and said, Not Qiancheng Plaza. I plan to make the decision to invest in Four Seasons Star City. Four Seasons Star City? Hearing this, Gu Qiuhan's expression changed obviously, and she frowned and said, Director Lin, you may not know that this Four Seasons Star City is the most famous unfinished building in Yundu, and it has been unfinished for about 3 years. It's just that recently someone seemed to be taking over, so this project was brought out. It is indeed the lowest cost to invest in it, but Mr. Lin, the risk is too great. Unless a miracle happens, you will lose everything. Or Mr. Lin, you should reconsider it. It's not like Gu Qiuhan hasn't seen this project before. If it succeeds, the profits will definitely be the highest, and terrifyingly high. But the risk is too great. There is no need to leave such a good project as Tianjin Plaza aside and bet on a miracle to happen. But she didn't know that Lin Tian's decision came from the absolute affirmation of the system. Even if Gu Qiuhan said a lot, it would be impossible to make Lin Tian change his mind. Lin Tian smiled and said, I understand what Director Shen said, but I have already made up my mind to invest in Four Seasons Star City. Go and get ready. Hearing this, Gu Qiuhan's face suddenly turned a little ugly. But Lin Tiankai is the chairman, and he is the one who has the final say. Since he had made his decision, Gu Qiuhan had nothing to say. You just have to remember, no matter what method you use, you have to plan the project well. Lin Tian added one last sentence and waved his hand to signal Gu Qiuhan to leave. As for why I made the choice, there was no need to explain to her. The unfinished building has been turned into housing in a key school district. Once this news comes out, it is bound to cause large-scale agitation. Lin Tian didn't trust Gu Qiuhan so much when he met him for the first time. That essay full 20 times return rate. If Gu Qiuhan leaks this news, things will be troublesome. Gu Qiuhan looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but frown. She couldn't understand why Lin Tian was so determined to invest in an unfinished building. Chapter 9, Portia, only good for show but not for use. Gu Qiuhan originally had a lot of things he wanted to explain to Lin Tian. But seeing Lin Tian's determined look, she really couldn't open her mouth and swallowed the words back. I thought that this young man must be very capable to have such great financial resources and energy at such a young age. Now it seems that he is probably just the second-generation ancestor of a big family. Gu Qiuhan muttered to himself, and his opinion of Lin Tian plummeted. Instead of pursuing a good money-making project and gambling on the probabilities, how can you run a company well with such short-sightedness? If this continues, Hongtu will go bankrupt soon. It seems that I have to consider finding a new employer. Gu Qiuhan sighed helplessly in his heart. The bankruptcy of Hongtu may have little impact on second-generation rich people like Lin Tian, he just lost some money. But for Gu Qiuhan, it meant losing his job. Although with her extraordinary abilities, there will definitely be a lot of people wanting to change jobs, but it is probably unknown whether she can get the position of operations director. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will definitely make my best preparations. Although he said this, there was a clear hint of displeasure on Gu Qiuhan's face. Lin Tian happened to see this scene clearly. Gu Chiohan didn't care about these things. He just picked up the documents and turned to leave. It seems that Director Gu was very dissatisfied. Lin Tian smiled slightly, looked at Gu Chiohan's handsome back, and thought silently in his heart. Seeing Gu Chiohan leave without looking back, Wan Ruman couldn't sit still anymore and couldn't help but say, Director Lin, Director Shen's vision and keen sense of business opportunities are well known in the industry. Since she came to Hongtu, the projects she selected are guaranteed to make money. And the four-season Star City project is indeed too risky. Director Shen decided to take a safe option for this reason. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to insist on investing in four-season Star City? Lin Tian just smiled calmly and looked at Wan Ruman. What? So you don't support my decision either? Wan Ruman hurriedly shook her head and said, No, it's just that the risk is a bit too great. Moreover, the market has declined too rapidly in the past 2 years. If such a large-scale investment fails, it will be an irreparable loss for the company. Lin Tian still smiled and said, What else? Wan Ruman was stunned, then shook her head. There is none left. Lin Tian continued. Don't worry, I am now the chairman of Hongtu, and I have no intention of driving the Hongtu ship into a whirlpool. You will know how the four-season Star City project works when the results come out. Wan Ruman looked at the confident Lin Tian with mixed feelings. She didn't understand where Lin Tian got such great confidence from. How does he know that this project will not lose money? If this is true, wouldn't this project be in great demand? How can you start a company by sailing against the current? Since Director Lin is so sure, I won't say any more. Wan Ruman said softly, then left the office with the documents. She knew in her heart that she was just a secretary and the operations director couldn't say anything, so how could she change Lin Tian's mind? Now Lin Tian is the only one left in the huge office. He stretched and planned to take a rest in the office. Although I don't feel tired now, thinking about the fierce battle I will have to fight in the evening, I still need to recover my strength first. Just as he was lying in the boss chair and just closed his eyes. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang violently. Lin Tian suddenly felt angry. Who is this? So ignorant that he calls me just when I fell asleep? He picked up the phone with an unhappy look on his face and answered it without even glancing at it. Hello? Who's that? A silver bell-like voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Tian, are you angry? Why are you speaking so harshly? I'm your sister. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Tian was stunned. This voice is definitely that of my cousin Lin Xia. Ahem, big sister. Why are you calling me suddenly? Are you getting married? Lin Tian coughed lightly. Lin Xia laughed and scolded. I, your sister, don't even have a boyfriend, who can I marry? Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. I called you because I'm back in Yundu. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Lin Tian immediately sat up straight. You're back? When? Lin Tian remembered very clearly that his cousin had been working in another place and usually did not come home during the Chinese New Year. Although the two have a good relationship, they haven't seen each other for several years. Now that he heard that she was back, how could Lin Tian not be shocked? Lin Xia smiled and said, I was at the airport, just after I got off the plane. But I can't stay for long. I just came back because the company asked me to go on a business trip this time. We haven't seen each other for several years, so I wanted to invite you to have dinner. Lin Tian nodded. I see. Lin Xia continued. Why? No time? But it's okay. I'll be back for a while this time. If you're busy now, you can eat there when you have time later. Lin Tian smiled and said. Don't worry, big sister. The last thing I lack is time. Besides, I'm near the airport right now. Please wait for me at the airport for a while and I'll pick you up. Pick me up? How do you pick me up? Drive. Driving? Did you buy a car? Lin Xia was very surprised. She remembered that a few years ago, Lin Tian had not even graduated from university. You just graduated not long ago, right? You bought a car already? Lin Tian smiled and said. I think I bought it, but it's just a means of transportation. This is not Lin Tian being Versailles. To him, this Porsche 918 is indeed just a means of transportation. Lin Tian now owns a 5-star hotel, one of the top real estate groups in the city, and 50 billion in cash. Compared to this, the Porsche 918 is nothing. I can't believe you've already bought a car after just a few years. Take it. I'll be waiting for you here. But I have to remind you that I'm here on business, not for fun, and I'm bringing 2 colleagues with me. If you want to come, you can bring them along as well. Okay, let's stop talking. The company called. After saying that, Lin Xia hung up the phone. Now Lin Tian was a little confused. He originally thought that his cousin was the only one there, but he didn't expect that she also brought 2 colleagues with her. The Porsche is good, but it only has 2 seats. There's no room for 4 people to sit. Lin Tian frowned, feeling a little troubled. For the first time, he had the idea of disliking Porsche. It looks good, but it's definitely not practical. Chapter 10, The Dog Licks Tears, the goddess praises others for being handsome. Lin Tian had a headache. I've already promised my cousin, so I can't not go, right? But driving a Porsche obviously won't work. Although Lin Tian can buy any car he wants now. But Lin Xia has already got off the plane, so I can't just go buy a car now, right? Director Lin, what's wrong with you? Just then, Secretary Ruan Ruman came back with a cup of coffee in her hand. Lin Tian was having a headache, but when he saw Ruan Ruman, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ruman, how did you get to work? Ruan Ruman was confused for a moment, but still said. I drove here. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Lin Tian continued to ask. What brand of car? How many seats are there? This made Ruan Ruman even more confused. The Mercedes-Benz C-Class AMG has 5 seats, which can accommodate 4 people excluding the driver. Mercedes, 5 seats. Hearing this news, Lin Tian smiled immediately. Okay, great. As he spoke, Lin Tian picked up the Porsche key from the table and handed it to Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman was even more confused. Director Lin, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Tian explained with a smile. Nothing, I just need to go to the airport to pick up 3 people, and my car is full, so I'll use your car first. You drive mine first. Ruan Ruman suddenly realized. Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. I'll give you the key right away. After that, she took out the key from her bag and handed it to Lin Tian. After Lin Tian took it, he turned around and left the office without saying a word. Ruan Ruman looked at the Porsche keys in her hand, feeling a little dazed. Then, she suddenly felt a little excited. As a secretary, although her income was not low and her car was pretty nice, she had never driven a car like the Porsche 918. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came so suddenly. At the same time, Yundu Airport. Lin Xia and 2 colleagues just walked out of the airport exit. The colleagues who came with her were a man and a woman. The 3 of them were from the same department, so they were naturally grouped together as a group and came to Yundu on this business trip. Wow, Sister Xia, I didn't expect you know someone in Yundu. I was just worrying about how to get to the hotel. It's great to have someone to pick me up. Next to Lin Xia, a girl with a gentle appearance and a good figure couldn't help but smile at Lin Xia. The girl's name is Tao Wenwen. She has a very good relationship with Lin Xia. They can be considered colleagues and best friends. Lin Xia smiled and said. Nothing, it just happens that my cousin is in Yundu and the place is nearby. Tao Wenwen immediately became interested. Ah. This is the first time I've heard you talk about this cousin. Does he live in Yundu? What does he do? Is he handsome? Lin Xia said unhappily. What? Just because you're handsome, you want to be my brother-in-law? But I really don't know what job he does, but since he has already bought a car, it means he is doing well. Although the 2 siblings have a good relationship, they never talk about work when they chat. At most, they just talk about family matters. It's just buying a car. It doesn't prove how well you're doing, right? Cars are very cheap these days, and anyone can buy one. Just then, a harsh voice rang out, causing Lin Xia to frown and look a little unhappy. The person who spoke was none other than another colleague who came with Lin Xia, named Wu Zhang. Tao Wenwen immediately said unhappily. Wu Zhang, if you can't speak, just shut up. Wu Zhang saw that Tao Wenwen was a little angry, and immediately smiled. Okay, Wenwen told me to shut up, so I will shut up. Tao Wenwen frowned immediately. I'm warning you, Wu Zhang. I've told you many times, please call me Tao Lele. However, Wu Zheng seemed not to hear it and continued to smile at Tao Lele. Tao Lele didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked directly behind Lin Xia. Ever since she was assigned to the department, Wu Zheng has been pursuing her. Tao Lele has rejected him countless times, but he still persists. It's like a piece of taffy that you can't get rid of. Even this business trip was something he volunteered for after hearing that he was being sent. There was silence between the three of them for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Xia's cell phone rang. Hello? Xiao Tian, why haven't you come yet? Lin Xia took the phone and asked puzzledly. I'm here. Where are you, sister? I don't see you. Lin Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone. We're right at the exit. You'll be able to see us when you come. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. He drove straight to the exit, and after parking the car, he happened to see his cousin Lin Xia. Big sister, I'm here. Lin Tian waved his hand. When Lin Xia heard the voice, she quickly waved in response, then walked towards Lin Tian. Wow, Sister Xia, this is your cousin? So handsome? Tao Wenwen glanced at Lin Tian and immediately smiled. For some reason, she always felt that there was something about Lin Tian that attracted her. She didn't know that this was actually the reason why the system rewarded Lin Tian with 20 charm points. Lin Xia said with some pride. Of course, don't you see whose brother it is? As a cousin, she was naturally happy to hear her cousin being praised. However, the two of them did not notice that Wu Zhang, who was following behind them, had a very bad look on his face. He has been pursuing Tao Wenwen for so long, but she doesn't even want to look at him. Now she's actually praising another man in front of him? He couldn't help but look at Lin Tian, feeling unhappy. Boy, you'd better pray that Wenwen doesn't have any other feelings for you, otherwise just wait and see. The three of them soon came in front of Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, I haven't seen you for so long. You have indeed become much more handsome. Lin Xia laughed and then hugged Lin Tian. Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After releasing her hand, Lin Xia introduced. This is my cousin, Lin Tian, a handsome boy. Xiao Tian, they are my colleagues, Tao Wenwen and Wu Zhang. Tao Wenwen immediately smiled and stretched out her hand. Hello, I'm your cousin's colleague, nice to meet you. Lin Tian naturally stretched out his hand. Hello. As soon as their hands touched, a smooth touch instantly emanated from their palms. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Tao Wenwen's appearance and figure are definitely not as good as Lu Anren's, but her skin feels so good, and it is soft and boneless, and very comfortable to pinch. Wu Zhang originally had a problem with Tao Wenwen because she praised Lin Tianshui. Now that he saw the two of them actually having physical contact, he immediately said unhappily. Does it take so long to shake hands? Chapter 11. A few hundred billion is not enough to make a fortune. Lin Tian smiled slightly, loosened his hand, and turned his gaze to Wu Zhang. Hello, I'm Lin Tian, nice to meet you. Wu Zhang sneered. No? Why should I know you? I'm here to work, not to make friends. As he spoke, Wu Zhang showed a proud expression. Lin Tian was completely speechless. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could never have imagined that this bee could actually say such words. He was just going through the motions in front of his cousin, but this stupid dog actually took it seriously? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you deserve it? That is to say, Lin Tian couldn't lose his temper now in front of Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have just punched him. After all, Lin Tian now has 50 billion and 2 industries in his hands, so it is easy for him to break someone's legs. However, Lin Tian didn't want to make things so awkward when he saw Lin Xia, so he just glanced at Wu Zhang coldly and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Lin Xia hurriedly said. Okay, Xiao Tian, we've been traveling all the way and we're almost starving. Please drive us to eat first. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange it. Lin Xia must be given enough face. The three of them followed Lin Tian and got into the car together. On the way, Lin Xia was very surprised and said. Xiao Tian, you're doing so well here that you even bought an AMG? Lin Xia knows a lot about cars, so she naturally recognized this car. Lin Tian smiled and said. This car is not mine. Lin Xia burst out laughing. No wonder. I knew this car wasn't cheap. Did you borrow it? Lin Tian nodded and said. It's my colleague's loan. Ruan Ruman is his secretary, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is his colleague. But Lin Xia didn't know this. There was a flash of loss in her eyes. Not only her, Tao Wenwen's eyes also looked a little dim. This clam costs at least 5 or 600,000, although it is nothing for the rich. But they are all working people, and for them this is definitely a luxury car. At first, Lin Xia thought that since Lin Tian bought a Mercedes-Benz, he must be doing well here, and she didn't have to worry too much about how her brother was doing. Hey, you need to borrow a car to pick someone up? You're not afraid of showing off. I thought you were so great. At this moment, Wu Zheng's sinister voice came again. Wu Zheng has been unhappy with Lin Tian since they met, especially when he saw the way Tao Wenwen looked at him. Now that he heard that the car was borrowed, he would definitely make fun of it. Lin Tian pretended not to hear. It was an insult to his intelligence to pay attention to such a moron. Lin Xia said with a somewhat embarrassed look. Xiao Tian, ignore him. He has a sharp tongue. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. Don't worry sis, I won't bother with idiots. Originally Wu Zhang was feeling smug about mocking Lin Tian, but when he heard these words, his face changed instantly. Who are you calling an idiot? Wu Zhang said angrily. Lin Tian said calmly. I'm scolding you, you idiot. Wu Zhang suddenly became so angry that his face turned red and his blood pressure rose sharply. Wu Zhang, have you had enough of the trouble? At this moment, Tao Wenwen said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Wu Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly smiled at Tao Wenwen. Wenwen, I actually. Before he could finish, Tao Wenwen said coldly. Shut up. Wu Zhang immediately shrank his neck, clenched his teeth, and stared at Lin Tian in the driver's seat, but did not speak again. Lin Tian saw all of this through the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I thought this guy was very capable, but he started to talk nonsense right away, and it turns out he is just a bootlicker. Sister, aren't you guys on a business trip? Have you booked a hotel? Lin Tian stopped thinking about that idiot Wu Zhang and turned to ask Lin Xia. Lin Xia shook her head. No, we came in a hurry. We plan to check it out after dinner. What? Are you still planning on booking a hotel for us? Lin Xia was just joking when she said this. The three of them were on a business trip in Yundu for about half a month. Even if they stayed in the cheapest hotel, Lin Tian, an intern who had just graduated, could not afford it. However, Lin Tian said seriously. Why not? Sister, you have finally come back to Yundu, so of course I have to fulfill my duties as a good host. From now on until the end of your business trip, I will take care of your and Wenwen's accommodation. Lin Xia had no idea that Lin Tian was the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel, and it would only take a word to arrange 2 rooms for him. She couldn't help but look at Tao Wenwen, and the two of them looked at each other. Half a month's accommodation, all included? Is it so grand? The person who was most emotionally unstable at this moment was Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang's face almost turned green. The accommodation for both of them was covered, but what about him? But no matter how unhappy he was, he could only hold it in and couldn't say a word. Lin Xia is Lin Tian's cousin, and Wenwen is her best friend, so she can benefit from this. As for Wu Zhang, who is he? Lin Tian glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the ugly face of this dog, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You're just a bootlicker, and you still want to jump in front of him? Don't mention that this is Yundu, Lin Tian's territory. Even if Lin Tian arrived at Wu Zhang's territory, Lin Tian's wealth alone would be enough to crush him easily. Lin Xia looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Xiao Tian, you are not kidding us, are you? She still couldn't believe that Lin Tian would actually offer accommodation. If she remembered correctly, Lin Tian had only been working for a short time, so where would he get so much money? You're my sister, why would I tease you? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Lin Xia frowned. I remember you just graduated not long ago, right? We are on a business trip for nearly half a month this time. Even if we find the cheapest hotel, it will cost a lot. Did you win the lottery? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Almost. Anyway, I am not short of money now. More than just not lacking money? There is so much money that I can't even spend it all. Up to now, not a cent of the 50 billion rewarded by the system has been spent. However, Lin Tian could only keep these words in his heart and had no intention of saying them out loud. And even if she told him, Lin Xia would at most think it was outrageous and would never believe it. After all, when the system first came out, Lin Tian was stunned for a long time. I can't believe you actually got rich? Lin Xia immediately smiled and said. It's only been a few years since we last met? You're talking like a rich guy now. Although Tao Wenwen, who was sitting in the back row, didn't say anything, her eyes were shining. Young, handsome, and rich. Isn't this the perfect boyfriend in her mind? And he is Lin Xia's cousin. If the two of them really get together, Lin Xia will definitely be happy. Thinking of this, Tao Wenwen began to think about what excuse she could use to get Lin Tian's contact information. Chapter 12. Sorry sir, your balance is insufficient. At this moment, an untimely voice came out. Isn't it just a small hotel for a few days? I'm afraid it can't even be considered a motel? Let alone half a month, how much would it cost even if you stayed for a month? There was no need to look, the sinister voice was Wu Zhang. Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen's faces suddenly looked a little ugly. Lin Tian smiled. A small hotel? An express hotel? Who told you that? Wu Zhang snorted coldly. Can you book a 3-star hotel? For Wu Zhang, a 3-star hotel is considered luxurious. He is just an office worker, and even the standard for reimbursement of business trips is just a motel. When Lin Tian heard this, he sneered disdainfully. With such limited imagination, no wonder he can only be a bootlicker, and a loser bootlicker at that. In this case, there is no need for him to say more to such people. 3 stars? In front of Apocalypse, Samsung is nothing. Soon, half an hour passed. Lin Tian drove the car and slowly came to the door of Tianqi Hotel. The 3 people in the car were all dumbfounded. Lin Xia's eyes widened immediately. Xiao Tian, why did you bring us here? Lin Tian burst out laughing. Stay, what else? Lin Xia was stunned. Live here? Looking at the exterior of the Apocalypse Hotel, it seems luxurious no matter how you look at it. Lin Tian actually wants to bring them to live here? Lin Tian nodded. Okay, sister. It doesn't cost you any money. Come down first and I'll do the formalities for you. After saying that, Lin Tian opened the car door and left. Lin Xia looked at the Apocalypse Hotel in front of her with shock, then turned and looked at Tao Wenwen. Tao Wenwen's face was also shocked. Sister Xia, are you sure this is your brother? Lin Xia nodded dully. Oh my god, they're going to invite us to stay in such a luxurious hotel? It should cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 a day, right? If this is true, then your brother is not only a rich man, but a very rich man. Tao Wenwen was shocked beyond words. Lin Xia was shocked but frowned. Let's go down first. I know Xiaotian's character very well. He has never lied to me. Even if he is trying to save face, we have to act according to circumstances and change to another one. Tao Wenwen nodded immediately. I understand. Don't worry, Sister Xia. After saying that, the two got out of the car. Wu Zhan was the only one left in the car. His face was full of confusion. Judging from Lin Tian's expression, he didn't seem to be bragging, but if this was true, what should he do? Lin Tian didn't say he would cover his accommodation. Humph, he's just a young man who just graduated not long ago, how much money can he have? He's just trying to show off. Wu Zhang sneered and slowly got out of the car. I'll see later how you live without money. Wu Zhang felt secretly happy when he thought about how Lin Tian would have no money and would have to leave in shame. Soon, everyone followed Lin Tian to the hotel front desk. 2 presidential suites. As Lin Tian spoke, he took out his bank card and handed it to the hotel front desk. After all, Lin Tian had just taken over this huge hotel yesterday. Except for a few leaders who were distributed photos and the waiter during the meal, no one else knew him yet. The lobby manager who recognized Lin Tian before is not on the first floor now. The front desk clerk naturally didn't know either. When she heard Lin Tian say this, she hurriedly took the bank card and started to process the procedures. After all, it is a 5-star hotel, and all the formalities were completed in less than a minute. The 3 people who saw all this were completely dumbfounded. Lin Xia, in particular, could hardly believe her eyes. The room is open just like this? Or the presidential suite? The words presidential suite were something that the few of them had only seen in TV dramas. I didn't expect that I would be able to move in now. And each person would have a room. Sister, 1-1, everything is done, are you going over now? Lin Tian turned around and smiled calmly at the two of them. Lin Xia nodded awkwardly. She still couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Tian was about to take them upstairs when he caught a glimpse of Wu Zhang, who was also dumbfounded. Lin Tian said with some amusement after thinking about it. Still watching? You want to get a presidential suite too? Forget it. A place like this is too expensive for a loser like you to afford. As soon as these words came out, Wu Zhang was so angry that he trembled all over. Not only did I not see Lin Tian make a fool of himself, but I was also fooled by his pretense. That is fine. Lin Tian actually mocked him like this in front of Tao Wenwen? Thinking of this, Wu Zhang said angrily. You are the loser. Who said I can't afford it? It's just a presidential suite. How much can it cost to stay there for a few days? After that, Wu Zhang gritted his teeth, took out his bank card from his pocket, and imitated Lin Tian's tone. The presidential suite will be open for 5 days first. After saying that, Wu Zhang sneered and looked at Lin Tian. However, not long after the front desk took the card, the front desk returned the card. Sir, I'm sorry, your balance is insufficient. Wu Zhang was stunned, and the expression on his face was extremely interesting. He frowned and said, Are you kidding me? I still have 20,000 yuan in this card, how could it be not enough? The receptionist smiled politely and said, Sir, there is no mistake. The presidential suite costs 20,000 yuan a day, which is not enough if you want to stay for 5 days. Wu Zhang was stunned, his face turned the color of liver. What? $20,000 a night? Why don't you just go rob? The receptionist still smiled politely. Sir, the rooms are clearly marked with prices. We are a hotel and we don't steal money. I was confused. Completely confused. Wu Zhang's monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan at most. Who would have thought that he could only live for 1 day after saving 20,000 yuan? Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that the consumption here is so high. Ahem, then we don't want the presidential suite. Are there any other rooms? Wu Zhang gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. The receptionist smiled and said, Yes, sir, what kind of room would you like? The cheapest one will do. Okay, the cheapest one is the economy room, which only costs 1,999 yuan a day. The receptionist was still smiling very politely. Looking at this professional fake smile, Wu Zhang wanted to curse at him. $2,000 a day, you call that cheap? It's a shady shop. It's definitely a shady shop. But he had clearly noticed that many eyes were looking at him. For the sake of face, Tao Wenwen also lives here after all, although it hurts, he can only grit his teeth and swallow it, nodding his head and saying, Okay, then give me 5 days. I want an invoice. It hurts so much. Seeing the text message indicating that there was only 10,000 yuan left, Wu Zhang wanted to die. However, when he turned around, there was no one there. Lin Tian had already taken the two away. Chapter 13 I don't want to act stupid, but my subordinates are ignorant. At this time, Lin Tian had already brought Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen to the outside of the presidential suite. Apocalypse's presidential suite is on the top 2 floors. Before, Lin Tian lived in the presidential suite on the top floor, which was not open to the public. The second floor is where accommodation is handled. After helping the two put away their luggage, Lin Tian took them to the hotel restaurant. Tianqi Hotel is a 5-star hotel, so the quality of its restaurant is naturally beyond reproach. When they first arrived at the restaurant, although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Lin Tian brought the two of them to the front of the room and said with a smile, Sister, stop looking and order food first. Aren't you hungry? Lin Xia was still in shock, but after seeing the menu, she was stunned again. My God, the food here is too expensive, isn't it? As soon as I opened the first page of the menu, I saw dishes costing thousands of dollars. I flipped through the books and found that the cheapest one cost at least 400 or 500 yuan. One plate of food is enough for Lin Xia to eat for a long time. Tao Wenwen was just as shocked as Lin Xia. Lin Xia closed the menu, coughed lightly and said, Ahem, Xiaotian, let's go out to eat. It's too expensive here. No matter how Lin Xia thought about it, she just couldn't bear to do it. In her impression, a good meal would cost only 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, but here one dish could cost that much. Lin Tian smiled and said, No need to bother, sister, just order whatever you want to eat, I'll pay. Lin Xia smiled bitterly. Forget it. With the price of the food here, a meal can cost tens of thousands. This is too extravagant. Besides, you just graduated not long ago. I feel sorry for you even if you don't feel sorry for me. To be honest, if someone else had asked Lin Xia to come to a place like this to eat, she wouldn't have cared so much. But the person treating them was her cousin, and the meal would cost tens of thousands, so she couldn't bear to do it. Lin Tian looked at Lin Xia, his heart deeply moved. No matter whether I am rich or poor, Lin Xia's concern for me will never change. He smiled and said, Don't worry, sister, just eat whatever you want. But Lin Xia still shook her head and prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, Lin Tian planned to tell her directly that he was the boss here. However, at this moment, a voice came. Mr. Lin. Following the voice, the person speaking was none other than Wei Yushu, the general manager of Tianqi Hotel. Behind him stood a few people, all of whom were members of the management of the Apocalypse Hotel. When Wei Yushu saw Lin Tian, he was immediately excited and walked towards Lin Tian quickly. Mr. Lin, are these two your friends? Seeing Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen beside Lin Tian, he asked after hesitating for a moment. Lin Tian smiled slightly and gave a brief introduction. My cousin and her colleagues. Hearing this, Wei Yushu looked at Lin Xia with an extremely respectful look. It turns out to be Miss Lin. I'm so sorry. I'm Wei Yushu, the general manager of Tianqi, and I'm very happy to meet you. After saying that, Wei Yushu extended his hand respectfully. Lin Xia still hasn't reacted. When I first saw Wei Yushu, I could tell that he was definitely not an ordinary person just by looking at his clothes and aura. However, she still didn't expect that this person was actually the general manager of Apocalypse. She doesn't usually see this kind of person. Who could have imagined that such a person would extend his hand to me so respectfully? However, Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, then she stretched out her hand to shake hands with Wei Yushu. Hello, Mr. Wei. Wei Yushu immediately laughed and said, Ms. Lin is worthy of being Mr. Lin's sister. She has a unique temperament and outstanding looks. Lin Xia never dreamed that someone of Wei Yushu's status would praise her so much. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Wei, you are too kind. I didn't expect Xiaotian to work in such a high-end hotel. Please take good care of him in the future. Lin Xia really couldn't find any suitable reason to explain all this. There should be only one explanation: Lin Tian works under President Wei. Otherwise, how could he have such a high salary and how could he know someone of Wei Yushu's level? Wei Yushu's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he waved his hands and explained. Ms. Lin, you are flattering me. How could I deserve Mr. Lin to work under me? On the contrary, Mr. Lin is my boss. If there is any care, it is Mr. Lin who is taking care of me. I am just working for Mr. Lin. How can I take care of Mr. Lin? What? Wei Yushu just said that Lin Tian is his boss? This news was like a thunderclap, hitting Lin Xia directly on the head. Tao Wenwen standing by was even more shocked. She just sat there stupidly, not understanding anything, as if she was petrified. Lin Xia stammered. Wei. Mr. Wei, what did you just say? Are you kidding me? The Apocalypse Hotel is obviously a 5-star super luxury hotel. As the general manager here, Wei Yushu must have a very high status. If he was joking like that, then the joke was a bit too big. If I'm not kidding, this is too incredible. Wei Yushu suddenly said with a serious face. Ms. Lin, how could I joke about something like this? After saying that, he couldn't help but look in Lin Tian's direction. He felt relieved when he saw that Lin Tian's expression did not fluctuate. Although Lin Tian is young, he is his boss. In front of the boss, no matter how capable Wei Yushu is, he has to be careful with his words and actions and cannot say a single wrong word. Lin Xia was now just like Tao Wenwen, petrified in place, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Wei Yushu saw Lin Xia's expression and thought that she just didn't know that Lin Tian had acquired Tianqi, so he continued. It's normal that Miss Lin doesn't know. After all, Mr. Lin just acquired the Apocalypse Hotel yesterday. Even now, only the management of the entire hotel knows Mr. Lin. Lin Xia said in shock. You mean, this entire hotel belongs to Xiaotian? Wei Yushu nodded and said. That's inevitable. Lin Tian sat in his seat without saying a word. Wei Yushu said everything that should be said. He slowly said, Manager Wei, if you have nothing else to do, just go and have dinner. I'm just taking my sister out for dinner. Just go about your business and don't worry about us. Wei Yushu is a smart man, how could he not understand what Lin Tian said? He nodded immediately and said, Okay Mr. Lin, I'll leave first then. After saying that, he also said goodbye to Lin Xie and Tao Wenwen, turned around and left quickly. Several managers behind him also said goodbye. When we returned to our seats, the atmosphere was obviously a little awkward. Lin Xie looked at Lin Tian with a dull expression, saying nothing. Lin Tian smiled bitterly and said, Sister, stop looking at me like that. It makes me shy. Let's order the food. Chapter 14, Not Being Honest Right After Waking Up. Lin Xie stared at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. You are the owner of a 5-star hotel, are you still shy? Lin Tian laughed out loud. He could tell that Lin Xie was making fun of him. Did you really just buy this hotel? Are you really the owner here? Lin Xie still asked in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled and said, Didn't Manager Wei just tell you everything? Lin Xie frowned and said, He is he, you are you answer my question first. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Hiss. Lin Xie took a breath of cold air. Xiao Tian, how did you do it? You are so amazing, aren't you? You bought such a big hotel like this? Just yesterday? Now she finally understood why Lin Tian dared to guarantee that he could provide accommodation for both of them. He is the boss, so he can take care of not only 2 people, but also 20 or 200 people. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I didn't do anything, it's nothing great or not. I really mean what I said. Lin Tianjin didn't do anything to acquire this hotel, he just won a prize. If it weren't for the system, Lin Tian would probably still be a poor boy and he wouldn't even dare to look at this kind of hotel. Okay, stop being so modest. If acquiring a hotel like this isn't impressive, then what is impressive? Only then did Lin Xie come to her senses and felt happy for Lin Tian from the bottom of her heart. Tao Wenwen just sat in her seat in a daze, not daring to say a word. However, after these twists and turns, her opinion of Lin Tian has changed completely. At first she just thought Lin Tian was handsome, sunny, and had some money. Now that seems like a bit of money, doesn't it? A 5-star hotel was acquired just like that, which shows that Lin Tian's wealth is definitely not just limited to this hotel. I'm afraid it's much more terrifying than he shows. But she kept her thoughts to herself and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was no longer polite after knowing that Lin Tian was the boss here. She directly picked up the menu and selected the dishes she liked. At first she was reluctant to order food because the dishes here were too expensive. Even if Lin Tian had some money, he couldn't waste it like this. Now I know that Lin Tian is the boss here, so it doesn't matter how much I eat, right? Anyway, even if Lin Tian spends money, it will end up in his own pocket. The meal ended just like that. The process was so bizarre that it took Lin Xie a long time to accept it. Lin Tian knew very well that Lin Xie had taken a long flight to get here and was probably exhausted, so he did not make any other arrangements and took the 2 of them directly to the room. Sister, you can take a break here now. I'm also staying here for the time being. If you have any problems, just come to me directly. Lin Tian said as he smiled. Lin Xie said bluntly. Don't worry, I feel relieved knowing that you are so rich. I will definitely come to you first if I have any problems. Lin Tian burst into laughter immediately, and after the 2 chatted for a few words, Lin Tian left. Just when Lin Xie was about to close the door and go back to sleep. Suddenly, Tao Wenwen ran over and said mysteriously. Sister Xie, are we on good terms? Okay, what's wrong? Then can you do me a favor? What's the matter? Lin Xie was suddenly confused. Tao Wenwen thought for a while, her face suddenly flushed, and she whispered. It's nothing, actually. I just want you to give me Lin Tian's contact information. WeChat is fine too. Oh, I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her expression suddenly changed, and she said in a deep voice. Wenwen, do you have feelings for Xiao Tian? Tao Wenwen's face became even more flushed. Not really. I just want to get to know him, Sister Xie, my dear sister, can you help me? The presidential suite on the top floor of Tianqi Hotel. As soon as he left Lin Xia's sight, Lin Tian went upstairs. After returning to the room, Lin Tian saw Lu Anren still sleeping soundly. It seems that she was really exhausted last night. She has been sleeping for a whole day and hasn't woken up yet. Lin Tian took off his clothes and lay directly on the bed. However, he had no intention of waking up Lu Anren and engaging in another fierce battle. Now he is really a little tired. Originally, Lin Tian planned to sleep for a while at home to real estate and then come back to prepare for the fierce battle. But he didn't expect Lin Xia to come and keep him busy for the whole day. Even a man with the best physical strength couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, Lin Tian no longer cared about anything else and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already night. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, felt something soft on his hand, and squeezed it unconsciously. A muffled groan suddenly came from the side. Without thinking, Lin Tian knew what he was holding in his hand. "Brother Tian, why are you so dishonest just after waking up?" Lu Anren said with a look of anger on her face already red. She had just woken up and saw Lin Tian sleeping soundly. She originally planned to use some facial cleanser on him to tease him. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian cracked it before he even started. Lin Tian laughed. "Isn't this a coincidence?" Lu Anren's face became even redder and she lowered her head without saying a word. Lin Tian slowly stood up and said, "You've been sleeping for a whole day, are you hungry? Take you to get some food?" Lu Anren hesitated for a moment, touched his belly and said, "I feel a little hungry, but what should I eat?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "What do you think?" Lu Anren frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence, she spoke. "I remember a place. The food was delicious, but the prices were quite high. I've only been there once." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Anren's voice stopped abruptly. She knew very well that Lin Tian was very rich, but the richer a person was, the weirder his temper was. Plus, I really didn't know Lin Tian before. She was afraid that she might say something wrong and make Lin Tian dislike her. For Lu Anren, Lin Tian was definitely the biggest thigh she had ever seen. This is because Lin Tian didn't know what Lu Anren was thinking. "If I knew, I would definitely tell her that you think too much. It's okay. Don't worry about the money. Just eat if you want to." Lin Tian smiled calmly. Lu Anren nodded happily. "Good. This is a Chinese restaurant. If you don't mention the price, the taste is really great." Lin Tian smiled calmly. "Okay, let's clean up and go eat now." Lu Anren immediately stood up and said, "Then wait for me for a moment. I'm going to take a shower." As Lu Anren stood up, her perfect body curves were fully exposed in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian laughed evilly. "Would you like to take a shower together?" How could Lu Anren not hear the hidden meaning of Lin Tian's words? She smiled shyly and said, "Okay, but are you okay?" Lin Tian suddenly felt unhappy. Is she questioning a man? Although it is a bit tiring, it is still completely possible if you want to do it. How do you know if you don't try? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian picked up Lu Anren. Chapter 15, If I don't take the initiative, will he lose interest in me? It was another fierce battle. Although Lin Tian felt tired, he could still accept it. After all, the power of the system is there. No one can ignore it. However, this is a bit boring, let us do something fun next time. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but pick up his mobile phone and plan to take a look at Taobao. At this moment, he suddenly found a small red dot in his WeChat friend list. When I clicked on it, I saw that someone had sent me a friend request. "Handsome guy, why did you suddenly delete me as a friend?" Judging from the profile picture, this person is Wang Bichi. Lin Tian just took a look and ignored it. He was too lazy to have any thoughts about this kind of green tea bitch. What's more, the look of disgust and disdain on her face before the system awakened is still vivid in my mind. Do you regret it now? Is it useful? However, what surprised Lin Tian was that there was actually another friend request. "Lin Tian, I'm Tao Wenwen, can I add you as my friend?" Tao Wenwen? Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. How did she know his WeChat account? But on second thought, since her cousin Lin Xia has such a good relationship with her, it is not impossible for her to give her contact information. When Lin Tian saw the three words Tao Wenwen, he immediately remembered the soft and smooth touch of the handshake, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew very well that the reason Tao Wenwen took the initiative to ask for his contact information was simply because he had exposed his identity during lunch. But so what? Lin Tian didn't even think about it and just clicked to agree. At the same time, Lin Tian was in the presidential suite downstairs. Tao Wenwen lay on the bed, staring at her cell phone, with no intention of putting it down. Ding ding. A prompt sound rang out, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I have approved your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Seeing the huge red message prompt, Tao Wenwen suddenly became excited. She immediately sat up straight on the bed, thought for a moment, and sent a message. Hello, I'm Tao Wenwen. Am I disturbing you by adding you as my friend so late at night? There is also a cute expression behind it. After sending it, Tao Wenwen felt her heart pounding. If you pass it, it means you have a chance. Lin Tian, no, I have nothing to do at night. Tao Wenwen, ah. I thought bosses like you guys are very pressed for time. Lin Tian, I don't know about others, but I have plenty of time. Tao Wenwen was thinking about how to continue the conversation. Lin Tian, did my sister give you my WeChat? Tao Wenwen, Actually, no, I took the initiative to ask for it. I'm sorry for not telling you in advance. Lin Tian, there's nothing to be sorry about, but I want to know why you added me. Seeing this sentence, Tao Wenwen was stunned. What should I do? You can't just say directly, I'm interested in you, let's get to know each other and be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? After all, she is a girl, and this is too unreserved. Moreover, Tao Wenwen was in good condition and had been pursued by many men before. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for the contact information of the opposite sex. Tao Wenwen thought for a long time before editing, there is no reason, it's just that I have a good relationship with Sister Xia, so I suddenly thought of adding you. She knew very well that she absolutely could not say it directly, as doing so would only make Lin Tian think that she was particularly easy to pursue. The easier it is to get, the less we value it. Lin Tian, anything else? Tao Wenwen, what else? You can't think that I'm going to chase you, right? There is also an expression of covering the face at the end. At this time, in Lin Tian's room. Seeing the message sent by Tao Wenwen, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Still pretending to be pure? Just then, Lu Anrun also walked out of the bathroom. Are you ready? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Lu Anrun nodded. All right. Then let's go. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he turned around and sent a message to Tao Wenwen. If you have anything, talk later. Talk back? When Tao Wenwen saw this message, her eyes widened. What's going on? Didn't we just start chatting? Why is there something wrong all of a sudden? Don't you have plenty of time? Edit a good news message and send it. However, after a long time of change, I still haven't received any response. Tao Wenwen thought the signal was bad, so she stood up and looked around for a signal with her phone. 5 minutes passed and still no news. Tao Wenwen's heart tightened. Is it because she is not proactive enough that Lin Tian doesn't want to waste time? Thinking of this, Tao Wenwen's eyes suddenly became dim. Come to think of it, it's true. Lin Tian is so young and so successful, why should she use the method of dealing with a bootlicker to deal with him? Thinking of this, she felt extremely regretful. If I had known this would happen, I would have just told the truth from the beginning. Now that Lin Tian no longer replied to the message, Tao Wenwen felt as if there were millions of ants crawling in her heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. Should I just tell him the truth? Just say I like him? Tao Wenwen said to herself. Ding ding. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Tao Wenwen's eyes lit up and she hurriedly picked up her phone to look. But the next second, the light in her eyes disappeared. Wu Zhang, Wenwen, it's a rare opportunity for you to come to Yundu. I heard that the duck blood vermicelli here is very famous. Do you want to try it? Tao Wenwen wanted to strangle him to death in front of him. Fuck the duck blood fans. 12:30. Lin Tian took Lu Anren back to the Apocalypse Hotel. This time, I not only had a meal, but also walked around outside for a while. After all, I have slept for a whole day, and even if I come back after dinner, I probably won't be able to fall asleep again. After returning to the presidential suite on the top floor, Lu Anren went back to the bathroom to remove her makeup. Lin Tian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery below. After all, it was late at night and the bustling scene of lights, wine, and traffic below was gone. Looking at the night view, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Just yesterday, he was still a loser who was not even as good as Wu Zhang. However, now he is a business tycoon with assets worth 50 billion, a Porsche, a house and 2 properties. Any one of these things taken individually was something he would never have been able to achieve in his entire life. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly remembered. After 12 o'clock, the system will have a chance to draw a lottery. System, draw a lottery. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a property in Thompson. Seeing this subtitle, Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. In the previous 10 consecutive draws, there was also such a unique property in Thompson. However, there were a lot of things to do these 2 days, so Lin Tian didn't have time to go and see it. As a result, I got another set today? Chapter 16 Don't Catch a Cold in the Hot Summer, Buy a Pair of Black Stockings. Lin Tian was very familiar with the name of Tangchen Yiju. He had heard its name countless times before. It can be said that Thompson Yiju is the most luxurious house in Yundu, without a doubt, and all of them are villas, without exception. Despite this, it is not in the city center, but next to Thompson Lake in Yundu. It is close to mountains and water, and the scenery is said to be quite beautiful. Thompson Lake is located in a relatively remote suburb of Yundu. However, every house in Thompson Residences is designed step by step by an internationally renowned architectural master. Each set is unique, which makes the price beyond imagination. Even the most ordinary villas there are sold at a sky-high price of 30 or 40 million. The most expensive one is the villa numbered number 1, which is said to have a sky-high price of 500 million. If you are in a first-tier city, there may be many properties of this price. But this is Yundu, where a villa worth 5 million is considered a top-notch luxury home. 2 villas? Even though they are far less than the previous reward, they are still acceptable. Lin Tian shrugged and muttered. Thompson 1 is definitely good, but even the most expensive villa number 1 is not as good as the Apocalypse Hotel and Hongtu Real Estate Group. Not to mention the 50 billion in his card. Compared to Lin Tian now, Tangchini is just an okay level. Brother Tian, what are you staring at? At this moment, Lu Anren asked curiously. Lin Tian couldn't help but look up. It was Lu Anren who had taken off her makeup. Originally, she only wore light makeup, and there was basically no difference after removing her makeup. Even without makeup, she was definitely one of the top beauties. At this time, Lu Anren was wearing a pair of short pajamas, and her figure was fully revealed in front of Lin Tian. Even if you have seen it before, it is still very enjoyable to watch again. Lin Tian couldn't help but look at Lu Anren's 2 well-proportioned white legs and said with a smile. What are you thinking about? I was just thinking about you. Lu Anren came to Lin Tian obediently and threw herself into his arms. Hate. Lin Tian placed his hand on the smooth white legs and said with a faint smile. It's a pity that wearing such shorts will easily make you catch a cold. It will be bad if you catch a cold. Hearing these unreasonable words, Lu Anren was suddenly confused. Caught a cold? It's summer now. People can't even open their eyes under the sun, so how can they catch a cold? She looked at Lin Tian with confusion. Lin Tian smiled and continued. How about this, I'll take you to buy some stockings tomorrow. Wear these and you won't have to worry about catching a cold. At this moment, Lu Anren immediately understood, and her face turned red. You are so bad. The next day, Lin Tian held Lu Anren in his arms, and they both slept soundly. There were just a few empty steelbook boxes on the bedside table. At the same time, Thompson's unique restaurant, located in Villa number 10. Xiao Rou, have you found it? A beautiful woman with short hair sat on a chair and said to the beautiful woman with long hair in front of the window. The 2 beauties are beautiful in their own ways, and both of them attract a lot of attention. If we have to rank them, the one with short hair is better. Xiao Rou glanced at her phone and said softly. The short-haired beauty's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Where does that person come from? Xiao Rou looked at her phone and said. I don't know his identity, but I know his name is Lin Tian, he's in his early 20s, and not only did he buy Villa number 10, he also bought Villa number 7 the day before yesterday. In your 20s, you bought 2 sets? The short-haired beauty's pupils trembled, and she took a deep breath and said. The previous owner of Villa number 10 was an old man in his 70s. And In his 20s, he bought Villa number 7 and Villa number 10 of Thompson 1 in 3 days. His financial strength is considerable. But why don't I remember there is a family named Lin in Yundu? Could it be that he is not a native of Yundu? Xiaoro shrugged. I don't know about that. Apart from age, gender, and name, I don't know anything else. The short-haired beauty frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Forget it. Our rental contract is about to expire. You can contact the new landlord today to discuss the renewal of the lease. I'm afraid he'll want to live here by himself, and we'll have to find a new house. Having said that, she couldn't help but sigh. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, the short-haired beauty stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Xiaoro suddenly said, Wait a minute. What's wrong? You don't have his number, do you? The short-haired beauty said in surprise. Xiaoro frowned. I do have the number, but the question is how to calculate the subsequent rent? Nan, even if they don't want to live here, will they agree to a rent of 100,000 a month? It was the previous landlord who was easy to talk to and gave us a low price. Now that prices have risen so much, the housing prices are even more outrageous. If we want to continue to rent this house at a monthly rent of 100,000 yuan, the owner has to agree. The short-haired beauty named Nan frowned slightly. That's true, what should we do then? Xiaoro said in a deep voice. If you ask me, we should call him and ask him to come out for a meeting. That way we can see what kind of person this young man is. Then we can prescribe the right medicine and counter his moves. Nan was stunned. We need to meet again? Isn't that too much trouble? Xiaoro, don't you have any other options? Xiaoro said firmly. Of course. Nan's eyes lit up. What? Xiaoro continued. Call him and tell him for 100,000. I bet he'll agree. What if you don't agree? Then there is no choice but to move. Nan glanced at Xiaoro unhappily. It's as if you didn't say anything. Forget it, let's just meet. I don't care. You made an appointment and called me. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Xiaoro narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the number in her hand. After thinking for a long time, she pressed the dial button and called Lin Tian. Ding ling ling. The top floor of Tianqi Hotel. Lin Tian was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by the phone ringing. He felt furious. When I opened it, I saw it was an unfamiliar number, which made me even more angry. What's the matter? Tell me. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Tian spoke unhappily. According to his experience, calls from unfamiliar numbers are mostly harassment calls. Xiaoro on the other end of the phone was obviously frightened by Lin Tian's tone. She opened her mouth but said nothing. If you don't say anything, I'll hang up. Lin Tian said unhappily. Etc. At this moment, a soft and pleasant voice came. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Tian? Lin Tian frowned. Yes, what's the matter? Xiaoro took a deep breath. Hello, I do have something to talk to you about, but I want to ask if you have time today. I would like to ask you to come out and meet me. Chapter 17. I also have a company with a market value of only a few billion. Lin Tian frowned. Meet? How can there be a harassing phone call saying you want to meet up? But Lin Tian still remained alert. After all, he is now a billionaire. Even though the person who called was a girl, what if it was a kidnapping gang? Xiaoro seemed to realize that this was inappropriate and hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Lin. It's like this. I'm the tenant of Thompson 1 Villa number 10. My rental contract is about to expire, and the previous owner said he sold the house to you and asked us to contact you, so I wanted to ask you to come out and discuss the renewal of the contract. Now, Lin Tian was suddenly confused. Tenant? Isn't this house a reward from the system? How come it was rented out? He had been thinking about moving out of the hotel and living in a new villa, but now the house has already been rented out. From what you said, you have lived in this house for some time? Lin Tian asked. Xiaoro nodded and said. Yes, I have lived here for 3 years and now I am renewing my contract for the 3rd year. I've lived here for 3 years. Has it been that long? Lin Tian frowned slightly and thought for a moment. The Thompson Hotel is certainly good, but it is located in a remote area after all, and it may not be as comfortable as the presidential suite. Thinking of this, Lin Tian continued. Such a big villa, you live alone? No, there are my friends too, they are all girls. Oh, that's great, you're both single? Xiaoro was stunned. What kind of question was this? Was it related to renting a house? But out of politeness, she responded. Yes. Lin Tian felt relieved immediately. As long as you are single. Lin Tian doesn't want another man living in his villa. Lin Tian has had this special mental cleanliness for a long time, but after he became rich, this cleanliness obsession was magnified hundreds of times. I see. I have time today. Come find me. Lin Tian spoke. Well, where shall we meet now? Apocalypse Hotel, I'm right here. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Such a loud noise woke up the tired Lu Anren. She looked at Lin Tian with sleepy eyes and asked doubtfully. Brother Tian, who's calling? Why did I hear something about a single girl? Could it be that Brother Tian, you've fallen in love with someone else? She was too tired and half asleep, so she only heard the general idea and nothing else. Lin Tian smiled and said. How could that be? I am a loyal man, how could I fall in love with someone else? Lin Tian said this without blushing or getting nervous, and looked very serious. Lu Anren was immediately deeply moved and felt a lot of satisfaction. What girl doesn't like to hear this? What's more, Lin Tian is so handsome and rich. Her face turned red. I knew you weren't that kind of scumbag. Lin Tian smiled indifferently and hugged Lu Anren into his arms. Lu Anren asked curiously. Who called you just now? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Tenants. Tenants? Lu Anren was stunned. Lin Tian explained. I have a villa in Thompson 1, which has been rented out for quite a long time. The tenant just called me and wanted to discuss the renewal of the lease. Ah? Thompson EJU's villa? Hearing this, Lu Anren was shocked. Brother Tian, do you have a villa in Thompson? Lu Anren was a native of Yundu. How could she not know the name of Tangchen EJU? Those who live there are either rich or noble, and they are all top figures in various industries in Yundu. As for the price, let alone. Lin Tian actually has a villa there? Yes, I bought 2 sets. Lin Tian said calmly. But that place is too remote. I don't want to live there, so I rented it out. No matter what he thought in his heart, Lin Tian would never show it in front of a woman. You must be calm enough. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are still a loser in the eyes of women, just a rich loser. Lu Anren had no idea what Lin Tian was thinking, and her heart suddenly became even more excited. The owner of the Tianqi Hotel also owns 2 villas. Moreover, he is just in his early 20s. This is the domineering president in real life. But then, a look of disappointment flashed across Lu Anren's eyes. Brother Tian, I'm curious, besides the Apocalypse Hotel and the villa, do you have any other businesses? Only now did Lu Anren realize that she didn't know Lin Tian at all. If Lin Tian hadn't told her, she would have no idea that Lin Tian had 2 Tangchen EJU villas. Lin Tian smiled and said. There is one more. Ah? Lu Anren was shocked. She just said it casually, but Lin Tian really did it? Lin Tian smiled and said. It's a real estate group, but it's just average, with a market value of about 1 billion. Lu Anren took a deep breath. 10 billion or so, is that just average? Oh my god. Lu Anren really couldn't believe what a good company looked like in Lin Tian's eyes. Are only the Fortune 500 companies worthy of his attention? Now Lu Anren has completely felt the gap between her and Lin Tian. She was just an intern who had just graduated. Let alone tens of billions, even tens of thousands of dollars would be a lot for her. However, Lin Tian looked calm and composed when he mentioned tens of billions. They are classmates who just graduated, but there is a world of difference between them. Why, are you interested? Lin Tian looked at Lu Anren and said with a smile. If you want to go, I'll take you to the real estate group sometime. Hearing this, Lu Anren said excitedly. Really? Lin Tian smiled and said. How can it be fake? I'm the boss and you're the boss's wife, why can't I go? Lady boss. Hearing these 3 words, Lu Anren's face turned red again. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not your wife yet. Lin Tian smiled and said. Why, you don't want to be one? No. Lu Anren lowered her head shyly, but her heart was filled with joy. Lin Tian reached his hand into the quilt, found the right spot and gently pinched it. Okay, get up and put on some makeup. Lu Anren was puzzled. Why are you wearing makeup? Are you going out today? Lu Anren was completely convinced. How come Lin Tian's physical strength was so good? After 2 days of fighting, he still had the energy to go out for a walk. Lin Tian said calmly. My tenant will come to discuss the contract with me in a while. Do you want to go there without makeup? But your appearance is good enough even without makeup. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lu Anren felt sweet in her heart again. Then, Lin Tian said. However, these 2 tenants are also women, and they seem to be about your age. Hearing this, Lu Anren's expression froze and he quickly got up and walked towards the bathroom. 2 women who are about the same age as me? How can you do it without makeup? Chapter 18. 1 year's salary is equal to 1 month's rent for others. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of Tianqi Hotel. A white Bentley parked in the hotel parking lot. 2 beauties got out of the car. They are the tenants of Lin Tian Tang Cheniju, Xiaoro, and Nan Nan. Are you sure this Lin Tianyue is here? Nan Nan looked around the hotel and asked in confusion. Xiaoro said softly. I'm not old enough to be deaf yet. This is it, the Apocalypse Hotel. Let's go in first. I'll give him a call. As they talked, the 2 walked towards the hotel. After Lin Tian answered the phone, he made an appointment to meet at the restaurant, and then took Lu Anren downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, Lin Tian saw his tenant at a glance. It's not that Lin Tian knew them, but it was not dinner time and there were only 2 of them in the entire restaurant. See Lin Tian and Lu Anren coming over. Xiaoro stood up and said. Are you Lin Tian, Mr. Lin? Lin Tian nodded and said. I am Lin Tian. Xiaoro immediately smiled and said. Hello, Mr. Lin. I could tell from the phone that you must be a handsome guy, but I was still surprised to see you in person. I have to say, Lin Tian benefited greatly from these words. Although what I said is the truth, who doesn't like to be praised like this? You're over the top. Both of you are very pretty. Lin Tian smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. After all, it was the first time they met, so Xiaoro did not directly talk about renewing the lease, but introduced herself first. Xiaoro's real name is In Xianro, and Nanan's real name is In Xinnan. Naturally, Lin Tian would not lose his composure and then introduced himself and Lu Anren. They chatted briefly and politely for a few minutes, with In Xianro doing all the talking. The short-haired beauty named In Xinnan just agreed with them and didn't seem to like talking much. In Xianro said seriously. If you don't mind, Mr. Lin, let's talk business. Lin Tian made a pleased gesture. And Xianro continued. Mr. Lin, the purpose of our visit this time is actually to hope that you can continue to rent the house to us. Also, I want to ask you if we can keep the previous rent. As she spoke, and Xianro was observing Lin Tian's reaction. In fact, she was very nervous. After all, no matter which of these 2 points Lin Tian is unwilling to do, both of them will feel very uncomfortable. But they have no right to choose, all rights are in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. If you want to renew the lease, there will be no problem. Lin Tian has made up his mind. It doesn't matter whether he lives in this villa or not. It would be more comfortable to live in the presidential suite. The 2 of them have lived in the villa for 3 years, and he has no intention of kicking them out, mainly because he is lazy. Hearing this, and Xianro finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was halfway to success. As for the second point, I want to know how much your original monthly rent was? Lin Tian asked. And Xianro told the truth. In the past, it was 100,000 yuan a month, and it has not changed. Lin Tian frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Lu Anren, who was standing aside, was somewhat surprised. 100,000 yuan. This is definitely a huge sum of money for Lu Anren, but in the eyes of others it is just 1 month's rent. And Xianro and In Xinnan looked at Lin Tian, feeling very nervous. In Xinnan was fine, but In Xianro was the most nervous. She and In Xinnan are best friends, and she is also her assistant. Her job is to do her best to ensure that In Xinnan has a good enough environment while reducing expenses as much as possible. In Xinnan is a director, but he is young and not very famous, and his annual income is about 8 or 9 million. A monthly rent of 100,000 is already a lot. In a year, the rent alone would be 1,200,000, plus there are various other expenses. If you want to save money, you can only save again and again. Rent is the biggest expense. If Lin Tian asks for a rent increase, although it is reasonable, it will undoubtedly be a heavy burden for them. Lin Tian remained silent, and Xianro became more and more uneasy. She was thinking, if there is really no other way, should she ask for it herself? The rent can be increased by 200,000 yuan a year, so 1.4 million yuan a year is not unacceptable. But if Lin Tian wants to raise the rent, even 150,000 a month would be reasonable. However, just as she was hesitating, suddenly, Lin Tian said, "Since it has been like this before, let's keep it the same. 100,000. In fact, Lin Tian didn't figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it. Even if these two people paid him 10 million in rent a month, it would be just a drop in the bucket for Lin Tian and would make no difference. Why waste brain cells on this kind of thing? And Xianro couldn't believe her ears. You mean, yes? Lin Tian nodded. It's still 100,000. And Xianro was suddenly extremely excited, but she was still trying hard to stay calm. She secretly thanked herself for not asking for it yet, otherwise it would cost another $200,000 a year. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, you are such a straightforward person. And Xianro smiled. Although Yin Xinnan earns a lot of money, every penny is hard earned. Of course she is happy to save such a lot of expenses. Yin Xinnan's eyes also changed when he looked at Lin Tian. At first she really didn't expect that the renewal of the lease could be discussed so appropriately. Moreover, judging from Lin Tian's expression, he didn't seem to care much about this matter. And Xianro smiled and said, "Now that we have come to an agreement, we will not disturb you any longer. As for the contract, we'll come back to bother you tomorrow. Do you think that's appropriate?" Lin Tian nodded and said, "Okay, let's meet here tomorrow." After the two said goodbye, they did not linger any longer, but stood up and left the restaurant. Lin Tian and Lu Anrun continued to sit where they were. Just in time, come down to eat something. Yin Xinnan. Such a familiar name. At this moment, Lu Anrun looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his face a little hesitant, as if he remembered something. What's wrong? Do you know him? Lin Tian asked curiously. Lu Anrun shook his head. I don't know, I just think the name Yin Xinnan sounds very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. Lin Tian smiled and stopped thinking about it. Most likely, Lu Anrun has a friend with the same name, although this name is not easy to have the same name. Just as Lin Tian was looking at the menu and preparing to order something to eat, suddenly, Lu Anrun exclaimed, I know, I remember. Hearing this, Lin Tian was immediately frightened. What do you remember? In his impression, Lu Anrun has always been a gentle and virtuous person. Why is she suddenly so excited? Lu Anrun looked at Lin Tian excitedly. I know who Yin Xinnan is. Lin Tian immediately became interested. Who? You're so excited, is this person really famous? Chapter 19 Your tenant is actually Yin Xinnan. Lu Anrun said happily. Brother Tian, you are right, she is not famous, but very famous. She is a director. Although she is young, she has not produced many films, and they are all low-budget films. But, as long as it's her movie, from her debut to now, every one of them has a very impressive box office. Among the new generation of domestic directors, she is the most famous. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Yin Xinnan was actually a director. However, Lin Tian is really not interested in this circle and doesn't like watching movies normally. If Lu Anrun hadn't told him, he really wouldn't have known. Oh my god, Brother Tian, your tenant is actually Yin Xinnan. Lu Anrun couldn't hide her excitement. Lin Tian smiled and said, Maybe it's just the same name, what's the big deal? Lu Anrun said hurriedly. No, I've seen her interview video before, and she can't be wrong. Lin Tian shrugged. So what? She's a tenant and I'm the landlord. We have no connection. Lu Anrun shook his head and said, Brother Tian, you may think it's okay, but if other people knew about this, they would definitely be jealous of you. She's a director, and a very talented one at that. Ordinary people don't even get to meet her once. As Lu Anrun spoke, his eyes were shining. Lin Tian suddenly smiled bitterly. Others chase stars by chasing after brothers, why is she chasing after the director? Lin Tian really had no interest in this, so he waved his hand and said, Okay, now I know she's the director. Let's eat first. We'll have things to do after dinner. Don't delay. Lu Anren was immediately confused. Ah? What's the serious matter? Lin Tian smiled meaningfully. Of course, we're going to the mall. What else? I don't want you to catch a cold. Hearing this, Lu Anren's face turned red, he lowered his head and couldn't utter a word. Taihe Square. Lin Tian drove Wan Ruman's AMG and brought Lu Anren here. Although the AMG is not cheap, it is still far behind the 918. Lin Tian has not had time to go back to the company to change the car, so the rate of people turning back to look at him has dropped significantly. But Lin Tian doesn't care much about these. It has only been 2 days since Lin Tian got the system, but he has experienced more excitement and enjoyment than in the past 20 years. I used to think that the rate of returning attention was very important and cool, but now I think it's just mediocre. After parking the car, they came to the square on the first floor. Except for the Starbucks at the entrance, most of the stores on the first floor are directly operated stores of major brands. There are many luxury brands among them. Although Yundu is nominally a second-tier city, it is actually only a third-tier city. There are not many luxury brands of this kind. Even if there are a few, their annual sales are actually not significant due to the per capita spending power. However, this is enough to show the status of Taiyuan Plaza in Yundu. It's not called Yundu First Square for nothing. Take your time to choose. If you like any of them, just tell me. I'll pay for them. Lin Tian looked at it and smiled. Real? Lu Anren's eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded. With Lin Tian's financial resources, buying the entire Taiyuan Plaza is no problem. But before that, we have to go there and buy the most important thing. As Lin Tian spoke, he pointed to a store not far away. Balenciaga. Lu Anren took a look and immediately looked at Lin Tian with a reproachful look, but still followed Lin Tian closely. As soon as the two entered the store, they went straight to the stockings area. Take your time to choose. I heard this thing is easy to tear, so buy some and store it away. Lin Tian instructed. Lu Anren didn't say anything, just nodded shyly, and then started to choose seriously. While Lu Anren was trying it on, Lin Tian's phone suddenly vibrated. Ding ling ling. Lin Tian glanced at it and saw 3 big words on it. Ruan Ruman. What is she calling for? When Lin Tian looked at these 3 words, he couldn't help but think of Ruan Ruman holding a parasol. Hello. Ruan Ruman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Director Lin, I'm Ruan Ruman. Lin Tian Dao. I know. What is it? Ruan Ruman said. That's right, Director Lin. Director Gu has already made all the preparations for the 4 Seasons Star City investment project. When can you spare some time to sign the contract at the company? Although Lin Tian is a hands-off boss, he is the chairman after all. Such a big thing must be decided by Lin Tian's signature. After hearing this, Lin Tiankai thought of the 4 Seasons Star City project. Top investment opportunity, with a rate of return of up to 2,000%, a project with a full 200-fold return. If the investment is successful, you can definitely make a lot of money. Don't waste the free money. Okay, ask Mr. Gu to prepare the relevant contracts, and I'll be there when I'm done. Ruan Ruman nodded. Okay, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Just at this time, Lu Anren also walked out of the fitting room. Brother Tian, does it look good? As he spoke, Lu Anren came to Lin Tian's side. The black stockings with letters on them fit tightly against Lu Anren's well-proportioned, white and tender long legs, which was a unique feeling. No wonder they say that the letters on the stockings can increase attack speed. Today I see that it is indeed true. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Lu Anren's legs are not particularly long, their proportions are very appropriate and can be said to be almost perfect. Not to mention after putting on black stockings. However, Lu Anren felt a little uneasy when she saw that Lin Tian didn't speak. Brother Tian, isn't it not pretty? Now Lu Anren has completely determined that she is Lin Tian's woman. If Lin Tian is not satisfied, how can she feel comfortable? Lin Tian smiled and said. It's not just ordinary good looking. Is this the one you chose? Lu Anrun laughed immediately. As long as it looks good. I picked up 4 or 5 and they all looked the same, except for the patterns. Lin Tian smiled and said. Okay. Then, he looked at the shopping guide and said. Please help me pack up all the stockings you just selected. Hearing this, the shopping guide couldn't help but be stunned. Is that all you are talking about, sir? Lin Tian nodded. The shopping guide knew very well that Lin Tian was not joking, and hurriedly packed up the stockings that Lu Anrun had just selected. Lu Anrun pursed her lips and said. Brother Tian, I just looked at a lot of them. Actually, 3 or 4 should be enough. There's no need for so many, right? Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. A lot? I need to use 7 of them in one night. I don't think they will last a month, right? Hearing this, Lu Anrun blushed again and said coquettishly. Hate. Wait for me a moment, I'll change this one. Lin Tian laughed evilly. Just wear it. Chapter 20. It's just that this diamond is not big. After saying that, he pulled Lu Anrun over and slowly placed his hands on her long legs. It's a wonderful touch. It seems that it not only looks good, but also feels good. No wonder everyone chooses this brand. If Ruan Ruman hadn't called just now and had to go to Hongtu, Lin Tian would have dragged her back to Tianqi and executed her on the spot. The shopping guide was very efficient and packed everything in no time. After paying the bill, Lin Tian took Lu Anrun and left Balenciaga and continued shopping. There are countless brand stores on just the first floor of Taiyun Plaza. In the past, Lin Tian would just look at the door at most. Even if he could go in, he would just take a look at most and would not even dare to think about buying anything. Now that I have money, of course I have to spend it lavishly. 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Anrun is still too conservative. He is too embarrassed to say anything when he sees something he likes. In the end, under Lin Tian's encouragement, she bought a lot of clothes, bags, and many cosmetics. There are so many things, my hands are so heavy that I can hardly carry them. However, the money spent was so little that it didn't hurt at all. Just then, the two passed by a jewelry store. Lu Anrun saw a necklace inside at a glance. There is a kind diamond inlaid on the necklace, which is very beautiful. Brother Tian, does it look good? As Lu Anrun spoke, she motioned to the salesperson to take out the necklace and try it on around her neck. Lin Tian glanced over. The diamond is just below Lu Anrun's collarbone. Looking slightly downwards, one can see her proud career line. It's okay, but the diamond is not big. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at the shopping guide. Bring out your biggest diamond necklace. Since you want to buy it, you should naturally buy the most expensive one. Otherwise, if others see it, they will think that you can't afford it. The shopping guide was quick-witted, and as soon as he heard this, he opened the counter and took out a necklace with a huge diamond. Sir, the diamond in this necklace is the largest in our store. It is called the Heart of Eternity. Please take a look. Lin Tian took it without saying a word and put it around Lu Anrun's neck. The huge diamond stands right on top of the majestic mountain, which is a perfect match. It is indeed big. Lin Tian couldn't help but praise. Look, isn't this one better looking? Lu Anrun looked at herself in the mirror and nodded silently. Not only is the size of the diamond several times larger than before, the style is also very beautiful. How much? Lin Tian turned around and asked the shopping guide. The shopping guide smiled politely and said, Sir, this necklace is the best necklace in our store, and the price is fixed, 888,888. Hearing this, Lu Anrun suddenly felt his neck sink and his heart skip a beat. More than 880,000? A necklace that costs nearly 900,000? This is too expensive. Lu Anrun frowned and quickly took off the necklace from her neck. Brother Tian, that was actually pretty good. How about that? Of course Lu Anrun knew that Lin Tian was very rich, so rich that she could not even imagine. But no matter how you think about it, spending 900,000 to buy a necklace is too extravagant and not cost-effective at all. She really liked it, but the price discouraged her. You know, how much does a car cost? This necklace is totally comparable to the price of a car. For the AMG that Lin Tian drove today, if he chose a low-end model, it would be almost the same as buying 2 cars. Lin Tian looked at Lu Anrun's panicked expression and smiled slightly. It's only 900,000. If you like it, that's fine. As long as you want it, let alone 900,000, even if it's 9 million, 90 million, or 900 million, I'll buy it for you. In fact, even if it was 9 billion, Lin Tian could afford it, but there was no necklace as expensive as this one. Lu Anren was stunned and felt deeply moved. Although these words may sound a bit old-fashioned, they are very useful no matter how you listen to them. What's more, what they say is true, not just empty talk. I want this necklace. As he spoke, Lin Tian took out his card. This really scared the shopping guide. The reason why this necklace is called the best necklace in the store, or even the store's treasure, is mainly because no one buys it. Only someone with assets worth billions would buy such an expensive necklace without blinking an eye. But how many people like this are there in the entire Yundu? The shopping guide was immediately very excited. After carefully picking up the necklace, he swiped his bank card. The transaction was successful. The shopping guide was ecstatic. The commission from this necklace alone is a considerable sum. Welcome to visit us next time. Seeing that Lin Tian was about to leave, she spoke excitedly. After the two of them walked away, the shopping guide looked at the door and said in a daze. A necklace worth 900,000 yuan, and he didn't even blink when he bought it, and he's still so young and handsome. Why can't I meet such a good boyfriend? Although she was envious, she was also excited when she thought about the commission from the necklace. After buying almost everything, Lin Tian took Lu Anren to the underground garage. This whole thing, even excluding the 900,000 yuan necklace, cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. It's only been 2 hours since we last walked around. Such horrific consumption, if Lin Tian hadn't backed him up, Lu Anren would never have spent so much. In the past, when Lu Anren came here, it was already very good if he could buy something worth a few $1,000s. Driving back to the hotel, Lu Anren pursed her lips and looked at Lin Tian blankly. Brother Tian, I'm sorry for making you spend so much money today. You bought me so many things, including that necklace. How can I repay you? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Reward? Why, this little thing makes you so moved. Lu Anren shook his head and said seriously. No, I just think that since you're nice to me, I should be nice to you too. I have to show my appreciation no matter what. It's just, I'm not as rich as you, and I haven't figured out how I can repay you. Lu Anren actually thought about it for a long time, but she rejected them one by one. With her financial strength, even if she used all the money she had, people might not appreciate the gift she bought. She was very conflicted, and a feeling of powerlessness came over her. Seeing that Lu Anren hadn't spoken for a long time, Lin Tian smiled and said, Don't feel any psychological burden. The most important thing is that you are happy. Lu Anren was still very conflicted. No, you're good to me, and I want to be good to you too. As she said this, she looked at Lin Tian seriously. Is there anything you want me to do? Then go back and practice yoga. Yoga is good for your health. Lin Tian blinked and said with a smirk in his eyes. Yoga? Lu Anren was suddenly confused. But soon, she understood what Lin Tian meant. After just 2 days with Lin Tian Kai, Lu Anren found that he could understand a lot of things in seconds. But this time, although she was shy, she did not remain silent, but said seriously. How about, try it after we get back? This way I can know where I should work hard. Chapter 21 is here? Isn't it bad? Go back and try? Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. The picture suddenly appeared in my mind. Black stockings, natural charm. Just thinking about it is exciting. Who can withstand this? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Practice slowly, and when your yoga skills improve, you can teach me. When the time comes, teach me, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Big red envelope? No, compared to being with Lin Tian, it doesn't matter whether there is a red envelope or not. Just thinking of Lin Tian's expectations. She decided to give it a try anyway. Okay, brother Tian, I will definitely study hard. Lu Anren smiled. She really wanted to be with Lin Tian now, and the more she wanted to be together, the more she wanted to give to him. By the way, don't you want to visit my other property? Let's go now. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the call from Ruan Ruman just now, and said as he turned around. Good. Lu Anren smiled sweetly. Soon, the two arrived at the Hongtu Group building. The huge office building shocked Lu Anren a little. Could it be that this entire building belongs to Lin Tian? As soon as he got downstairs, Lu Anren saw the basalt black Porsche 918 at a glance. Lu Anren said in shock. Brother Tian, don't tell me that this entire office building belongs to you. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Yes, this is the group building. How does it feel? Lu Anren pursed her lips. So magnificent. For a moment, she couldn't find the right adjective. It must be comfortable to work in such a large office building. Lu Anren smiled and said, It's a pity that I don't know much about this industry, otherwise I would definitely come and work for you. Lin Tian took Lu Anren into the office building and took the elevator, smiling. I don't intend for you to work for me. But there happens to be a vacancy in the company. You should work harder to fill it. Lu Anren was stunned for a moment and immediately joked. Brother Tian, don't tell me you're a security guard? Lin Tian burst out laughing. It's the boss lady. Office of the chairman of Hongtu. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Tian motioned Lu Anren to put on her clothes and said in a deep voice. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Ruman pushed open the door and strode in, followed by Gu Chiohan. The appearance of these two people made Lu Anren, who was standing behind Lin Tian, change his expression suddenly, and he felt very uncomfortable. At first she thought there was only a female secretary, but she didn't expect there was such a beautiful lady. The two beauties have their own merits, and compared with them, I don't seem to have any advantages. Lu Anren knew very well that a man like Lin Tian would always be surrounded by beautiful women, but she didn't expect that there were two beauties of this level in the company alone. Although I knew in my heart that these two people were Lin Tian's employees, I couldn't help but think more about it. At the same time, Gu Chiohan also saw Lu Anren. You don't even need to guess to know her identity. But none of this matters to Gu Chiohan. She strode towards Lin Tian and said with a smile. Director Lin, this is the contract you requested. Please take a look. After saying that, she placed the prepared contract in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a glance. That's right, it's a project proposal for investing in Four Seasons Star City. Good. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. If this investment succeeds, the money invested will skyrocket 200 times. Although these increases do not have much impact on Lin Tian's assets. But after all, this is earned by my own hands, so it feels different. Lin Tian took out a pen, signed his name elegantly, and said to Gu Chiohan seriously. Director Gu, the rest is up to you. Watch it carefully. Gu Chiohan just smiled politely and didn't answer. He took the contract and turned away. She had already made up her mind and would quickly find a new job as soon as the project was finalized. The company's new chairman is so stupid that all we can do is watch the company go bankrupt. Ruan Ruman also bowed slightly, then turned and left. However, Lin Tian did not think too much about it. He just lay in the chair, looking forward to what the scene would be like after getting a 200-fold return on investment. Just thinking about how it feels to make 200 times the profit with a strategic vision is enough to make you happy. At this moment, Lu Anren suddenly said, Brother Tian, who was that woman who looked so unapproachable just now? Although they had only met once, Lu Anren could clearly feel that this woman exuded an aura that kept strangers away. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, You are talking about Director Gu, right? She is proud of Gu Chiohan, who is the operations director. She handles almost all matters of the company, big and small. Hearing this, Lu Anren was immediately surprised. Operations director, so young? I think he's only 1 or 2 years older than me. Can he be the operations director at this age? This is praise from the heart. Good looking and pretty is for sure, but it is not difficult to hear from Lin Tian's words that this Gu Chiohan is definitely not a vase. Being able to reach the position of operations director at this age and still keep the company thriving shows his ability is absolutely remarkable. She has good abilities, but she's nowhere near as capable as you. Lin Tian suddenly said. Lu Anren waved his hand hastily. I can't compare with her. Not to mention 2 years later, even if I were given 10 years, I might not be able to reach her position. We are not even on the same level. Lin Tian laughed in silence. What's wrong with the operations director? No matter how capable he is just one of my subordinates. You are different. If you work harder, you will have the opportunity to become her boss. She will also work for you. So, you are better than her, aren't you? Hearing this, Lu Anren was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. My heart was filled with joy. She whispered to Lin Tian. Brother Tian, now that the contract has been signed and I've looked at the company, how about we go? When Lu Anren said leaving, she didn't mean going back to the hotel, but that she wanted to go home. I stayed away for 2 days and my parents called me many times, they were very worried about me. Lin Tian smiled meaningfully and said, I have to leave, but not now. Lu Anren was stunned, but then said, It's okay, Brother Tian, just do your thing and don't worry about me. We can leave after you're done. Lin Tian waved his hand and said, You may be busy, but you can't take a break. How can I be busy if you take a break? As he spoke, Lin Tian put his arm around Lu Anren and slowly let her move closer to the table. At the same time, he slowly tore off Lu Anren's stockings. It has come to this point, how could Lu Anren not know what Lin Tian meant? Here? Isn't that bad? Don't worry, no one will come in unless I shout. Chapter 22 Losing weight? That's not right? Not fat? Half an hour later. Although Lin Tian tried his best to end the battle quickly, it still took half an hour. The two men cleaned up the battlefield and left the office. Lin Tian looked very high-spirited, but Lu Anren's face was still a little flushed. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at anyone outside. It would be fine if it happened in the office, but Lin Tian actually. Thinking of this, she lowered her head even lower. As soon as the two of them went out, they saw Ruan Ruman. After all, Ruan Ruman is Lin Tian's secretary, and her office is very close to Lin Tian's office. Seeing the two people coming, Ruan Ruman hurriedly stood up and greeted them. Director Lin, Miss Lu. Lin Tian nodded. Lu Anren calmed himself down, raised his head and smiled slightly at Ruan Ruman. However, at this moment, Ruan Ruman blinked and gently reminded Lu Anren. Ms. Lu, there is something on your mouth that you haven't wiped clean. Lu Anren's face turned red when she realized what was happening. He quickly took the tissue handed to him by Ruan Ruman and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then, without waiting for Lin Tian to lead the way, she lowered her head and walked quickly towards the elevator. Lin Tian, however, smiled faintly at the side. Seeing Lu Anren running away, he followed him calmly. Ruan Ruman was confused and really didn't know what was wrong with Lu Anren. Should I be shy about eating some cream? Could it be that Lu Anren has lost weight recently? That's not right. Not fat? Ruan Ruman looked at Lu Anren's back as he quickly left, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. At this moment, she suddenly discovered that Lu Anren's legs were bare. That's strange, wasn't she wearing stockings when she came to the company? Did she remember it wrong? After leaving the office building, Lin Tian drove his Porsche to send Lu Anren home, and then returned to the Apocalypse Hotel. It can be said that Lin Tian had been busy all day. In the morning, he met the tenants in Qianrou and in Xinnan, then took Lu Anren shopping, and went to the company to sign a contract, during which they had a fight. After such a busy day, even Lin Tian's physical strength could not hold on any longer and his body felt a little tired. After arriving at the presidential suite, Lin Tian fell asleep without saying a word. However, I had only slept for less than 10 minutes. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of a cell phone suddenly rang, causing Lin Tian to open his eyes with a start. He felt very unhappy. I was woken up by the phone early in the morning and again at night. Are all those who call him so good at choosing the time? Lin Tian answered the phone with an unhappy look on his face. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. His tone was filled with impatience and hostility. If Lu Anren hadn't returned home, Lin Tian would have had to fight with her again to vent his anger. Lao Lin, it's me, Dongzi. A familiar voice came through the phone. Lin Tian was originally very anxious, but after hearing the voice on the phone, his anger immediately disappeared. Dongzi, whose full name is Ma Xiaodong, is Lin Tian's childhood friend and best buddy since childhood. From elementary school to high school, the two were in the same school. It's just that Ma Xiaodong's academic aptitude is too poor, so when Lin Tian was admitted to Yunde University, he could only choose to apply for a junior college. Since then, the two have distanced themselves. However, even though the distance between them was widened, it did not affect their relationship at all. Ma Xiaodong would come to play with Lin Tian whenever he had time. When he was in college, he came to play with Lin Tian at least 100 times. Ma Xiaodong's family is wealthier than Lin Tian's, and he even took the initiative to lend money to Lin Tian when he first started his internship. Otherwise, Lin Tian would have probably left Yunde long ago. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? What happened? Lin Tian smiled. Ma Xiaodong replied angrily. What do you mean, there's nothing I can't do to call you? Lin Tian smiled and said. Yes, you can. You can do it. Others can't, but you definitely can. Ma Xiaodong burst into laughter. Alright, from the sound of your voice, someone who doesn't know you would think you've made it big. Ma Xiaodong had no idea that Lin Tian had actually done very well. Not only that, he also had assets worth 50 billion. Okay, stop talking about those useless things. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Tian laughed. Ma Xiaodong also straightened his expression. Of course there is something going on. Do you have time? Come out for a drink. It's been more than 2 months since we last drank together. I thought you had forgotten about me. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment and thought about it carefully. Indeed, it has been more than 2 months since the last time the two met for a drink. I'm free, right now. Send me the location and I'll drive over. Lin Tian said as he put on his clothes. You drove here? Did you buy a car? Ma Xiaodong was very surprised. In 2 months, Lin Tian actually bought a car? Even if he couldn't buy a nice car, a car would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Tian bought a car with such a small monthly salary. Lin Tian laughed and said. It's considered a purchase. Send me a location on WeChat and I'll find you. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. After a while, Ma Xiaodong sent the location over. It is a barbecue restaurant, not close to the Apocalypse Hotel, but not too far away either. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. After getting dressed and washing up, he hurriedly left the hotel. Half an hour later, Lin Tian drove his Porsche to the parking space of the barbecue restaurant. As soon as he got off the car, he attracted countless people's attention. Fuck, a sports car. Someone is driving a sports car to have a barbecue? What sports car? This is called a supercar. Porsche. It looks so good, it must be a 911, right? We only have a few 911s in Yundu, take a picture. You country bumpkin, what is 911? Look carefully, this is 918. What's the difference? One is worth several million, the other is worth tens of millions, what's the difference? TSK, isn't it just a car? Look at this car, no matter how great it is, it only has 2 seats. It can only carry 1 girl at most. But I'm different. My 7-seater car can carry 6 girls. Come on, this car can be used to transport a top beauty every day, but your car can only transport 6 middle-aged women. Lin Tian listened carefully to the discussions of the people around him. If it were in the past, Lin Tian might have been secretly happy. But now it's nothing new. It's understandable that a car worth tens of millions suddenly parked next to a barbecue restaurant would cause such a commotion. If it weren't for the system, I would probably be like them, talking about the luxury cars in shock. Lin Tian ignored the gazes of the people around him and walked into the store. Rather than calling it a barbecue restaurant, it would be more accurate to say that it is a barbecue city where several barbecue restaurants are gathered together. Lin Tian looked around but didn't see Ma Xiaodong. Just as he was about to make a phone call, suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Lao Lin, this. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ma Xiaodong as expected. When the two met, Ma Xiaodong said unhappily. You kid, you're finally here. Seeing you is harder than summoning a god. Chapter 23. Who are you to deserve my respect? It's only been 2 months since we last met, and you miss me so much? Lin Tian joked. Ma Xiaodong said unhappily. You deserve it? Brother, I hug my girlfriend every day, what's the point of thinking about you? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? You call me now because you don't want me to? I'm very busy. I'm giving you face by taking time out to be with you. Ma Xiaodong burst into laughter. Come on, are you still busy? After that, his voice lowered a lot. I heard everything. You just lost your job. You have nothing now. You have the most time, right? Lin Tian burst out laughing. Ma Xiaodong said in a deep voice. Alright, I won't mess with you anymore. I want to talk to you about business. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. What business? Aren't you here to drink? Ma Xiaodong frowned and said. Drinking is secondary. The main thing is your work. I'll find one for you. Hearing this, Lin Tian was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Ma Xiaodong would suddenly call him out for this matter. Ma Xiaodong raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother. If I don't attack you, it's fine. But if I do, I'll scare you to death. Let me tell you, my eldest brother is inviting me to dinner tonight. His uncle is the vice president of a 5-star hotel in Yundu. He's in charge of work. I'll take you to see him later. You better be smart and drink more. After tonight, I guarantee you'll be able to get a job. It's a 5-star hotel. No matter what position you are in, the salary is not low. Don't say that my brothers didn't help you." Hearing Ma Xiaodong's words, Lin Tian felt warm in his heart. Even though he is now wealthy enough to not have any chance of working for others, Ma Xiaodong doesn't know that this friendship is genuine. However, the words 5-star hotel made Lin Tian slightly stunned. "Our 5-star hotel? What's it called?" Ma Xiaodong frowned and said in a deep voice. He mentioned it once, and it seemed to be called Tian. "Tianqi, yes, Tianqi. Apocalypse?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. "Apocalypse Hotel? The world is so wonderful. My brother recommended a job to me, but it ended up being introduced to him, the boss." Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he collected his thoughts and said seriously, "Okay, Donzi, I haven't planned on looking for a job recently, so forget it." Ma Xiaodong was immediately unhappy when he heard this. "Why, are you afraid of trouble? Or are you afraid of owing favors to others? Don't think too much. Now that you're here, we have to meet no matter what, right?" Lin Tian was speechless, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Ma Xiaodong was more certain that this was what Lin Tian was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here with you. What are you afraid of? I'll definitely help you with this matter today." As he spoke, Ma Xiaodong pulled Lin Tian towards a table not far away. Lin Tian was unwilling in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Ma Xiaodong was so concerned, he didn't want to offend his brother. The two soon came to a table. There was a large pile of barbecue on the table, and there were more than a dozen people sitting around it, both men and women. Seeing Ma Xiaodong bringing Lin Tian over, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look over. The man didn't think anything of it. But when the girl saw Lin Tian, she couldn't help but feel shocked. So handsome. The charm points added by the system are no joke. The attention of these girls was immediately and completely attracted to him. Ma Xiaodong looked at the little yellow-haired man who was holding a cigarette in the main seat and said with a smile, "Brother Kai, this is the buddy I just talked to you about, Lin Tian." When the little yellow-haired boy heard this, he flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked Lin Tian up and down. "You are Xiao Ma's buddy? Lin Tian, right? Pony? Also, why does this little yellow-haired boy look so arrogant? Why do I feel like this guy is unreliable? And a bit pretentious?" Lin Tian muttered in his heart, but because of Ma Xiaodong's face, he didn't say anything, but nodded. "My name is Lin Tian. May I ask what your name is?" If it weren't for Ma Xiaodong's face, Lin Tian wouldn't even look at this kind of person. Unexpectedly, the little yellow-haired boy seemed not to hear Lin Tian's words and waved his hand. All right, now that you're here, come sit down with me and give him some wine." Hearing this, Lin Tian's face immediately fell. "Fuck you. You don't want to face me, right?" Seeing that Lin Tian looked a little strange, Ma Xiaodong hurriedly grabbed him and said, All right, brother Kai is good in every way except that he has a bad temper, but he's still a nice person, sit down." Lin Tian didn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart he had already sentenced the little yellow-haired boy to death. Lin Tian doesn't want to see this guy again. And there's also his uncle who's the vice president. I'll have to check him out later. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked too. If there is anything inappropriate, Lin Tian will fire him without blinking an eye. As soon as Lin Tian sat down, the person next to him handed him 2 bottles of wine. However, after drinking, the yellow-haired boy had no intention of mentioning work. Instead, he started flirting with the woman next to him. Ma Xiaodong looked a little embarrassed. He poured a bottle of wine and said to the little yellow-haired boy with a smile, "Brother Kai, this is a toast to you. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. The little yellow-haired boy glanced at Ma Xiaodong with disdain in his eyes. Lin Tian saw this scene clearly. Brother Kai, the thing I mentioned to you before, about my friend's work. After drinking, Ma Xiaodong said with a smile. Little Yellow Hair then spoke. Oh, I remember. After saying that, he glanced towards Lin Tian. You want to find a job? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and did not respond. Seeing this, Ma Xiaodong hurriedly said with a smile. Yes, that's right, he is looking for a job. Brother Kai, you said before that your uncle is the vice president of a 5-star hotel. That's great. My buddy just happens to be unemployed, so why not? Before he could finish his words, the little yellow-haired boy raised his hand and interrupted. Okay, let's not talk about anything else. You came when we were halfway through our meal. That's really insincere. Well, you can blow 3 bottles in a row to show your sincerity first, and then we can talk about the work. Blowing 3 bottles in a row to show sincerity? Lin Tian sneered. I drove here, so I can't drink. When the little yellow-haired boy heard this, his expression suddenly fell. I'm inviting you to drink, and you don't give me face? A jerk like you still wants to find a job, are you worthy? When Ma Xiaodong saw this, he became anxious and quickly poked Lin Tian with his elbow. Lao Lin, it's just a drink. After you finish drinking, Brother Kai will definitely get the job done for you. How can you find a job if you have offended others? As for driving, I can find you a designated driver at worst. After that, without waiting for Lin Tian to answer, Ma Xiaodong hurriedly said to the little yellow-haired boy. Brother Kai, my friend is just joking, how could he not give you face? Lin Tian smiled calmly, looked at the little yellow-haired boy and said. Why should I give him face? The little yellow-haired boy's face turned pale and he stood up immediately. I gave you face, didn't I? If Xiaoma hadn't begged me, how could a jerk like you who can't even find a job deserve to be treated to a drink by me? I'm telling you, you have to drink this wine today, whether you want to or not. You're just a jerk, showing off in front of me? Who the hell do you think you are? Ma Xiaodong was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly pulled Lin Tian to sit down, then stood up and prepared to explain further. What's wrong? Why did our little Kai get so angry? Just then, a voice came from not far away. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a black suit. Second uncle. The little yellow-haired boy immediately said respectfully. But when the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Lin Tian, he was immediately shocked. Boss? Chapter 24. This damn pushback feeling. What boss? The little yellow-haired boy asked doubtfully. This kid asked me to help you find a job in your hotel. I asked him to drink 2 bottles of wine, but he refused and even rejected my advice. Uncle, what do you think is the best way to deal with this? The middle-aged man looked at the little yellow-haired boy in disbelief. You said, he wants you to help him find a job here? His expression was as if he had heard something horrible. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man came to Lin Tian in a panic and said excitedly. Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be here. Boss Lin? Hearing this name, the little yellow-haired boy was stunned. Uncle, are you confused? Why do you care about this jerk? Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man slapped the little yellow-haired boy in the face, making him dizzy. Boss Lin, my nephew is blind and doesn't know a great man. Please don't take it seriously. Children should not be contemptuous of what they say. Children should not be contemptuous of what they say. The middle-aged man smiled along, but his heart was already boiling with anger. This time his nephew has caused big trouble. How powerful is the new boss's background? No one knows. He only knew that people of Wei Yushu's level had to be respectful when seeing Lin Tian. If he messes with this kind of person, losing his job would be the least he can do. You still dare to call Lin Tian a jerk? I'm afraid you won't even have a place to bury him after you die. I heard that you are the vice president of Tianqi? Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with some amusement. The middle-aged man suddenly felt cold sweat on his back. No. Mr. Lin is really good at joking. I'm just the lobby manager of Tianqi. How can I be the vice president? Lin Tian looked at the man in front of him and suddenly remembered. This middle-aged man is named Chen Dahai, and he is the lobby manager on the 2nd floor of Tianqi. Wei Yushu had previously given Lin Tian the personal information of the hotel management, which Lin Tian had glanced at. At this time, the little yellow-haired boy also came to his senses, and he sobered up immediately from his half-drunk state. Mr. Lin? His second uncle called this young man Mr. Lin? I heard from his second uncle before that the new boss seemed to be surnamed Lin. But he never expected that the young man in front of him was actually the new owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? After coming to his senses, the little yellow-haired boy's back was suddenly soaked with sweat when he thought of what he had just said. It's over, it's all over. Ma Xiaodong, who was standing next to Lin Tian, just stood there in a daze. What's going on? What is General Lin? Manager Chen, you really have a good nephew. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Chen Dahai felt his face tingling. Even though he had just arrived, he could easily guess what had happened before based on what his nephew had just said. Why don't you apologize to President Lin immediately? Chen Dahai gritted his teeth, kicked the little yellow-haired boy beside him, and shouted. The little yellow-haired boy was kicked aside and was dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Tian blankly. Boss Lin, I didn't recognize the real master. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Just treat me like a fart. Lin Tian sneered, looked at Chen Dahai and said. You handle this yourself. If you can't handle it well, you won't have to go back to Tianqi tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Tian grabbed Ma Xiaodong and left without looking back. Chen Dahai looked at the little yellow-haired boy in exasperation, and almost fainted when he thought of what Lin Tian said before he left. Ma Xiaodong was like a puppet, being forcibly pulled to the side of the Porsche by Lin Tian. Get in the car, what are you standing there for? Lin Tian took out the car keys and unlocked the car while patting Ma Xiaodong on the shoulder. Get in, this car? Is this car yours? Ma Xiaodong's eyes almost popped out when he saw the brand new Porsche 918 in front of him. Lao Lin, how many things have you been hiding from me? Lin Tian smiled calmly and said nothing. Ma Xiaodong said in shock. Are you the boss of Apocalypse? Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Ma Xiaodong widened his eyes. Oh my god, Tianqi is a 5-star hotel. If I remember correctly, there are only 3 5-star hotels in Yundu, right? Where did you get so much money? Lin Tian smiled and said. Just luck, that's all. It was indeed good luck. If it weren't for his good luck in awakening the system, Lin Tian wouldn't have these. However, Ma Xiaodong thought that when Lin Tian said good luck, he meant good luck in being born into a good family. He took a deep breath and said. You turned out to be a rich second generation. You deceived me so badly. You're pretending to be poor, and you made me worry about you. No wonder you didn't want the money I lent you, it turns out you don't need it. Good for you, old Lin. For Ma Xiaodong, the only explanation was that Lin Tian concealed the fact that his family was rich. In fact, he is a rich second generation. Otherwise, after just 2 months of not seeing each other, Lin Tian couldn't afford to buy the Apocalypse Hotel even if he robbed a bank. Lin Tian smiled but didn't explain. It's actually a good thing that he thinks this way, so he doesn't have to think of excuses. Just tell him directly that the money is given by the system and he will have to believe it. Don't worry, Donzi. No matter what, we are good friends, and that won't change. Lin Tian said solemnly. This statement comes from the heart. No matter how rich he is, his brotherhood with Ma Xiaodong will never waver. Ma Xiaodong was deeply touched. He kept taking deep breaths, trying to make himself accept this outrageous fact. Just when Lin Tian started the car and was about to leave, Ma Xiaodong asked curiously. How many secrets do you have that I don't know? Besides Apocalypse Hotel, do you have any other companies? Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. There is also a real estate group called Hongtu. There are 2 more Thompson-style houses, that's all, nothing else. Ma Xiaodong's eyes widened. Hongtu is yours too? You still have Thompson's house, or 2? That's all you call this? Ma Xiaodong felt that his 3 views had completely collapsed, and he really couldn't recover from this shock. Lin Tian smiled. Okay, stop thinking so much. Didn't you call me out to drink? Let's not go to the barbecue stall, let's go straight to the bar. Ma Xiaodong swallowed his saliva. Okay, let's go to the bar. No, I can't figure this out without 2 bottles of wine. I don't care, it's your treat this time. Lin Tian burst out laughing. Okay, drink as much as you want. After saying that, Lin Tian stepped on the accelerator and the 2 of them sped towards the nearest bar. Ma Xiaodong clung to the passenger seat, his heart almost beating out. Oh, that damn pushback feeling. Chapter 25 Beauty, Don't Show Yourself. Yundu, Tianhe Bar. Tianhe Bar is considered to be the bar with the best business and the largest scale in Yundu. There was no other reason why Lin Tian chose this place. Mainly because it is close to the barbecue city. When the two got out of the car, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Lin Tian thought it was very normal, but Ma Xiaodong didn't think so. He enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by everyone's attention. When they arrived at the bar, Lin Tian ordered a few drinks and they started drinking. I've almost finished drinking. Ma Xiaodong then spoke, somewhat drunkenly. Lao Lin, I really didn't expect that you are actually a rich second generation. I originally thought that the second generation rich only existed on TV and that they would never intersect with ordinary people like me. I can't believe that the rich second generation is by my side. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. It's no different. You're still my brother. But first, don't ask me to borrow money. This is purely a joke. If Ma Xiaodong really encounters difficulties, Lin Tian will help him without hesitation. Just like how Ma Xiaodong helped Lin Tian before. Okay, although my family is not as rich as yours, it is still enough. Ma Xiaodong said unhappily. But I can't understand why you pretended to be poor before, and why did you pretend so well? I originally thought that this kind of bloody drama only happened on TV, but it happened right next to me. What is this? A special habit that all rich second generations have? Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't pretending to be poor before, he was really poor. When you buy instant noodles, you have to eat them in 2 meals. Isn't it similar? While the two were chatting, suddenly, a hot woman wearing a red cheongsam passed by them. Lin Tian couldn't help but glance over. Wow, a slit cheongsam. The long white legs are faintly visible under the light. Unlike Lu Anran's long legs, this woman's legs, when paired with the cheongsam, have a completely different charm. Wearing a cheongsam to a bar, what's the point? At this moment, Ma Xiaodong curled his lips, looked up and down at the woman in front of him, and complained. But she's in good shape. Old Lin, do you want to make a bet? Lin Tian was stunned. What's the bet? Ma Xiaodong smiled mysteriously. Let's bet on whether this woman is the back killer. I bet 100 that she definitely is. Lin Tian shook his head. That's hard to say. Lin Tian has seen many women with this figure. Not to mention others, just Ruan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan from Hongtu Group. Not only is she not ugly, she is also quite good looking. Lao Lin, go and try and see her face. Ma Xiaodong smiled mysteriously and encouraged. Lin Tian said unhappily. Why don't you go? I'm not interested. Although this woman has a hot body, what kind of people are there who come to the bar alone late at night? Either an ugly bitch or a whore. No matter which one it is, Lin Tian will choose to stay away from it. But after a while, the woman came over again and passed by their table. The light shone over, and the two men got a good look at the woman's face. Fuck, so beautiful? Ma Xiaodong was stunned. Even Lin Tian felt touched. The facial features are very well proportioned and you can tell at a glance that they are all natural. There is even a teardrop mole under the right eye. A real beauty. And such a hot body. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Although Yundu is a small third-tier city, there are many beautiful women there. Ma Xiaodong didn't know what was going on. He took out 100 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table. I lost. But as he stood up, he bumped into the chair. The chair perfectly fell on the beautiful woman's cheongsam. Sizzle! A tearing sound was heard, and a piece of the beautiful woman's cheongsam was torn off. The white thighs are suddenly exposed, and the mysterious place is looming. She screamed, bent down subconsciously, and covered her thighs with her hands. Ma Xiaodong was stunned and quickly picked up the chair. There was obviously some anger on the beautiful woman's face, and she couldn't help but look at Ma Xiaodong. I just happened to see Lin Tian standing aside. So handsome. For some reason, Lin Tian seemed to have a mysterious magical power that made her look at Lin Tian involuntarily. It's the charm value that's causing the trouble. Lin Tian also noticed her gaze, stood up and walked over, handed his coat to the beauty, and covered her lower body. Don't show off. Thanks. The Cheongsam beauty spoke softly, but her eyes were still constantly looking at Lin Tian. It wasn't until she saw the Porsche keys on the table that her heart was shocked. When she just came in, she clearly saw a Porsche 918 parked at the door. There is only one Porsche at the entrance of the bar. I didn't expect that it belonged to the man in front of me? He is handsome and rich. Isn't this world so unfair? Lin Tian smiled bitterly, looked at Ma Xiaodong and said, Donzi, why don't you apologize to them right away? Ma Xiaodong said quickly. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. The beauty pursed her lips, shook her head and said, It's okay, I just can't give you this coat back. Lin Tian grinned. It's okay, just wear it. That won't work. The Cheongsam beauty frowned and said softly, Isn't this coat cheap? I'm not a cheapskate. How about this, add me on WeChat, and when I get home and change my clothes, I'll find a chance to return your coat to you. A beautiful lady took the initiative to ask to add WeChat? Ma Xiaodong was dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Tian and then at the beauty. What is going on? Lin Tian repeatedly looked at the Cheongsam beauty in front of him and said with a smile, Good. After that, the two of them scanned the friend code, and the Cheongsam beauty strode away holding her coat. Ma Xiaodong smacked his lips. Shui can really do whatever he wants. The beautiful lady has added you on WeChat, that's great, Lao Lin. Lin Tian just smiled and looked through her circle of friends. The moments are not blocked, but there are only a few posts, all of which are sharing food and selfies. The photo is not as pretty as I am, without beauty filter. It doesn't look like a chicken. But if she really was a prostitute, Lin Tian would delete her without hesitation. Come on, keep drinking. Lin Tian turned off his phone and waved his hand. Ma Xiaodong's face fell. What else is there to drink? I'm not in the mood after what happened. Let's go, I have to go to work tomorrow. Unlike you, you're already a boss and don't have to go to work. Lin Tian said nothing more and nodded. The two of them came to the door of the bar together. After all, he had been drinking, so Lin Tian could only find a designated driver. But the 918 could only seat two people, so Ma Xiaodong had no choice but to take a taxi and leave first. About half an hour later, the designated driver came over on a small electric scooter. Hello, boss. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The designated driver took off his helmet and said with a face full of shame. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. She's actually a little beauty? Chapter 26, Request Cannot Be Ignored. Let us drive. Lin Tian also drank a lot, and he couldn't help rubbing his forehead and handed the Porsche keys to the designated driver. Ha? Porsche? The beautiful designated driver was stunned. She had only seen a car of this level a few times, let alone driving one. Thinking about driving this car in the future, she felt very nervous. If this gets bumped or bruised anywhere, even if I lose all my fortune, it won't be enough. Let us drive. Lin Tian said as he sat in the passenger seat. The beautiful designated driver gritted her teeth, followed closely and sat in the driver's seat. She could make a lot of money from this deal, so she just went for it. Fortunately, Tanchi Hotel is not far from Tianhe Bar. It only took about 10 minutes to get there. The beautiful designated driver carefully parked the car in the parking space and turned to look at Lin Tian. The alcohol took effect and Lin Tian fell asleep on the passenger seat. The beautiful designated driver didn't dare wake him up and sat in the driver's seat, not knowing what to do. Looking at the luxurious interior, she couldn't help feeling a little restless. Is this the car that rich people drive? Thinking back to the silky smooth feeling when I first drove it, it was completely different from other cars. Just as she was secretly observing the interior. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the beautiful girl's heart almost jumped out of her chest. At a glance, the three big words ex-boyfriend were clearly displayed on the phone. She frowned and hung up the phone without hesitation. Then, she seemed to remember something and secretly looked at the sleeping Lin Tian. She gritted her teeth, as if thinking about something. Finally, she mustered up the courage to quietly raise her phone, took a photo of Lin Tian, and then sent a WeChat message to her ex-boyfriend. I already have a boyfriend, please stop bothering me. After sending it, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, her cell phone vibrated. I don't believe it. Don't just find a picture of a man to fool me. Don't think I can't tell. He's driving a sports car. Can you find a boyfriend who drives a sports car? Ying, I know I was wrong. Can you come back and we get back together? Upon seeing this news, the beautiful girl puffed up her cheeks with anger. Who are you looking down on? Seeing that Lin Tian was still sleeping soundly, an idea suddenly came to her mind. In order to get rid of her clingy ex-boyfriend, she took the risk. Not knowing where she got the courage from, she secretly approached Lin Tian and slowly pulled Lin Tian's arm. She planned to take a photo of Lin Tian hugging her. What are you doing? However, at this moment, Lin Tian woke up, looked at the beautiful driver trying to get into his arms, and immediately frowned and asked. This frightened the beautiful girl so much that she quickly let go of her hand and backed away desperately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She was so frightened that she lowered her head in shame and apologized desperately. Lin Tian was suddenly confused. He knew that the system had increased his charm value, but it wouldn't be so bad that beautiful women would have thoughts about him while he was sleeping, right? At this moment, Lin Tian looked up and down at the young driver in front of him. I have to say that even wearing a designated driver's suit, she can still show off her proud figure, especially the huge rabbit, which seems to be about to pop out. She looks pretty good too, although slightly inferior to Lu Anren, but at first glance she is a very pure girl. Give me an explanation. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. It was fortunate that she was a beauty. If she was an ugly person or a man, Lin Tian would have kicked her without hesitation. Boss, I'm really sorry, I was forced to do this. The little beauty said with tears in her eyes. I found out my ex-boyfriend was cheating on me, and he kept pestering me after we broke up. Just now he called me again to harass me. I couldn't stand it anymore, so. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, she found the chat history, handed it to Lin Tian, and apologized desperately. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the chat history. This girl is so miserable, having to deal with such a clingy ex. The chat records not only contained apologies, but also harsh words. It's really unpleasant to say, if you really leave me, you will never be able to survive in Yundu. Seeing this, Lin Tian turned off his phone and handed it to the driver. May I have your name? The beautiful girl was slightly startled. What's your name? My name is Ying. Ying said cautiously. She knew very well in her heart that she could not afford to offend Lin Tian just by looking at his car. If others care about it, she will be finished. Lin Tian said seriously. I've read the chat history. Your ex is really too much. Ying, right? Don't be afraid, I'll help you with this. As he spoke, Lin Tian stretched out his arm towards Ying. Ying was startled at first and couldn't help but shrink her neck, but she soon understood what Lin Tian meant. She couldn't help but look at Lin Tian, her face flushed and very shy. After gritting her teeth, she dived into Lin Tian's arms. A feeling of softness suddenly came over me. This girl seemed to be weak and boneless, and her huge pride was stuck on Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian said with a righteous look. Take a picture and send it over. She nodded and pressed the camera button. Thank you very much, boss. After sending the photo, Ying bowed again to express her gratitude. It's okay. You shouldn't be timid when you meet someone like this. Get rid of him immediately. Lin Tian waved his hand. Ying pursed her lips and kept glancing at Lin Tian. He is handsome and young, rich, and has a sense of justice. This kind of man is indeed the most attractive. For some reason, her chest rose and fell and her heart felt like a deer was beating. Under the strong psychological effect, she couldn't help but say. Boss, can I add your WeChat? Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Ying waved her hands and said. I don't mean anything else. I'm just afraid that he will bother me again, so I'd like to ask you to help me again. I definitely won't let you help me for nothing. I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Tian burst into laughter, glanced at the girl's pride, took out his mobile phone and opened the friend code. Of course, the more WeChat messages from beautiful women, the better. For no other reason than because he has such a strong sense of justice. When you see injustice, draw your sword and help. At the same time, in a residential area in Yundu, a man wearing glasses looks at photos on his phone. His ex-girlfriend was in a man's arms. Damn it, who is this guy? How dare he steal my woman? The man was furious and stared at Lin Tian's face. However, Lin Tian didn't know all this. After Ying left, he walked into the Apocalypse Hotel. After taking the elevator to the top floor, Lin Tianzheng planned to go back to his room and sleep. Just then, he saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Tao Wenwen? Chapter 27. Did you have enough time to chat today? At this time, Tao Wenwen clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and seemed very nervous. She looked at the huge door, not knowing whether she should knock. You looking for me? Just then, Lin Tian strode over and asked. This almost scared Tao Wenwen to death. She hurriedly took a few steps back, frightened out of her wits. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw clearly that it was Queen Lin, but she became even more nervous. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. Tao Wenwen calmed down, but her face turned slightly red. Well, it's actually nothing serious. Sister Xia is out. I'm scared to be alone, so I wanted to come up and talk to you. Have you just returned? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, but chuckled in his heart. Chat? Yeah, I went out for a drink with some friends. Don't stand outside, come in. Lin Tian said as he opened the door. As soon as she entered the room, Tao Wenwen was shocked by the scene before her. Luxurious. So luxurious. Originally, Tao Wenwen thought that the presidential suite she lived in was luxurious enough. But I didn't expect that compared with Lin Tian's place, there was still a world of difference. They are all presidential suites, but the difference is so huge. In size alone, it was twice the size of her room. Please find a place to sit first. I'm going to take a shower. You smell like alcohol. It's terrible. Lin Tian pointed to a place, motioned for Tao Wenwen to sit down, and then went into the bathroom. It's not that Lin Tian has any other ideas. But the smell of alcohol on his body was too strong. Even he himself couldn't stand it. Tao Wenwen stood there stupidly until she heard the sound of water splashing from the shower in the bathroom, and then she reacted. Watching the light come on in the bathroom. She was extremely conflicted. This time Tao Wenwen came with the intention of telling Lin Tian directly that she was interested in him. Tao Wenwen has no intention of giving up after finally meeting such a perfect man. But for some reason, when she really arrived in front of Lin Tian, she actually became a little restrained. Her hands were tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, as if she was making a big decision. Should we just take this opportunity to get on this good side? But, if I am too proactive, will he think I am a frivolous woman and not cherish me? Tao Wenwen was struggling internally. At this moment, the splashing sound of water stopped abruptly. Lin Tian is about to finish washing. At this moment, Tao Wenwen's heart skipped a beat and she made a decision. She slowly took off her clothes, gently opened the bathroom door and walked in. The next day, Lin Tian woke up slowly. Because he drank a lot of alcohol, the side effects made his head ache slightly. Just then, he glanced at the ground and saw the results of the battle. This made him think back to the battle last night. The battle lasted for a long time, and Lin Tian was like Zhao Yun, going in and out 7 times. Although he drank a lot of wine, Lin Tian was only 3/4 drunk at most, and he remembered everything clearly. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at Tao Wenwen, who was sleeping soundly curled up beside him. Just as Lin Tian thought, it wasn't just her chubby little hands that were soft. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but put his hand into the quilt. Ah! Tao Wenwen felt pain and slowly opened her eyes, only to find that it was Lin Tian who was tormenting her. Her face suddenly became red and hot as if she had a fever. Be gentle. Tao Wenwen really didn't expect that Lin Tian was not only handsome but also rich. The most important thing is that his physical strength is so good. This battle made Tao Wenwen sore all over that it was difficult for her to even stand up. But Lin Tian seemed like nothing had happened. Aren't you here to chat with me? Why, did you have enough time to chat today? Lin Tian grinned wickedly and pulled Tao Wenwen into his arms. Tao Wenwen buried her head in Lin Tian's chest, shy and silent. The soft and boneless little hand was placed on Lin Tian's lower abdomen. This made Lin Tian's heart move, and he turned around and pressed Tao Wenwen under him. Ah, aren't you tired? Tao Wenwen's face flushed. She knew very well what Lin Tian was going to do next. What shocked her was that Lin Tian could still fight. My God, the fierce battle last night made it difficult for her to get up. Isn't Lin Tian's physical strength a bit too good? Tired? How can a man say he is tired? Lin Tian smirked. It was another fierce battle. Half an hour later, there was another trophy on the ground. Tao Wenwen felt sore all over and smiled bitterly. Sister Xia should be back by now. I'll go downstairs and take a shower first. If Sister Xia finds out that I'm not in the room, she'll probably be worried. Lin Tian nodded. Tao Wenwen slowly put on her clothes and walked out the door. He still limps a bit when he walks. These repeated fierce battles really exhausted her. Lin Tian looked at the alarm clock beside him and suddenly remembered that it was a new day and it was time to draw the lottery. I don't know what good stuff I'll get today. System, draw a lottery. Ding, the lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Noah Model Company. The system's subtitles slowly popped up. Model agency? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. This sign-in gave him another company? However, there is a huge difference between modeling agencies and real estate agencies. Apart from anything else, there are definitely quite a few girls with hot bodies. This reward is good. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. It seems that I have to visit the new company when I have time. Just when Lin Tian was about to get up and wash. Ding ling ling. Just then, a hurried phone call rang. Lin Tian took a glance. And Qianro. At this time, Lin Tiankai remembered that although the rental of the villa had been decided yesterday, the contract had not been signed yet. Now looking at the time, they should be here soon. Thinking of this, Lin Tian picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. There was a sound of wind on the other end of the phone, and Qianro said, Mr. Lin, we are already at the Apocalypse Hotel. Do you want to meet in the restaurant? Lin Tian said. Yes, please wait in the restaurant for a while, I will be there soon. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. After getting dressed and washing up, Lin Tian went out and came to the elevator. After taking the elevator to the restaurant, Lin Tian recognized the two of them at a glance. Today, the two of them were wearing slightly formal attire. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Yesterday, the two of them were wearing casual clothes and I thought they just looked good. But now it seems that there is indeed a unique beauty. Especially in Xinnan, wearing a beret and a white shirt, her unique temperament is clearly visible. Hello, Mr. Lin. And Qianro saw Lin Tian from a distance and immediately stood up and greeted him. Lin Tian sat opposite the two of them. And Qianro took out a contract from her bag and handed it to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, this is our previous rental contract. Take a look at it. If there is nothing wrong with it, just sign it. Chapter 28 The Fate of a Dog Licker. The goddess only has eyes for her male god. Lin Tian simply skimmed the first page and then picked up a pen and wrote his name. He is not afraid of any tricks at all. In this kind of matter, the final right of interpretation lies in his hands. And judging from their attitudes yesterday, they really didn't want to move out, so there was no way they would use any tricks to create unpleasantness. As for money, it doesn't matter at all. Originally, Lin Tian didn't care much about these millions. Mr. Lin is really straightforward. And Qianro stood up, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile on her face. Lin Tian also smiled slightly and the two shook hands. Little did they know that this scene was seen by Lin Xie and Tao Wenwen, who had just arrived at the restaurant. Behind them followed Wu Zhang, who looked haggard. When Tao Wenwen saw this scene, her heart was suddenly shocked. At first glance, she recognized that the woman shaking hands with Lin Tian was Yin Xinnan. How could such a famous director appear here? Unexpectedly, Lin Tian actually has connections with this kind of director. This is a public figure that you would never normally be able to meet. Suddenly, a sense of crisis arose in Tao Wenwen's heart. Sure enough, the women around Lin Tian were of a level beyond her imagination. If she wants Lin Tian to care about her, she must be more obedient and sensible, and be more pleasing. After signing the contract, Qianro took Yin Xinnan and left the restaurant. Xiao Tian, are you usually so busy? You still say you have plenty of time. Just then, Lin Xie came forward and joked. Lin Tian smiled and said, There's nothing to be busy about. These two are my tenants. Tenants? Lin Xie couldn't help but be stunned. Did you buy a house? Then she regretted it. In her eyes, she still unconsciously regarded Lin Tian as her younger brother, the little guy who had just graduated not long ago. But now they own such a big 5-star hotel. Yes, I bought it. It's in Thompson. Lin Tian didn't care about these things and smiled calmly. Thompson's one and only? Lin Xia's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief. Although Lin Xia does not live in Yundu, Tang Chen Yiju's name is not only widely known in Yundu. It can be said that many people across the country have heard of the name of sky-high priced properties like Tang Chen Yijue. Tao Wenwen on the side was even more surprised, and she became determined again. I must not let Lin Tian lose interest in me. Thinking of this, Tao Wenwen consciously sat next to Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhang, who was following behind him, suddenly turned pale. But he knew he couldn't afford to offend Lin Tian, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Lin Xia was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything and sat opposite Lin Tian. Wu Zhang also found the right opportunity and hurriedly sat down opposite Tao Wenwen. After ordering the dishes, Lin Xia asked, Xiaotian, Wenwen said that she saw you coming back drunk yesterday. Did you go out for a drink? Lin Tian smiled slightly. Yes, a friend came to see me yesterday and I had a few drinks with him. Lin Xia couldn't help but ask with concern. You don't hold your alcohol very well, so be careful when you go out drinking. You are worth a lot of money now. What if someone has ulterior motives towards you? Even if I don't kidnap you, if I secretly rape you and use the child to kidnap you, you won't even have time to cry. Hearing this, Lin Tian almost laughed out loud. Sister, you have such a rich imagination. However, Tao Wenwen's expression suddenly changed when she heard the latter sentence, and she shrank her neck unconsciously. But fortunately, there is the raincoat, so Lin Tian should not think that she wants to use the child to kidnap Lin Tian. Is it funny? It could really happen if you're not paying attention. This kind of thing has been reported a lot in the news, so you have to pay attention. Lin Xia couldn't help but remind him again. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes. Okay, sister, eat first, and then talk after you're full. Lin Tian quickly picked up some food and put it into Lin Xia's bowl, blocking her mouth. At this moment, Wu Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the chopsticks and excitedly picked up a piece of meat in front of him and handed it to Tao Wenwen. Wenwen, try the meat here. I just looked at the menu, this plate of meat costs thousands. Eat more, it's good nutrition. Tao Wenwen, however, looked at Wu Zhang with a frown. She was so focused on Lin Tian that she actually forgot there was this guy following her around. No need, Lin Tian treated us to a meal yesterday. Hearing this, Wu Zhang's face suddenly changed, but he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. As soon as Tao Wenwen finished speaking, she picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in Lin Tian's bowl. Lin Tian, eat more of this. Eating meat all the time is not good. It will make you fat easily. Lin Tian smiled slightly and couldn't help but glance at Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang was now like a monkey whose peaches had been stolen, staring at Lin Tian's bowl. Sure enough, the dog that licks the boot must die. Lin Tian didn't refuse and ate the dish in one bite. Thanks. Wu Zhang almost fainted. After a long pause, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and took out a box from his bag and put it on the table. When I opened it, it turned out to be a necklace. Lin Tian took a glance. For some reason, it feels very familiar. Wenwen, you like diamonds, so I went to the first floor of Taihe to buy them for you. It's a pity that the treasure of their store, the Heart of Eternity, was bought by someone yesterday, otherwise I would definitely buy it for you. Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned. He looked at the necklace again. Isn't this the jewelry store he took Luanren to that day? Because it was placed at the very front, Lin Tian still has some memory of it. If I remember correctly, this necklace costs about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Hearing this bootlicker showing off, Lin Tian almost laughed out loud. The Heart of Eternity, 888,000. This guy might not be able to afford it even if he spends all his money. Wu Zhang looked at the diamond necklace in front of him, his heart bleeding. He bought this necklace by borrowing a lot of loans. Seeing that Tao Wenwen's eyes were full of Lin Tian, if he didn't take some action, he would have no chance. But Tao Wenwen just took a look and said, Wu Zhang, I don't like diamonds, and I don't need you to give me a gift. Also, please call me by my full name from now on. We are just colleagues. Wu Zhang's heart was almost broken. He looked at the necklace, feeling bitter. At this moment, Lin Tian smiled slightly and said to Tao Wenwen, Wenwen, eat quickly. Tao Wenwen smiled sweetly and nodded obediently. Good. Seeing this scene, Wu Zhang was completely defeated. He held the necklace box tightly, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He looked at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes and left angrily. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pack up the plate of meat on the table. It's too damn expensive. Lin Xia saw all of this. She looked at Lin Tian strangely, then at Tao Wenwen, and immediately smiled knowingly. Okay, I treat you as my best friend, and you really want to be my sister-in-law. Chapter 29 New Company, Outrageous Career Line. After dinner, Lin Xia said she was going shopping and hurriedly left with Tao Wenwen. Lin Tian was not idle either. He went downstairs, got on his Porsche, and drove to Noah Model Company. At the same time, inside Noah Model Agency, a group of girls gathered in a room, looking very excited. Sitting in the room was a woman wearing a white shirt and a black skirt. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She is the design director of Noah Model Company, Li Meng. Sister Meng, I heard that the new boss is a handsome guy? Is that true? Oh my god, the company is full of women. If the new boss is really a handsome guy, can he still leave the company? Please stop being such an info. The new boss can easily acquire the entire Noah. Will he be interested in us? Yes, and those who have the financial resources to acquire Noah are probably middle-aged uncles, right? No matter how handsome they are still uncles. The girls were discussing heatedly. I heard this morning that the company was acquired, and the person who acquired the company was a man, and he was quite handsome. These pieces of news immediately made the girls extremely excited. Noah Model Agency is very unique in that all employees and models are women. Even the previous chairman was a woman. How could they not be excited when they heard that someone of the opposite sex was going to be the boss? Li Meng couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Okay, you guys go out first. I'm warning you. I've already sent a message to the new chairman. He will come to sign the contract for handing over the company this afternoon, so don't talk nonsense. Don't let the new chairman think that all of us in Noah are a bunch of crazy girls. When the girls heard this, they all smiled. Don't worry, Sister Meng, we know what's going on. That's right. No matter what, we won't be crazy about a middle-aged man. Sister Meng, don't worry about it, we are just joking. Li Meng waved her hand to signal the girls to leave. She was actually very curious as to why Noah was suddenly acquired when he was doing so well. Moreover, Noah can definitely be called the largest modeling company in the entire Yundu, and it is also ranked among the best in the province. Who on earth is this person who has such huge financial resources and energy to swallow up the entire Noah company overnight? In order to swallow up Noah overnight, not only must the company's market value of more than 1 billion yuan be paid in full, but there must also be enough reasons for the former boss to willingly sell the company. Do people like this really exist in Yundu? Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Beep. She couldn't help but look over. I'll be there in a minute. These 4 short words made Li Meng extremely alert. She hurriedly saved the files on her computer and hurried downstairs. 5 minutes later, a basalt black Porsche 918 slowly stopped downstairs of Noah Company. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian got out of the car and looked around. Li Meng was shocked when she saw this. Could this man in front of me be the new chairman? Isn't this a bit too young? He looks 1 or 2 years younger than her. Although she thought so in her heart, Li Meng still strode forward and asked. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Tian Lin? Lin Tian nodded and couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him. My goodness, how could there be a woman in this world who looks only in her 20s or 30s but has such a mature temperament? The maturity of the woman in front of him was somewhat different from that of Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan is the type of aloof and cool queen who keeps strangers away at first sight. Although she looks mature, her temperament is the main factor. But the woman in front of him was different. Her maturity and charm radiate from the inside out, and her smile is so gentle, like a spring breeze. The most fatal thing is her figure. Lin Tian has seen many women with good figures. Among them, Li Meng may not be the best, but she is definitely the most special. The pride in front of me almost burst the buttons of my shirt. There should be at least a G, right? The key is that pair of white and smooth legs, which are no less than Lu Anren's. I'm Lin Tian, and you're my secretary? Lin Tian asked. After all, when he took over Hongtu Real Estate, it was his secretary who came to greet him. Li Meng smiled calmly. Director Lin, you misunderstood. I'm the design director of Noah Company, my name is Li Meng. Design director? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Why are you waiting for me here? If Lin Tian remembered correctly, wasn't the design director a content position? How could she be doing a job like receiving the boss? Li Yinming smiled and said, Director Lin, you may not know much about NOAA. It's like this, because the previous chairman of NOAA didn't set up a secretary position, so I can be considered as a part-time secretary. Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Although I knew that NOAA's former boss was a woman, I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Have the contracts been drawn up? The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Lin Tian asked as he walked into the company. Li Yinming nodded. Everything is ready. We just need your signature. Lin Tian nodded and followed Li Yinming into the elevator. He didn't know what a sensation his appearance had brought to the company. Oh my god! Is this the new boss? Sister Meng is leading the way herself, so it seems that this is the case. It's incredible, isn't it? I thought he was a middle-aged uncle, but he's so young and handsome. I'm moved. No way? He's so rich at such a young age, can he buy out the entire NOAA? Oh my god, I wonder if the new boss has a girlfriend. I want to recommend myself. Forget it. You can't reach someone of his level. Lin Tian knew nothing about this. He followed Li Yinming to the chairman's office and sat down. The office here is completely different from Hongtu. It looks very elegant and is not very big, but because there are many green plants and bonsai, the air is quite fresh. Lin Tian sat in the boss chair. Li Yinming picked up the document and handed it to Lin Tian. She clearly did not bend over very much, she just leaned forward slightly. But Lin Tian watched helplessly as the entire dress was sliding, and the proud cleavage flooded into his sight. This gap is so deep that it seems like there is an abyss inside. At this moment, Lin Tiankai understood what turbulent waves meant. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment. After Lin Tian signed, Li Yinming took the document back and suddenly said, Director Lin, the company is interviewing new models today. You just happened to be here. Do you want to take a look? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Okay, lead the way. What a coincidence, a model interview. Wouldn't the curvy figure be on full display? Now that you are here, you might as well take a look. Chapter 30. I said I would accept you, so I accepted you. NOAA Model Agency, interview room on the second floor. As soon as he followed the interviewer to the second floor, Lin Tian saw a group of girls with different body shapes and different clothes sitting outside the interview room. These girls seem to be relatively young, but unfortunately, although they have good figures, their looks are not so good. If it were in the past, Lin Tian might have thought they were pretty. But now, most of the people Lin Tian sees are beauties. In Lin Tian's eyes, beauties with above-average looks are just not good enough. However, modeling agencies mainly look at body shape and figure, while appearance is secondary. In other words, in modeling agencies, the aesthetic standards for appearance are somewhat different from those of the general public. At this moment, Lin Tian looked around and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Yu Yingying, the designated driver who sent him back to the hotel last night. How did she get here? And judging from the position, it would be her turn in 3 more people. As if because of nervousness, her chest kept heaving, and her proud breast swayed with the ups and downs, which was particularly eye-catching. It's a pity that except Lin Tian, everyone around her is a woman. Only Lin Tian can appreciate it alone. Director Lin, is there any problem? Lin dreamed that Lin Tian was looking at the girl who was interviewing, and asked. Let me handle the rest of the interview. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the interview room. Li Yinming frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, and followed Lin Tian closely. The interviewer was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Tian. This is the interview room. Who let you in? Li Yinming stood up and said. This is the new chairman, Mr. Lin. The interviewer was stunned. She heard about the new chairman, but she never expected it to be such a young man. Lin Tian sat next to the interviewer. You do your thing, I just came to take a look. Soon, the next girl for the interview came in. Nice figure, but plain looks. The normal interview began soon. Catwalk selection, asking questions, taking photos of models. Lin Tian was not interested in these at all, and the girl in front of him was really not good looking. After 3 girls came in one after another, Lin Tian kept frowning. Li Yinming saw all of this. She couldn't help but feel a slight shock in her heart. Originally, she thought Lin Tian was just a young rich second generation from a wealthy family who bought a modeling company just for fun. But I didn't expect that he was so serious during the interview, without a trace of distracting thoughts in his eyes. Is he a professional? This made Li Yinmeng look up at Lin Tiangao. Soon, the third girl also finished the interview. After the interviewer said a few official words, he asked the girl to go back and wait for notification. Then the next girl walked in. Her impressive figure stunned the interviewer. The girl who came in was Yu Yingying, the designated driver. Lin Tian's frown slowly relaxed and he looked at the young driver in front of him. As soon as Yu Yingying came in, her palms were sweating from nervousness. But when I looked at the interview seat, my heart suddenly stopped. The big boss who helped her last night? It seems, his name is Lin Tian? The girl was shocked. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian is the interviewer of this modeling company. She looked at Lin Tian with a dull expression, and Lin Tian just smiled in response. Ahem, it's time to start. The interviewer couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this girl? Why didn't she follow the routine when she first came in and stared at the interviewer? Oh, okay. Yu Yingying hurriedly followed the preparations and began the presentation. Lin Tian has seen how boring a model's interview presentation can be. But after Yu Yingying started the catwalk, Lin Tian felt a little surprised. Even though this girl's height barely reaches the model standard, her movements are so smooth. The most important thing is that every time you make a movement, some part of your body keeps shaking. What's more, she can actually do the splits. And so smooth. This immediately aroused Lin Tian's interest. Li Yinmeng couldn't help but frown when she saw the scene, which further confirmed that Lin Tian must be a professional. The girl performed every movement very well and looked very coordinated overall. But unfortunately, her height is far from an advantage compared to other models. Moreover, she doesn't have the temperament required of a model. Soon, Yu Yingying stood up, panting, and the interview was over. The interviewer frowned and gave some advice. Nice body, and smooth movements. But her height is slightly insufficient and her temperament is not up to standard. Go back and wait for notification. Generally speaking, hearing this is basically a death sentence. A hint of loss suddenly flashed across Yu Yingying's eyes. At this moment, Lin Tian said, "No need to wait for notification, you have been accepted." Hearing this, the interviewer looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Boss Lin, but... Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "Posture can be learned and temperament can be cultivated, but the degree of completion of these movements fully proves that she has worked hard enough. Just try hard, that's enough." Yu Yingying was immediately overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The interviewer was dumbfounded. Li Yinmeng standing by was the same, her eyes widened in disbelief at what she heard. Is hard work enough? This statement is appropriate anywhere, but not in the modeling industry, right? Hard work is important, but height is a disadvantage, and temperament cannot be cultivated through hard work. But Lin Tiankai was the chairman, so she and the interviewer looked at each other without saying a word. Yu Yingying was very excited and bowed before leaving the scene. I'm tired. Let's stop here for today. Lin Tian slowly stood up and strode out the door. The interviewer and Li Yinmeng looked at each other. Sister Meng, this. The interviewer hesitated to speak. If she was heard talking about her boss behind his back, she would be fired. This girl is pretty good. Since Mr. Lin has already said he would accept her, everything will be based on Mr. Lin's words. Li Yinmeng spoke. Although she said this, she was also full of doubts about Lin Tian in her heart. How come this guy is much weirder than she imagined? How could she know that Lin Tian knew nothing about model selection? I want Yu Yingying to pass, it's just a thought, there's no other reason. Just after Lin Tian left the interview room and came to the hall. Suddenly I saw It was Yu Yingying. What's the matter? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. Yu Yingying looked surprised and whispered. I can't believe you, boss, are the head of a modeling company. Lin Tian just smiled and didn't answer. Yu Yingying continued. Boss Lin, do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner. I don't mean anything else. I just want to thank you for helping me last night. As expected, my ex-boyfriend has stopped messaging me. If you're busy, then... Before she could finish her words, Lin Tian smiled calmly. Okay. Chapter 31 Mr. Lin, why are you here? Soon, the two found a nice restaurant nearby. After the two sat opposite each other, Ying said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Boss Lin, I have limited funds, so I can only treat you to this meal." Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "Anything that can be eaten is delicious, not to mention that it's a treat from a beautiful woman. Also, don't call me Boss Lin. It sounds too old-fashioned. Just call me Brother Tian." Hearing this, Ying's face suddenly turned red. "Okay, Brother Tian. What woman doesn't like to be praised? Such a young and promising man." Soon, the two ordered their dishes. Lin Tian took Ying's wallet into consideration and only ordered a few cheaper ones. "Even though I've said that, I still have to thank you, Brother Tian," Ying said excitedly. "If you hadn't helped me yesterday, that guy would still be pestering me. I've had enough. And today's interview, I actually know that I am far from qualified." Lin Tian smiled and said, "No need to talk about helping me anymore. Didn't you already treat me to a meal? As for the interview, I have no selfish motives. In my eyes, you are indeed unique. Just work hard, and that's enough." These words made Ying's face flushed. Just work hard, that's enough. These words immediately made Ying feel that all her efforts had not been in vain. "Anyway, thank you, Brother Tian. I'll give you a toast." After saying that, Ying raised her glass and drank it all. My goodness, that huge pride shook wildly with the movement, making Lin Tian feel a little dizzy. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Ying's cell phone suddenly rang. She took a look, frowned, and raised her hand to hang up the phone. But soon, the phone rang again. Ying picked up the phone, frowned and said, "Lu Hu, I'm telling you I already have a boyfriend. Why are you never done?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "Ying, I really know I was wrong. You didn't look for me again, you still have me in your heart, right? I know where you are. I'll be there soon. Wait for me." After saying that, Lu Hu hung up the phone. Ying's face suddenly fell. Why is this man still haunting me? And how on earth did he find out where he was? Lin Tian asked softly. "What's wrong?" Ying relaxed her brows, forced out a smile and said, "It's okay, Brother Tian. I suddenly feel that the food in this restaurant is not good. Let's go to another restaurant?" After saying that, Ying stood up and was about to leave. "Why, your ex-boyfriend is still pestering you?" Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke. Ying pursed her lips and nodded. "I don't know where he got my location, but he said he was on the way." "Let's go quickly," Lin Tian said. "It's okay. As the saying goes, help others to the end, and send Buddha to the west. Since I have already done you this favor, of course I must help you to the end. Sit down and eat." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Ying felt warm in her heart for some reason. I felt a little more secure for some reason. But she was still a little nervous. It's not that I'm worried that Lin Tian is afraid of Lu Hu. But he was afraid that he would bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Tian. Soon, a man with tattoos all over his arms rushed into the restaurant. He immediately glanced at Lin Tian and Ying and rushed over aggressively. "Ying." Lu Hu ignored Lin Tian and went straight to Ying. Ying was so scared that she quickly hid behind Lin Tian. Lu Hu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Tian. "This man is the one who sent me the photo last night." Thinking of the scene in the photo where Lin Tian stopped Ying, Lu Hu became furious. He yelled at Lin Tian. "I don't care who you are, but you'd better get out of here now. You dare to pick up my girlfriend?" When Ying heard this, she frowned and said, "Lu Hu, don't go too far. We're done, this is my boyfriend." Lu Hu was almost mad with anger, and said angrily, "Kid, get out of here if you know what's best for you. Otherwise." Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Disappear from my sight within 3 seconds." Seeing Lin Tian like this, Lu Hu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered that Lin Tian in the photo was sitting in a sports car. Those who can drive a sports car are either rich or noble. Maybe he really can't afford to offend them. But soon, he glanced at Ying, gritted his teeth and said, "Being crazy in front of me? Just wait. In a few minutes, I'll have you walk out sideways." As he spoke, Lu Hu hurriedly dialed a number. "Brother Kai, come quickly. Don't worry, the money will definitely be yours. He secretly installed a positioning system on Yu Yingying's mobile phone. This is also the reason why Lu Hu was able to find Yu Yingying. After seeing the photo, Lu Hu was furious. He had already found the thugs he used to play with and planned to teach Lin Tian a lesson. What's wrong with being rich? Even a powerful dragon can suppress a local snake. After being humiliated, he could only leave obediently. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You still have time to run now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hu sneered. I know you have money, but what does it matter if you have money? The big brother I called is the vice president of Tianqi Hotel. No matter how rich you are, can you afford to offend him? Now I'm telling you, you'd better disappear from my sight within 3 seconds, or I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Lin Tian almost laughed out loud. When Lin Tian heard Lu Hu calling Kai brother just now, he felt that the name sounded familiar. Now that he heard the title of vice president of Tianqi Hotel, Lin Tian could confirm it. The brother Kai he was talking about was the yellow-haired guy from last night. However, this time the vice president's title was not Uncle Huangmao, but his own. Yundu is really small. Lin Tian sat down calmly. Then I want to see how you take off my legs. Lu Hu gritted his teeth. You're looking for death. Yu Yingying's heart tightened, as she had heard Lu Hu mention brother Kai before. But unexpectedly, this brother Kai is actually the vice president of Tianqi Hotel. She remembered very clearly that Lin Tian returned to Tianqi Hotel yesterday. If that's the case, it will really bring trouble to Lin Tian. Thinking of this, Yu Yingying hurriedly whispered. Brother Tian, why don't you just leave? I won't cause you any more trouble. Lin Tian just smiled slightly, with no intention of moving at all. This made Yu Yingying feel very guilty. Just then, there was a noise outside the hotel. Fuck! I was already so angry yesterday, and now someone is here to get killed? As he spoke, Huang Mao rushed into the restaurant with a dozen people. The owner of the restaurant was so scared that he squatted under the counter. This is considered the edge of Yundu's urban area. When he saw so many people here, how could he dare to provoke them? Lin Tian's table was the only diners in the small restaurant, and the yellow-haired man quickly locked his eyes on them. But when he saw Lin Tian, his legs almost went weak and he fell to the ground. He hurriedly trotted over to Lin Tian, smiling broadly, and said, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Chapter 32 I want to help you too, but I don't have time. Goodbye. Lu Hu was stunned. Didn't he call brother Kai here? Why did he call this guy Mr. Lin right after he opened his mouth? Yu Yingying was also dumbfounded and confused by Huang Mao's action. Lin Tian sneered. Why, the vice president of my Apocalypse Hotel has been replaced again. Huang Mao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and said quickly. Boss Lin, please don't listen to other people's nonsense. My second uncle has already taught me a lesson. I will never dare to do it again. Mr. Lin, you are a very generous person. Please don't bother with me. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? But I heard that you are here to remove my legs? Huang Mao almost vomited blood. How can I have the courage to do this? After saying that, he immediately turned his gaze to Lu Hu and slapped him. Are you blind? Don't you know Mr. Lin? Lu Hu turned around in a circle, stunned. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? The yellow-haired man became even more angry when he looked at him. Because of him, my second uncle was demoted and is now just an ordinary employee. He had just been beaten at home, and this kid Lu Hu ended up offending this great god again? Huang Mao felt bitter, but he couldn't say it. He heard yesterday that Lu Hu's girlfriend was kidnapped. He was already unhappy and came here to vent his anger. There's still money to be gained. Who would have thought that it was Lin Tian? This is really a case of yellow mud falling off a trouser crotch, and it's hard to explain. He was so angry that he kicked Lu Hu. Who the hell are you? How dare you think about Mr. Lin's girlfriend? Then, he looked at Lin Tiandao. Boss Lin, leave this small matter to me. I will definitely handle it properly. I will never let this guy bother your girlfriend again, don't worry. Lin Tian didn't say anything, just nodded. Huang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly called the people behind him and dragged Lu Hu away. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Lu Hu to delete the location virus. Yu Yingying was stunned. No wonder Lu Hu was able to find her location. Looking at Lu Hu again, Yuing Ying just felt disgusted. Lu Hu looked ashen and didn't even dare to look at Lin Tian again. How could he know that Lin Tian was actually the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? Now he knew he was finished. He knew very well how miserable Huang Ma was yesterday, and he was afraid that all his anger would be directed at him alone. After being dragged away, Huang Mao's face was immediately filled with smiles. "Boss Lin, please eat and drink well. I promise that this kid won't bother you again in the future." "Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave now." Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, he dared not stay any longer and fled in panic. Yuing Ying witnessed all this and sat there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. "Okay, this is once and for all." Lin Tian turned around and looked at Yuing Ying. Yuing Ying was still a little frightened and kept taking deep breaths. After a while, she came to her senses and looked at Lin Tiandao in shock. "Brother Tian. Brother Tian, are you the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel?" Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Eat, I'm hungry." Yuing Ying ate her meal while secretly glancing at Lin Tian. Lin Tian is simply the perfect Prince Charming in her mind. He is capable, handsome, and most importantly, a very gentleman. She originally thought that Lin Tian was just the leader of Noah Model Company, but she didn't expect that he was also the owner of Apocalypse Hotel. If that's the case, no wonder others call him Mr. Lin. Maybe Noah Modeling Agency also belongs to someone else. Soon, the two finished their meal, and Lin Tian sent Yuing Ying directly back home. After such an intense battle last night, Lin Tian was already a little tired and now just wanted to go back and have a good rest. As for Yuing Ying, she was not in a hurry. Anyway, she will be his employee starting tomorrow. There is ample time. While thinking this, Lin Tian drove back to the Apocalypse Hotel. After driving for a whole day, Lin Tian felt a little sore all over. However, today I was really feasting my eyes. Yesterday, Yuing Ying was wearing a designated driver's uniform, and I didn't realize that she had such a proud figure. I finally got to see it today. Just when Lin Tian was about to walk towards the elevator. Suddenly, a quarrel was heard not far away. "Manager Wang, we agreed earlier that I would be responsible for supplying Tianqi with seafood. Why do you say you won't cooperate?" At first Lin Tian didn't care. But I always felt that the voice sounded familiar, so I couldn't help but glance over. As expected. Standing not far from the elevator was Ding Zhen. Standing next to him was Tianqi's supply manager, whose surname was Wang. At this time, Ding Zhen was looking at manager Wang with a bitter face. Lin Tian stood there watching the fun with great interest. Manager Wang looked at Ding Zhen with an indifferent expression. "Just forget about it. Boss Wei has already said that all cooperation with your company will be severed from now on. It's no use looking for me. I can't do anything." Ding Zhen immediately said anxiously. "Manager Wang, I beg you, if you cut off the supply chain of Tianqi, my company will be finished. Didn't we agree on this before? I will supply Tianqi's seafood channel for 3 years, and we have signed a contract." "You can't breach the contract, right?" Manager Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. "You threaten me?" Ding Zhen immediately shrank his neck. I didn't mean that." Manager Wang sneered. "Contract? The final right of interpretation is in our hands. This contract is useless. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well look for another hotel. That's it. I won't send you off." After saying that, Manager Wang got up and left. This made Ding Zhen very anxious. He never thought that Lin Tian, the poor boy whom he usually looked down upon, was actually the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel. The key is that he keeps mocking Lin Tian. When Wei Yushu found out about this, he immediately chose to cut off his supply chain. The seafood market is quite difficult to do business in nowadays. Without Tianqi's supply chain, Ding Zhen's company will probably go bankrupt soon. As for finding another hotel, isn't that nonsense? In order to get close to Tianqi, Ding Zhen's family spent a lot of money and put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, how could he supply a 5-star hotel? At this moment, Ding Zhen suddenly saw Lin Tian, who was watching the fun not far away. Suddenly, he seemed to have found his savior and ran towards Lin Tian in panic. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Ding Zhen immediately bent down and begged. "Lin Tian, Mr. Lin, brother Tian. I beg you, please don't cut off our company's supply chain. For the sake of my classmates, please." Lin Tian sneered. Just then, the elevator arrived. Lin Tian said calmly. Old squad leader, I also want to help you. But I don't have time now. Let's talk about it in the evening. After saying that, Lin Tian closed the elevator door without hesitation. Chapter 33. I'm fine, I just saw a cockroach. The presidential suite on the top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel. Lin Tian lay on the soft bed, feeling good. In the past, Ding Jin often acted smart in front of Lin Tian. That would be fine, but the key point is the various humiliations. Seeing him like this now, it can be considered that my great revenge has been achieved. If it weren't for the system, I'm afraid I would never see such a scene in my life. Ding dong. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Yu Yingying. Brother Tian, thank you very much for helping me today. When I make money in the future, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Seeing this message, Lin Tian burst into laughter. This girl has big breasts but no brains. Why is there nothing but eating in my mind? Thinking of this, he edited the message. Okay, I'll wait. But think about it. That's not right. What if she makes a lot of money later? Isn't she going to work at Noah Model Agency tomorrow? The one who pays her salary is Lin Tian. In that case, wouldn't it be just using Lin Tian's money to treat him to a meal? Thinking of this strange logic, Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just then, the phone lit up again. Another new piece of news. But this time, it wasn't tea sent by Yu Yingying. I clicked on it and saw that it was the Cheongsam girl I met in the bar before. Hello handsome, are you free now? I'll give you your coat back. The Cheongsam woman included her name when sending a friend request. Her name is Han Jiasen. Lin Tian's mind couldn't help but move. The scene where her Cheongsam was suddenly torn suddenly appeared in her mind. The graceful figure really makes people linger. Lin Tian, okay, I'm on the top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel, just come and pick me up. Han Jiasen, okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Lin Tian couldn't help but yawn and put his phone aside. Who knows, there might be another big war soon. You need to have a good rest. Thinking of this, Lin Tian slowly fell asleep. Soon, half an hour passed in a flash. Boom boom boom. Lin Tian was awakened by a knock on the door. Glancing at the time, he slowly stood up and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Tian immediately became much more sober. Standing outside the door was the Cheongsam girl Han Jiasen. She was still wearing a Cheongsam today, but today it was a black slim-fitting Cheongsam. There is lace on the corners. Black is slimming in nature, and the slim-fitting Cheongsam perfectly shows off her figure. It looks even more charming. You live here? Han Jiasen looked into the room and was shocked. Come in and sit down. Lin Tian smiled calmly and made a gesture of invitation. After arriving at the room, Han Jiasen was even more shocked. The room was much larger than she had imagined. The level of luxury was something she had never seen before. Is this the presidential suite? She couldn't help but pursed her lips and carefully placed the bag containing the coat on the floor. Thank you for giving me your coat that night. Otherwise I don't know what I would have done. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. It's okay. After all, it was my friend who caused the trouble, so I have to step up and solve it. I didn't expect you to be such a responsible person. Han Jiasen couldn't help but smile. She had a charming smile, and the teardrop mole under her eye kept attracting Lin Tian's attention. Have you always lived here? The cost of living here is not low, right? At this moment, Han Jiasen suddenly looked around and asked with a smile. Although she knew that Lin Tian drove a Porsche. But this is the top floor presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and the consumption for one day alone is probably equivalent to several months' salary for an ordinary person. It's okay, it doesn't cost any money. Lin Tian smiled calmly. This hotel is mine. Ah? Han Jiasen was stunned where she was, and couldn't believe what she heard. Is this hotel yours? Lin Tian nodded. Han Jiasen looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. When they first met, she thought Lin Tian was just an ordinary rich second generation. After all, he drives a Porsche at such a young age, it can't be that he earned the money himself, right? But she never expected that Lin Tian was actually the boss of Apocalypse. If that's the case, then this money is really earned by themselves. For a moment, Han Jiasen's expression when she looked at Lin Tian couldn't help but become a little complicated. I can't believe you're so young and successful. Han Jiasen suppressed her excitement and smiled. Let's make do with it. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Compared to this, I'm actually quite curious about why you wore a cheongsam to the bar. Han Jiasen couldn't help but smile calmly and said. The bar is owned by my friend, and he invited me to hang out that day. But I didn't expect to encounter something like this. That day, I was really embarrassed. As she spoke, a smile appeared on Han Jiasen's face. It's nothing. Everyone has inconveniences sometimes. Lin Tian admitted it openly. Han Jiasen's lips slowly curled up. I didn't expect you to be so free and easy at such a young age. Even I am ashamed of myself. Come to think of it, I really should learn from you. I just don't know if Mr. Lin is willing to teach me. The charming voice immediately made Lin Tian's blood boil. This woman is awesome. Lin Tian originally thought that he still needed to cultivate feelings, but he didn't expect her to be so proactive. As she spoke, Han Jiasen changed her pose, showing off her charming figure under the cheongsam. Lin Tian finally understood why those dignitaries in the last century liked cheongsam so much. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is truly immeasurable. Yeah? Lin Tian slowly approached Han Jiasen and pushed her to the corner. Then I have to make up for last night's regret. 2 hours later. A fierce battle finally came to an end. After taking a shower, Han Jiasen glanced at the empty box on the table. It was surrounded by Lin Tian's battle records, and she suddenly felt miserable. She never thought that Lin Tian could be so troublesome. She couldn't help but glance towards the bathroom where the light was still on. Recalling the fierce battle just now, her eyes became a little dazed for a moment. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. The word baby was clearly visible on the screen. Han Jiasen was suddenly flustered and quickly reached out to hang up the phone. There's a phone call, why don't you answer it? Suddenly, Lin Tian's voice came. I don't know when he walked out of the bathroom. Han Jiasen looked at her phone, feeling hesitant. But seeing Lin Tian's expression, how could she dare not disobey his request? Thinking of this, she could only steel herself and answer the call directly. Hey, baby, where are you? There was a man's voice on the other end of the phone. Baby, I'm having dinner with my friends outside. Han Jiasen responded in a low voice, feeling mixed emotions. I don't know how Lin Tian will view her. Come out with me tonight, I have something to say. Ah! Before the man on the other end of the phone could finish speaking, Han Jiasen screamed. At some point, Lin Tian had already come behind her. Baby, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? The person on the other end of the phone seemed very concerned. I'm fine. Han Jiasen gritted her teeth, clutched the cheongsam beside her tightly, and said with forced calmness. Just now, there was a cockroach, it scared me to death. Chapter 34. Your girlfriend is an old acquaintance. Cockroach? Where the hell are you? Do you want me to pick you up? The voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. Han Jiasen couldn't help it and started breathing heavily. This immediately aroused the suspicion of the person on the other end of the phone. Jiasen, where are you? Han Jiasen took a deep breath. Didn't I tell you that I'm having dinner with my classmates? The Sichuan food was too spicy. I couldn't handle it. What? What did your tone mean just now? The person on the other end of the phone laughed. What do I mean? You're overthinking. By the way, I'll pick you up in the evening and have dinner with my old classmates. Also, if you can't eat spicy food, don't eat it. It will hurt your stomach. Han Jiasen said impatiently. Got it, we'll talk tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. You are so mean. As soon as she hung up the phone, Han Jiasen looked at Lin Tian with a reproachful look. Do you know that I almost? When she said this, her face suddenly turned red to her ears. I don't know what her current position is in Lin Tian's heart. But Lin Tian seemed to have not heard her words at all. We're fighting, can you be serious? Another half hour passed. Han Jiasen was breathing heavily, her heart pounding. Lin Tian was really beyond her expectations. His physical strength is simply outrageous. Your boyfriend called just now, what's the matter? Lin Tian smiled calmly, as if he didn't care at all, and asked calmly. Han Jiasen pursed her lips and said. He said he was going to have dinner with his old classmates tonight and wanted to take me with him. She didn't know what to say and felt very conflicted. To be honest, she hated this phone call a little. It's such a bad time to fight. Since you are busy, then go ahead. Lin Tian didn't care and continued. Ah. Han Jiasen's heart suddenly tightened. Lin Tian's words were almost a death sentence for her. Once I step out of this door, I'm afraid I'll never see Lin Tian again. She knew very well that she was nothing in front of Lin Tian. Don't worry, you can come see me again when you're done. Lin Tian smiled playfully. As he spoke, he put the coat and the bag back on Han Jiasen. It doesn't matter whether Han Jiasen has a boyfriend or not. Lin Tian never intended to be serious with her anyway. But her performance just now was remarkable. It's not a bad idea to keep it and develop it. Han Jiasen's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Seeing Lin Tian nod, she nodded excitedly and clutched her coat tightly. After simply tidying up her hair, she opened the door and left. Lin Tian stretched and fell into a deep sleep. He wasn't very sleepy at first, but after another fight, Lin Tian couldn't stand it anymore. However, I didn't lose this fight, it was a completely different feeling. Soon, he fell asleep. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone rang again, waking Lin Tian up again. Who? Lin Tian frowned and answered the phone. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, it's me. What's up? Lin Tian was woken up and was already annoyed. When he heard a man's voice, he became even more displeased. It's me, Dingjin. Brother Tian, you said at noon today that we would chat in the evening. I wonder if you have finished your work now. I want to invite you to dinner so we can talk about cooperation. What do you think? Dingjin said with a smile on his face on the other end of the phone. The current Lin Tian is not someone he can afford to offend. If he hadn't tried to please Lin Tian, his company would have been completely ruined. Oh? The old squad leader? When Lin Tian heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a slightly sarcastic voice. I don't deserve it, please give me the honor, Brother Tian. I come here with absolute sincerity this time. Dingjin's begging tone was just like that of a pug. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. When he was in school, he never thought that Dingjin would one day beg him so humbly. Okay, where is the location? Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. If for no other reason, Lin Tian just wanted to see what sincerity Dingjin would show. 20 minutes later, Lin Tian drove his Porsche to the door of Dingjin Fa's hotel. Tian Yun Restaurant. Seeing the 4 big words on the sign, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that Dingjin has invested a lot of money this time. Tian Yun Restaurant can be said to be the most luxurious hotel in the entire Yundu, with at least 3 or 4 Michelin 3-star chefs. Needless to say, the price is quite expensive. It's comparable to the restaurant at Tianqi Hotel. Just as Lin Tian got off the car, a man in a suit came running over with a smile on his face. Brother Tian, you are here? This man was Dingjin. Looking at Dingjin's expression, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel relieved. Seeing the old squad leader like this, my mood also became better. It's on the first floor, Tiangu, go slowly. Dingjin was busy running around and brought Lin Tian into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Tian was stunned. There was a woman sitting in the room, wearing a crimson cheongsam and a bun. Isn't this Han Jiasen who just had a fight with Lin Tian at noon? Han Jiasen's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Tian. How come he is here? Looking at Dingjin with a smile on his face behind Lin Tian, Han Jiasen immediately understood. It turns out that Lin Tian is the old classmate that Dingjin was talking about. Lin Tian naturally came back to his senses. Unexpectedly, Han Jiasen is Dingjin's girlfriend. No wonder she said she wanted to have dinner with her old classmates in the evening. Now everything is connected. The two looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other tacitly. Brother Tian, please sit down. I have ordered the dishes on my own initiative, and I don't know if they suit your taste. Dingjin smiled and sat next to Han Jiasen. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you, this is my fiancé, Han Jiasen. Jiasen, hurry up and call Brother Tian. Dingjin encouraged. Brother Tian. Han Jiasen said softly. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile in his heart. Are you still introducing it? It's not like I don't know him. Just tell me what you want from me. Lin Tian spoke. Dingjin immediately chuckled. Brother Tian, it's actually about Tianqi's seafood supply chain. Brother Tian, you are the boss of Tianqi. This matter can be resolved with just one word from you. Since we are old classmates, this supply chain must not be interrupted. Lin Tian glanced at Dingjin. Where is the sincerity you just mentioned? Dingjin's heart was shocked, and he said hurriedly. I brought it. Brother Tian, as long as the supply chain continues, I am willing to give up another 30% of the gross profit and keep the price as low as possible. Do you think I am sincere enough? Lin Tian did not answer, but glanced at Han Jiasen. Han Jiasen immediately understood and quickly stood up and said, Brother Tian, we really came here with sincerity this time. Please agree to this for the sake of Dingjin being your old classmate. This is my toast to you. After saying that, Han Jiasen raised the glass of wine and drank it all. Chapter 35 What friendship do you have with classmates? It's all earned by eating ice cream. Dingjin also raised his cup quickly and said with a bitter face. My dear Tiangu, if this supply chain is broken, my company will really be doomed. What happened between us before was because I was young and ignorant. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it to heart. After saying that, Dingjin drank 3 glasses of wine in a row, his face looking very painful. But for him, as long as Lin Tian nodded, he would have to drink, not to mention 3 glasses of wine, even 30 glasses. Lin Tian glanced at Han Jiasen, who looked pleading, and said with a faint smile. Old squad leader, you don't have to do this. It's just that my manager felt that you embarrassed me at the class reunion. But we are all classmates, there is no need to make things so awkward. Don't worry, I will tell the supply manager to continue the supply contract. Hearing this, Dingjin was immediately overjoyed. As the alcohol took effect, his face turned red. Thank you, Brother Tian, thank you, Brother Tian. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said. We are all classmates, there is no need to be like this. I won't eat, that's all. After saying that, Lin Tian stood up and left. At first, Lin Tian didn't intend to agree to Dingjin. He has no classmate friendship or face with Lin Tian. But when Han Jiasen spoke, things were different. As for whether the supply chain is disrupted or not, it doesn't matter to Lin Tian at all. After Lin Tian left, Dingjin said with lingering fear. That's great. That's great. As long as the supply chain is continuous, the company can survive again. Lin Tian is really loyal and righteous. Years of friendship between classmates really is useful. I originally thought that he would not agree because he holds a grudge. After the storm passed, Dingjin finally felt relieved. He never thought that Lin Tian would be so easy to talk to. How could he have imagined that his fiancée beside him actually knew Lin Tian for a long time? Not only did we know each other, we also had in-depth exchanges. And on the same day. Looking at Dingjin's appearance, Han Jiasen felt a growing sense of disgust. Compared with Lin Tian, Dingjin is really not even as good as a dog. After all, we are old classmates, and with his status, why would he bother with you? Han Jiasen smiled slightly and spoke. That's true. That's true. Old classmates are great. Dingjin suddenly laughed. Han Jiasen couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Classmate friendship? What kind of bullshit is that? If she hadn't just had an in-depth conversation with Lin Tian. How could Lin Tian agree to maintain the supply chain? But it's better this way, Han Jiasen's guilt immediately disappeared. She did all this for her fiancé's future career. It was not easy for her. At this moment, Dingjin licked his lips, looked at Han Jiasen and said. Jiasen, I'm happy today, how about we? As he spoke, Dingjin gave a wicked smile. Han Jiasen felt a sense of disgust from the bottom of her heart. Didn't I already say that? Don't think about it before you get married. I'm tired. I want to go home. Dingjin immediately drooped his head like an eggplant hit by frost. Han Jiasen's family is also in business, and Dingjin's family business has been taken care of a lot. Since she said so, Dingjin didn't dare to say anything else. However, Lin Tian agreed to continue the supply chain, which immediately made Dingjin happy again. He smiled and said. No, Tianyun's dishes are all cooked by a Michelin 3-star chef. It would be a shame not to eat them. Han Jiasen slowly stood up and said calmly. No, I had Sichuan food for lunch and my stomach is still uncomfortable now. You can eat slowly. Dingjin immediately expressed his concern. I've already told you that Sichuan food is bad for your stomach, you see. Han Jiasen glanced at Dingjun, said nothing more, and turned away. In the huge private room, only Dingjun was left sitting there happily. Yeah, Tianyun's food is delicious. No, it's because I'm in a good mood that everything tastes good. Downstairs of Tianchi Hotel. Lin Tian had just parked the car and was about to go upstairs to his room. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. This is a message from Tao Wenwen. Lin Tian, Sister Shirya is not here, do you want to come to my room? I've prepared something good for you. There is also a love emoticon behind it. Lin Tian's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of his previous fight with Tao Wenwen. Not only does Tao Wenwen have a good figure, but her body is also very soft, as if she has no bones. Not just the hands, but the whole body. It feels like hugging a stuffed toy, but it's not fat. This feeling makes me feel overwhelmed every time I think about it. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile calmly and replied. Okay, wait for me. Apocalypse Hotel, Presidential Suite. Tao Wenwen was wearing a newly bought Victoria's Secret outfit and lying on the bed looking at her phone. After seeing Lin Tian's reply, she was so happy that her legs kept circling in the air. Ever since she last saw people like Lin Tian and Yin Xinnan sitting together, she had been filled with a sense of crisis. Even though Lin Tian had already said that Yin Xinnan was just a tenant, Tao Wenwen was still very worried. She knew very well that every woman around Lin Tian was much better than her. If she wants to be competitive enough, she must come up with something different. If I don't put some thought into it, what if Lin Tian is no longer interested one day? That would be useless. I have to say that Victoria's Secret's prices are really not cheap. Tao Wenwen endured the pain and bought 2 sets. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Tao Wenwen quickly stood up and opened the door. When Lin Tian saw Tao Wenwen in all her Victoria's Secret attire, his heart was shaken. A hollow, translucent dress with lace trims around it. This girl is really good at playing around, isn't she? Brother Tian. Tao Wenwen felt Lin Tian's direct gaze and her face instantly turned red to her ears. Lin Tian quietly closed the door. Unique enough, I like it. An hour later. Lin Tian opened the door contentedly. After Tao Wenwen put on normal clothes, she smiled and said, Brother Tian, let me take you there. As they talked, the two of them came to the elevator entrance. After the elevator door closed, Tao Wenwen licked her lips, still feeling a little unsatisfied. It's just, why is there still a smell? Wenwen? Just then, a voice came over, which immediately scared Tao Wenwen. When I looked up, I saw that the person who spoke was none other than Wu Zhang. I told you, don't call me Wenwen. Tao Wenwen frowned and said in a deep voice. Wu Zhang held a bouquet of roses and said excitedly. Ahem, what are you doing here? Why should I tell you? When Tao Wenwen saw Wu Zhang's face, her mood was immediately ruined and she went back to her room without saying a word. At this moment, Wu Zhang asked curiously. Did you just eat ice cream? Really? You're not careful. It's all stuck to your mouth. As he spoke, Wu Zhang searched for a tissue in his pocket, intending to help Tao Wenwen wipe it. Hearing this, Tao Wenwen was shocked. She quickly picked up the phone and licked it with her tongue. Then she returned to the presidential suite without looking back. Wu Zhang stared blankly at Tao Wenwen's departing back, muttering. Wenwen likes ice cream so much? She doesn't want to waste it at all. It seems like next time, I'll have to buy her some ice cream. Chapter 36. There are so many luxury cars, will you buy one or not? 2 days. The top floor of Tianchi Hotel. System, draw a lottery. As soon as Lin Tian opened his eyes, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Ding, the lucky draw is complete, and the host gets the reward, Tianxia car dealership. Tianxia car dealership? Lin Tian couldn't help but search it on his mobile phone. This Tianxia car dealership is actually one of the top 3 car dealership groups in Yundu. It only cooperates with luxury cars and focuses on the luxury car market in Yundu. Even though Yundu is a quasi-third-tier city, there are still quite a few wealthy people there. The consumption of wealthy people like Tang Chen alone is enough to support the turnover of all car dealerships in the world. It can be said that more than 90% of the cars in Thompson 1 were ordered from Tianxia car dealership. Car dealership. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. This reward is not bad. It just so happened that Lin Tian had already planned to buy a few new cars. In fact, Lin Tian had already had this idea when he went to pick up Lin Xie from the airport. Having just one Porsche 918 is not enough. It's easy to get bored of driving it all the time. And if a similar situation occurs again, I can't have to exchange cars with Juan Ruman, right? Just then, a message came from Lin Tian's cell phone. He is the general manager of Tianxia car dealership. His name is Rin Jing. There was nothing interesting about the content, it just hoped that Lin Tian would sign the contract. Only after signing the contract can you be considered to have officially taken over the company. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This is the third time, and Lin Tian can be said to have mastered it. It just so happened that Lin Tian was planning to go and choose a car. Thinking of this, he simply washed up and went downstairs. He got in his Porsche and sped all the way to Tianxia car dealership. Tianxia car rental is some distance away from Tianqi Hotel. It took about half an hour to finally get here. The headquarters of Tianxia Motors. Just looking at the sign hanging on the store made Lin Tian quite surprised. There are various brands such as Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini, etc. As expected of a company specializing in luxury cars, none of these logos are cheap. Lin Tian? Just as Lin Tian parked the Porsche 918 in the parking space and got out to take a look. Suddenly, a clear female voice came. Lin Tian couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was a young beauty who was wearing a standard gray worksuit and a high ponytail, and looked very neat and tidy. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then he said, Yang Kiki? Lin Tianka had a deep impression of Yang Kiki. My college classmate was arguably a celebrity in the class. I heard that her family is in business, she is quite rich, and she is a kind and good-looking person. It is said that when college boys were competing for campus beauties, they gave her a special award. After all, Yang Kiki is not like other girls who are carefree, but she is very pretty. Yang Kiki laughed out loud, revealing two shallow dimples. So you still recognize me? Then, she looked at the Porsche 918 next to Lin Tian and said in shock. Oh my god, how long have you only graduated? You're actually driving this car? He is handsome and rich at the same time. It's so unfair. Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Nothing, luck. Yang Kiki laughed and said. Come on, if you make money it's not luck, it's strength. Why, you want to come and look at the car today? Yang Kiki remembered that Lin Tian seemed to be very poor when he was in college, and he was always very frugal when eating in the cafeteria. But because of his handsome and sunny appearance, Yang Kiki was deeply impressed by Lin Tian. I didn't expect that Lin Tian is doing so well now. He even drives a Porsche 918. Even if you buy this car second-hand, the cheapest one would cost at least 7 or 8 million. Lin Tian nodded. This one car alone is not enough, I plan to stock up a few more. Yang Kiki's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. Great, you should come to our Tianxia car dealership. I'll take care of the car selection. Come on, I'll take you to see the cars. Before Lin Tian could speak, Yang Kiki reached out and pulled Lin Tian towards the store. Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But when his hand touched Yang Kiki's hand, he was stunned. So slippery? Before Lin Tian could react, his hand slipped down. But it was obvious that there was absolutely nothing in Yang Kiki's hand. Can even pure skin be so smooth? Lin Tian was shocked. If I didn't know her, it would be really hard to imagine that a goddess with such great looks, figure and good skin could have such a carefree personality. At first, Lin Tian planned to find General Manager Rin Jing directly and ask Rin Jing to help him pick a few cars to drive. But since Yang Kiki was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse and could only follow Yang Kiki into the store. What type do you want to buy? Yang Kiki smiled sweetly, and her dimples appeared again. Take a look, I don't have any special requirements. Lin Tian was telling the truth. He really doesn't understand these luxury cars, and it's good enough that he can recognize the brand. I don't even understand the names of the various models and styles under the brand, let alone the types. Yang Kiki frowned slightly, then pulled Lin Tian to a handsome sports car and said, What do you think of this one? Lamborghini Reventon is a little more expensive than your 918, about 2 to 3 million more expensive. Lin Tian looked at the sports car in front of him again and again. I have to say that this car does look more domineering than the 918. It's worthy of being a Rambo, the appearance is really impeccable. This car suits you better than the 918. A man should drive such a majestic car. Yang Kiki continued to introduce. Next, he talked about the advantages of this car. However, Lin Tian didn't understand either, so he could only smile bitterly and said, "Forget about the two-seater. I want to get one that can seat more people first." Yang Kiki was slightly stunned, but quickly continued. "Just tell me earlier, come with me." Soon, she pulled Lin Tian to a Rolls-Royce and continued to introduce. "Cullinan, this car meets your requirements. It has many seats and is comfortable to sit in. How about it?" Lin Tian took a look and said calmly, "Anything else?" "Yes, Gust, Phantom, and Yaoying all have them." "There is nothing we can't get, except what you can't think of." Yang Kiki smiled calmly again and continued to take Lin Tian for a walk. "How is it? Have you decided?" "After walking around the dealership, I basically looked at all the cars available." However, Lin Tian still looked hesitant. "The Phantom I saw before was pretty good, but it was too cheap." Lin Tian suddenly spoke. "Cheap?" Yang Kiki was suddenly confused. "A car worth tens of millions, you call it cheap? It can be customized. Just pay the money and it will be done immediately." Yang Kiki was breathing heavily. After running a lap, she was indeed tired. However, Lin Tian was still looking the car up and down, and seemed to have no intention of buying it. Yang Kiki frowned immediately. "Lin Tian, are you going to buy it or not?" Chapter 37 New Customization, Bugatti Buy-in. "Let me take another look." Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. To be honest, there wasn't any car here that he liked. However, Yang Kiki's words reminded Lin Tian. "You can customize several cars. Anyway, he is already the boss of Tianxia car dealership. If I let my subordinates do something like customizing a car, I will definitely be able to get it. As for money, it is not a problem at all." Yang Kiki frowned immediately and said with an unhappy look on her face, "Lin Tian, you didn't come here just to entertain me, did you?" It can be seen that she is a little angry. "I ran around for an entire afternoon and she tried her best to meet all my requests and psychological expectations, but in the end she said she didn't want to buy it? What's wrong? Why are you yelling at the guests?" Just then, a mature and steady female voice came. Lin Tian took a quick look. The woman who was speaking looked to be around 25 or 26 years old and was wearing light makeup. She was wearing a professional suit, light black stockings and black framed glasses. The most eye-catching thing is the lips, with the corners of the mouth pointing downward and the lip beads being very obvious. He is clearly working in the service industry, but he has a world-weary face. Before seeing this woman, Lin Tian always thought that women wearing black framed glasses were not good. But the woman in front of me has a different kind of charm. "Manager Run, it's nothing serious. This is my classmate, he came to look at the car, but he has no intention of buying it yet." I accidentally spoke a little loudly. "I'm so sorry, Manager Run. I promise I won't do it again next time." Yang Kiki quickly bent down to apologize, and glared at Lin Tian while apologizing. Lin Tian's attention was all focused on Manager Rin in front of him. He doesn't understand. Are all the leaders in these big companies so young and beautiful? Could it be that he has a misunderstanding about the industry? Ren Jing frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Then, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you Mr. Lin Tian Lin?" Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. "Who are you?" Ren Jing immediately laughed and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. I'm Ren Jing. I sent you a message this morning." When Ren Jing received the news that Tianxia car dealership was being acquired, she also asked for a photo of the new boss. She was very surprised at the time and thought the photo was of the new boss when he was young. However, she was stunned when she saw Lin Tian Ho. Unexpectedly, the new boss is actually a young man. Lin Tian immediately smiled and said, "I have an impression." Unexpectedly, the woman in front of me was actually Ren Jing. Yang Kiki just stood there stupidly, looking at Lin Tian with an incredible look on her face. "Mr. Lin? The legendary new boss Mr. Lin is Lin Tian?" This was simply too absurd for Yang Kiki. They were college classmates a few years ago, so how come he has become her boss now? "No, not the boss, the big boss." Ren Jing smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, the contract has been printed for you. You just need to sign it." As she spoke, Ren Jing led the way and followed Lin Tian upstairs. Only Yang Kiki stood there stupidly, looking at Lin Tian with a puzzled look on her face. "Hey, Coco, the new boss is actually your classmate?" Just then, a salesperson came over hurriedly and asked curiously. Several other salesmen also hurried over, their curiosity obvious. Tianxia car dealership only sells luxury cars, so there are not many regular customers. It is already very good to have 3 or 4 customers a day. They were quite free now and all came over. "It's over, Coco. You just got mad at the new boss. If you make the new boss unhappy, you won't be able to keep your position even if you are the top seller. However, how come the new boss is so young? How much financial resources does he have to be able to take over Tianxia car dealership so easily? I don't know if the new boss has a girlfriend. I want to be the boss's wife." "Bah, you gold digger." "What gold digger? I'm obviously after his body." A group of female salespeople were talking in front of Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki just stood there in a daze. She still couldn't accept this reality. She was an old classmate who came to see the car 1 second ago and became her boss the next? Absurd, so absurd. Yang Kiki felt like crying but had no tears yet, remembering that she had just dragged her boss around to look at various luxury cars and introduced them in great detail. After all this time, it's possible that you're just showing off your skills. Now Yang Kiki understood that it was not that Lin Tian didn't want to buy a car, nor that he couldn't afford it. He is the boss, so it is easy for him to get a car? Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Tianxia auto dealership is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the exhibition hall, the second floor is mostly negotiation rooms, and the third floor is the office exclusively for leaders. Ren Jing's office is right next to Lin Tian. After simply signing the contract, Lin Tian glanced at the several pieces of paper on the desk. All kinds of strange-shaped luxury cars are printed on the paper. This kind of car seems to be called a concept car? Lin Tian couldn't help but ask. "Manager Ren, what is this?" Ren Jing smiled slightly and said, "Boss Lin, these are the proposals proposed by the partners who previously cooperated with our Tianxia car dealership. What you have in your hand is a concept car, not for sale, for reference only. The following pictures are new models for pre-sale and customized plans." Lin Tian nodded silently. Unexpectedly, although this Tianxia car dealership is located in Yundu, its network of relationships is so complicated. Basically, Lin Tian has cooperated on all the luxury cars he has seen or not. This is definitely not something that can be achieved simply by having money. The previous boss must have put a lot of effort into this. But now all of this is in Lin Tian's hands. "By the way, boss, were you looking at the car just now? Do you need one customized for you?" Just then, Ren Jing suddenly asked. Lin Tian glanced over. I have to say that Ren Jing is very perceptive. He looked over and over at the pictures of several pre-sale custom models in his hand. I caught my eye at first sight, a burgundy sports car. This sports car is a 4-seater with a tiger pattern printed on it. It looks very domineering, which is more in line with Lin Tian's psychological expectations. However, this pattern looks a bit like a totem and is very characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom. Ren Jing saw this and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, this is Pagani's new concept car, and we plan to name it Bayan. It is also the only 4-door model that can be customized by Pagani. We are just releasing the news now, and there is no intention to release it yet. If you need it, I will help you contact and customize one in advance." Bayan? The 9 sons of the dragon? Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Pagani has previously released 3 models of sports cars in the Dragon 9 series: Yazi, Baxia, and Chiwon. Each model is a custom-made model with a limited number of pieces worldwide. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this style. That's it. Chapter 38. I have a boyfriend. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian changed into a Bentley Continental and left Tianxia car dealership. Although this car is not as expensive as the 918, it only costs a few million, and its starting speed is indeed incomparable to that of the 918. But it is really comfortable to drive. There were also many seats, and Lin Tian also wanted to prevent what happened to his cousin from happening again, so he had no way to deal with it. The space inside the car is also large, and it may have other uses in the future. As for the 918, it is kept at Tianxia Auto for maintenance. Soon, Lin Tian drove back to the Apocalypse Hotel. Ding dong. As soon as Lin Tian opened the door, he received a WeChat message. He glanced over. The person who sent the message was Yang Kiki, my college classmate. The two were college classmates and had been friends on WeChat for a long time. Yang Kiki, Lin Tian, I really didn't expect that you would become my boss. There is also a tearful expression behind it. Lin Tian, what? Are you unhappy? Yang Kiki, how dare I, Mr. Lin? It was wrong of me to get angry today. Even if you're not my boss, I shouldn't treat customers like this. Lin Tian, it's okay, be careful next time. Yang Kiki, no, I still feel a little guilty. How about I treat you to a meal? On the one hand, I want to apologize to you, and on the other hand, we are old classmates and we haven't seen each other for a long time, so we want to catch up. After sending these words, Yang Kiki's heart began to pound nervously. Wouldn't it be too hasty to post it like this? In fact, there was another reason. For some reason, Yang Kiki's heart started pounding when she saw Lin Tian. This is not just due to charm value. Back in college, although Lin Tian looked poor, he was still very handsome. Yang Kiki is an absolute fan of appearance. Now that she sees Lin Tian again, she feels secretly delighted. On the other side, Lin Tian glanced at Yang Kiki's message. After hesitating for a moment, he edited a message and sent it. Maybe in 2 days. I'm busy lately and don't have time. Yang Kiki felt a little empty in her heart, but she still said, okay, you are the big boss now, it's normal to be busy, it's okay, I'll wait for you. Tell me when you have time. Later, Yang Kiki did not forget to add a cute expression. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell during college that Yang Kiki was not someone who would be easily shy. How could he not understand such an obvious hint? However, the so-called hard-to-get tactic. The less anxious Lin Tian was, the more anxious Yang Kiki became. Tao Wenwen is a good example. After sending a Lin Tian was about to put down his phone. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a phone call suddenly came. The 3 big words Luanren were displayed on the phone. Lin Tian answered the phone. Before I could say anything, I heard Luanren's anxious voice. Brother Tian, please come and help me. Lin Tian's face froze, and he frowned slightly and said, What's wrong, Anren? On the other end of the phone, Anren continued. Brother Tian, my family arranged a blind date for me, right at my house. They kept it from me, and when they told me, the man was almost there. My parents' attitude is very tough, I can't handle it, Brother Tian, please come and help me. Blind date? Lin Tian was stunned, but still felt relieved. When Lin Tian first heard Luanren being so anxious, he thought she was being bullied. Fortunately, it was just a blind date. Okay, I'll be there right away. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Tian had just returned to the room and hadn't even sat down yet when he turned around and left. He took the elevator to the downstairs of the hotel, drove the Bentley and rushed to Luanren's home. I've been to Luanren's house before. Fortunately, it's not far from the hotel, only about 10 minutes away. At the same time, at Luanren's home. The small home was unusually lively. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, sat opposite Luanren. Behind the two of them sat their parents. Luanren's face was full of embarrassment and she felt very painful. I didn't expect that I would be tricked by my parents just one day after returning home. Xiaoxing is a handsome and cultured kid. He is rare in this world. Luanren's mother said with a smile. She smiled and looked at the man in gold-rimmed glasses in front of her. She liked him more and more. Yeah, Anren, why don't you speak? Luanren's father also echoed, patted Luanren on the shoulder and reminded him. Hello. Luanren felt a little weak and had no energy at all. Now she just hopes Lin Tian can come quickly. But she couldn't escape this blind date. The man with gold-rimmed glasses is named Wang Hexing. He just came back from the United States and is a returnee. In her parents' eyes, it is hard to find such a son-in-law even with a lantern. Wang Hexing pushed his glasses and stared at Luanren again and again, feeling very satisfied. Luanren was stared at so hard that he felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to escape right away. Our Xiaoxing, apart from anything else, is well educated, which is good. What kind of multinational company has been established in the United States? And Ran will definitely not suffer any loss if she follows my Xiaoxing. At this moment, Wang Hexing's mother said quietly. I think Ran is a good kid, Sister Lu. We have been colleagues for many years, and I think this marriage is a good idea. Lu Anran's mother's face was almost wrinkled from laughing. A multinational company? Oh, that's amazing. From the first glance, I can tell that Xiaoxing is a young and promising kid. How about we just settle it like this, and find an opportunity to arrange the wedding first? Wang Hexing's mother immediately laughed and said. That's good, but don't pick one that's too far away, just these 2 days. Xiaoxing has to go back to the United States in a few days. The company is too busy. There is nothing I can do. Xiaoxing, what do you think? Wang Hexing pushed his glasses up again and said with a smile. I listened to my elders. After saying that, he looked at Lu Anran again. With this figure and looks, she is 1 in a million. Originally, Wang Hexing thought that the woman he found on the blind date arranged by his family would definitely not be that good. But now it seems that the quality is impeccable. I don't agree. At this moment, Lu Anran suddenly spoke. Lu Anran's mother was stunned. What do you mean you don't agree? What's wrong with you, kid? We have already discussed it, why do you suddenly say this? Lu Anran frowned and said. Marriage is something I should decide on my own. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. What? Hearing this, Wang Hexing's mother's face suddenly fell, looking extremely ugly. Sister Lu, what's going on? Lu Anran's mother looked embarrassed and said angrily. When did you start dating someone? How come I didn't know? Who is it? Lu Anran pursed her lips. Just 2 days ago, it was my high school classmate. Chapter 39 What BYD? This is Bentley. High school classmates? Hearing these 4 words, Lu Anran's mother's face became even uglier. Wang Hexing's mother looked unhappy, but still said. It's okay to talk about it. We can split up again. Besides, what's so good about high school classmates? Didn't you go to high school in Yundu? You are just a college student from an ordinary university, a high school classmate. What good stuff can you have? As she spoke, a look of disdain appeared on Wang Hexing's mother's face. Lu Anran's mother suppressed her emotions and said. Anran, why can't you think straight? Hexing is so good. He graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious American university and founded a multinational company right after graduation. How happy will your life be if you marry Hexing? Lu Anran still shook his head firmly. I love my boyfriend very much. Love? What's the use of love? Lu Anran's mother said angrily. I'm telling you, cut off contact with that classmate of yours right now and tell him that you're getting married soon. Why would anyone want to take advantage of our daughter? Then, Lu Anran's mother smiled and said to Wang Hexing. It's okay, Hexing. I just started dating my boyfriend. I think he got carried away by something. Don't take it to heart. Wang Hexing pushed his glasses and said with a smile. It's okay, Aunt Lu. I don't care about that. As long as Anran can settle down and live with me, I will definitely do everything I can to be good to her. Besides, everyone has had a relationship when they were young. I won't take it to heart. Lu Anran's mother immediately said with relief. Xiaoxing is a polite, obedient, and capable child. It is definitely a blessing for Anran to marry you. Lu Anran was so angry that he clutched the corner of his clothes tightly, but he couldn't say anything. There was only one thought left in her mind. Brother Tian, why haven't you come yet? Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Anran's mother was stunned for a moment, and she stood up to open the door. As she walked, she looked at Lu Anran's father in confusion. Are there any guests coming today? Lu Anran's father shook his head. When the door opened, Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of Lu Anran's mother. Handsome. The first feeling is this word. Compared with Lin Tian, Wang Hexing is indeed not inferior at all. At most, he looks more gentle than Lin Tian. Who are you? Lu Anran's mother hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully. Hello, Auntie. I'm Anran's boyfriend. My name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled politely. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room stood up immediately. Wang Hexing's mother's expression became increasingly ugly. She couldn't help but stick her head out and look outside the door. What a handsome guy. But then, she felt a wave of disdain in her heart. Handsome? What's the use of being handsome? Just by looking at Lin Tian's clothes, you can tell that he is a poor boy. Fresh graduates all dress like this. How can he compare to Wang Hexing, who is gentle and elegant and wears a suit? When Lu Anren heard Lin Tian's voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly stood up, rushed to the door, and pulled Lin Tian in while her mother wasn't paying attention. Brother Tian, you are finally here. Lu Anren hugged Lin Tian's arms with both hands, feeling warm in her heart. This scene almost made Wang Hexing and his parents angry to death. Especially Wang Hexing, he almost couldn't hold it together and a blue vein popped out on his forehead. When they first met, Wang Hexing decided that Lu Anren was his woman. Now looking at Lu Anren hugging another man's arm and smiling so sweetly, he was almost so angry that he burst into cursing. But he pretended to be calm. Be polite, you must remain polite. Lu Anren's parents looked at each other, shocked by Lin Tian's sudden visit and had not yet recovered. Hey, Anren's boyfriend? Where do you work and how much is your monthly salary? Wang Hexing's mother asked sarcastically. She looked at Lin Tian again and again. With this outfit, a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan would be the best. I'm not working. Lin Tian smiled slightly and responded. Not working? How can you still have the nerve to date if you're not working? Wang Hexing's mother said unhappily, looking at Lin Tian with disdain. If you don't go to work, you probably don't have a car, right? Our Xiaoxing drives a Mercedes-Benz, and he has 2 of them. Hearing this, Lu Anren's mother was suddenly excited. Mercedes-Benz, 2 of them. This is enough to show that Wang Hexing is very generous. Lin Tian almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Lu Anren said unhappily. Who said there's no car? Of course Brother Tian has a car. Wang Hexing's mother was slightly stunned. You have a car? What car? Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. Like Mercedes-Benz, it also starts with B. Starting with B? Lu Anren scratched his head. This seems to be correct, Porsche does start with B. But others don't think so. Wang Hexing's mother was stunned at first, then sneered and said. I thought it was a nice car. It turned out to be BYD. Don't drive a car like this and embarrass yourself. Although it's good enough for you to be able to buy a car at your age, it's still far behind my Xiaoxing. Lu Anren stood there in a daze, unable to react. Bid? What is that? It seems to start with B. She knew nothing about cars and could only stay beside Lin Tian obediently. Anyway, with Lin Tian here, she knew she was absolutely safe. Seeing this, Lu Anren's mother strode up to Lin Tian and said seriously. Young man, my family is all refined people, and I won't bother with you about secretly dating my daughter. But I advise you not to delay my daughter. Please leave now. Lin Tian continued to laugh. Okay auntie, let's go. Lu Anren nodded happily. Then, he hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly and walked out the door with him. Wang Hexing's mother almost fainted from anger and gnashed her teeth and said. Sister Lu, look. I came here with sincerity, why are you still hiding it from me? What kind of person is not good enough for our Xiaoxing to find? I am just considering that we have worked together for many years and making it a closer relationship. You. Lu Anren's mother was speechless for a moment and hurried to chase Lin Tian and Lu Anren. But the 2 of them had already gotten off the elevator and disappeared. Chase. Lu Anren's mother gritted her teeth. How can the delicious cabbages in your own garden be eaten by pigs? Wang Hexing and others also stood up and followed him downstairs. However, as soon as they went downstairs, a domineering Bentley suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Lu Anren's mother was stunned at first, then said. Is this Xiaoxing's Mercedes? This car is really nice and it doesn't look cheap at all. Wang Hexing looked at the Bentley in front of him with shock. What Mercedes? This is a Bentley. This car is worth 20 of his cars. Auntie, you misunderstood. This car is mine. Just then, Lin Tian took out the key and pressed it. The car lights flashed twice, looking very domineering. Chapter 40. The son-in-law is too powerful. Yours? Wang Hexing's mother's eyes widened, but she quickly regained her composure and asked in confusion. BYD has released such a good-looking car? Wang Hexing's face darkened, and he felt ashamed. Mom, how can this be a BYD? It's a Bentley. Lu Anren's mother said puzzledly. What is a Bentley? How much is it? Wang Hexing rubbed his forehead. Bentley Continental, the cheapest one is about 3 million. He said this very against his will. 3 million? How could he not see that Lin Tian's Continental was the highest-end version, which probably cost more than 5 million before it landed? But when the words 3 million came out, everyone gasped. Although Lu Anren's family is not poor, they are not wealthy either. It is good enough for them to see BBA on a regular basis. 3 million. How many years will it last for their family? However, these 3 million are just for a car. Lu Anren's mother was dumbfounded, and her eyes turned evasive when she looked at Lin Tian. Xiao Lin, right? Is this car yours? Lin Tian nodded. Lu Anren suddenly felt relieved and said, of course, there is more than one. And a Porsche 9, what was it? 918. Lin Tian reminded considerately. Yes, Porsche 918. Lu Anren felt very confident. Sure enough, the sense of security that Lin Tian brought her was unparalleled. Although Lu Anren didn't know when Lin Tian bought another Bentley. But just like Lin Tian also has a real estate group, she will have to slowly understand all these in the future. Wang Hexing's expression became even uglier. He now just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It's so embarrassing. Just now his mother was showing off 2 Mercedes-Benzes. Now think about it, compared with Bentley and Porsche, what does his little Mercedes mean? Even if both cars are Maybach S-Class, their combined cost is not as high as this Bentley. Lu Anren's mother was a little stunned and murmured. Shaolin, what exactly do you do for a living? You and Ran were high school classmates, so shouldn't you have just graduated? How can you afford a car like this? Before Lin Tian could speak, Lu Anren spoke first. Nothing, my boyfriend just opened a hotel and a real estate group. She didn't know that in addition to this, there was also a new modeling agency and a car dealership. Hotel? What hotel? Lu Anren's mother was even more stunned. Tianqi Hotel, what is the name of the real estate group? Hongtu? Lu Anren really couldn't remember the name, and it took him a long time to figure it out. Apocalypse. Grand Path. Hearing these 2 names, Wang Hexing's legs felt a little weak. How come this guy who looks like he just graduated has such a big background? Although Wang Hexing does not live in Yundu, he has also investigated here for the company's business. He knew very well what level of company Tianqi and Hongtu were. Lu Anren's parents and Wang Hexing's parents were also completely shocked. Hongtu and the others may not know. But how could they not know the name of Tianqi? This young man in front of me is the owner of a 5-star hotel? If Lin Tian had said this when he first arrived, they wouldn't have believed a word of it. But when they saw this Bentley, they had to believe it. Without financial strength, how dare you buy this kind of car? What's more, there is a Porsche. Mom, let's go first. I still have to work. Wang Hexing took a deep breath and spoke quickly. How could he dare to stay here? He absolutely cannot offend a person of Lin Tian's level. If he wants to go back to Yunde to develop in the future, Lin Tian can crush him and his small company with just a flick of his finger. Oh, yes. Sister Lu. Only then did Wang Hexing's mother react. The family left in a hurry, not even daring to look back. Today I met the true god. They would never believe that Lin Tian, being so young, could possess such a huge asset. The family behind him is definitely in existence that they dare not even look at. Even if Wang Hexing had other thoughts about Lu Anren, he wouldn't dare to go against the rules. See this family flee in a hurry. Lu Anren's parents stood there stupidly, not knowing what to say. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Tian. This son-in-law is too famous. And Ran, it's okay. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said to Lu Anren. Lu Anren's face was full of happiness. It is enough to have a man in this life who loves her so much and is capable of handling these things. After such a busy day, it is already afternoon. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced and saw that it was Ma Xiaodong calling. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said to Lu Anren. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Stay at home and I'll pick you up when I'm done. Lu Anren nodded. Good. Then, Lin Tian turned to look at Lu Anren's parents. Uncle, Aunt, I'm leaving first. I'm An Rant's boyfriend. I hope you won't forget that. Hearing this, Lu Anrun's parents were shocked. Xiaolin, don't worry. You guys just started, we didn't know anything about it, and now we have such a big misunderstanding, right? Now that you're here, we know what's going on, don't worry. Lu Anrun's mother spoke hurriedly. Lin Tian smiled slightly, turned around, and got into the car. After returning home, Lu Anrun's father frowned and looked at Lu Anrun and said, Anran, when did you and your classmate become friends? Lu Anrun was slightly stunned and said, just a few days ago, at a class reunion. A few days ago. Lu Anrun's father frowned even deeper. Anran, it's not that mom objects. But think about it, Xiaolin's family is so rich, they are not the same kind of people as us. Marriage is about matching social status, not feudal dregs, it's real. Lu Anrun responded intermittently. Lu Anrun's mother didn't care. What's the matter? What do you mean by being well matched? Look at Xiaolin, he has good looks and assets, how perfect is that? You old man, stop worrying about this. I think Xiaolin really cares about Anran. It would be a great honor for our family to have such a son-in-law. At the same time, Lin Tian just left Lu Anran's residential area and called Ma Xiaodong back. Lao Lin, you are getting busier and busier now. You don't even answer the phone. Ma Xiaodong's voice was full of resentment. Lin Tian smiled slightly. It's at my girlfriend's house. It's not convenient. Ma Xiaodong was slightly stunned. Are you dating a girlfriend? Oh yeah, you can find whatever you want now. What a pity. My man was snatched away after all. Lin Tian said unhappily. If you have something to say it now, and stop farting here. Ma Xiaodong chuckled. Come out for a drink? Okay, send me the location. Chapter 41, Why does the drunk woman look so familiar? Yundu, at a roadside stall in a barbecue city. Lin Tian and Ma Xiaodong sat at the table with a pile of barbecue in front of them. Oh my god, you are really rich. You can order so many skewers. Ma Xiaodong picked up a few skewers of meat and stuffed them into his mouth while laughing. Lin Tian said unhappily. Stop being so sarcastic. How much does it cost to make a few skewers? What do you want me to do? Ma Xiaodong sighed quietly. What else could it be? We haven't seen each other for such a long time, why don't you hang out for a drink more often? Lin Tian didn't bother to pay attention to him and opened a bottle of beer and drank it in one gulp. Refreshed. The two drank for a long time before Ma Xiaodong burped and said, It's not all right, actually. It's nothing more than looking for you to chat. Don't worry, brother. I'm not the kind of person who wants to trouble you just because you're successful. From the beginning, I was not that kind of person. Lin Tian waved his hand. Okay, I still don't know you? What bad things happened? Ma Xiaodong gritted his teeth, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and said through gritted teeth. It's all my fucking supervisor's fault. Pure Dogecoin. Today, he made things difficult for me in front of the whole company. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Damn it, when I have money, I will put his head on the barbecue grill and grill it to filter out the water in his brain. Then, Ma Xiaodong started to complain. This Dogecoin asked me to run errands for him the day before yesterday and bought KFC for him, but he didn't pay me. I paid him over $100, and he just ate as if nothing had happened and went home from get off work. There's no other way. This mess has to be put to rest once and for all. This has happened more than once. Do you think he's short of money? His monthly salary is close to 20,000 yuan, so he's not short of money, right? Why do you always want to take money from your subordinates? Lin Tian waved his hand and said. This kind of person is destined to be incapable of accomplishing great things. Ma Xiaodong continued. Also, they gave me the dirtiest and most tiring work in the department, and they even called it exercise. I don't get overtime pay for overtime work, but I can't leave when others are working overtime. Why? Then how come others can leave when I'm working overtime? I didn't steal his wife, so why are you targeting me like that? Ma Dong became more and more angry as he spoke, and he wished he could just take advantage of the alcohol and pick up the bottle to go find his supervisor. Lin Tian listened to what he said from the side, and spoke to comfort him from time to time. In fact, they are all trivial matters. Once accumulated, these emotions deserve to be released. Drinking and complaining to friends is the way to vent. Lin Tian looked at Ma Xiaodong's unhappy look and felt very sad. If it weren't for the system, he would have inevitably lived the same life as Ma Xiaodong. In fact, he is not as good as Ma Xiaodong. Remember, when he lost his job a month ago, didn't he encounter a similar thing? The leaders of Dogecoin are always targeting and making things difficult for others, and they are very snobby. But there is no way, this is the humble and miserable lifestyle of working people. Just bear with it and it will be fine. I don't know how long I drank it. Ma Xiaodong patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said with a smile. Brother, you have grown up now, I am very relieved. At least you're not living the same life as me. What makes me even more relieved is that even though you have become a big shot, you haven't forgotten me, your poor buddy, and you accompany me here to eat some crappy barbecue and brag. It's worth it to have you as a brother in my life. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. What polite words are you talking about? If you really don't want to do this anymore, come to my hotel. But when Ma Xiaodong heard this, he frowned and said. Lao Lin, you are wrong to say that. I asked you out for a drink, not because I wanted to use your connections to get in through the back door. This is the life I have to endure. If I don't go through this, I will never grow to the height I want to reach. You, put aside your current wealthy status and just remember that I just asked you out for a drink and a complaint. Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but be touched. So many years have passed, and Ma Xiaodong is still Ma Xiaodong. He is still the Ma Xiaodong who doesn't want to trouble others but always considers others. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. Don't drink anymore. I'll take you back. Ma Xiaodong waved his hand and said. No need to send it. My home is only 2 steps away from here. I want to take a walk. After I've finished complaining, I still have to digest this myself. Thanks, brother. After saying that, Ma Xiaodong slowly stood up and walked unsteadily in one direction. Lin Tian did not chase after him. He knew Ma Xiaodong's character too well. The more Lin Tian cared, the more he hurt him. The best way is to let him solve it himself. If he really encounters something he cannot solve, Lin Tian will definitely not stand idly by. But Lin Tian was speechless. Ma Xiaodong drank one glass after another, not giving him any chance to drink. After a long time, he was drunk, but Lin Tian didn't drink a single sip. But it's just right, so I don't have to call a designated driver. After watching Ma Xiaodong walk away, Lin Tian slowly stood up and walked into the store. Boss, check out. 328, remove the 0 and give me 302. Okay. Lin Tian paid the money and took out his cell phone to call a designated driver. Where did this woman come from, with such a good figure? I don't know. Have you drunk too much? Let's go and take a look. Just then, Lin Tian heard several men who were eating barbecue mumbling something. Then they stood up and walked to the roadside not far away. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look in the direction they were going. Sure enough, there was a hot woman in a business suit walking on the sidewalk, staggering. But, why does this figure look so familiar? Ruan Ruman? Ruan Ruman kept rubbing her forehead and looking at the road ahead. The straight road looked winding and had some double images in her eyes. But her instinct told her that they would be home in a short while. She suppressed the urge to vomit and continued walking forward. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared in front of her. Oh my God, it's so beautiful! Beautiful lady, why are you walking alone at night? How about I take you home? Keep your voice down, don't scare people. Several people with tattoos on their arms approached Ruan Ruman and were immediately attracted by her beauty. Although she was drunk and reeked of alcohol, her figure and appearance were not affected at all. Roll. Ruan Ruman narrowed her eyes and said coldly. She has a pretty explosive temper, which I like. At this moment, a tattooed man with a punk hairstyle chuckled and tried to touch Ruan Ruman. Ding ding. Suddenly, a horn sounded, which scared the hooligans. Looking closely, they saw a Bentley parked next to them. Lin Tian glanced at the roadside. Get in the car. Chapter 42 Beauty, before you fall asleep, can you tell me your home address? Mr. Lin? Ruan Ruman looked up and was immediately confused. She was sure she was definitely drunk. How is it possible to see Lin Tian here? But her instinctive reaction made her walk slowly towards the car door. Beauty, don't go. The punk-haired tattooed man immediately became unhappy and couldn't help but reach out his hand to pull Ruan Ruman back. I'll give you half a minute, disappear. Lin Tian glanced at the gangsters and his voice was extremely cold. The punk-haired tattooed man was about to rush up to teach Lin Tian a lesson, but was suddenly pulled back by his companions. Brother, stop it, didn't you see what kind of car this guy is driving? Bentley. How many people in the whole Yun can afford a Bentley? They must be rich or noble. We can't afford to offend her, and didn't you hear this woman call her general manager Lin? Let's go, don't mess with rich people. After a few thugs' analysis, the punk leader sobered up a bit. Looking at the European continent in front of him, he swallowed his saliva. 20 seconds. While getting out of the car and preparing to help Ruan Ruman, Lin Tian looked at his cell phone and spoke calmly. Go. The gangsters didn't dare to stay and fled in a hurry. Although they are small hooligans, they know clearly who they should mess with and who they shouldn't mess with. There are many kinds of people in this world who should not be offended, and rich people are one of them. For those who can afford a Bentley, it is easy to make them disappear from Yundu. Lin Tian slowly walked to Ruan Ruman. At this time, Ruan Ruman was rubbing her forehead with one hand, holding the lamppost tightly with the other hand, and frowning. Why do you drink so much? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. For some reason, Lin Tian suddenly thought of Li Xiaodong, who had just complained to him about his boss at Dogecoin. He drank almost as much as Ruan Ruman, and even his walking was unsteady. Could it be that he is also the legendary leader of Dogecoin? Lin Tian looked at Ruan Ruman in front of him. At this time, Ruan Ruman was half bent over, and the amazing gap was clearly visible to Lin Tian. I have to say, this secretary has a really good figure. Let me take you back. Lin Tian spoke slowly. But Ruan Ruman lost her balance and fell forward. It fell right on Lin Tian. Two soft lumps suddenly pressed on Lin Tian's chest, making it a little hard for him to breathe. Ruan Ruman? Lin Tian tried to wake her up. However, he was responded with. Woo! Ruan Ruman vomited. Vomited all over Lin Tian. The pungent smell of alcohol made Lin Tian almost nauseous and he lost all interest. But more than once. Next, another time. Lin Tian's clothes were soaked. Fortunately, this outfit is not expensive, and the total cost of all his clothes would not exceed 4 figures. Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and looked at Ruan Ruman in his arms. After vomiting, her expression seemed to relax a little, and she fell asleep directly on Lin Tian's chest. Fell asleep. He slept like a rabbit, very peacefully. Lin Tian couldn't help but rub his forehead. We can't just leave her here alone. Judging from what just happened, there are a lot of people who want to take her away. Even when drunk, the charm is still there. There was no other way. Lin Tian could only help her put her on the passenger seat, and then took off his coat. The shirt inside was also soaked. There's no way, I can't just take off all my clothes, right? Lin Tian looked helplessly at Ruan Ruman, who was sleeping soundly in the passenger seat. He really didn't know where Ruan Ruman's home was. It seems that I have no choice but to take her to the hotel. For a moment, Lin Tian suddenly felt that being a boss was a bit miserable. Half an hour later, Lin Tiankai drove to the parking lot of Tianqi Hotel. He pulled Ruan Ruman down from the passenger seat, held her arm and slowly walked towards the hotel. Fortunately, Ruan Ruman has maintained a good figure and is not overweight. Lin Tian's physical strength had been enhanced, so it was not difficult for him to support her like this. This scene happened to be seen by Manager Wang, the lobby manager on duty on the first floor. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Tian and the woman he was supporting. The boss is worthy of being the boss, with all kinds of beauties accompanying him. At this moment, the male employee next to him couldn't help but smacking his lips and said enviously. Although Ruan Ruman's face could not be seen clearly, she was definitely a top beauty just by looking at her figure. What are you looking at? Get to work. Boss, you dare to comment? Manager Wang frowned, pretended not to see it, and quickly evacuated the crowd. Having worked in the workplace for many years, he knows this very well. In this case, pretending not to see is the best option. If someone is so tactless as to say, "Boss, let me help you," then tomorrow, this person won't have to work at Tianqi. Soon, Lin Tian helped Ruan Ruman to his room. It seemed that she had just vomited out everything in her stomach and did not vomit again on the way. This made Lin Tiansong feel a lot better. If he vomited in Apocalypse, he would lose face. Only after slowly putting the sleeping Ruan Ruman on the bed did Lin Tian breathe a sigh of relief. He turned and went into the bathroom and took a quick shower. It's all sticky, and if I don't wash it, I'm afraid it will ferment. After taking a shower, Lin Tian came out wrapped in a bath towel. At this time, Ruan Ruman was lying on the bed in a big word, muttering to herself. Drink, don't go home until you're drunk tonight. The proud softness rose and fell with her deep breathing. Ruan Ruman, who was already wearing a low V-top, almost had her buttons popped when she turned sideways. The gap became deeper. The worst thing was that, at some point, her skirt had been lifted up quite a bit because she kept turning over and over. In other words, the lights were not on, otherwise Lin Tian would have seen through everything. With such a beautiful woman lying on the bed, it would be a lie to say that Lin Tian was not moved at all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Tian almost couldn't hold it back, and a flame shot straight up. But he quickly adjusted his mood. Ruan Ruman is indeed a stunning beauty. But Lin Tian never likes to take advantage of others. Whether it was Lu Anrun, Tao Wenwen, or Han Jusen, they all took the initiative while being conscious. Besides, with Lin Tian's current wealth, it wouldn't be possible. After taking a deep breath, he turned around, went to the soft sofa and lay down on it. Weird, how come this sofa is softer than the bed? The sofa in Lin Tian's room is very large enough for 2 adults to lie down. It is hard to say whether this design has other purposes. After a busy day, Lin Tian was tired and fell into a deep sleep. As for Ruan Ruman, she could do whatever she wanted in bed. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was already the second half of the night. Lin Tian just felt that his body was very heavy. He couldn't help but frown and slowly opened his eyes. It didn't matter if he didn't open his eyes, but once he did, Lin Tian was almost scared. There was a person lying on top of him. The soft smell of alcohol and fragrance mixed together filled Lin Tian's nostrils. Ruan Ruman? When did she come down? Chapter 43, drinking so much, and it turned out to be for the company? Lin Tian was very puzzled. The bed alone in this presidential suite is at least 4 meters long, and there is quite a distance between it and the sofa. What on earth did Ruan Ruman do to end up causing trouble for him? But none of this matters. The important thing is that at this time, Ruan Ruman was only wearing underwear on her upper body. I don't know when I took off my shirt. The deep ravine pressed on Lin Tian's lower abdomen. However, she was still sleeping soundly, as sweetly as she could be. Lin Tian took a deep breath. How much did this woman drink? How on earth did she manage to sleep so soundly and yet move so quickly? A flame was drilling towards Lin Tian's forehead. Who can withstand this? Especially Ruan Ruman had to move from time to time. It aroused Lin Tian's nerves even more violently. Lin Tian could not help but sweat on his forehead. It's been extremely hard. Just when Lin Tian could hardly bear it anymore. Suddenly, Ruan Ruman muttered. One more drink, and this project will be done. It's a pleasure to work with you. Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned. What project was it about that made Ruan Ruman so drunk? Then, Ruan Ruman mumbled a few more words, intermittently. But there were only Lin Tian and Ruan Ruman in the huge room. Lin Tian heard all these words clearly. The new chairman wants to destroy Hongtu. I can't. I have to make this deal. At least I can still make a profit. Hongtu won't be wiped out. After hearing these words, Lin Tian's interest instantly vanished. He couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't understand what happened exactly, Lin Tian had already guessed it. Ruan Ruman said that Lin Tian was going to destroy the company. Most likely it's about Lin Tian forcing investment in the Four Seasons Star City project. In Lin Tian's eyes, this was a great opportunity to make a fortune. But in Ruan Ruman's eyes, this was a definite attempt to destroy Hongtu. Ruan Ruman got drunk today because she wanted to get other projects and try to stop the losses. Fortunately, after the failure of investing in Four Seasons Star City, Hongtu did not lose all its money. Looking at the sleeping Ruan Ruman, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but move. It was unbelievable that she was just a secretary, yet she was willing to do so much for the company. Lin Tian slowly helped Ruan Ruman up and put her on the bed again. This time when he looked at Ruan Ruman's hot body, Lin Tian no longer felt the flames rising up. But it's a bit touching. After this incident, Ruan Ruman seemed to calm down and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Tian covered himself with her shirt and fell asleep again on the sofa. The next day. Hiss. Ruan Ruman took a deep breath, rubbed her forehead and slowly got up. She woke up. But my head still hurts. But soon, her eyes widened. Shirt taken off? Now, she is only wearing underwear on her upper body? Also, where is this? It looks very luxurious, but it doesn't look like her own home at all. Ruan Ruman's heart tightened and she quickly lowered her head to look. After confirming that she was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Are you awake? At this moment, a man's voice suddenly appeared in her ears. Ruan Ruman hurriedly hugged her shirt tightly to her chest and looked towards the source of the sound with a look of shock. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Tian. Lin Tian looks like he has some bags under his eyes. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Why are you here? Ruan Ruman said in shock, but her vigilance did not drop at all. This is my room. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. How much did you drink yesterday? If I hadn't met you, you would have woken up now and would have been tied up. Then, Lin Tian slowly told what happened last night. Of course, the almost unspeakable things that happened that night were omitted. Ruan Ruman's face became increasingly ugly. When he learned that she had vomited all over Lin Tian, his expression became even more interesting. My whole mental state is a little fuzzy. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember what happened last night. The worst thing is, I remembered getting into Lin Tian's car. It's over, it's all over. Ruan Ruman wants to die now. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Her ears turned red and she pursed her lips and muttered. Lin Tian did not continue the topic, but said, Are you concerned about investing in Four Seasons Star City? Hearing this, Ruan Ruman was stunned. Boss Lin, I don't know what you are talking about. Although she said this, she was extremely panicked inside. Oh no, she didn't say anything she shouldn't have last night, did she? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Don't worry, you will know after a while. Don't think about drinking and running projects in the future. Luckily you met me this time, otherwise, you would have gotten yourself into trouble. Ruan Ruman clutched her shirt tightly with both hands, feeling mixed emotions. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Lin Tian. Boss Lin, the investment amount for Four Seasons Star City is too large and the risk is too high. The development of this unfinished building was stopped several years ago. Although someone has taken over recently, Director Gu has already asked someone about it. The people who took over plan to tear it down and rebuild it, intending to convert it into other projects. And this is just a plan. We can't hope that others have enough financial resources, right? As she spoke, Ruan Ruman was breathing heavily. She had wanted to say these words to Lin Tian for a long time, but she never had the courage. Now he can be said to be angry out of shame. Anyway, Lin Tian has already seen through his ugly behavior, so he can't care less about it. However, Lin Tian just smiled. This is how we do it for this project. I said before that since I bought Hongtu, I won't destroy it. Ruan Ruman was shocked. Judging from Lin Tian's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Although Ruan Ruman still found it hard to understand where Lin Tian got his confidence from. Go back, and don't drink so much next time. Lin Tian smiled calmly and waved his hand. Ruan Ruman's face turned even redder. She held the shirt and put on her clothes while Lin Tian turned his head. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. After saying that, she left the presidential suite in a panic. Lin Tian didn't expect that Ruan Ruman had such a side. Originally, he had always thought that Ruan Ruman was the kind of person who would never express her emotional fluctuations no matter what. But it's better this way. At least Lin Tian can be sure that Ruan Ruman is sincerely doing this for Hongtu. By the way, I haven't received my reward today. At this moment, Lin Tian's mind moved, and he silently said in his heart. System, draw a lottery. Ding, the lucky draw was successful, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Yongqi Jim. The system subtitles slowly appeared. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. The reward this time is a gym? Chapter 44, When they meet again, the blind date girl instantly turns into a bootlicker. Looking at the three big words gym, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. The rewards given by the system are getting smaller and smaller. How much is a gym worth? Compared with real estate companies, modeling agencies, and car dealerships, there is a huge difference. While thinking, Lin Tian opened his phone to check. It wouldn't matter if he didn't check, but once he did, Lin Tian was really shocked. Yongchi Gym is the largest gym in the entire Yeondu. Located on the 5th floor of Taiha Plaza, it occupies most of the floor. A gym that occupies most of a floor, covers an area of more than 100,000 square meters, and has a market value of over 10 billion? Is this a gym? Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian received a text message from the gym operations department. It's basically the same thing, you have to sign a contract. Lin Tian simply washed up. Just then, problems arose. Lin Tian basically wore the same set of clothes these 2 days. Ruan Ruman vomited all over me yesterday and now I have no clothes to wear. Fortunately, there were several spare sets of clothes in the closet in the presidential suite. They are basically sportswear for running. There are also several suits, all of which are quite expensive. Lin Tian picked one, put it on and went downstairs. At the same time, on the 5th floor of Taiha Plaza, Yongchi Fitness Center. The huge gym was not empty, and there were people sitting on almost every piece of fitness equipment. At this time, a woman in sportswear was sweating on the fitness equipment. Her good figure immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, many people come to the gym not just for fitness. Many people came to chat with her, but the woman rejected them one by one. This woman was none other than Wang Bichi. Wang Bichi had a very ugly look on his face and kept pedaling the cart. The huge pride keeps shaking with the frequency, forming a beautiful landscape. Ding dong! Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Bichi quickly took out his phone and looked at it. Did he agree to add me? However, the result disappointed her greatly. Spare tire number 13, are you free? Can I treat you to a meal? Wang Bichi was so angry that her teeth were itching. Without saying a word, she just clicked to delete the friend. Are you worthy enough to eat with me? Wang Bichi sneered in his heart. Now, her mind is full of the image of Lin Tian driving away in a Porsche 918. This is the perfect man she wants to find. However, due to various reasons, she missed Lin Tian. Wang Bichi was very upset and kept sending friend requests to Lin Tian over the past 2 days. But no response was received. Filled with grief and anger, she had no choice but to go to the gym to sweat. At this moment, the girl next to her looked towards the door and said, covering her mouth, "So handsome." Handsome? Wang Bichi sneered in her heart, what is the use of being handsome? What a man should have most is money, not handsomeness. Can being handsome be used to make a living? Although she thought so in her heart, she couldn't help but follow the gaze of the girl next to her. A man in sportswear suddenly appeared in her sight. Lin Tian? Isn't this Lin Tian? Although she only met Lin Tian once, Wang Bichi remembered Lin Tian deeply in her mind. Her heart was pounding with excitement. Finally I see him again. Wang Bichi hurriedly got off the fitness equipment and walked quickly towards Lin Tian. Sir, would you like to apply for a card? The salesperson at the door saw Lin Tian and hurriedly started selling. Where is your manager? Lin Tian asked in a deep voice. Manager? The salesman couldn't help but frown and looked at Lin Tian again and again. Who would go to see the manager as soon as they get to the gym? Could it be that this person is here to cause trouble? Go find your manager and tell him someone's looking for him. My name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian was too lazy to waste time talking to him and gave the order directly. Although the salesperson was confused, he couldn't help but become more alert when he saw Lin Tian give the name so confidently. Okay sir, please wait a moment, I will go find the manager right away. After saying that, he ran to the manager's office in a hurry. Lin Tian was bored and couldn't help but turn his head to look around the gym. There are beauties and muscular men sweating everywhere. There is so much fitness equipment that you can't see the end of it. Business is good. Lin Tian couldn't help but nodded slightly. If this continues, the daily income of this gym will definitely be considerable. Lin Tian? At this moment, a female voice suddenly interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tian took a glance. It was a woman in a light blue sports bra and shorts. Just looking at her figure, she's really good. A pair of long legs and a belly without a trace of fat, with the parts that should be lifted up straight and upright, a standard beauty figure. Is it possible that someone recognizes me in the gym? Lin Tian raised his eyes slightly. It would be fine if he didn't look at it, but once he did, Lin Tian was stunned. Isn't this person Wang Bichi? At this time, Wang Bichi's face was covered with sweat, and his light blue sportswear was soaked with sweat. Why didn't Ti realize before that she has such a good figure? No wonder the requirements are so high, it turns out there is some capital involved. Lin Tian, do you still remember me? When Wang Bichi saw Lin Tian staring at her figure for a while, she immediately straightened her chest intentionally and spoke as softly as possible. He. Lin Tian just smiled and didn't want to pay any attention to her. Wang Bichi smiled and said, "That means I still remember it. Why did you delete me? I added you recently but you didn't respond." Lin Tian responded casually. "I lost my phone and haven't bought a new one yet." The experiences of the past few days have made Lin Tian lie without blushing at all. Really? Wang Bichi said excitedly. It turns out that he didn't mean to delete her. Just because my phone was lost. A busy person like Lin Tian probably has a spare cell phone in WeChat. No wonder. And Lin Tian didn't ignore her, it seems she still has a chance. Little did he know that Lin Tian was just waiting for the manager to come so that he could complete the formalities quickly. As for explaining to Wang Bichi, it was just something Lin Tian said casually. I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Wang Bichi pursed his lips and said, "How about I treat you to dinner tonight? You choose the place. Just consider it as an apology to you." Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "No, I have something else to do tonight." Lin Tianjin felt that there was nothing much to say about Wang Bichi. She is now posing so coquettishly, trying hard to show off her figure and please Lin Tian. It's just because he was attracted by Lin Tian's money. If it weren't for 918, this kind of woman probably wouldn't even look at Lin Tian. At this moment, a woman in a vest with muscles on her body hurried out. "Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. I didn't expect you to come here now. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Chapter 45, The watermelon was lost, but at least there is still an apple. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked at the woman in front of him. I have a great figure in the physical sense. My body fat is quite low and I can see my abdominal muscles without even exerting any force. The pride of the parcel is also of amazing size. But Lin Tian didn't know whether it was also wrapped in muscles. The key point is that the appearance of a woman with this figure was completely beyond Lin Tian's expectations. Very beautiful, and looks very pure. Especially her eyes, which are so watery and totally inconsistent with her figure. Is this the legendary King Kong Barbie? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Who are you? Pei Yue hurriedly said. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of Yongqi Fitness. My name is Pei Yue. I received a notice this morning, but I didn't expect you to come so early. I'm so sorry I couldn't pick you up. Pei Yue? Lin Tian looked at the King Kong Barbie in front of him in shock. The contrast between the name and the person is too great. If you just look at the face, it's really cute. However, Lin Tian would never think that she had a bad figure. It's just a little too good. Mr. Lin? At this moment, Wang Bichi on the side said in surprise. Lin Tian, are you the boss here? Her heart was filled with shock. Although I knew that Lin Tian was rich and could afford a 918, I didn't expect that Lin Tian was so rich. Yongqi Fitness is the largest, most formal, and most popular gym in the entire Yundu. It is said that it cost hundreds of millions to build this gym. The rent alone costs tens of millions a year. This is more than just being rich? Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Tian with even more excitement. No matter what, we must not let Lin Tian run away. At all costs. However, just as she was excited, Lin Tian and Pei Yue walked away. Boss Lin, the contracts are in your office. I have prepared them for you. Please sign it. Pei Yue led the way and said with a smile. Wang Bichi was not willing to give up, so he hurried forward and said, Lin Tian, you are free someday? I will definitely treat you to a meal. I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Some other time. Lin Tian threw down these 3 words and went upstairs with Pei Yue. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Wang Bichi clenched his hands tightly, and his fingers turned white from the force. She regretted it so much. If I had recognized Lin Tian's uniqueness at the beginning, I wouldn't have said those words. She must be doing very well now. But it's no use saying anything now. Lin Tian obviously had no interest in her and didn't even want to say a word. For a moment, Wang Bichi didn't even have the thought of sweating. With a frustrated look on her face, she picked up her coat and prepared to leave the gym. Bitch? Just then, Wang Bichi suddenly heard someone calling her. She couldn't help but frown. Please call me by my full name. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a well-mannered man wearing sportswear and gold-rimmed glasses. Wang Hexing? Wang Bichi was very surprised. This man was none other than Wang Hexing, who had a blind date with Lu Anren yesterday. Wang Hexing was devastated by what happened yesterday, and he planned to vent his feelings by sweating it out. Wang Bichi, I didn't expect to meet you here. As Wang Hexing spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Wang Bichi's figure. Isn't this sexy body much better than Lu Anren's? I never thought that we would meet again after so many years of graduation. Wang Bichi smiled brightly and said, Didn't you go abroad? Are you back? Wang Hexing pushed up his glasses. Yes, I plan to develop in China. Are you done with your workout? Wang Bichi thought of Lin Tian's ruthless departure, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she quickly hid it. Yes, I just come here to have fun. Wang Hexing immediately laughed and said, Looking at your figure, you must have exercised a lot, right? There aren't many girls as hardworking as you. I still remember that when you were in school, you worked harder and stood out more than others. By the way, it's rare for us to meet. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Hexing's sudden invitation made Wang Bichi stunned. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Wang Hexing. The Rolex on his wrist alone is enough to prove how successful he is now. In addition, Wang Bichi remembered that he had gone abroad to develop since school days. Although he has no relationship with Lin Tian, Wang Hexing seems to be a good person. Returned from overseas, still have money. Okay, but let's wait until night. I've been working out all day and I want to go back and rest. Thinking of this, Wang Bichi smiled slightly and agreed. As Wang Hexing and Wang Bichi walked out of the gym, he kept glancing at Wang Bichi's figure out of the corner of his eye. This small figure is completely different from when he was in school. Especially the towering mountain. Soon, the two came downstairs. Wang Hexing took out the Mercedes-Benz key and gently pressed the switch. A black Mercedes-Benz G was flashing light, which was very dazzling. Wang Bichi glanced over. Wow, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You're actually driving a G-Class now? Although the G-Class is far inferior to the Porsche 918, it is definitely a luxury car. Unexpectedly, her high school classmate is doing so well now. After suffering a dimensionality reduction attack yesterday, Wang Hexing felt like taking revenge. Hearing Wang Bichi's praise, he was very pleased, but he still smiled and said, Nothing, I got used to it when I was abroad, so I bought this after I came back. It's mainly for comfort. The backup car at home is also a GLC. A car is mainly a means of transportation. It just needs to be comfortable to drive. Another GLC? Wang Bichi suddenly became excited. Although I lost the watermelon, at least I picked up an apple, and it was a sweet one. This feeling made Wang Bichi feel happy. Where is your home? I'll take you back. I'll pick you up in the evening. As Wang Hexing spoke, he took the opportunity to look at Wang Bichi's proud peaks again. Wang Bichi has been in the underworld for many years, so how could she not know Wang Hexing's little thoughts? She pretended to be unintentional and proud, and said with a smile, No, I can go back by myself. I'll call you in the evening. The more it is at this time, the more we should not be anxious and we should play the game of hard to get. Wang Bichi understands this truth very well. Time flies. The gym's contract was much more complicated than Lin Tian had imagined. Not only the main store here, but also some contracts for branch stores. Not many, just about 10 or so. Lin Tian finally understood why the market value of this gym was so high. However, this also wasted a lot of Lin Tian's time. Even though Pei Yue was driving, Lin Tian still felt a little tired. By the time we arrived at the hotel, the sun had already set. After Pei Yue left, Lin Tian strode to the elevator. Thinking of Wang Bichi whom he saw in the gym today, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart. Although this green tea bitch makes Lin Tian feel a little disgusted, her figure is really good. Thinking of this, Lin Tian felt a little itchy in his heart. He couldn't help but pick up his phone and dial Lu Anren's number. Chapter 46. He added me, he has me in his heart. Hey, brother Tian? Lu Anren picked up the phone and her voice sounded a little weak. Are you bored at home? How about I pick you up and go shopping? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Shopping is just an excuse, but it's hard to state the main purpose. Lu Anren couldn't understand the hidden meaning of Lin Tian's words, so he smiled bitterly. Brother Tian, it may not work today. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Lu Anren said helplessly. My relatives are here. Relative. Lin Tian understood immediately. Is it such a coincidence? Although he was angry and eager to fight, Lin Tian really didn't want to fight a bloody battle. Then you should take a rest. After hanging up the phone, the elevator arrived. The elevator door slowly opened, and two familiar figures appeared in front of Lin Tian. Lin Xie and Tao Wenwen. Xiao Tian, you're back? Lin Xie immediately laughed. Lin Tian smiled slightly, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Tao Wenwen. And Ran is not available, but luckily she is still here. We just finished, you guys want to go out? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. Lin Xie sighed softly. Yes, the company has a temporary arrangement and needs to go on a field trip. If you don't say it in the morning, you have to say it in the evening. I'm not like you. I started my own business. Workers, souls, no more talking, we're going to be late. After saying that, Lin Xie took Tao Wenwen away. As a result, Tao Wenwen was not there either. Lin Tian returned to the room and couldn't help but look at his phone. A red mark caught Lin Tian's attention. It's still a friend request. It's Wang Bichi. Lin Tian, I really want to apologize. Can I go through a friend? Looking at this message, Lin Tian did not ignore it as usual. Instead, he opened Wang Bichi's circle of friends and took a look. Wang Bichi's moments are full of her selfies, and most of them don't include her face. It mainly highlights her figure. The last few selfies I took were all taken in the gym. It seems that she is well aware of her advantages and avoids the important issues. After all, her appearance is not particularly outstanding, but her figure is. Looking at the two small peaks, Lin Tian couldn't help but pursed his lips. Finally, he clicked to agree and added Wang Bichi as a friend. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. At the same time, at Wang Bichi's home. After returning home, Wang Bichi took a shower and began to dress up carefully. It's already evening, and I must not be careless when I have dinner with Wang Hexing later. However, Wang Bichi still held back and simply wore a low V-shirt and a jacket. Just as she turned on her cell phone to call Wang Hexing. Suddenly, a WeChat message made her freeze in place. Lin Tian, I have passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Lin Tian added her. Wang Bichi's heart was pounding and she couldn't suppress her excitement. It seems that he is really busy today. After all, he has just taken over the company and must have a lot of things to deal with. No matter what Lin Tian's attitude towards her is. But he accepted the friend request, which was enough to prove that Lin Tian was not indifferent to her. This made Wang Bichi so happy that she quickly picked up her phone and completely forgot about Wang Hexing. She sat on the sofa and hurriedly edited the message. Lin Tian, you're finally included. Lin Tian, how are you going to apologize? Wang Bichi, let me treat you to a meal. Lin Tian, I'm full. Upon seeing this news, Wang Bichi was stunned for a moment. Eat, are you full? Does this mean you're rejecting her? Did Lin Tian add her back just to reject her? Before she could feel uncomfortable, Lin Tian sent another message. I'm at the Apocalypse Hotel. Come on over and remember to show your sincerity in your apology. This piece of news made Wang Bichi's heart beat wildly again. Apocalypse Hotel. If Wang Bichi still doesn't understand Lin Tian's implication, then she has lived in vain. Good. She sent it without thinking. Then she looked at the clothes she was wearing. No, this dress is absolutely not okay. As she spoke, she quickly rummaged through the closet. After more than 10 minutes, she finally found the right dress. A hollow camisole and shorts, it's as refreshing as it can be. She knew in her heart what Lin Tian meant by sincerity. Is this outfit sincere enough? Just as Wang Bichi was looking at herself in the mirror again and again, trying to find the most suitable posture to show off her figure. Ding ling ling. A phone call interrupted all her thoughts. Is it Lin Tian calling? I didn't expect him to be so anxious. The more this happens, the greater her chances. Wang Bichi was very excited and answered the phone quickly. Hey, old classmate, it's already evening. If I don't eat now, I'm going to starve to death. Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? Wang Hexing's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Bichi's face suddenly fell. After being excited for a long time, the result turned out to be Wang Hexing. Although Wang Hexing is also a good person, he is a small wealthy man who returned from overseas and also started a company. But compared with Lin Tian, he is still far behind. Wang Bichi would never do anything like losing the watermelon to pick up the sesame seeds. I'm afraid it won't work today. Wang Bichi smiled slightly and said, My dad said he wanted to come see me today, but I couldn't go out. Hearing this, Wang Hexing was silent for a moment and continued. What a shame. Let's do it another time. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hexing glanced at his phone and sneered. You little slut, are you still trying to be reserved with me? Forget it, I'll wait for you for 2 more days. He didn't know that at this moment, Wang Bichi put on her coat and drove in a hurry to meet her father. The top floor of Tianqi Hotel. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang, and Lin Tian picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Wang Bichi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Tian, I'm Wang Bichi, I'm already at the Apocalypse Hotel. Okay, wait for me on the first floor. The first floor? Wang Bichi looked around. The first floor, isn't that a place for dining? Yes, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? I'm just hungry again. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Wang Bichi was completely dumbfounded. She held her phone blankly, not knowing what to say. After all this time, she got the wrong idea? Also, isn't it a bit expensive to eat here? She stammered. Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Soon, Lin Tian went downstairs. Wang Bichi looked at Lin Tian excitedly, and they found a seat in the hall and sat down. Looking at the prices of the dishes on the menu, Wang Bichi felt heartbroken. This is too expensive. I don't know if she would run away if she knew the prices in the restaurant upstairs. She gritted her teeth and ordered a few dishes. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. I came here today to sincerely apologize. What happened last time was really. Not long after Wang Bichi opened her mouth, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. It's Wang Hexing. Chapter 47 Clear Self-Positioning, This is what smart people do. Wang Hexing also noticed that someone was looking at him. He couldn't help but turn around and saw Wang Bichi sitting not far away. There was a man next to him. Wang Hexing frowned immediately and walked over slowly. Wang Bichi's face became visibly uglier. However, when Wang Hexing just walked in front of Wang Bichi, he was shocked to find that the person sitting opposite Wang Bichi was Lin Tian. His expression suddenly became even gloomier. This Lin Tian. He fell in love with Luanren, but Lin Tian came and made him lose all face. Now he has his eyes on Wang Bichi. Wang Hexing couldn't help but sneer and said to Wang Bichi. Didn't you say your dad was here? Is this your father? The scene became very awkward at one point. Wang Bichi took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Tian quickly. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found that Lin Tian didn't seem to care. What is my relationship with you? Why should I tell you my whereabouts? Wang Hexing gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't dare to look directly at Lin Tian, so he could only stare at Wang Bichi with wide eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, Didn't you say at noon that? Wang Bichi frowned. We were just chatting as former classmates, and I didn't agree to have dinner with you. You called me, and I didn't reject you outright, which is good enough. What? Are you questioning me? After a barrage of criticism, veins popped up on Wang Hexing's forehead. Lin Tian watched quietly from the side. Seeing Wang Bichi being so aggressive reminded Lin Tian of the time when he went on a blind date with her before he awakened the system. Nowadays, things and people have changed, which makes people sigh. However, it's quite satisfying to see him scold this overseas returnee. Wang Hexing really didn't want to lose face here. Twice in a row, because of the same person. Instead of getting angry, he laughed and said to Wang Bichi sinisterly. Oh? Then did you know that he already has a girlfriend? You want to have dinner with him? What? Do you want to be a mistress? At this moment, Wang Hexing couldn't care about anything else. He wants revenge. He wants to ruin the good things between Huang Lintian and Wang Bichi. These two people came to the Apocalypse Hotel for dinner. Is there any need to think about what will happen next? This place belongs to Lin Tian. Can't he do whatever he wants here? But Lin Tian still looked calm and didn't take the matter seriously at all. This made Wang Hexing even more annoyed. When Wang Bichi heard Wang Hexing's words, her heart skipped a beat. Lin Tian has a girlfriend? Then, what is she? But this idea was quickly swept away by Wang Bichi. With Lin Tian's conditions, what kind of girlfriend can he find? She didn't think she was worthy of being Lin Tian's only one. But Lin Tian already has her in his eyes, and that's enough. Wang Hexing couldn't help but feel a little smug when he saw Wang Bichi's silence. You don't think that someone like Lin Tian would look you in the eye, do you? Even if I'm attracted to your looks, you're just a spare tire. People like you will never be able to be the principal wife. You are only fit to be a mistress. Having said that, Wang Hexing has already given it his all. If you offend Lin Tian, the worst that can happen is that he will go back to the United States and never come back again. No matter how powerful Lin Tian is in Yundu, he can't extend his influence abroad, right? However, he never expected that Lin Tian didn't take this matter seriously at all, but instead found it ridiculous. And after all, what Wang Hexing said was not wrong. But compared to these, Lin Tian was more curious about what Wang Bichi would think. Wang Bichi's eyes were bloodshot and his face looked very ugly. The more she did this, the more excited Wang Hexing became. Let you push me, let you lie to me. This is the price. Just when he was feeling very proud. Suddenly, a glass of cold water was poured on his face. The cold water gave him a shudder. When he reacted, he looked at Wang Bichi fiercely. What do you want to do? Wang Bichi sneered and said. Who do you think you are? What do you have to do with me? Do I need you to take care of my business? What's more, Mr. Lin and I were just having a simple meal together. How could you be so dirty-minded? There were not many people eating in the entire hall, and anyone who dared to look over here was dealt with by people sent by Manager Wang. You are simply a lunatic. Bitch. Wang Hexing roared. He no longer cared about being a gentleman or saving face. In front of Lin Tian, he no longer had any face or dignity. What happened today made him feel extremely ashamed. Even if it's what you said, I did it willingly. Do you need my advice here? Wang Bichi clenched her teeth and trembled with anger. If she hadn't taken into consideration that Lin Tian was still here, she would have slapped him directly. Wang Hexing was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? She clearly knows that he has a girlfriend and she is just a backup, but she still wants to get close to him? Seeing that none of the methods he used were working, Wang Hexing was about to explode with anger. Are you done? At this moment, Lin Tian spoke calmly. This one sentence left Wang Hexing speechless. Sir, please go out. You are not welcome here anymore. Seeing Lin Tian speaking, Manager Wang walked over calmly and said in a cold voice with a stern face. Wang Hexing glared at Wang Bichi without saying a word, and hurriedly left the Tianqi Hotel. He originally came to the Apocalypse Hotel just to look for beautiful prey. I didn't expect to be defeated here. After Wang Hexing left, Wang Bichi sat down somewhat distraught, and quickly said to Lin Tian. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Besides that, she really didn't know what to say. There's nothing to be sorry about. I didn't expect that you have such a genuine side. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Wang Bichi's heart suddenly moved. She thought Lin Tian would be angry because of Wang Hexing's words. I didn't expect that they didn't care at all. With this situation, they deserve to be rich. At this moment, Lin Tian slowly stood up. This immediately frightened Wang Bichi, and she quickly stood up. Lin Tian, where are you going? Lin Tian smiled slightly. Go upstairs. Hearing this, Wang Bichi's heart almost jumped out. Go upstairs. Did this get Lin Tian's approval? Her heart couldn't stop beating, she was breathing heavily, and her face was a little red. She silently followed Lin Tian into the elevator and arrived at the top floor. As soon as she opened the door of the presidential suite, Wang Bichi was shocked. Where had she ever seen such a luxurious hotel room? Lin Tian just returned to the house when he heard a bang. Wait for him to turn around and look. Wang Bichi had taken off her coat, leaving only a hollow suspender. Under the light, you can vaguely see the tall mountains. Wang Bichi pursed her lips and said softly. This room is good, but it's a little hot. Chapter 48 is the new chairman from Kyoto? 2 days. Wang Bichi was lying on the huge bed, unconscious. It's too much trouble. She never dreamed that Lin Tian was not only young and rich, but also had such amazing physical strength. When she woke up, she didn't know what time it was. I just felt dizzy and numb all over. Looking at Lin Tian, who was still sleeping soundly, and the mess around him, these were all Lin Tian's battle achievements. She was very happy. So what if I have a girlfriend? As long as Lin Tian is interested in her, that's enough. As for the rest, why bother so much? Having a girlfriend doesn't mean you're married. Although she felt a little sore, she slowly approached Lin Tian and hugged Lin Tian's waist tightly. What? Still want to fight? Lin Tian smiled calmly and opened his eyes. This immediately scared Wang Bichi. But then, her face flushed. I'm willing to do anything you want. Lin Tian just smiled and didn't say anything. I have to say that Wang Bichi's daily exercise is not in vain, she has such a good figure. It really feels good. He reached out and grabbed a handful of round balls. Very elastic. This made Wang Bichi's face turn even redder. Can I come to see you again in the future? Wang Bichi said softly. She was very scared, afraid that Lin Tian was just acting on impulse and would delete her as a friend later. And thus became strangers. She knew very well what her position was in Lin Tian's heart. After leaving such a bad first impression on Lin Tian from the very beginning, Wang Bichi had already prepared for the worst. It depends on your performance. Lin Tian responded calmly. When Wang Bichi heard this, his heart was shocked. I will definitely perform well. Half an hour later, Wang Bichi walked out of the bathroom. My already sore body felt even worse. But her heart was filled with joy. At least it was all worth it. But when she was about to put on her clothes, she was dumbfounded. It can't be said to be shattered, but it is definitely not wearable. Thinking of what happened last night, Wang Bichi felt the blood in his body quicken. I have a spare pair of sportswear here, you can wear it first. Seeing this, Lin Tian spoke. As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to Wang Bichi. Use it to buy clothes. Wang Bichi felt happy but also shocked at the same time. She knew that Lin Tian was rich, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to be so generous. He can easily take out 200,000 without blinking an eye. Although Wang Bichi has some money, he is still an ordinary office worker after all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking about finding a strong partner like Lin Tian every day. This made Wang Bichi even more determined that her choice was absolutely right. Once you hold on to Lin Tian's thigh tightly, you must never let go. After changing into sportswear, he said goodbye to Lin Tian and left. Lin Tian looked at Wang Bichi's departing figure and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Wang Bichi is more shrewd than he thought. At least she knows her position very well and won't interfere in other people's affairs. After stretching, Lin Tian called out the system. System, draw a lottery. Ding! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Taiha Plaza. Taiha Square? Lin Tian was stunned. The reward this time is so big that they actually gave him Taiha Plaza directly? The status of Taiha Plaza in Yundu is self-evident. The most prosperous area in the entire Yundu has become the city center on its own. The market value is inestimable. Now Lin Tian Kai deeply realized that he was wrong. The system's rewards are getting worse and worse. This is a big move. At the same time, the office area on the top floor of Taiha Plaza. In the general manager's office. General Manager Feng Wujian looked at the email sent on the computer with a complicated expression. Mr. Feng, the information you requested has been sorted out. Just then, Feng Wujian's secretary strode up to Feng Wujian with documents and whispered. Read. Feng Wujian said in a deep voice. The information shows that the buyer is Lin Tian, who just bought all the shares at the highest price, paying in full at one time. Lin Tian now holds 100% of Taiha Plaza and becomes the new chairman. The secretary was frightened as he read it. Who is this Lin Tian? Taiha Plaza was acquired overnight? Feng Wujian felt even more puzzled. He couldn't help but frown, as if he was thinking about something. The secretary then said. Boss Feng, who exactly is this new chairman? The board of directors of Taiha Plaza has at least 20 people, and even the old chairman only controls 32% of the shares. Every director is a well-known figure in Yundu. But the new chairman bought all the shares overnight. I checked his information. The new chairman has acquired several companies in recent days. Here are the information of these companies. Please take a look. Feng Wujiang narrowed his eyes and looked over. Hongtu Real Estate Group. Noah Models. Cars all over the world. Yongqi Fitness. Feng Wujiang was familiar with these companies. Yongqi Fitness and Noah Model Agency are okay. But if you want to acquire Hongtu Real Estate and Tianxia Auto Dealership, you not only need to have sufficient financial resources, but also very strong connections. What's more, it now directly holds 100% of the shares of Taihe Plaza. How powerful is this Lin Tian? The secretary continued. I investigated his family and all I know is that he wasn't originally from Yundu. Feng Wujiang's heart was suddenly shocked. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Tell everyone that any further investigation of the new director is strictly prohibited. To have such great financial resources and power, and not be from Yundu, is not something we can guess." The secretary was stunned and said in shock, "You mean, he's from Kyoto?" Feng Wujiang nodded. "Very likely. The new director should be here today to sign the contract. Prepare all the contracts immediately and put them in the chairman's office for later use. Regarding the new director, no discussion or investigation is allowed. As soon as I arrived in Yundu, I started to acquire various industries. This is because I want to develop in many aspects. Except that people from Kyoto came to Yundu to launch a dimensionality reduction attack, I can't think of any other reason." Feng Wujiang felt extremely complicated. He couldn't figure out what kind of person the new chairman Lin Tian was. Ding ding. Just then, Feng Wujiang received the sound of a text message on his cell phone. He took a look at the content, stood up immediately, and said in a deep voice, "Follow me down to greet the new chairman." Feng Wujiang worked in Yundu for many years before he was able to take the position of general manager of Taihe Plaza. Even for him, it was difficult to imagine what kind of existence Lin Yun was. Half an hour later, a black Bentley slowly stopped at the main entrance of Taiyun Plaza. Feng Wujiang strode forward. The license plate number had just been given via text message, and Feng Wujiang immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Otherwise, no car would be able to enter the ground of Taiyun Plaza without special circumstances. The person sitting in this Bentley is the new chairman of Taihe. However, when Lin Tian slowly got out of the car, Feng Wujiang was simply dumbfounded. So young? The secretary behind him also froze in place. So handsome? Chapter 49. My brother is being bullied, why shouldn't I come to help? Director Lin. Although Feng Wujiang was surprised, he quickly adjusted his mood and said hurriedly. The younger Lin Tian got, the more certain he was of his original idea. His identity is definitely not simple. The contract has been drawn up for you and is on your desk. Feng Wujiang spoke as he led the way for Lin Tian. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the chairman's office in Taihe Plaza. As soon as he came in, Lin Tian felt refreshed. This office is a little bit big. Such a large space, with almost everything you need. There is also space to play golf indoors. It is worthy of being Taihe. It is not on the same level as any of Lin Tian's previous companies. Lin Tian took a quick look at the contract that Feng Wujiang handed over. Although there are more contracts to sign than at Hongtu and other companies at that time, there is not much difference in essence. After a while, Lin Tian signed all the contracts. Director Lin, here are the names of the businesses that Taihe plans to move into in the second half of the year. I have sorted it out. Can you see if there is anything that needs to be changed? As he spoke, Feng Wujiang handed a list to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a glance. The names of major brands are listed above, but Lin Tian has never heard of most of them. I have to say that Feng Wujiang's work ability can be seen from this table. It contains nearly all the brand names and related information. There are also different classifications. However, Lin Tian really couldn't understand it. After taking a quick look, he said, "Just take charge of it. Although I have taken over Taihe, I will not be involved in the operational aspects. Just do it the same way you did before." Lin Tian repeated what he had said to Wei Yushu and Tianqi before. Why not use such a capable person under your command? Lin Tian really doesn't understand any of this. Hearing this, Feng Wujiang was stunned and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. But the surprise was fleeting. Okay, Mr. Lin. Feng Wujiang never thought that Lin Tian took over Taya without making any changes. It's normal not to make drastic changes. But there are no changes or ideas of his own? So why did Lin Tian acquire Taya? At first he was worried that Lin Tian's arrival would lead to a major reshuffle of Taiha's leadership team. But Lin Tian seemed to have no such plan at all. This further confirmed Feng Wujiang's previous thoughts. Lin Tian is definitely from a big family in Kyoto or other top first-tier cities. He knows nothing, but has such strength and connections. It is obvious that he is here to experience life. Behind him, there is definitely an unimaginable huge family. By the way, the Yongqi Fitness Center on the 5th floor is also under my name. Lin Tian seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke. Feng Wujiang stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I understand. I will handle it properly. Lin Tian nodded. When talking to smart people, you don't have to put in so much effort. Go get busy. Lin Tian waved his hand and gestured. Feng Wujiang bowed slightly and turned to leave. Ding ling ling. Just after Feng Wujiang walked out, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Dongzi? Lin Tian looked at the note on his phone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and answered the call. Hey, Lao Lin. Li Xiaodong's voice came from the other end of the phone. It sounded a little off, like it had some emotion. Lin Tian smiled calmly. What? Are you sober? Li Xiaodong said unhappily. I woke up a long time ago. I took a day off yesterday. Well, forget it. Are you free tonight? Let's go out for a drink. Lin Tian said calmly. What? Are you worried again? Is your Dogecoin supervisor giving you trouble again? These words seemed to hit Li Xiaodong's heart. Li Xiaodong said indignantly. There's really nothing else besides him. I drank too much yesterday and asked for a day off. He thought I didn't want to do the private job he assigned me 2 days ago. Today they are making things difficult for me, criticizing me in front of the entire company, saying that I have no regard for company rules and regulations. I had a falling out with him and told him about taking private orders in front of the whole company. He got so angry that he threatened to fire me. Damn it, I quit. Go fuck myself. After that, Li Xiaodong waved his hand and continued. Okay, I won't complain to you anymore. Are you free tonight? I'm busy now. I'm going to call my girlfriend. Hearing Li Xiaodong's complaints like a grudge, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Where are you now? Lin Tian asked in a deep voice. Li Xiaodong was a little confused. It's right in front of the company. Wait a minute, I'll come find you. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. The last time Li Xiaodong complained about being in charge of Dogecoin, Lin Tian just listened for fun. Moreover, Li Xiaodong was unwilling to let Lin Tian help him, so Lin Tian didn't take it to heart. After all, Li Xiaodong is a rather arrogant person, so it is inevitable that he would have conflicts with his superiors. But I didn't expect such a thing to happen today. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Xiaodong is Lin Tian's only brother. How dare someone bully his childhood friend like this? Lin Tian absolutely disagrees. It was okay that I didn't have the ability before. Now that you have the ability, why do you still have to swallow your anger? While thinking this, Lin Tian went downstairs, got in the Bentley and drove away. Li Xiaodong's company is a bit off the beaten track. After running for half an hour, Lin Tiankai finally arrived downstairs of Li Xiaodong's company. Rather than being a company, it is more like a small workshop. Looking at the office building where Li Xiaodong is located, it looks pretty good. But compared with the office building of Hongtu Group, it is like heaven and earth. Digi Real Estate? When Lin Tian saw the sign on the office building, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Before, Lin Tian never knew what Li Xiaodong did. Today I found out that he works in a real estate company. Lao Lin, what are you doing all the way here? Let me remind you, I have to go to my girlfriend's house to meet her parents today. It's not too late to drink in the evening. Seeing Lin Tian coming, Li Xiaodong couldn't help but be shocked. He thought Lin Tian was just joking. It turns out he is serious. I'm here to help you get an explanation. Come on, take me in. Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Li Xiaodong was stunned. Forget it, I don't plan to continue working here. You are so pressed for time, Why did you make a trip for such a trivial matter? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Li Xiaodong and said, Someone is bullying my brother. Can I come and help out? Lead the way. Li Xiaodong was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lin Tian in a daze. For some reason, he was shocked and touched by Lin Tian's words. Damn it, you're right. I can't be bullied for nothing, let's go. Chapter 50, Spend tens of millions to buy a useless agency? Deji Real Estate. Lin Tian brought Li Xiaodong and stormed into the supervisor's office in a menacing manner. The supervisor was wearing a suit that had a slightly Mediterranean style, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look a little wretched. He was making tea at the time when the office door was suddenly kicked open, which frightened him. The scalding hot water poured directly onto his hands, causing him to gasp in pain. After seeing the uninvited guest clearly, the supervisor cursed. Li Xiaodong, you dare to come back? I haven't settled accounts with you yet, what do you want to do? Li Xiaodong suddenly became angry and said. Chen Zhili, if you keep talking nonsense, I will spread the news of your private work throughout the company. Chen Zhili sneered. Spread it, you go and spread it. I want to see whether more people believe in you or me. I haven't reported you for taking private jobs at the company yet, and you're slandering me? Li Xiaodong was immediately furious. He just turned around and left because he was so angry that Chen Zhili turned the blame on him. Now when he encountered this sentence again, he was still speechless. Every time Chen Zhili approached him for a private deal, he would relay the information verbally and left no evidence. He really couldn't do anything to Chen Zhili. At this moment, Lin Tian said, Don't worry about whether it's a private order or not. First, return the money Dongzi paid for the things he brought to you. This is recorded. You can't deny it. After hearing this, Chen Zhili noticed Lin Tian standing next to Li Xiaodong. He looked Lin Tian up and down. He was in his early 20s and was wearing a sports suit. Isn't this a proper student outfit? Who are you? How did an outsider get into the company? Chen Zhili frowned and said coldly. Lin Tian was not annoyed, and said calmly. Nothing, just someone who can get you out of this company immediately. Hearing this, Chen Zhili laughed instead of getting angry. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to make me laugh to death by saying this? I want to see how you can get me out of this company immediately. The general manager of this company is my uncle-in-law. Come on, give it a try. That smug look on his face really annoyed Lin Tian. He didn't answer again, slowly sat down on the sofa, picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. Lin? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Gu, do you know a real estate company? It's called Deji Real Estate. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Gu Qiuhan was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a long time, he spoke. I have some impression. If I remember correctly, this company is not a real estate company at all. It's just an agency for buying and selling second-hand houses. Why is Director Lin asking about it? Gu Qiuhan was confused. This was the first time Lin Tian called her. At first she thought Lin Tian was asking about investing in Four Seasons Star City, but she didn't expect he was asking about such a small company. Hearing Gu Qiuhan's words, Lin Tian almost laughed out loud. After all this time, I realized that I overestimated this company. It is called a real estate company in name, but is it actually a real estate agency? This is a world away from Hongtu. Go and contact them and acquire this company as quickly as possible. Money doesn't matter. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Gu Qiuhan was slightly stunned, and almost thought she had heard it wrongly. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? Buy this company? But there is absolutely no point in acquiring a small company like this. The second-hand housing agency market. Before Gu Qiuhan finished speaking, Lin Tian interrupted. Never mind that. How long will it take you? Gu Qiuhan hesitated and said. 5 minutes at the fastest. There is enough money in the company's accounts. But Director Lin. Thanks for your hard work. Without waiting for Gu Qiuhan to finish speaking, Lin Tian hung up the phone. This scene made Chen Zhili stand there in a daze. The call from Lin Tian was really beyond his expectations. He is both a director and an acquisition manager. But then he burst into laughter. No, kid. You like to show off, don't you? Go out and show off slowly. What are you performing for me? You are the director and the acquisition manager. Are you making fun of me? Why don't you look in the mirror and see who you are? Are you going to buy Digi? Do you know how much the registered capital was when Desiguang was founded? Tens of millions. Can you acquire it just because you want to? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Tens of millions, is that a lot? For Lin Tian, tens of millions are no different from $1. If you want to spend, you can spend it wherever you want. Seeing this, Chen Zhili smiled instead of getting angry. Okay, I'll wait. I want to see how you can make me leave the company. How fucking interesting, you're showing off to me. At the same time, Hongtu Group Building. That's it. The money will be deposited into your company's account before tomorrow. Gu Qiuhan said calmly. There was a man's voice on the other end of the line. Okay, Mr. Gu is generous. I'll make arrangements right away and make sure I'm notified within the time you specify. After saying that, Gu Qiuhan hung up the phone. I glanced at the time and it took less than 2 minutes. If you want to acquire a company like this, one phone call is enough. Not selling? How is that possible? Once a small company like this is targeted by a big company, it will be swallowed up without any room for maneuver. For a company of this type, Hongtu is definitely a behemoth. A sneeze can cause an agency like Digi to go bankrupt in an instant. Director Gu, what's wrong with you? Just then, Ruan Ruman walked in with coffee. Nothing. Director Lin just called and said he wanted to acquire a small company. It's been dealt with. Gu Qiuhan spoke calmly. Hearing the words Mr. Lin, Ruan Ruman hesitated for a moment, and her face turned red unconsciously. Thinking about what happened last night, Ruan Ruman wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What's wrong with you? Gu Qiuhan asked doubtfully. Ruan Ruman quickly shook her head, put down her coffee, and turned to leave. Gu Qiuhan was slightly stunned, but didn't take it to heart. She picked up her coffee and took a sip. At this moment, she was more convinced that Lin Tian was just a pure rich second generation. Spend tens of millions to buy a small company that has no use at all. With this kind of thinking, how can you have investment vision? The Four Seasons Star City project will definitely make Hongtu lose a huge amount of money. It seems that we need to speed up the search for the next buyer. We must leave here before the Hongtu ship sinks. Thinking of this, she became more determined to leave. Chapter 51. In the blink of an eye, I became the chairman of my own company? Inside Digi Real Estate Company. Supervisor's office. Chen Zhili sneered and looked at Lin Tiandao. Why? Aren't you very capable? How long has it been? Why haven't you bought this company yet? Aren't you pretty crazy? Lin Tian glanced at his phone. There is still 1 minute left before the 5 minutes Gu Qiuhan mentioned. Chen Zhili slowly stood up, looked at Li Xiaodong and said. Okay, Xiaodong, I know you resent me in your heart. But there's no need to ask a fool to come and play a trick on me, right? There was a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked at Li Xiaodong and Lin Tian. If you had been more obedient, I wouldn't have done this to you. How about this, since you guys have performed for me, you've only worked a few days this month, so I'll go talk to the finance department and ask them to give you an extra month's severance pay. Go back. I don't like watching monkey shows. Chen Zhili's tone was full of sarcasm and irony. In his opinion, Lin Tian and Li Xiaodong were just here to play tricks on him. What about acquiring the company? He nearly died of laughter. However, Lin Tian said nothing, holding his cell phone and seemed to be sending some message. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. This made Chen Zhili very unhappy. What? You haven't finished showing off yet? Ding ling ling. Just then, Chen Zhili's cell phone rang. He glanced and saw that the person on the other end of the phone was the general manager of Digi Real Estate and Chen Zhili's uncle-in-law. Hello, general manager? Chen Zhili picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. He wanted to let these two pretentious guys see whether he would be fired or not. Zhili, you are fired. On the other end of the phone, the general manager took a deep breath and spoke. Chen Zhili almost fell to the ground. He almost suspected that he had heard it wrong, and said in confusion. No, what do you mean? The general manager said coldly. Just now, the chairman sent a message that our company was acquired by Hongtu Real Estate Group. Mr. Lin of Hongtu Real Estate ordered that the person who will take over the position of new director is called Li Xiaodong. I don't know this person. He should be someone sent by Hongtu. Boss Lin even specifically emphasized that you should be fired. What on earth did you do wrong? These words were like sharp blades stabbing Chen Jili's heart. He was simply dumbfounded. What's going on? Who can tell him what is going on? It only took a few minutes and the company was acquired? Moreover, the new director is Li Xiaodong, and Chen Jili was fired? It all seemed like magic, making him feel dizzy. Boss Li, tell your subordinates to pack up and leave. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said to Li Xiaodong. Li Xiaodong was just as shocked as Chen Jili. What the hell? Is he the chairman? What is going on? How could he know that just now, Lin Tian received a text message from the old chairman of Digi? All of this is Lin Tian's request. I have to say that although Digi is a small company, the old chairman is still quite capable. The news was actually delivered within just a few minutes. Chen Jili was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Even if he was a fool, he could understand at this moment that Lin Tian was probably the chairman of Hongtu Real Estate Group. And the director he just mentioned on the phone was really the director of Hongtu Real Estate Gu Qiuhan. Who in the industry doesn't know Gu Qiuhan's name? He suddenly collapsed to the ground, looking at Lin Tian and Li Xiaodong with lifeless eyes. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will definitely work hard. I will never take private orders again, Mr. Lin. His eyes were lifeless and he prayed dully. Lin Tian smiled slightly and pointed at Li Xiaodong. I'm not your boss, he is. Chen Jili looked at Li Xiaodong again. He would never believe it, the subordinate who had been bullied by him before, became the big boss of the company in just a few minutes? Is it that dramatic? Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. Take your stuff and get out. Li Xiaodong spoke directly without any nonsense. When Chen Jili heard this, he immediately shrank his neck and couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Tian. He now completely understood that for Lin Tian, getting rid of him was as easy as crushing an ant. Didn't you hear me? Go away. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. How could Chen Jili care about anything? He hurriedly left the supervisor's office. It's over. If he gets involved with this kind of person, everything will be over for him. All he can do now is run. Think about what he had just said to mock Lin Tian. If Lin Tian really pursued the matter, he would probably die without knowing how he died. Wait until Chen Jili ran away in a panic. Li Xiaodong took a breath and looked at Lin Tiandao. Oh my god, Lao Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Are you really going to buy it? Although Digi is not a big company, it would probably cost tens of millions to buy it, right? You. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. He's yours now. Does it matter how much money you spent? Li Xiaodong was speechless for a moment. He was silent for a long time before slowly accepting the reality. Damn it, I know you are very capable now, but I didn't expect you to be so all-powerful. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Damn, this is too cool, right? Lin Tian immediately laughed and scolded. If you were a woman, I would feel disgusted if I looked at you for even one more second. The two of them laughed at the same time. After a long while, Li Xiaodong straightened his face and looked at Lin Tian. Am I really the chairman of the company now? Lin Tian shrugged. I've given you all the shares. Digi is now a branch of Hongtu. What chairman? You're just working for me. Li Xiaodong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fuck, I really am. He really didn't know what to say. This is really outrageous than the TV drama. I wouldn't even dream of doing this. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. Okay, now hurry upstairs and find the chairman's secretary to sign the company's equity transfer agreement. Otherwise my money will be wasted. Li Xiaodong was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say for a moment. But he soon came to his senses. Yes. I'll be there soon, wait for me. Li Xiaodong finished his words haltingly and walked towards the elevator. But his legs felt a little weak. This kind of thing happened too suddenly, and he was not mentally prepared at all. The chairman's office was just upstairs. He had only passed by it before and never dared to go in. Now, looking at the door of the chairman's office, his heart was filled with excitement. I slowly opened the door and saw a few people inside who were busy printing contracts in a panic. Who is it? Why didn't you knock before coming in? A man in a suit said impatiently. I'm Li Xiaodong. Li Xiaodong spoke calmly. Mr. Li. Mr. Li? Chapter 52. Someone invited me to dinner. At the same time, downstairs of Deji Company. It will take some time for Li Xiaodong to sign the agreement. Lin Tian was not in a hurry. He just sat in the Bentley and waited. After all, in this area, Lin Tian can definitely be said to be an expert. Apart from anything else, the signed transfer agreement is already a thick stack of paper. Lin Tian had nothing to do, so he picked up his phone and started checking his moments. A woman, new clothes. Women should treat themselves better. A woman, I was so tired from training today. Luckily, I bought myself a cup of milk tea as a reward. Woman, I don't want to work overtime anymore in my life. I can't stand it. Looking at these circles of friends, they are all showing off their lives. Lin Tian was already bored, and it became even more boring just watching him. At this moment, his hand suddenly stopped and his eyes were fixed on a circle of friends. Young Kiki, is there anyone who wants to eat for free today? The following is a 9-grid diagram. Lin Tian couldn't help but look at the picture. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, 3 fresh vegetables, squirrel mandarin fish. I have to say that young Kiki's photography skills are pretty good. After seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking of this, Lin Tian smiled slightly and edited the comment. Can you count me in? At the same time, at Young Kiki's house. Young Kiki was lying on the table, looking at the dishes, but she had no appetite at all. Ding dong. Just then, a message suddenly came from her cell phone. Young Kiki hurriedly picked up her phone and looked at it. It was Lin Tian who replied. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Lin Tian finally replied to her. Young Kiki was so happy that her feet were dangling in the air. Ever since Lin Tian showed up at Tianxia car dealership, she has been busy these past 2 days, constantly sharing delicious food on WeChat moments. There is only one visible person, Lin Tian. God helps those who work hard, and finally I succeeded. She was extremely excited and found Lin Tian's WeChat, editing the message. Want to come eat? I can't eat alone. Soon, Lin Tian gave a reply. Will it cost money? Young Kiki. Of course not. I was planning to treat you to a meal. Just come and feed your mouth. As she spoke, Young Kiki sent the location to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, okay, wait for me for 20 minutes. Seeing this, Young Kiki stood up in panic. 20 minutes and Lin Tian arrived? She quickly took off her apron and trotted into the room. I changed my clothes and opened my makeup box. At the same time, Lin Tian also called Li Xiaodong. Hey, Dongzi, are you done? Li Xiaodong said with a smile. Not yet, probably another hour. Lin Tian said faintly. Then I won't wait for you. Someone invited me to dinner. Li Xiaodong was stunned. What? We agreed to drink together tonight, but you ran away early? Lin Tian laughed and scolded. It would be inappropriate for me not to go if a beautiful woman cooks for me personally. Just drink and get drunk alone tonight. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Li Xiaodong looked at the phone and the contract in front of him, and his face twitched suddenly. Forget friends when you see beauty, forget friends when you see beauty. However, Li Xiaodong's unconscious action caused several people around him to shrink their necks and dare not breathe. In their hearts, they have already determined that Li Xiaodong is from Hongtu. Plus, I'm their boss now. Doesn't that mean you can open it to anyone you want? Thinking back to the time when they had given Li Xiaodong many cold looks before, everyone was trembling with fear and walking on thin ice. They were afraid that they would make Li Xiaodong unhappy, so they fired them directly. Half an hour later. Lin Tian drove the Bentley and soon arrived at the location Young Kiki sent. This is a pretty good neighborhood. After all, Yang Kiki's family is quite well off. Lin Tian knew that Young Kiki's hometown was not here, and she had been living alone since she started school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven here directly. According to the address sent by Young Kiki, Lin Tian found her door. Knock, knock, knock. Less than 2 seconds after I knocked on the door, it was opened. However, the moment he opened the door, Lin Tian was stunned. Young Kiki in front of me was wearing a navel-bearing lace suspender and white over-the-knee socks. The fair and tender skin on the body is clearly visible. The worst thing is that Yongkik's hills and valleys are not small at all. The small suspenders couldn't cover it at all, and a deep V was clearly visible. Combined with the light makeup that young Kiki had already put on, a fire suddenly rose in Lin Tian's heart. Why? You dress like this at home? Lin Tian couldn't help but smile indifferently. Smiling, she walked in and changed her shoes. Young Kiki laughed and said, "At home, I dress more casually. Please sit down. The food is ready." Lin Tian looked young Kiki up and down. In fact, before coming, Lin Tian understood what young Kiki was thinking. Have a meal? What to eat? Lin Tian didn't come here just to eat. There was a candlestick on the table, the candles on which had obviously been lit not long ago, and 2 glasses of red wine. There was low music playing on the speakers. This atmosphere. Lin Tian absolutely didn't believe that young Kiki had no other intentions. It's really hard to imagine what you've been through since you graduated. How come you suddenly have so much money? You even bought Tianxia car dealership. Could it be that you were originally very rich, and you were just pretending to be poor when you were in college? Young Kiki asked as she raised her glass. Her mind was full of questions. Porsche 918, the world's car dealership. I buy custom cars without blinking an eye. No wonder Lin Tian looked down on the car when she took in to see it before. It turned out that his vision had already exceeded young Kiki's expectations. Lin Tian took a sip of red wine and said with a calm smile, "Nothing, just better luck." Without the luck of encountering the system, Lin Tian would probably still be living a poor life. There would never be a day like today. However, young Kiki didn't know all this. To her, it seemed that Lin Tian just didn't want to tell the truth. Although young Kiki is usually careless, she is actually more meticulous than most people. At this time, she knew very well that she couldn't ask any more questions. Let's eat. I didn't realize you were such a good cook when I was in school. This dish has good appearance and aroma, and I think it will taste good too. Lin Tian looked at the table full of dishes and praised from the bottom of his heart. Since the system awakened, Lin Tian has basically eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. But compared to these home-cooked dishes, the dishes we had eaten before were still slightly inferior. This is enough to show that young Kiki's cooking skills are amazing. However, young Kiki had no intention of picking up her chopsticks. She half lay on the table and moved closer to Lin Tian. The proud career line completely entered Lin Tian's field of vision. Lin Tian, do you want to do some appetizer exercises before eating? Young Kiki smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, but her voice was extremely charming. Chapter 53. Young Kiki doesn't have to go to work today. Appetite exercise? What do you mean? Lin Tian knew very well what young Kiki was talking about, but he still asked the question despite knowing the answer. Young Kiki did not answer, but walked in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian sat on the sofa. Young Kiki spread her legs and directly rode on Lin Tian's thighs. The whole body leaned forward, and the soft part just pressed against the tip of Lin Tian's nose. What do you think? Young Kiki's voice was extremely charming, completely different from her previous carefree voice. Lin Tian smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he reached out his hand and placed it directly on young Kiki's over the knee socks. Under the matte texture, there is smooth and fair skin. Young Kiki moved closer again and whispered, "It's uncomfortable with stockings between us, right?" The soft voice made Lin Tian's heart move. Sizzle. At this moment, young Kiki suddenly raised her hand and tore off the stockings on her legs. Long white legs suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian. I'll go. This was the first time Lin Tian had seen something so heroic. Not only are they majestic, but the key is that these legs are not only white but also long. Lin Tian placed his hand on it, and the soft and smooth texture felt like touching a piece of warm jade. You are playing with fire. Lin Tian smiled slightly, suddenly stood up, and pressed young Kiki under him with his backhand. It all depends on how strong your fire is. Young Kiki groaned. Lin Tian's head slowly pressed down. It completely covered young Kiki's cherry lips. It was a stormy night with no peace at all. Early the next morning, Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked at young Kiki, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Looking at her somewhat messy hair, Lin Tian couldn't help but recall last night's fierce battle. At first it was the sofa. Then came the kitchen. Stairs, corridors, balconies. Finally we reached the bedroom. Lin Tian is not a new driver who just got his driver's license. The experience accumulated over a long period of time makes him enjoy it. But Yang Kiki is different. Until now, you can still see the bright red on the sofa. She had just started driving and ended up driving all night. Even though Yang Kiki has good physical strength, she can't withstand such torture. Lin Tian quietly lifted the quilt. A vast expanse of whiteness is visible. I have to say, Yang Kiki's skin is really good. The tender ones can squeeze out water. But it was also because of this that the car was driven too vigorously last night, resulting in faint bruises all over the pair of long legs. While driving, Lin Tian almost lost his mind. He clearly has experience driving and has been in many fights. But when he was driving on the road with Yang Kiki, Lin Tian almost couldn't control the accelerator. This shows how powerful Yang Kiki's talent is. However, after driving for a whole night, Lin Tian re-examined Yang Kiki. Although she usually appears carefree, her personality in this regard is completely the opposite. Once you start driving, you completely become a little white rabbit that can be manipulated by anyone. This also led to Lin Tian's breakthrough over Zhao Zilong in the Battle of Changbampo last night. He galloped back and forth on the road 13 times. Even Lin Tian couldn't bear it now, and his whole body was in unbearable pain. This is even after Lin Tian was able to stand up and walk freely with the help of the system. It's hard to imagine whether Yang Kiki will be able to walk when she wakes up later. Thinking of the support of the system, Lin Tian remembered that there was no lottery today. System, draw a lottery. Lin Tian's mind moved. Ding, the lottery was successful, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, stamina plus 20. The system's voice slowly sounded. A string of subtitles slowly appeared in front of Lin Tian. Is this system so humane? Lin Tian was just considering whether he should be more restrained in the future and take care of his health. Now, the system's reward directly dispelled Lin Tian's concerns. As the system's voice sounded, Lin Tian felt a sense of comfort all over his body. The tiredness I just felt suddenly disappeared, and I felt an indescribable amount of energy and a great sense of comfort. Control? What is there to be moderate? Lin Tian couldn't help but glance at Yang Kiki, who was still sleeping. Yang Kiki was completely confused. She looked at Lin Tian beside her, her face full of shock. She didn't know how she got through the night. But Lin Tian. He acted as if nothing had happened. The shock in Yang Kiki's eyes. It was like adding fuel to the fire for Lin Tian. There was a smug look in his eyes. Unprecedented bravery. Soon more than 2 hours passed. During these 2 hours, Yang Kiki almost fainted. Lin Tian also noticed that something was wrong with her condition, so he stopped the accelerator. Yang Kiki felt bitter. She doesn't have the physical strength boost from the system, she is just an ordinary person. Although it was Yang Kiki who took the initiative to get in the car yesterday, she was basically unable to move afterwards. But even so, Lin Tian still acted as if nothing had happened. This made Yang Kiki, who had just started the journey, exhausted. Not to mention that this was Yang Kiki's first time on the battlefield. Even a veteran soldier who has been through many battles can't stand it. Yang Kiki looked at Lin Tian and said with a wry smile, "Brother Tian, you are too fierce. I can't go on any longer. Let me rest. If I continue, I will really die." Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked at Lin Tian pitifully. Driving is fun for a while, but driving all the time will lead to a crematorium. Lin Tian could bear it, but she really couldn't. Lin Tian had almost put out the fire in his heart. Seeing Yang Kiki so charming, he couldn't help but hold Yang Kiki in his arms. I have no problem with the fierce part. Don't worry, I will pay attention next time and won't make you so tired again. Yang Kiki's face suddenly turned red and she buried her head deeply in Lin Tian's arms. The fresh fragrance of the long hair slowly flowed into Lin Tian's nostrils. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Up to now, Lin Tian has driven with 4 women. Lu Anren, Tao Wanwan, Han Jiasen, and Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki is the youngest. But in terms of talent, Yang Kiki is definitely ranked first. Ding ling ling. In the brief silence. Suddenly, Yang Kiki's cell phone rang. Yang Kiki looked at her phone, her face suddenly startled, and she quickly picked up the call. Hello, manager. A man's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang Kiki, what's wrong with you? It's already 10 o'clock, why haven't you come to work yet? Don't you want to do it anymore? Young Kiki looked at her phone in shock. It's 10 o'clock. Normally, she would be at work at 8 o'clock, but she was 2 hours late. Oh no! Young Kiki was about to say something when Lin Tian took the phone away. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Young Kiki is not going to work today. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon the voice became trembling. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Chapter 54, 1 million is just a drop of water. The day Lin Tian went to Tianxia car dealership to sign the contract. Yang Kiki's manager was also there. He could never forget the voice of his new boss. Mr. Lin, how could you? The manager was about to ask something, but quickly shut up. She's not feeling well today and won't be going to work. Lin Tian's tone remained calm. The manager said hurriedly. I see. Boss Lin, isn't this just a matter of one word from you? Yang Kiki, since you are not feeling well, you should have a good rest. You can take as much rest as you want. Just let me know when you need to go back to work. The manager's voice was very gentle, completely different from the angry tone just now. By the way, tell Manager Rin to arrange the car I ordered as soon as possible. Also, prepare a Mercedes-Benz S-Class for me. The manager was slightly stunned, but quickly said. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely help you handle it properly. You may have to wait a few days for the car you ordered, but the Mercedes-Benz S-Class is easy to get and you can pick it up today. Well, get busy. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone and handed the phone to Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki was stunned. She has been working at Tianxia car dealership for 3 years. In my impression, her manager was like the head teacher in school, old-fashioned and serious. This was the first time she heard his tone so soft and humble. Okay, I'll ask you to come down. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Yang Kiki was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What on earth was she worried about being late for? All the car dealerships in the world belonged to Lin Tian. So whether to go to work or not is just a matter of Lin Tian's words, right? Yang Kiki snuggled in Lin Tian's arms again, feeling very happy. Brother Tian, I used to think you were just handsome, but now it seems that you are not only handsome, but also manly. Lin Tian smiled slightly and stroked Yang Kiki's hair. At this moment, Yang Kiki said puzzledly. By the way, Brother Tian, didn't you already customize a Pagani? There are also 918 in Continental. Why do you want a Mercedes-Benz S-Class? Yang Kiki was very confused. Let us not even talk about the custom Pagani. The Porsche 918 and Bentley Continental alone are completely different from the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Why did you just mention that you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz S-Class? Given Lin Tian's wealth, wouldn't he driving this car lower his net worth? Lin Tian smiled calmly, staring into Yang Kiki's beautiful eyes and said. Did I ever tell you that this car was bought for me to drive myself? Yang Kiki was suddenly confused. But looking at Lin Tian's smiling expression, an idea suddenly came to her mind. No. No way? Yang Kiki's eyes widened in shock. Is it for me? Lin Tian smiled calmly, said nothing, and just nodded. Yang Kiki was shocked and subconsciously refused. No, Brother Tian, this is too expensive. I can't take it. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class also costs more than 1 million. Even for her, it would take her more than 10 years to save money even if she didn't eat or drink. Such a valuable gift should be given away immediately. Even if the car dealership belongs to you, you can't be so extravagant, right? Lin Tian half raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. What? Do I need someone's permission to give something to my woman? Yang Kiki saw that Lin Tian had made up his mind. She couldn't hide her excitement and fear, and hugged Lin Tian tightly. Brother Tian, I don't know how to thank you. Lin Tian curled the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. Just be happy. The smooth touch spread again. Yang Kiki's skin texture is really amazing. After a burst of passion, a feeling of sleepiness suddenly came over me. The two of them fell into a deep sleep. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon before Lin Tiankai slowly opened his eyes. Brother Tian, are you awake? Yesterday's dishes are all cold, so I made something simple. See if it suits your taste. Lin Tian looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but smile knowingly. It can be seen that Yang Kiki put a lot of effort into it. After eating and drinking, Lin Tian was very satisfied. He took Yang Kiki downstairs and got into the Bentley. I have to say that Yang Kiki's physique is also amazing. He had clearly been through a series of battles, but after sleeping for a full day, he seemed to have recovered a lot of strength. This time, Lin Tian brought Yang Kiki directly to Taihe Square. This time I came out, not for anything else, but mainly to buy some clothes. Not only is he buying it for Yang Kiki, Lin Tian also plans to buy a few sets. You can't always wear sportswear, right? Besides, Lin Tian also doesn't like the feeling of wearing a suit. It's very uncomfortable. The most important thing is to buy a few more pairs of stockings for Yang Kiki. It would be a shame if Yang Kiki didn't wear something with letters on it, given her such a pair of white legs. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Tian smiled at Yang Kiki and said, "Let's go to Balenciaga on the first floor first." How could Yang Kiki not know what Lin Tian meant? What else can I buy there? What else is there besides stockings with letters on them? As for what you buy stockings for, it goes without saying. Her face immediately flushed, but she nodded obediently. Soon, she followed Lin Tian to Balenciaga. The shopping guide this time was not the same person as the last time Lin Tian came. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said to Yang Kiki, "Take your time to choose, and try it out when you've made your choice." Yang Kiki couldn't help but think of the moment when she tore off her stockings yesterday, and her face turned red again. She pursed her lips, nodded and began to choose carefully. Lin Tian had nothing to do, so he walked out of the store, took out his phone, and prepared to check his moments again. "Director Lin?" Just then, a voice suddenly came. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked up. The person who spoke was the general manager of Taihe Plaza Feng Wuzhong. "Why are you here?" Lin Tian asked in surprise. He had just arrived at the mall not long ago. Why was Feng Wuzhong here? Feng Wuzhong smiled and said, "Well, the last time you came, I entered your license plate number into a special database. I received the message when you first arrived, and since you came here last time, the staff at the mall all know you. Seeing you coming, how dare I not come to greet you?" Feng Wuzhong was all smiles. In the eyes of others, he is a leader among men and a prominent figure who has absolute say in the business world of Yundu. But that is in the eyes of others. When he came to Lin Tian, he worked for Lin Tian. Manager Feng has worked in Taihe for so many years and has a very good grasp of the intelligence. Everyone says that Manager Feng has connections at Taihe Plaza, and now it seems to be true. "Why? Are you here just to greet me this time?" Lin Tian said calmly. Feng Wuzhong said hurriedly, "Boss Lin, you're joking. I've just worked here longer. What others are saying is nonsense. However, I came to see you this time for something else." Chapter 55, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. Feng Wuzhong broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He thought Lin Tian was trying to give him some advice with words. Little did he know that Lin Tian didn't have this idea at all. For Lin Tian, this just proves Feng Wuzhong's strength. Only when the people below are capable can Lin Tian Kai be a hands-off boss. Now, Lin Tian has nothing else to do except spending money and flirting with beautiful women. As for my career, I don't really want to pursue it. If the system hadn't rewarded so many industries, Lin Tian wouldn't even bother to sign the contract. After hearing Feng Wuzhong say that something was wrong, Lin Tian didn't really want to intervene, but he still said, "What's up?" Feng Wuzhong said quickly, "Director Lin, this is what happened. Mid-Autumn Festival is about a week away, and the mall holds large-scale events every Mid-Autumn Festival. It's mainly about attracting customer traffic and increasing sales at stores within the mall. Through this Mid-Autumn Festival promotion, we can increase production capacity a lot. Originally, I wanted to contact you to discuss the Mid-Autumn Festival activities with you. I didn't expect you to come here today, so I thought I'd ask for your opinion." Mid-Autumn Festival? Hearing this, Lin Tian finally remembered. Indeed, Mid-Autumn Festival is only about a week away. Although Lin Tian didn't know the specific operating rules of the shopping mall. But every time such a large-scale commercial activity takes place, it will indeed bring a lot of profits to the shopping mall. In fact, both shopping malls and individual stores rely on various festivals every year to increase production capacity. Mid-Autumn Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, New Year's Day, New Year, National Day. There are even some small festivals, such as 520 and 618, which are actually gimmicks set by these businesses. It's mainly to make money. Just follow the previous plan. Lin Tian spoke. Want a plan? How could he understand these? Why not use the previous plan? Feng Wujiang nodded and said, there have been many plans over the years, but the results have been similar. After a unanimous decision by the top management, 5 plans were finally selected. The third plan was passed with a high vote, and some adjustments were made. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. What plan? Feng Wujiang said hurriedly. The plan is this: we plan to build a catwalk in the lobby on the first floor. Then invite some models to come and walk the runway in certain outfits. As for the type of clothing, it is best to have something full of traditional Chinese style and in line with the symbolism of the traditional Mid-Autumn Festival. Yundu has never had a Chinese-style fashion show. I think the response should be very good. On the one hand, it will arouse the interest of many people in Chinese style, so they will come to watch and attract traffic. Fashion is provided by major brands, which also serves as advertising. Feng Wujiang explained the entire plan's process and expected results in detail. Moreover, it was easy to understand. In just a few words, Lin Tian, who originally knew little about these business activities, also understood what he meant. This is enough to show his language skills and ability to get things done. Can. Lin Tian nodded in appreciation. This kind of activity with local flavor will attract many people who are very interested in it. The biggest drawback of commercial activities is that many people have seen through the essence of commercial activities and believe that they are all tricks to make money. Combining the most popular and most respected national style nowadays with the meaning of Mid-Autumn Festival, the expected effect of this activity is absolutely excellent. Director Lin, do you mean that this plan has been approved by you? Feng Wujiang said. Lin Tian smiled and said, it was passed. There is no reason why such a good plan should not be passed. Hearing this, Feng Wujiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when he came to see Lin Tian, his palms were sweating. He knew very well that Lin Tian was a layman and knew nothing about these things, and Feng Wujiang also had no idea whether Lin Tian would do anything when he took office. Although such an excellent activity was unanimously thought out by the top management, Lin Tian Kai is the chairman of the board. His words represent the entire board of directors, and no one has more power than him. Moreover, Feng Wujiang really needs Lin Tian's approval. Now that Lin Tian is satisfied with the plan, he is naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Feng Wujiang said happily. Yundu is just too rigid. It's totally out of touch with the trends of other places. Chinese style is now popular all over the country, and we can also use this opportunity to promote Chinese style to the entire Yundu. In this way, the traditional Chinese style clothes recently promoted by major brands will also have a market. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and said, that's right. This will have a strong promotional effect on both culture and business. Feng Wujiang had already determined in his heart that Lin Tian was from the capital. People coming from the capital city all attach great importance to the local culture of Dragon Country. That's why he thought this plan was the most appropriate. Now I see that it is true. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly asked. Speaking of which, there shouldn't be any problem with the clothes this time. Is the model ready? Feng Wujiang, who was originally very happy, was stunned when he heard this. He was silent for a moment and then said, not yet. This event has just been finalized. I haven't started preparing for it yet, and I haven't gotten your approval yet. Feng Wujiang originally thought that Lin Tian would be a little disappointed. But unexpectedly, Lin Tian smiled and said, that's even better. It just so happens that I have a modeling agency under my name, Noah. I'll take care of the modeling. It's our own business anyway. Lin Tian has never cared about Noah's affairs since he took over. Now is a good opportunity to contract this matter to Noah. Although there is a suspicion of transferring money from one hand to the other, after all, it is better to keep the wealth within the family. A gleam of light flashed in Feng Wujiang's eyes. Only then did he remember that the secretary had given him information before, and Lin Tian did have a modeling company. That's great. They are all your property, Mr. Lin. Feng Wujiang smiled knowingly and said, that's good. There won't be any worries about the event, and it will go very smoothly. At first, Feng Wujiang also had to consider various cooperation matters. Especially regarding the modeling agency, he really has no acquaintances in this area. This actually solved the problem. They are all our own businesses, which will save us a lot of unnecessary trouble. Okay, go get busy. This plan is good. Lin Tian waved his hand, signaling Feng Wuzheng to leave. Feng Wuzheng nodded. Just when he was about to leave. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the Balenciaga store. Then, there was a sharp cry. Who the hell are you? Hearing the voice, Lin Tian frowned and turned to walk into the store. Feng Wuzheng was also stunned and followed closely. Chapter 56. Dare to hit my woman? Do you know how much this dress of mine costs? Can you afford to pay for it? Before entering the store, Lin Tian heard the sharp voice again. Not only was it sharp, but the tone was also filled with sarcasm. After arriving at the source of the sound, Lin Tian's face suddenly fell. A young figure stood not far from him. Another person had fallen on the counter and was slowly getting up. The figure that fell down was none other than Yang Kiki, who was trying on stockings. Even if Lin Tian used his toes, he knew that it was the standing woman who pushed Yang Kiki down. Seeing Yang Kiki rubbing her back with clenched teeth, Lin Tian's expression became increasingly gloomy. That place just now was the corner of the counter table. This is his woman. Who dares to touch Lin Tian's woman? Yang Kiki had her back to Lin Tian and had no idea that Lin Tian was already behind her. Song Qian, I don't want to argue with you now. She spoke as calmly as possible, but it was obvious that she was very angry. It seems that Yang Kiki knows this woman. However, Yang Kiki was accompanying Lin Tian this time and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Lin Tian because of her. Judging from the way Song Qian dresses, she is doing well. You don't want to argue with me? Yang Kiki, who the hell do you think you are? If you hadn't soiled my clothes with your hands, I wouldn't even bother to pay attention to you when we walked on the street. Do you know how expensive my clothes are? Song Qian said aggressively. Yang Kiki took a deep breath. Okay, I'll pay you. You decide how much. Song Qian smiled disdainfully. Compensation? This dress was brought back from abroad by someone else. The pure cost is at least 100,000 yuan, not to mention the connections involved. Can you afford to pay for it? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see how poor you are? It can be seen that Song Qian and Yang Kiki have had a grudge against each other for a long time. It's just that this time he's taking the opportunity to cause trouble. 100,000 yuan, is that a lot? Just then, a cold voice came. The person who spoke was Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode forward, causing Feng Wuzheng behind him to be startled. When he saw Lin Tian walking to Yang Kiki's side, Feng Wuzheng's expression suddenly changed. At first, Feng Wuzheng thought that Lin Tian didn't want to see this kind of fight in the business world and just came to mediate. This was a very ordinary little thing. The mall is so big that conflicts among customers are common. But it seems that Lin Tian knows Yang Kiki. That's different. Brother Tian. Yang Kiki was stunned for a moment and murmured. But then, her eyes turned red in an instant, her nose felt sore, and tears fell uncontrollably. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Lin Tian consoled him, then glanced at Song Qian. No matter who it is, if they dare to mess with my woman, they must pay the price. Lin Tian's voice was so cold that Song Qian broke out in a cold sweat. For some reason, she felt scared from the bottom of her heart. Although this man was dressed simply, his eyes were too scary. But this fear was fleeting. She thought of the man behind her, and her eyes became firmer. Song Qian looked Lin Tian up and down. Are you her boyfriend? Disdain welled up in her eyes. Lin Tian didn't answer, just looked at Song Qian. Song Qian sneered. Yes, that's fine. Since you are his boyfriend, she stained my clothes, so you have to pay for it. The clothes are worth 100,000 yuan. I wasted a lot of time just now. I also need to pay for mental damages. Not much, just give me 200,000 and the matter will be settled. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. She looked Lin Tian up and down. Judging from his appearance, he can't afford 200,000. Song Qian's purpose was simple, which was to embarrass Yang Kiki. Lin Tian said coldly. 200,000, I can give it to you. Hearing this, Song Qian was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Tian, who looked like just a student, actually agreed directly and so readily without any hesitation. But then she said contemptuously. Give it to me? Can you take it out? Lin Tian said calmly. It's fine to pay the money, but you just pushed my girlfriend. How do you want to settle this account? Song Qian was slightly stunned, then frowned and said. Settlement of accounts? I'm telling you, she just soiled my clothes. Don't say I pushed her. Even if I slapped her twice, she deserved it. What are you doing? Looking at your eyes, do you want to hit me? As she spoke, Song Qian sneered, not taking Lin Tian seriously at all. But the next second, she was stunned. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Bang! Then, it rang again. The huge Balenciaga suddenly became extremely quiet. The sounds are still echoing. Song Qian's eyes suddenly widened, and there were 2 red marks on her face. Ah ah! She covered her face and screamed. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my husband is? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you hit me? My husband is the vice president of Taiha Plaza. You are dead. If you can walk out of Taiha standing today, my last name is not Song. Song Qian covered her face, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she suddenly went crazy, screaming madly. Then he took out his cell phone from his bag and dialed a number. When young Kiki heard this, her heart was shocked. She could tell from the way she was dressed that Song Qian was doing very well now, or was hooking up with someone of status. But she never expected that Song Qian's husband was actually the vice president of Taiha Plaza. This is no longer something that can be summed up by money. You know, the entire leadership of Taiha Plaza are some of the best figures in Yundu. As for the vice president, he is probably a big shot in the whole province. How could one possibly afford to offend such a person? Suddenly, she could only bury her grievances deep in her heart. Yang Kiki gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Tiandao. Brother Tian, forget it, let's get out of here. After saying that, Yang Kiki wanted to pull Lin Tian away. After all, Yang Kiki only knew that Lin Tian was rich and had just acquired Tianxia car dealership. But even Tianxia car dealership can't compare with Taiha Plaza. This is totally not on the same level. Even if Lin Tian is capable of competing with the vice president of Taiha Plaza, he will certainly be in big trouble. Yang Kiki didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian because of her. Lin Tian smiled coldly and remained motionless. No need to go, it's right here. At first, Lin Tian wondered how much power Song Qian had behind her. It turns out that he is the vice president of Taiha Plaza? Brother Tian. Yang Kiki was really panicked. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After saying that, Lin Tian turned his gaze to Feng Wujiang. Chapter 57, Since you are an old man, go to the finance department to collect your salary. Vice President of Taiha Plaza? To put it bluntly, he is just the deputy general manager. Others may not know this, but as the general manager, how could Feng Wujiang not know this? Taiha Plaza has 4 deputy general managers, but only 1 general manager, Feng Wujiang. However, Feng Wujiang didn't dare to breathe in front of Chairman Lin Tian. A deputy general manager might be able to act arrogantly in Yundu, but he is not qualified in front of Lin Tian. Director Lin, I understand. I will definitely handle this matter and give you a proper explanation. Feng Wujiang spoke hurriedly. It seems that after today, there will only be 3 deputy general managers in Taiha Plaza. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. No matter which deputy general manager comes later, he will solve this matter without hesitation. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a big head full of greed hurriedly trotted towards the door of Balenciaga. This is the vice president that Song Qian mentioned. My dear, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? When the vice president saw Song Qian standing at the door with her hands covering her face and tears streaming down her face, he immediately felt extremely distressed. When he took Song Qian's hand away and saw 2 clear red marks on her face, his expression suddenly fell. Who did it? His face was as ugly as it could be. Where is this? It's South Taiha Square. His woman was beaten up in Taiha Square? How could this be considered a woman hitting him? She was simply hitting him in the face. Husband, your wife is almost being bullied to death, why did you come just now? Song Qian whimpered, then raised her hand and pointed at Lin Tian in the store. After seeing Lin Tian, a sinister look suddenly appeared on her tearful face. It was him. He bullied me and slapped me twice. Husband, you must make him pay the price. She wished she could tear Lin Tian into pieces right now. No one has ever dared to hit her since she was a child. What's more, Lin Tian slapped her twice. It is hard to imagine how much psychological damage these two slaps would cause to such a young and beautiful person. The vice president patted Song Qian on the back and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, no matter who dares to hit you, I will make sure they come in standing up and leave sideways." In Taiha, I really. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze stopped on Lin Tian. In just a moment, he froze on the spot and couldn't say anything else. His narrow eyes suddenly widened into a huge look of disbelief. Lin Tian. I just met the new chairman of Taiha Plaza yesterday, Lin Tian, who holds 100% of Taiha Plaza. Not only Lin Tian, but also Feng Wujiang, who had an extremely gloomy face behind Lin Tian. Although Feng Wujiang is only one level higher than the vice president, the difference between the two in terms of power and status is huge. Any one of them can easily crush him to death. However, his thoughts were not observed by Song Qian. She waited for a long time, but the man next to her didn't say a word. She frowned and said, "Husband, please say something. Why aren't you talking? What are you doing standing here like an idiot? Why don't you hurry up?" Bang! However, before she could finish her words, what greeted her was not the deputy general manager's appearance, but a huge slap in the face. The vice president looked at Song Qian coldly. This slap was given by her. There was another mark on Song Qian's already red face. "Hubby, what do you mean?" Song Qian was completely stunned. She stood there stupidly, covering her face, looking at the vice president in disbelief. However, the vice president ignored her and looked at Lin Tian tremblingly. His body was shaking visibly. The two people in front of him were people he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. "Director Lin, President Feng, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself." He walked up to Lin Tian, looked at Lin Tian and Feng Wujiang with a respectful face, and spoke in a trembling voice. At this time, Song Qian, who was still confused, was petrified on the spot when she heard these words, opening her mouth and unable to speak. She is not a fool. Who could make her husband so humble and call him that? Not only Song Qian was shocked, but also Yang Kiki, who was standing behind Lin Tian. Looking at the respectful and humble look of the middle-aged man in front of her, she was also stunned. This middle-aged man is the vice president of Taiha Plaza. Judging from the name just now, could it be that the Mr. Lin he was referring to was Lin Tian? Director Lin. Director? Lin Tian is the director of Taiha Plaza? She was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Lin Tian had status and money. But I never expected that Lin Tian's status was so high. Director of Taiha Plaza, what does this mean? Looking at the vice president in front of him, Feng Wujiang sneered. Vice president, which vice president should I be? So it's you, Vice President Liu. Are you serious? You want Director Lin and I to come in standing and leave sideways? This Taiha Square, you can cover the sky with one hand? Lin Tian didn't say anything. Feng Wujiang knew that this matter had to be handled by him. What's more, Lin Tian had already made it clear before. Each of these words was like a knife stabbing through Vice President Liu's heart. He stammered. I am not. I really didn't know it was you too. He shrank his neck, cold sweat broke out on his back, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his forehead. He glanced at Song Qian, who was still covering her face with a dazed look on her face. This woman is really going to cause him trouble. Tell me, who could she mess with? Why did I have to offend these two great gods? Not to mention Chairman Lin Tianlin, who suddenly appeared. Feng Wujiang alone could easily crush him to death. Feng Wujiang sneered. From what you said, if this happened today, it wouldn't be the two of us here. You can let others come in standing and leave sideways in Taiha? Vice President Liu was sweating profusely, and his face turned pale. No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Feng, What do you mean? Explain. Feng Wujiang said coldly. In the past, Vice President Liu had been very attentive to Feng Wujiang. However, all this became useless the moment he offended Lin Tian. From the time he dared to say such words at the door, and from the time his woman dared to offend Lin Tian and the woman beside Lin Tian. This is what he deserved. Vice President Liu felt that his tongue was tied and he wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word. Okay. Feng Wujiang was too lazy to argue with him and said in a cold voice. After all, you are also an old man who has worked at Taiha since its opening. Even if you have no credit, you have worked hard. For this reason, I'll give you a chance. Go to the finance department now and collect your salary for this month. From now on, you don't have to show up in Taiha anymore. Chapter 58. I said that the general manager also has to go to the finance department to collect his salary. Go to the finance department to get your salary? As soon as these words were spoken, even if Vice President Liu was a fool, he would understand them. If you collect your salary now, you won't have to come to Taiha in the future. Isn't this a sure way to fire him? Vice President Liu's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew very well what would happen to him once he was fired by Taiha. What is Taiha? This is the largest square in the entire Yundu, no doubt about it. No other plaza has higher revenue, customer flow, status, and brand occupancy rate than Taiha. He was fired by Taiha due to his own reasons, so he will never be able to make a living in this industry again. And all the connections he had accumulated before would disappear in an instant. Once he lost his position as deputy general manager, he became nothing. Mr. Phone. I know I was wrong, I won't do it again, please, give me another chance. His legs went weak and he knelt in front of Feng Wujiang. However, Feng Wujiang's face remained livid, and he had no intention of showing leniency. He knew clearly that if he showed leniency today, he would be the one to go to the finance department to collect his salary tomorrow. Seeing that Feng Wujiang was determined, Vice President Liu could not help but turn to Lin Tian and begged. Director Lin. I really didn't mean it. I swear this will never happen again. However, Lin Tian's expression remained calm, without any sign of emotional fluctuation. Of course, there was no intention of letting him go at all. That's enough. Seeing that he actually bothered Lin Tian, Feng Wujiang immediately said coldly. Taiha Plaza has 4 deputy general managers, and only 3 will be enough in the future. People like you don't deserve to stay in Taiha. Vice President Liu looked ashen and sat there in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning right on the head. Feng Wujiang no longer paid attention to Vice President Liu, turned around and bowed slightly to Lin Tian and said, Director Lin, do you think this is the right approach? Lin Tian glanced at Feng Wujiang and said calmly. I said, leave it to you, you can handle it yourself. Also, I hope that something like this won't happen again in Taiha in the future. Feng Wujiang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Tian say this, and hurriedly continued. Don't worry, Director Lin, this kind of thing will never happen again in Taiha. If a similar situation happens again in the future, I will give up the position of general manager without Mr. Lin asking. Lin Tian nodded slightly and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he took the stockings that young Kiki had just bought to the shopping guide and took out a bank card. Bill, please. The shopping guide was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what to do. Seeing this, Feng Wujiang said hurriedly. Director Lin, leave it to me. I'll just take it as an apology to Miss Yang. Ms. Yang, I'm really sorry for scaring you in Taiha. Seeing this, Lin Tian didn't say anything more. He took Yang Kiki's arm and left calmly. Feng Wujiang's eyes were fixed on the backs of the 2 men. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they disappeared from his sight, and turned around to take out a bank card. Swipe the card. Although the shopping guide was still a little confused, she swiped the card neatly and handed it to Feng Wujiang. Feng Wujiang put the card in his pocket and looked at Vice President Liu, who was slumped on the ground as if he had lost his soul, and said coldly. Vice President Liu, as your former leader, I advise you to discipline your woman. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Vice President Liu has been following Feng Wujiang since Taiha opened to the present, and the 2 have known each other for many years. There are certainly complicated relationships, big and small. However, he offended Lin Tian today, and this alone was enough to sentence him to death. Letting him collect his salary and leave was the greatest favor Feng Wujiang could offer him. If this matter really makes Lin Tian angry, he will take action himself. Feng Wujiang was certain that Song Qin and Vice President Liu would completely disappear from Yundu. Only after Feng Wujiang left did Song Qin tremble and walk to Vice President Liu. Hubby, I. She wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to start. What just happened has completely impacted her 3 views, and she is completely confused. She and Yang Kiki were high school classmates, and they had a grudge against each other for various reasons. Now that she met Yang Kiki by chance, she deliberately made a plan to make Yang Kiki accidentally rub her clothes, so that she can use her current power to humiliate Yang Kiki. But how could she have imagined that Yang Kiki's man was actually the chairman of Taiha Plaza? Bang! Before she could explain, Song Qian was slapped hard on the face again. Vice President Liu almost roared. "Fuck you, you bitch. Get out of here." He completely broke down. After working diligently in Taiha for so many years, he climbed up step by step from a small regional manager to the position of deputy general manager. He didn't know how much suffering he had endured and how many favors he had done. But now, it is because of that stinky bitch Song Qian who relies on his position to act arrogantly. Now he has hit a wall, and his position and future are completely ruined. From today on, he is no different from a useless person. He was fired by Taiha, and just for this reason, no shopping mall dared to hire him anymore. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Song Qian, wishing he could tear her into pieces right now. At the same time, in the second-floor underground parking lot of Taiyun, Lin Tian and Yang Kiki sat in the bedly. Yang Kiki still couldn't believe it. She looked at Lin Tian cautiously, not daring to say a word. "Why, do you have something to say?" Lin Tian smiled slightly and looked at Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki pursed her lips and said nothing. Lin Tian smiled calmly. "Whatever you want to say or ask, you can just say it. You are my woman now." Yang Kiki finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly. "Brother Tian, what position do you hold in Taiha?" Lin Tian smiled calmly. "It's not a big position. I'm the chairman and I own 100% of the shares." Although she had prepared herself mentally, Yang Kiki was still shocked when she heard Lin Tian admit it himself. She only knew that Lin Tian was rich enough to easily buy Tianxia car dealership. But she could never have imagined that Lin Tian was actually the chairman of Taiha Plaza and held 100% of the shares. "You are the chairman?" To be honest, Yang Kiki initially thought that Lin Tian was just a member of the board of directors. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "What else? If I were just an ordinary director, do you think someone like Feng Wujiang would be so afraid of me? To put it bluntly, if Feng Wujiang doesn't handle this matter properly today, I can just say one word and make him go to the finance department to collect his salary." Chapter 59. Such a big order? There was no exaggeration in what Lin Tian said. And he acted nonchalantly, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. For Lin Tian, this is not a problem. But for Yang Kiki, it was an incredible shock. The kind that shocks the soul. She couldn't imagine how powerful the man in front of her was. Tianxia car dealership, Taiha Plaza. No, these are definitely not all of Lin Tian's trump cards. The assets under his control would definitely exceed her imagination. Well, it's all over. That Song Qian, what grudge do you have against her? Lin Tian waved his hand and asked. Yang Kiki was stunned for a moment, then said, "It's not a grudge. She was my high school classmate and we had conflicts before. I just didn't expect that after so many years, she still took it to heart. Forget it, brother Tian, don't worry about her. Her husband, the vice president, will naturally take care of her." Lin Tian smiled indifferently and raised his hand to rub Yang Kiki's back. Hiss. Yang Kiki felt pain and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Tian slowly looked through the clothes. A big bruise. It seems that it just hit the corner of the counter hard. "Come on, I'll go get you some medicine. Go home and have a good rest. You were already so tired yesterday. I didn't expect that I would let you suffer so much injustice today." Lin Tian started the car as he spoke. Yang Kiki's face suddenly turned red. She thought back to what happened last night. Soon, Lin Tian drove her to the drugstore, bought some blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicines, and then sent her home. Before leaving, Yang Kiki gave Lin Tian a passionate kiss. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian drove again. The destination this time is Noah Model Agency. Yang Kiki's home is not far from Noah Model Agency. It was only a 10-minute walk before Lin Tian arrived downstairs of the company. "Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." When many beautiful female employees saw Lin Tian, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Although Lin Tian only came to the company once, he left a deep impression on them. After all, Lin Tian is the only man in the entire company, and he is the boss. Moreover, he is handsome and rich. Who could not be impressed by this kind of man? Lin Tian was originally feeling a little upset. After all, he had just encountered that kind of thing in Taiha Square. But being surrounded by these beauties, Lin Tian's mood improved a lot. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful woman's voice? Lin Tian smiled and nodded to the beautiful female employees who greeted him one by one. just when Lin Tian was about to go upstairs to his office. The elevator door slowly opened, and a woman in professional attire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was none other than Noah's design director and Lin Tian's secretary Li Meng. Li Meng was stunned when she saw Lin Tian, but she still bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Lin." A pleasant voice came over. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, and looked at her a few times. The overall style of her dress was basically the same as before, and her amazing cleavage was still as terrifying as ever. After the two of them arrived at Lin Tian's office, Li Meng asked curiously, "Boss Lin, you came here suddenly today. Is there something important?" As she spoke, Li Meng made a cup of tea for Lin Tian and handed it to him. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "No. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Does our company have any activities planned?" Li Meng shook her head. "No." She was very curious as to why Lin Tian suddenly asked this. "Is there any business cooperation?" Lin Tian continued to ask. Li Meng continued to shake her head. "I didn't take on any business activities this Mid-Autumn Festival because I had to interview a lot of new people. Although Noah Model Agency is one of the best model agencies in Yeondu, it is not the best after all. Noah doesn't even get a chance to participate in many large-scale commercial activities. Actually, there is another reason. It is because Lin Tian is now the new boss. Without Lin Tian's permission, she will naturally not accept any cooperation without authorization." But Li Meng would keep this matter to herself and would never tell it out loud. "No, that's fine." Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "I have a project collaboration on hand that requires the company's full commitment and to find models in advance." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Meng was slightly stunned. "Cooperate? With whom?" "Taiha Square." Lin Tian smiled calmly, and then slowly told Li Meng about the Mid-Autumn Fashion Fair. After hearing the words Taiha Square, Li Meng was stunned. "Boss Lin, are you sure that the partner is Taiha Plaza?" Li Meng was completely stunned. She once suspected that she had seen it wrong. That's South Taiha Square. The largest commercial plaza in all of Yeondu, its scale is simply incomparable to Noah's. Noah can only rank in the top 3 in Yeondu at best. If they have a fashion convention, they will definitely give priority to the modeling agency ranked first, or more famous modeling agencies in other places. How is it possible to find Noah? But looking at Lin Tian's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. "I am sure of that." Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Li Meng and said, "What's the matter? Can't take this order? Or don't have time?" Li Meng quickly waved her hands and said, No, I can definitely take it over. There's enough time. The interview is over now, so a week is just enough time. It's just, I feel." Li Meng hesitated to speak. Lin Tian frowned slightly. "If you have any questions, just ask." Li Meng nodded and said, "I am worried. Taiha Plaza is so large, why would they choose Noah? Noah is not the best in terms of fame or number of supermodels, so why did Taiha Plaza choose us?" She was confused. No matter how you think about it, it's totally irrational. Thinking of this, she mustered up the courage to speak. "I just wonder. Taiha won't stand us up on this event, right?" Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I have already negotiated and drafted the contract. As long as there are no problems on your side, you can sign it directly." "Ah?" Li Meng's eyes widened, her face full of shock. She had not yet realized how powerful Lin Tian, Noah's new boss, was. After all, no matter who it is, no one could guess that Lin Tian is now the chairman of Taiha. If you are sure that everything is ready, just call and ask. After the call, you can decide whether to believe it or not. Lin Tian was speechless. Why doesn't Li Meng trust her boss no matter what she does? Li Meng picked up the phone half doubtfully and dialed the number Lin Tian gave her. Chapter 60 Left hand to right hand. About 2 minutes later, Li Meng held the phone and looked at Lin Tian in shock. "Are you sure?" Lin Tian said calmly. "It's confirmed. I'll talk to the operations department right away and start making arrangements." Li Meng nodded quickly. "It's true, it's all true." Moreover, the person on the other end of the phone was none other than Taiha's general manager Feng Wuzhang. As soon as the person on the other end picked up the call and heard that it was Li Yinmeng from Noah, her tone was very gentle and friendly, as if they were from the same company. This is all so incredible. Who is Feng Wujiang? A famous and influential figure in Yundu. People like this have been calling Lin Tian Mr. Lin. She looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian had just taken over Noah, and he had already brought in such a huge order. This kind of order can be said to be the largest order Noah has ever received, no doubt about it. Once it is done, the benefits will be unprecedented. Lin Tian looked at Li Yinmeng's shocked eyes, but he felt that it was expected. Now that the decision has been made, let's get ready. After saying that, Lin Tian stood up and was about to leave. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Li Yinmeng stood up quickly and said in shock. Can I ask you a question? Explain. How did you do it? To establish a connection with a company of Taiha's size, to be honest, I can't even imagine it. Li Yinmeng took a deep breath and tried her best to believe it completely. Feng Wujiang has just made it very clear that Noah is the only cooperative company and it will never be changed. But she was still very curious about how Lin Tian did it. It's only a week away from Mid-Autumn Festival. Can such a huge business activity be negotiated? She had begun to doubt the true identity of her new boss. I didn't do anything. I just chatted with Feng Wujiang for a few words. Lin Tian explained calmly. For Lin Tian, this matter was indeed not difficult, and there was no twist in the story. It was indeed just one sentence, and then it was settled. That's all? Boss Lin, are you kidding me? How could someone of Mr. Feng's level make such a decision with just one sentence? Li Yinmeng knew that what she said was a little inappropriate. It is absolutely taboo to doubt your own boss. But she really couldn't understand. Could it be that Lin Tian was joking on purpose and not telling her? Lin Tian laughed and said, You're right. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't agree so quickly, or even agree at all. But the person who said this to him was the chairman of Taiha Plaza. Li Yinmeng was stunned. Boss Lin, do you know the owner of Taiha Plaza? Not only do you know him, he's standing right in front of you. There was still a faint smile on Lin Tian's face. Wasn't all this natural? Hearing this, Li Yinmeng was shocked again. You. No way? You are the chairman of Taiha Plaza? For Li Yinmeng, this is even more outrageous than convincing Feng Wujiang with just one sentence. She thought that Lin Tian just had strong business skills or extensive connections, which was why he was able to get such a big order. There's no need to be so shocked by the news. Lin Tian said calmly. Did I tell you that I only have Noah as an inheritance? However, Li Yinmeng still found it difficult to accept this matter for a while. No wonder Feng Wujiang spoke so kindly, it turns out they are really from the same company? Li Yinmeng really never expected that one day she would become a colleague with someone of Feng Wujiang's level. There is nothing wrong with saying they are colleagues, since they are all employees of the same boss after all. The rest of the matter will be left to you and Noah. No matter how to operate, how to design, or how to communicate, it all depends on your ability. Lin Tian slowly stood up and said softly. I only look at the results. Li Yinmeng nodded dumbfoundedly. Okay, Mr. Lin. As she spoke, she stood up straight involuntarily. The majestic pride shook suddenly. This made Lin Tian feel a little dizzy. But Lin Tian still looked serious. He is a gentleman. After explaining the cooperation, there was no need for Lin Tian to stay in Noah and he left directly. Li Yinmeng looked at Lin Tian's leaving back and couldn't help swallowing. Isn't her new boss too powerful? The boss of Taiha, this identity. I'm afraid there is no one in the entire Yundu who can match him? But her shock was quickly absorbed. After working in the workplace for so many years, if you can't even accept this, what's the point of being a director? What's more, this is a good thing. In fact, before Lin Tian came, Noah was already in a very bad state. There is no business cooperation and we are always suppressed by leading companies. This is the result. The order from Taiha Plaza will directly revitalize the entire company. Although for Lin Tian, it is nothing more than money transferring from one hand to the other. Thinking of this, Li Yinmeng's eyes suddenly became extremely firm. She strode out of the office and gave notice. Now that this matter has been handed over to her, she must take this order at all costs. Noah is not without ability, but lacks opportunities. Now, the opportunity has come. After a brief discussion and planning, Lian Meng brought people directly to Taiha Square. Looking at the huge Taiha Plaza, Lian Meng and other senior executives of Noah were filled with excitement. This mid-autumn fashion conference. For Taiha Plaza, it is just an ordinary commercial activity that takes place every year. But for Noah, it was completely different. If this order is well cooperated, Noah will be able to make a complete comeback. Although it is difficult to compete for the leading position, it is not a problem to strive for the second place. You know, even the leader of Yundu's modeling company is not worthy of cooperating with a commercial plaza of Taiha's level. With Lin Tian around, the two sides mainly negotiated the details of the event. Other aspects were easily settled without any twists and turns. From the time Noah made the plan to the time he came to Taiyun to sign the contract, the entire process took less than 3 hours. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Lian Meng looked at the contract document in her hand and immediately made up her mind. Lin Tian has already given Noah such a great opportunity. She also needs to be fully focused and do this job thoroughly. She didn't know what industries Lin Tian had, but what she had to do was to ensure that Noah would not become an industry that would disappoint Lin Tian. Chapter 61. Don't you want to leave some souvenirs before you leave? In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Lin Tian insisted on collecting rewards and checking in on the system every day. He directly received another 10 billion in cash in the past 2 days. The next 3 days rewarded Lin Tian with charm and physical strength. Not acquiring new industries was actually a good thing for Lin Tian. He basically has no way of managing all the companies under his control. There is no need to visit Noah for the time being, as he is busy preparing for the Mid-Autumn Fashion Conference. There was no big movement on Hongtu's side. After all, although the project of Four Seasons Star City had been finalized, there was no news about it being converted into school district housing. It is worth mentioning that Lin Tian used Hongtu's housing resources to provide a lot of resources for Li Xiaodong's Deji. In just 5 days, Deji has climbed to the top 10 real estate agency companies in Yundu. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tao Wenwen would occasionally sneak up and have in-depth exchanges with Lin Tian. Every time it was a big battle. Tao Wenwen really could not have imagined that Lin Tian's terrifying physical strength would only increase instead of decrease. That morning, Lin Tian was still in a dream. Ding ling ling. A crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly woke Lin Tian up from his sleep. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the phone and stretched. Xiao Tian, it's me. Lin Xia's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister? Why did you call me suddenly? Is the room going to be extended? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Lin Xia said unhappily. Did your sister come to you specifically to ask you to spend money on her? Lin Tian suddenly laughed. It's okay. If it's not enough, just tell me directly. It's only a matter of 1 sentence. Lin Xia smiled and said. All right, I won't mess with you anymore. You don't have to renew our room. Wenwen and I have finished our work. The company sent us a message and booked us flights for this afternoon. Don't you want to come and see your sister off? Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned. What? Aren't you going on a business trip for half a month? How come it's so soon? Lin Xia said helplessly. No way, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Forget it if you're busy. Your business is more important. I just don't know when I will see you again. Lin Tian grinned and said. No rush, you and Wenwen wait for me in the restaurant, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. After a simple wash, Lin Tian went downstairs and walked towards the restaurant. It was dinner time and the restaurant was packed with people. Lin Tian glanced towards the windowsill. Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen were sitting on the windowsill. This was the seat where Lin Tian took them to sit when they first arrived. At the table next to them was Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang ordered a plate of egg fried rice, but was unable to sit at the same table with Lin Xia and the others. This is obviously what Tao Wenwen meant. Sister. Lin Tian smiled calmly and walked over. Seeing this, Lin Xia quietly moved her seat to the opposite side of Tao Wenwen, allowing Lin Tian to sit next to Tao Wenwen naturally. Tao Wenwen looked at Lin Tian unconsciously, feeling very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, her relationship had just begun to develop and she was about to leave. Lin Tian, we are leaving soon. Will you miss us? Tao Wenwen pouted her lips and said in a sweet voice. Lin Xia was sitting opposite her, with a complicated expression on her face and goosebumps all over her body. Before coming here, where had she ever seen Tao Wenwen speak like this? Of course. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Wu Zhang, who was standing by, heard their conversation and gripped his chopsticks tightly, his eyes looking murderous. But thinking of Lin Tian's identity, he could only swallow his anger. Me too. Tao Wenwen blinked, her face full of reluctance to leave. All right, stop saying those cheesy words. Lin Xia really couldn't stand it anymore and said. Xiao Tian, after we leave this time, Yundu will basically have no cooperation projects with our company. No one can tell how many years it will take next time. What a pity. We have just arrived in Yun for a short time and we have to say goodbye. Lin Xia also felt very uncomfortable. She and Lin Tian have a very close relationship, closer than siblings. We finally got to see each other after many years, but now we have to say goodbye again. It's okay, sister, you are in Tianjin City, right? Lin Tian said calmly. Wouldn't it be nice if I could go to Tianjin City to find you when I have the chance? Hearing this, Tao Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? But Tianjin is quite far from Yundu. It would take a whole day to drive there. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Of course it's true. At this moment, Wu Zhang couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and said. The company booked the ticket for 3 p.m., but it will take us some time to get to the airport. Wenwen, go back and pack your luggage after dinner, or you'll be too late. Tao Wenwen, who was originally immersed in happiness and reluctance, felt as if she had eaten a fly when she heard Wu Zhang's words. Her face suddenly changed and she said. Wu Zhang, I warn you again, don't call me Wenwen anymore. Wenwen is not your name. Also, I have my own plans for the time, so you don't need to worry about it. After you finish your egg fried rice, take your time to clean up. Wu Zhang was speechless for a moment. Looking at Tao Wenwen's expression, which was full of Lin Tian's eyes, he was so angry that his teeth itched. But seeing that Tao Wenwen had said so much, he could only grit his teeth and leave. By the way, I also packed up the remaining fried rice to take away. He didn't want to stay in this shabby place for even a minute longer. A serving of egg fried rice costs 50. After seeing Wu Zhen leave, Lin Xia also sighed and said. Wenwen, we should go back and pack up. It will be troublesome if we miss the plane. Xiao Tian, please take us to the airport this afternoon. Lin Tian smiled and said. Leave it to me. This time, Lin Tian's car was a Bentley, which was big enough to carry both of them. As for Wu Zhang, let him figure out whatever he wants. Tao Wenwen looked at Lin Tian reluctantly, then turned and left with Lin Xia. Lin Tian had nothing to do, so he took the elevator back to his room and planned to take a nap. However, less than 10 minutes had passed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. When he opened the door and took a look, Lin Tian was slightly stunned. It's Tao Wenwen. Tao Wenwen held her coat tightly in both hands and looked at Lin Tian with a flushed face. Aren't you packing your things? What's wrong? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. However, Tao Wenwen suddenly walked into the room and closed the door gently. Then she loosened her grip and the coat slipped off. Inside, there was a bikini. The 3 points and a straight line fully show Tao Wenwen's figure. I'm leaving. Before I go, won't you leave me some souvenirs? Tao Wenwen pursed her lips and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 62 The Goddess Who Loves Ice Cream. Lin Tian finally realized how bold Tao Wenwen was. Even though there was no one in the presidential suite, she dared to come to him dressed like that. Wenwen, you are playing with fire. Lin Tian lowered his gaze from Tao Wenwen's face and smiled calmly. I like playing with fire. As Tao Wenwen spoke, she raised her foot and pressed it against Lin Tian's lips. 3 hours later. The shocking battle finally came to an end. Tao Wenwen was breathing heavily, and her face looked like she had a high fever, with a redness that wouldn't go away. But Tao Wenwen kept her hands around Lin Tian's waist. Even though she was exhausted, she refused to let go. She didn't want to leave, but she had to. After all, Yundu was not her permanent residence, and she had prepared herself mentally when she drove the first car with Lin Tian. Tianjiang has her family, and this business trip will be quite long, so she misses home too. Lin Tian, you will come to Tianjin to find me, right? Tao Wenwen breathed sweetly and bit Lin Tian's ear. Lin Tian picked her up and said softly. Meeting. Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, Tao Wenwen looked very satisfied and buried her head deeply in Lin Tian's broad chest. Then I'll go downstairs and pack my things. We really don't have much time now, Tao Wenwen said with a wry smile. Even though he and Lin Tian had driven together several times. But she still didn't expect that Lin Tian could always maintain such abundant physical strength. She was clearly almost unable to stand, but Lin Tiandu acted as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, Tao Wenwen gave Lin Tian a passionate kiss. If the company hadn't booked a flight for this afternoon, Tao Wenwen would have risked her life to keep him company. Not long after Tao Wenwen left, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. It's a micro message. When I clicked on it, I saw that the person who sent the message was Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman, Mr. Lin, are you free this afternoon? Lin Tian, what's the matter? Is there anything going on in the company? Ruan Ruman, no, Director Gu is here, you don't have to worry. If you have time this afternoon, I would like to invite you to dinner. Lin Tian, you do have time, why are you suddenly inviting me to dinner? Ruan Ruman, it's like this, I drank too much last time, if you hadn't been there, I'm afraid. So I want to treat you to a meal, thank you for saving my life. Thinking about what happened that night, Ruan Ruman was still a little scared. She had hardly ever been drunk before, and that was the first time. She happened to be walking at night and encountered such a thing. If Lin Tian hadn't rescued her, the consequences would have been disastrous. At that time, she had no ability to resist at all. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment and edited. Good. A beautiful woman invites you to dinner, why not go? Thinking of the night when Ruan Ruman got drunk, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but move. If he hadn't been such a gentleman, Ruan Ruman would probably not have been able to walk out the next day. At the same time, outside the presidential suite downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Tao Wenwen packed her clothes while holding her aching waist. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Lin Tian is here? She felt excited and scared at the same time. What made her excited was that Lin Tian came to see her. What she was afraid of was that if Lin Tian was still not satisfied, she might not be able to bear it. When she opened the door excitedly, the smile on her face disappeared immediately. The person outside the door was none other than Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang smiled widely, holding the bag in his hand and handing it to Tao Wenwen, saying, Wenwen, I just bought some Haagen-Dazs. I saw that you like ice cream a lot these days, so I bought it for you. Don't tell me, this is quite expensive. It's really expensive. A bag like this costs several hundred yuan. If it weren't for Tao Wenwen, Wu Zhang would never have been willing to buy such a thing. He was forced to live in the Apocalypse Hotel during this period, which emptied his wallet. But even so, Tao Wenwen still didn't treat him straight in the eye, but became more and more disgusted with him. Therefore, he reluctantly bought several $100s worth of Haagen-Dazs. There is an old saying that goes, no one can resist their favorite food. However, Tao Wenwen frowned and looked at the bag in his hand, and said in surprise, Who told you I like ice cream? Do you know that you get a stomachache when you eat too much? Just do what you need to do. Can you please stop pestering me all day long? Also, I've told you countless times, don't call me Wenwen anymore. Tao Wenwen was originally very happy, thinking that it was Lin Tian who came. But the moment she saw Wu Zhang, a nameless anger rose in her heart. This anger must have been directed at Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang suddenly looked aggrieved, looked at Tao Wenwen's face and said, You still don't admit it. Weren't you just eating ice cream in the house? When did I? Tao Wenwen was stunned for a moment, as if she remembered something, and quickly reached out her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, there is something. Her face suddenly turned red to her ears. What kind of ice cream is this? Thinking of what happened just now while driving, Tao Wenwen's face turned even redder. It happened last time too, and Wu Zhang saw it too. Fortunately, this guy doesn't have a very good brain, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Wu Zhang saw Tao Wenwen blushing, thinking that he had exposed the relationship, and immediately said with some pride. Still being stubborn. Take it and eat it. Don't be polite to me. I couldn't carry it with me, so I bought a small portable refrigerator. Wu Zhang rubbed his hands and chuckled. Bang! However, the only response he got was the loud sound of a door closing. Tao Wenwen now wants to kill Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang was so angry outside the door that his teeth itched, but he soon calmed down and fell into deep self-blame. It's all my fault. Eating ice cream makes me fat. It's only natural that Won doesn't want to admit it. I just had to tell her the truth. She must be very upset, right? Thinking of this, his mood suddenly improved a lot and he hurried to his room. This ice cream is so expensive, it can't melt. I have to put it in the small refrigerator quickly. When Won calms down, she will definitely want to eat. If he takes it out later, won't that make up for his mistake? As he thought about this, Wu Zhang suddenly grinned. He is so smart. Soon, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Tian was waiting downstairs in his Bentley. Seeing Lin Tian waving at her in the Bentley, Lin Xia was surprised and said, "Why did you change cars? Before it was Porsche, now it's Bentley. Change it just like that?" Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "The previous Porsche had too few seats, this car is just right. Get in the car." After saying that, after the two got into the car, Lin Tian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. However, Wu Zhang, who had just come out of the hotel with his luggage, was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Tian walking away. What will he do if he leaves? Chapter 63 Subordinates have objections. Xiaotian, let's go. If you have any questions, please contact me through WeChat. Remember what you said. Come to Tianjin to find us next time. Arriving at the airport, Lin Xia smiled slightly. But you can see that her eyes are full of reluctance. However, seeing that Lin Tian was doing well in Yundu and had plenty of money, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Let's go. Tao Wun pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. By the way, where's Wu Zhang? How could you forget about him? Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that Wu Zhang didn't seem to get on the car. It's not that Lin Xia cares about Wu Zhang. But if he doesn't come, how will he explain when he returns to the company? Lin Xia was the person in charge of this business trip. It was unacceptable for her to lose someone during the trip. Lin Tian said indifferently. Don't worry, if he wants to go back, he will take a taxi himself. Lin Xia had no choice but to nod and took Tao Wun to the departure hall. On the way, Lin Xia saw that Tao Wun walked in an awkward manner and couldn't help but wonder. Wun, what's wrong with your leg? Tao Wun's face suddenly turned red. What else can happen? I just fought with Lin Tian for 3 hours and my whole body still hurts. But she couldn't say this, so she made up an excuse. It's okay. I just bumped into the corner of the table when I was packing my things at the hotel. It hurts a little, but it should be fine after a while. Lin Xia glanced at Tao Wun suspiciously, but didn't think much about it. She couldn't help but look back at Lin Tian, who was still staring at them. Wun, tell me the truth, are you interested in Xiaotian? Lin Xia finally couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. The two of them sat together for meals during the past 2 days, and Tao Wun even picked up food for Lin Tian. Lin Xia is not a fool, how could she not see the clues? Tao Wun's face turned even redder. No, Sister Xia, don't think too much about it. Hurry up and call Wu Zhang and ask him to come over quickly. The plane is about to take off. Lin Xia raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't ask any further questions. However, in Lin Xia's opinion, it would not be bad if Lin Tianjin and Tao Wun were together. She understands both Lin Tian's and Tao Wun's personalities. Tao Wun has no other shortcomings, except that due to her family conditions, she spends money without thinking, but Lin Tian happens to be rich. Moreover, Tao Wun has a good appearance and figure, is well educated, and her family does business in Jiangcheng. The two families are considered to be well matched, at least Lin Xia is very optimistic about this marriage. However, she had no idea how terrifying the assets her cousin had. The little wealth in Tao Wun's family is not even a fraction of Lin Tian's assets. Why don't you call him? Lin Xia shook her head slightly, stopped thinking about it, turned around and asked Tao Wun. Tao Wun said unhappily. I blocked him. I get annoyed when I see him. Lin Xia said helplessly. I have things in both hands. You only have so little. My phone is in my pocket. If you don't mind the trouble, use my phone to call him. Hearing Lin Xia say this, Tao Wun could only sigh and reached out to take out Lin Xia's cell phone. At the same time, outside Yundu Airport. In a taxi. Young man, do you have any money? What do you mean? You're such a grown-up and you can't even afford a taxi fare? The taxi driver frowned and looked towards the back seat. Wu Zhang looked embarrassed. After living in the Apocalypse Hotel for so long, he had already spent all his money. Finally, he used the few $100s to buy ice cream and a small portable refrigerator for Tao Wenwen. However, he never paid attention to it, and only when he came to pay was he reminded that the balance was insufficient. He is penniless now and can't even afford the taxi fare of several dozen dollars. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Is it Lin Xia calling? Hello? Wu Zhang picked up the phone with a frown on his face. Tao Wenwen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wu Zhang, I don't care where you are, you must be in the terminal within 5 minutes. If you delay our return to Tianjin, you have to pay for the 3 of us to fly. After saying that, Tao Wenwen hung up the phone without any hesitation. Wu Zhang was stunned at first, then he felt excited. Wenwen called him. It seems that she still cares about him. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Wu Zhang gritted his teeth, took out a card and handed it to the driver. Master, can you pay with a credit card? On the way to Hongtu Real Estate. After sending Lin Xia and Tao Wenwen off, Lin Tian drove towards Hongtu. Ruan Rumen is still in the company. It just so happened that Lin Tian also planned to go to the company to see how the Four Seasons Star City project was going. Gu Qiuhan seemed to have some opinions on this matter, if she didn't take care of the project because of her personal emotions. Lin Tian would fire her without hesitation. Soon, Lin Tian parked the car downstairs of the Hongtu office building. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I met Ruan Rumen. The moment Ruan Rumen saw Lin Tian, her face suddenly turned red. Ever since that embarrassing moment when I woke up drunk that day. Whenever someone suddenly mentioned Lin Tian's name, Ruan Rumen would think of the embarrassing scene when she just woke up. Seeing Lin Tian now is even more terrifying. What's wrong? Lin Tian looked at Ruan Rumen standing there in a daze with a red face and asked in confusion. I have gained a lot of charm points in the recent draw. Is the reward too excessive? To the point where others would blush instantly when seeing it? Is this what is so outrageously handsome? No. It's okay, Mr. Lin. Are you done so soon? Ruan Rumen came back to her senses and pursed her lips and said. By the way, Mr. Lin, about the meal. Lin Tian nodded and said. Just do your work first, and we'll talk about it in the evening when you're done. By the way, where is Director Gu? Ask her to come see me. Ruan Rumen nodded quickly. I'll go call her right away. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. After saying that, she strode towards Gu Qiuhan's office without looking back. Because she was walking so fast, I could see her clothes being lifted and put down from behind. There is no need to explain why, those who understand will understand. Lin Tian strode to the chairman's office. Not long after, Gu Qiuhan came to Lin Tian's office. Boss Lin, you're looking for me? Lin Tian said in a deep voice. How is the Four Seasons Star City project going? Gu Qiuhan was slightly stunned, a trace of annoyance flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he said. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I've been keeping an eye on this project and there will definitely be no mistakes. As she spoke, she picked up the document and handed it to Lin Tian. However, she didn't know that this detail was just captured by Lin Tian. It seems that she has a lot of opinions about this project. It doesn't matter, as long as there is no problem with the project, the more dissatisfied she is now, the more shocked she will be when it opens. Lin Tian looked down at the document. Although I can only understand the general idea, I can see that the planning is very detailed. It seems that she really did not slack off. At this moment, Gu Qiuhan suddenly said. Boss Lin, there's something I don't know whether I should say. Chapter 64, A Second-Generation Rich Man Proposes? Sorry, I am a first-generation rich man. Explain. Although he knew that it was most likely about the Four Seasons Star City project, Lin Tian still spoke. I don't understand. Doji is a second-hand agency. It makes absolutely no sense for Hongtu to acquire it. Even if you want to enter the second-hand housing market, there are better companies out there. Boss Lin, what you are doing is too detrimental to Hongtu. Gu Qiuhan had a serious expression and spoke very seriously. Finally, I said it. Ever since Lin Tian acquired Digi, Gu Qiuhan has been unable to figure it out. No matter how you look at it, spending so much money to acquire a meaningless company doesn't make sense. Moreover, Lin Tian also attaches great importance to this company. He actually gave all the houses to this company. Isn't this nonsense? In Gu Chiohan's opinion, this is as stupid as investing in Four Seasons Star City. Don't worry about this. Just tell me if there is insufficient liquidity in the company's accounts. Remember to keep the supply of houses. Lin Tian was too lazy to explain so much to her. It's not like I'm short of money. What's wrong with spending tens of millions to buy a company for my brother? What's more, Lin Tian only has Li Xiaodong as his brother, and the two of them have a life and death friendship. Okay, Mr. Lin. Gu Chiohan wanted to say something more, but seeing Lin Tian's determined look, he had to give up. Her position on Lin Tian in her heart became more resolute. Lin Tian must be a pure second-generation rich kid. He doesn't know anything, he just loves to spend money. After leaving Lin Tian's office, Gu Chiohan took out his mobile phone and looked at a number in the address book with a hesitant look on his face. Finally, she put her phone down. She knew that once she struck, there would be no turning back. In any case, let us wait until the results of the Four Seasons Star City project come out. This way, she will have a better reason to change jobs. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Lin Tian was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened his eyes, it was Ruan Ruman. At this time, Ruan Ruman was no longer wearing a professional suit, but had changed into casual clothes. It seems that the work is done. What's outrageous is that this casual dress is obviously loose, but the light can still shine through to reveal her perfect figure. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, the work is done. Ruan Ruman pursed her lips and spoke. Now when she sees Lin Tian, she still thinks of what happened that night. Good. Lin Tian stood up slowly. The two went straight into the elevator. Boss Lin, let's go eat nearby later. I know a very delicious restaurant. I'm so sorry to have troubled you that night. Ruan Ruman spoke. Lin Tian waved his hand. Nothing, the company will set up rules and regulations in the future. Women in the company are prohibited from drinking alcohol when entertaining clients outside. If the customer forces you to drink, tell him I said that. No one can threaten my employees. Ruan Ruman's heart moved when she heard this. Lin Tian's figure suddenly became taller in her mind. Regardless of customers, only the safety of employees is in mind. Where can I find such a boss? The two of them went to the first floor while talking. Before he even went out, Lin Tian noticed some commotion at the door. A man in a suit was standing outside the door, and flowers were placed everywhere near the company building. They also made a heart out of flowers, and the man stood in the middle of the heart. It's not time to get off work yet, so there are basically no people downstairs in the building. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Obviously, he is waiting for someone to propose. Lin Tian immediately sneered. In this day and age, why are there still people using such old-fashioned methods to pursue girls? Boss Lin, why don't we go out through the side door? Just then, Ruan Ruman spoke. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked at Ruan Ruman. She frowned and looked a little unhappy. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. They've already reached the main entrance. Is she afraid of ruining the proposal? This man is here to see me. Ruan Ruman gritted her teeth and spoke. Lin Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it normal for a beauty like you to have a lot of suitors? If you don't like it, just refuse it. Aren't you usually very decisive in doing things? Ruan Ruman shook her head and said in a deep voice. If it were anyone else, I would have rejected it outright. But this person, no. Lin Tian was puzzled, and felt that Ruan Ruman was speaking in a riddle. His name is Yuan Hexing. He is the son of the CEO of Yuan Real Estate and a second-generation rich man. He and I were classmates before, and he started pursuing me since then, using all sorts of means. I turned him down more than once, but he kept pestering me. I didn't expect that he would find my current company. As she spoke, Ruan Ruman gritted her teeth. If you can't afford to provoke me, can't you just hide away? When Lin Tian saw this scene, he immediately joked. Miss Ruan is so charming that a rich second-generation guy has been chasing you for so many years? This is something to be proud of. Ruan Ruman frowned and said. It would be nice if it were so. It's like he's mentally ill. I clearly didn't agree to him, but he kept claiming that I was his girlfriend. I don't allow anyone of the opposite sex to get close to me. It's as if I belong to him completely. So until now, few men dare to approach me. I finally changed companies, why did he come to me again? When Lin Tian heard this, his face suddenly darkened slightly. Isn't this kind of person a pervert? Boss Lin, let's go through the side door. Ruan Ruman sighed softly. No, go through the front door. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke. Ruan Ruman looked surprised. But before she could say anything, Lin Tian had already strode out of the building. There was no choice but to follow Lin Tian. Ruman, Ruman. When Yuan Hexing saw Ruan Ruman coming out, he was immediately excited and strode over with flowers in his hands. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, opened the box, held up a ring box and handed it to Ruan Ruman. Marry me. Lin Tian glanced at the ring. It's really big. However, it is still quite inferior to the diamond necklace that Lin Tian bought for Luanren before. I've said it countless times, I have no interest in you. Please respect yourself. Ruan Ruman took 2 steps back and spoke. However, Yuan Hexing seemed not to hear it. He stood up and strode towards Ruan Ruman. He even reached out his hand, intending to grab Ruan Ruman's hand. Ruman, you are lying to me, right? How could you not like me? I know, you're shy, right? Ruan Ruman took big steps back in fear. Before Yuan Hexing could catch up, his hands were unable to move, as if they were clamped by a pair of pliers. It hurts, it hurts. Yuan Hexing grimaced in pain and immediately looked at the owner of the hand with anger. The person who took action was none other than Lin Tian. Who the hell are you? Do you want to die? Let go. Yuan Hexing shouted angrily. Not only did Lin Tian not let go, but the strength in his hands increased a little bit. Yuan Hexing screamed in agony but couldn't break free. Chapter 65. Is this your boyfriend? He brought him to the class reunion. The physical strength enhanced by the system does not only enhance driving ability. Lin Tian's strength has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yuan Hexing lives a life of luxury, how could he have the strength to compete with Lin Tian? Just when Yuan Hexing was gathering his strength and trying his best to break free, suddenly, Lin Tian's hands loosened. Yuan Hexing stumbled and fell flat on his face. Roll. Lin Tian uttered a word with an extremely cold tone. Who the hell are you? Yuan Hexing became angry and yelled at Lin Tian. At this time, Ruan Ruman also came over. Her instinctive reaction made her come behind Lin Tian involuntarily. She really hated and feared Yuan Hexing. At this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly put their arms around her shoulders. Ruan Ruman was stunned, and then she heard Lin Tian say, I'm his boyfriend. Ruan Ruman immediately understood that these hands belonged to Lin Tian. Her face suddenly turned red and she was completely at a loss. Why did Lin Tian suddenly say this? Hearing this, Yuan Hexing was dumbfounded and looked at Lin Tian and Ruan Ruman in his arms in disbelief. Ruan Ruman's face flushed and she said nothing. In Yuan Hexing's eyes, this is no different from tacit consent. Take your flowers and go away. If you dare to bother Ruman again, you can try. Lin Tian said coldly. Yuan Hexing looked at Lin Tian with red eyes and said coldly. Do you know who I am? You dare to talk to me like that? I tell you, Ruman's man can only be me. Lin Tian suddenly raised his hand. Yuan Hexing was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, holding his head with his hands unconsciously. He had seen Lin Tian's strength before. If they started fighting, he would be beaten in all aspects. With your character, you should go back to your mother and get some milk. Lin Tian sneered and put his hand away. You just wait. Dare to mess with me? I'll make sure you can't survive in Yundu. After saying that, Yuan Hexing threw the flowers in his hand without even turning back and left in a hurry. He looked like he was afraid that Lin Tian would catch up with him and beat him up. But Lin Tian has no such interest. After seeing Yuan Hexing leave, Ruan Ruman blushed and whispered. Boss Lin, can you let go now? Half of her face was pressed against Lin Tian's arms, and she felt a warmth. Lin Tian let go of his hand and said calmly. Let's go and eat. Ruan Ruman looked at Lin Tian in shock, gritted her teeth and said nothing. It wasn't until she got in the car that she couldn't help but speak. Boss Lin, you shouldn't have messed with Yuan Hexing because of me. Yuan's real estate is the largest real estate company in Yundu. Its size is totally incomparable to Hongtu. Doing this will only bring misfortune to Hongtu. It's simply not worth it. In fact, what Ruan Ruman said was still too simple. Yuan South real estate is definitely the ceiling of the real estate industry in Yundu, and people from all walks of life have to give Yuan South real estate face. In Ruan Ruman's opinion, Lin Tian is just the boss of Hongtu. Even if he has other industries, they can never compare with Yuan's real estate. If the Yuan group intends to take action against Hongtu, Hongtu will have no power to fight back. Lin Tian's expression remained calm. I've said before that no one can hold my employees hostage. Besides, you are my secretary. When Ruan Ruman heard this, her heart suddenly felt warm. Before, no matter which company he was in, when he saw Yuan Hexing as crazy pursuit, he would stay away from him, for fear of provoking Yuan Hexing. As a result, Ruan Ruman was fired all the time. With great difficulty, he managed to secretly arrive at Hongtu without being discovered by Yuan Hexing, and lived a peaceful life for a long period of time. Now Lin Tian not only did not stay away, but also stepped forward. And she said he was her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Ruan Ruman buried her head deeply, and her face was so hot that it was almost hot enough to boil eggs. Don't think too much, I'm here. Seeing this, Lin Tian said softly. After saying that, he parked the car at the restaurant Ruan Ruman mentioned. Ruan Ruman wanted to say something else, but she didn't know how to start. I could only follow Lin Tianxia into the car and come to the hotel. This hotel doesn't look big, but the environment is nice. Lin Tian looked at the menu. At this moment, Ruan Ruman said, Boss Lin, I'm really sorry. I always cause you trouble. I'm already very sorry for disturbing you when I was drunk, but I didn't expect something like this to happen today. Thinking about how Lin Tian stood up for her and confronted Yuan Hexing this afternoon, she felt filled with self-blame. If it is because of me that something unexpected happened to Hongtu, I really don't know what to do. Ruan Ruman's face was full of guilt. Lin Tian said calmly, Eat first, and we'll talk about the rest later. The two were talking when suddenly a surprised voice came from not far away. Ruman? Ruan Ruman couldn't help but be stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. The person speaking was a woman. She looks good, but unfortunately, compared with beauties of Lu Anren and Ruan Ruman's level, she is still slightly inferior. And her figure is just average, just average. Ruan Ruman said in surprise. Lin Lin? Lin Lin strode over and excitedly grabbed Ruan Ruman's hand. I didn't expect to meet you here after so many years of graduation. Oh my god, Ruman, you are more beautiful now than before. Ruan Ruman immediately gave a bitter smile. Okay, stop saying these polite words. At this moment, Lin Lin turned her gaze to Lin Tian, who was sitting opposite Ruan Ruman. She was stunned at first, then said in surprise. Ruman, your boyfriend? Ruan Ruman was slightly stunned. She never expected Lin Lin to say that. Before she could explain, Lin Lin smiled and said, Great, I thought you gave in to Yuan Hexing. That's good. You must not believe anything he says. He is a complete scumbag. As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered. You don't know, at least 6 girls in our high school got pregnant by him. It is said that he just gave some money to the person and then ignored him. This second-generation rich guy is so promiscuous and irresponsible. Ruan Ruman was stunned where she stood. She originally thought that Yuan Hexing was simply possessive. Now that I think about it, this is really brutal. Okay, I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. By the way, we have a class reunion tomorrow, you must bring your boyfriend. Don't worry, no one called Yuan and Xing, and they don't bother to eat with us. After saying that, Lin Lin left in a hurry. Ruan Ruman was not given any room to explain this. By the time Ruan Ruman reacted, Lin Lin had disappeared. Class reunion tomorrow? She also wants her to take Lin Tian with her? Chapter 66. Do you live here too? Boss Lin, please don't take it to heart. I'll explain it to her when I get there tomorrow. Ruan Ruman quickly said. Lin Lin is such a jerk. She didn't ask anything clearly. She just ran away after talking for a long time. I haven't seen you for so many years, why are you still like this? Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter and said. It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll just spend some time with you. If you drink too much again, I'll take care of you. After hearing the last sentence, Ruan Ruman's face turned red like an apple again. Boss Lin, are you serious? She said with a surprised look on her face. Lin Tian smiled and said. What's wrong with pretending to be a beautiful woman's boyfriend and eating for free? For some reason, Juan Ruman was actually a little excited. The two finished their meal quickly. Lin Tian drove Juan Ruman back home. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin tomorrow. Juan Ruman spoke cautiously. Lin Tian smiled slightly. See you tomorrow. After Juan Ruman went upstairs, Lin Tianzheng planned to drive directly back to Tianqi Hotel. Ding ding. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. I opened it and saw a message from Han Jiasen. Brother Tian, have you eaten? I cooked. Would you like to come to my house and I'll cook for you? Seeing this message, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. Eating is fake. You really want to see him, right? Regardless of whether it's a real meal or not. He didn't want to refuse such an invitation. Lin Tian, okay. After Han Jiasen sent the location, Lin Tian drove the Bentley and sped away according to the navigation. The residential area where Han Jiasen lives is not far from Juan Ruman's home, only 2 intersections away. After a while, Lin Tian arrived. I knocked on the door and a faint fragrance hit me. Han Jiasen appeared in front of Lin Tian wearing a tight beige cheongsam. The cheongsam she wore this time was half revealing. There are 2 openings on the top and bottom. One showed half of her cleavage, and the other showed her belly button. The cheongsam is still slit at the end, revealing her long white legs. The cheongsam perfectly outlines Han Jiasen's graceful figure. He smiled at Lin Tian and said, "You're here?" The voice can be as charming as it can be. Closing the door, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Actually, I've already eaten. But I would like to try your cooking." Han Jiasen's face was flushed, and she slowly placed her slender hands on Lin Tian's heart. "It's already been prepared and it's still hot. No hurry, eat slowly. I have to say that Han Jiasen is truly top-notch. Every word and action is captivating." In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. 4 hours. Lin Tian spent 4 hours on this meal. I feel a bit full after eating. Although he was stretched, Lin Tian could still move freely. On the other hand, Han Jiasen no longer had any strength in her body. She held Lin Tian's neck lovingly and said angrily, "Oh my god, you are getting stronger and stronger. If I treat you to noodles every day, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion sooner or later." Lin Tian smiled calmly, stroked her hair and said, "So do you want to treat me to noodles every day?" Han Jiasen's face became even redder and she nodded gently. It was already past 10 o'clock when the two parted. After Lin Tian left, Han Jiasen's phone screen suddenly lit up. She glanced over. The message was sent by Dingjin. Dingjin is coming tonight, and is now at the entrance of the community. Seeing this, Han Jiasen hurriedly sprayed air freshener in the room and turned into the bathroom to take a shower. However, Lin Tian didn't know all this. He walked downstairs leisurely and headed towards the parking lot. Lin Tian? Just then, a sound suddenly came from not far away. Lin Tian glanced over. The person who spoke was actually the old squad leader Dingjin. When Dingjin saw Lin Tian, he immediately smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. You live here too?" Dingjin was very surprised. Although this community is not considered a low-end one, considering Lin Tian's wealth, isn't it a bit too shabby for him to live here? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "Come find a friend." Dingjin suddenly laughed. "Then drive slowly." Lin Tian got into the Bentley without looking back. Ever since Lin Tian agreed to continue supplying goods and save Dingjin's company, Dingjin could be said to be quite grateful to Lin Tian. Although some profits were lost, what was gained in return was long-term cooperation. It is definitely a good deal for Dingjin. He hummed a little tune and walked leisurely towards the stairwell of Han Jiasen's house. Little did they know that Lin Tian left here. He opened the door leisurely, and the smell of air freshener hit him in the face. "Why are you suddenly spraying this stuff?" Dingjin asked puzzledly as he closed the door. At this time, Han Jiasen just came out of the bathroom and said casually, "There are cockroaches in the house again. I was afraid that some strange smell might have attracted them, so I sprayed some air freshener." "Why did you come here suddenly?" Dingjin chuckled and said, "Of course I missed you, baby." Then, Dingjin glanced at the food on the table and said with a smile, "You cooked so many dishes? Did you know I was coming?" Han Jasin nodded but didn't say anything. What a pity, you predicted wrongly. I am a little late. The food is cold, but still edible. Dingjin said as he sat down. Go back quickly after dinner. If my parents knew you were still here so late, they would definitely skin you alive. Dingjin chuckled. I know. I was just passing by and wanted to come and see you. By the way, guess who I met downstairs? Han Jasin's heart tightened slightly. Who? Dingjin laughed and said. Lin Tian. I didn't expect that he would appear in this neighborhood. Han Jasin frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Dingjin continued. He said he was here to see a friend. But I smell a woman's perfume on him. If you ask me, 9 times out of 10, they are here to find their lover. Han Jasin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had the foresight to spray air freshener first. And after 4 full hours, the perfume smell was almost gone. Okay, eat quickly and go back after eating. Han Jasin said impatiently. It's none of your business. Dingjin shook his head helplessly. Lin Tian came to find his lover, but I am afraid that it will make Lu Anren suffer. But as soon as this idea came out, it was crushed by Dingjin. What Lu Anren? She is goddess wife now. Moreover, in Dingjin's opinion, Lu Anren is not as good as his current girlfriend. Thinking of this, he wanted to hold the wedding as soon as possible. As a result, he can only watch his girlfriend helplessly but cannot bring himself to do anything. Chapter 67 Am I not your boyfriend? Why do you still call me Mr. Lin? 2 days. The top floor of Tianqi Hotel. System, draw a lottery. Lin Tian's mind moved. Ding. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Jingtian Hotel. Restaurant? Seeing this reward, Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although Lin Tian already owns a hotel. But there is a big gap between restaurants and hotels. The apocalypse is mainly about housing, and food is just a supplement. But the focus of this Jingtian Hotel is on food. Lin Tian remembered that there was such a restaurant in Yundu. Although it is not the top in the industry, it is still one of the best high-end hotels. The level is indeed not as good as Tianqi, but it can be used for banquets and the price is not as expensive as Tianqi. If you have time, go and have a look. Thinking of this, Lin Tian put his thoughts aside, found a decent set of clothes to put on, and went out directly. I made an appointment with Ruan Rumen yesterday to pick her up around noon. It's about time now. Go attend her class reunion first. As for the restaurant, you can take it over whenever you want. Soon, Lin Tian drove to the community where Ruan Rumen lived. Ruan Rumen had been waiting downstairs for a long time, and she was still a little nervous. Let the boss pretend to be her boyfriend to attend the class reunion. Is this really okay? In fact, Ruan Rumen really hopes that Lin Tian will go. Lin Tian is handsome, rich, and young. Anyone who sees this rare boyfriend will be envious. It's also great to have face at class reunions. However, these are not the main points. The point is that many of Ruan Rumen's high school classmates had harassed her. When Ruan Rumen was in high school, she was truly a school beauty, and a lot of guys were chasing after her. Taking Lin Tian with him could also help avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Thinking of the scene of meeting Yuan Hexing yesterday, Ruan Rumen still felt a little scared. This has caused her a lot of psychological trauma. Just when Ruan Rumen was thinking about it, Lin Tian drove to Ruan Rumen calmly. Lin Tian was quite surprised to see Ruan Rumen today. She was wearing a little dress today. The light pink girlish dress didn't look out of place on Ruan Rumen at all. There are several lines of lace on the edge of the dress, and with a pair of small high heels, it looks very beautiful. This was the first time Lin Tian saw Ruan Rumen dressed like this. It's completely different from the professional attire he wore before. The worst thing is that they all have their own styles. Sure enough, beautiful people look good in anything. I was a little dazed for a moment. Mr. Lin? When Ruan Rumen saw Lin Tian looking at her with a dull look, her face turned red and she called out in a low voice. Lin Tian finally realized what was happening and said with a smile. Miss Ruan is wearing such a beautiful outfit today, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Ruan Rumen's face flushed even more. After all, we are going with President Lin, and we can't lose face for you. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Get in the car. Ruan Ruman obediently got into the passenger seat of the Bentley. Where to eat? As Lin Tian spoke, he opened his phone and prepared to search for navigation. Jingtian Hotel is not far from here, and it will take about 10 minutes to get there, Ruan Ruman said as she fastened her seatbelt. Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Jingtian Hotel? Isn't this the industry that the system just rewarded him with? Is it just a coincidence? Or can the system predict the future? What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Seeing that Lin Tian was a little dazed, Ruan Ruman couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, let's go." At the same time, Jingtian Hotel. Store manager Meng Jinwei stood in the kitchen, scanning the dozen or so people in front of him. These dozen or so people are all the management of Jingtian Hotel. I called you here today because of something important, Meng Jinwei said in a deep voice. As of this morning, our boss has changed. Upon hearing this, all the management were shocked. Manager Meng, who has been replaced? Oh my god, why did the change happen so suddenly? What if a demanding boss comes? Oh my god, who is so awesome that he can buy our restaurant? Not that these managements are bragging. Since the construction of Jingtian Hotel, business has been booming. It can be said to be the top mid to high-end hotel in the entire Yundu. The previous boss started from scratch. The market value of the entire Jingtian is probably inestimable now. Moreover, in order to get the previous boss to let go, one must not only have strong financial resources, but also a strong enough background. In their opinion, where could there be such a person in Yundu? But facts speak louder than words. No matter how shocked they were, Jingtian had already changed its owner. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Jinwei frowned and said. The new boss may come to sign the contract today and officially take over Jingtian. You must be extremely alert today and don't let me down. Tell the kitchen staff to prepare the dishes today to the best of their ability. Anyone who dares to slack off will be punished later. Seeing Meng Jinwei's serious expression, the managers did not dare to delay and hurried back to their posts. Meng Jinwei stood with his hands behind his back, his expression looking extremely heavy. Jingming changed his boss. He has been the store manager of Jingming for 10 years, but once a new boss comes in, his position will be in jeopardy. Those who have the financial resources to afford Jingtian will probably bring his leadership team with them. By then, he really won't be able to keep his position as store manager. The most fatal thing was that he sent a message to his new boss Lin Tian, but received no response. This means that the new boss may come at any time. He can't make any mistakes. He can't afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, as long as Lin Tian didn't come, he would be in a nervous state all day. Only by letting the new boss know his work ability can he keep the position of store manager as much as possible. However, he didn't know now that Jingtian's new boss had already arrived at the hotel. When he arrived outside, Lin Tian looked up and down at Jingtian Hotel. The decoration is good, but it is still far inferior to Apocalypse. But don't be too demanding. After all, Tanchi is a high-end hotel, and Jingtian is positioned as a mid to high-end hotel. One more word makes a world of difference. Boss Lin, it looks like they've arrived. Shall we go in? Ruan Ruman spoke. Lin Tian smiled slightly, looked at Ruan Ruman and said, Am I not your boyfriend? And why do you call me Mr. Lin? Hearing this, Ruan Ruman was stunned. When I meet my classmates, it will be inappropriate to call him Mr. Lin. But what can it be called? To be honest, Ruan Ruman has never been in love, all thanks to Yuan Hexing. You can't just call him boyfriend, right? Looking at Ruan Ruman's silly appearance, it is completely different from her capable appearance when working. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and asked, You've never been in love, have you? Ruan Ruman blushed to her ears and nodded silently. Chapter 68. In every class, there are always some guys who like to act smart. Lin Tian never imagined that a top beauty like Ruan Ruman had never been in a relationship. No wonder he looks so green in this regard. Come in later and just call me Brother Tian. Don't call me Mr. Lin. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Judging from Ruan Ruman's expression, she might want to teach me step by step. Good. Ruan Ruman whispered. Lin Tian said with some regret. Now shout. Ah. Ruan Ruman was stunned again, and after hesitating for a moment, she stammered. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Just as the two were chatting, Suddenly, a hand patted Ruan Rumen gently. Ruan Rumen was immediately startled and instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Lin? After seeing the owner of the hand, Ruan Rumen said angrily. You scared me to death. Lin Lin looked at Ruan Rumen again and again, her face more shocked than Ruan Rumen's. Oh my god, are you still you, Rumen? This is the first time I see you wearing this kind of clothes. It looks so beautiful, doesn't it? Sure enough, it's true that good-looking people look good in anything they wear. It's just different when you go out to a party with your boyfriend. I still remember the last time you came here alone, you were still wearing. Ruan Rumen quickly said. Okay, let's go in. She remembered clearly that the last class reunion was a few years ago. In order to avoid Yuan hexing, Ruan Rumen wore a men's suit. If she wasn't still good-looking, she would have become the laughingstock of the class. Lin Lin continued. Okay, let's go in together. They are all in the private room on the second floor. They said we are the only ones missing. Ruan Rumen couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled slightly and followed Lin Lin into the Jingtian Hotel. Ruan Rumen hurried to follow. Lin Tian finally understood that Ruan Rumen was a completely different person when she was working than she was when she was not. While working, I can chat and laugh with any client. And the work is done in an orderly and meticulous manner. So Lin Tian, the hands-off boss, is as comfortable as he can be. But when it comes to real life, Ruan Rumen seems unable to take care of herself, like a little child. Private rooms on the second floor, gathering hall. Lin Lin pushed the door open and saw more than 20 people, both men and women, sitting inside, dressed differently. Lin Lin, why are you here so late? A man wearing glasses spoke unhappily. However, Lin Lin ignored him and said mysteriously. Guess who's here? As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Rumen, who was wearing a small dress, and Lin Tian walked into the room together. Wow! There were bursts of exclamations throughout the room. Oh my god, the goddess is worthy of being a goddess. After so many years, she is still so beautiful. Rumen, you are so beautiful, are you going to drive all of us women away? Is there anyone who can actually pull off this kind of pink dress? That's right. Don't forget that Rumen is the recognized school beauty. A group of students were talking about it. Some of the women had envy on their faces. Some showed a bit of jealousy. The expressions of men are even more varied. This is your boyfriend? Suddenly, a man in a suit spoke in shock. Ruan Rumen was slightly stunned, then slowly nodded. Suddenly, there was another sigh in the room. Oh my god, the goddess found a boyfriend? As expected of a goddess, her boyfriend is so handsome too. Just as everyone was sighing, the man with glasses pushed his glasses up and said coldly. What's the point of being handsome? If Yuan hexing knew about it. Before she finished speaking, Lin Lin's expression suddenly changed. Zhang Xian, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. The man with glasses named Zhang Xian had a look of disdain on his face, but did not say anything else. Lin Tian glanced at him. Although he looked disdainful, his eyes still involuntarily looked at Ruan Rumen. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's eat. Hurry and take a seat. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward because of Zhang Xian's words, Lin Lin hurriedly spoke up. The serving speed of Jingtian Hotel is really first class. After hearing that the dishes were about to be served, within a few minutes the table was filled with dishes. After the dishes were served, it was just like Lin Tian's previous classmates' reunion. Many people can no longer hold back. After a few rounds of drinking, a square-faced man with a slicked back hair, wearing a suit and tie, spoke up. Zhang Xian, I heard that you are doing big business recently? What kind of business do you do? Can you tell us about it? Zhang Xian smiled slightly and said drunkenly. It's just a company, a small business, not a big deal. Start a company? Hearing this, the square-faced man immediately became interested. You've already started a company, and you still say it's not a big deal. How much can you earn in a month? Not much, maybe around 500,000 or 600,000 in net profit. As Zhang Xian spoke, he looked towards Ruan Rumen unconsciously. However, Ruan Rumen didn't even raise her head. She is very nervous now and has no idea what to do. This made Zhang Xian frown slightly. Oh my god, an income of 5 or 600,000 a month? Zhang Xian, no, Mr. Zhang. Please promote me more often in the future. The square-faced man was immediately shocked. The classmates around also cast envious glances at me instantly. Zhang Xian's family was very wealthy when he was in school. Although he is not as good as Yuan Hexing, compared with other classmates, he is definitely a rich second generation. Now that he has opened a company, he can earn 5 or 600,000 a month. This made many people feel sour. Many girls began to unconsciously find topics to talk to Zhang Xian, trying to hook up with him. Lin Tian just listened, smiled, and said nothing. 5 or 600,000 a month, is that a lot? Apocalypse's net income alone easily crushed him. What's more, there are Taiha Hong to Noah and others, whose monthly income is even more exaggerated. Alright, it's not a big deal, there's no need for you all to do this. Zhang Xian waved his hands, but he was secretly happy. In the past, I was always dominated by Yuan Hexing in class. Now that Yuan Hexing is not at the party, no one present is doing better than him. He really enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people. However, Ruan Ruman, Lin Tian, Lin Lin and others seemed to be busy with their own things and did not take the matter seriously at all. If you ask me, I may not be the best among our classmates. The one who is doing the best is Ruan Ruman. Zhang Xian's heart hardened, and he spoke in a sinister tone. Ruan Ruman was stunned. I'm just an employee, how can I get ahead? Zhang Xian smiled calmly. It doesn't matter how well you mix, it mainly depends on your boyfriend. Your boyfriend must be very capable to be able to catch up with you from young Master Yuan's hands. Dude, what do you do for a living? Chapter 69. You can't call me? Then I will call you. Buddy? Hearing these two words, Lin Tian was stunned. Who are you? Who is your buddy? But this was Ruan Ruman's class reunion after all, and Lin Tian was too lazy to argue with him. I don't have a job. Lin Tian spoke calmly. He is not wrong. Lin Tian really doesn't have a job, he just owns a few companies. Work? These two words no longer belong to Lin Tian. No job? Zhang Xian sneered. How can I catch up with Ruman without a job? Are you kidding me? Lin Tian smiled slightly and did not respond. Why do people have to have a job? Seeing this, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly became disdainful when he looked at Lin Tian. He was dressed quite nicely, in a suit, but he turned out to be an unemployed vagrant. That would make things easier. Ruman, we are old classmates, so I have to talk to you about this. Even if it's to avoid Master Yuan, you can't let yourself fall into such depravity, right? Besides, aren't you harming this buddy by doing this? What if young Master Yuan comes looking for you? What do you want him to do? Zhang Xian, under the influence of alcohol, spoke to Ruan Ruman. How could he know that the young Master Yuan he mentioned had already suffered a defeat at the hands of Lin Tian? Ruan Ruman's face suddenly turned extremely bad. From the very beginning, when Zhang Xian kept calling her Master Yuan, she had already felt very dissatisfied. But now he dared to say that in front of so many old classmates? Moreover, he was talking about Lin Tian. Ruan Ruman was just about to stand up and tell others that Lin Tian was the chairman of Hongtu Real Estate. However, at this moment, Lin Lin spoke first. Zhang Xian. When will ivory come out of that dog's mouth of yours? Zhang Xian glanced at Lin Lin and sneered. Fong Lin Lin, who do you think you are? When will it be your turn to teach me a lesson? Am I not telling the truth? You don't have a job, but you still dare to get close to Ruan Ruman. Aren't you afraid that Yuan Hexing will come looking for you? He looked drunk, as if he was speaking the truth after drinking. But Zhang Xian is more sober than anyone else. He just wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to suppress Lin Tian. In his opinion, Lin Tian just stole his things. Zhang Xian has liked Ruan Ruman since school days. But because of the appearance of Yuan Hexing, he never dared to speak and was always suppressed. After all, if he offended Yuan Hexing, his family's business would be ruined. But now that Yuan Hexing is not around, Ruan Ruman actually found a boyfriend. This made him unhappy from the beginning. Taking advantage of someone asking about his work, he went with the flow. He couldn't afford to offend Yuan Hexing, so how could he not afford to offend the unemployed vagrant in front of him? Can an ordinary person make 5 or 600,000 a month? You can kill him with money. Zhang Xian's idea is very simple. What I can't get, no one else can get. The other students don't have the same personality as Fong Lin Lin. They all knew that they couldn't afford to offend Zhang Xian, so they could only concentrate on eating and pretend not to hear. The square-faced man also chimed in. Brother Xian is right, Rumen, even if you want to avoid Master Yuan, at least find a more reliable boyfriend, right? I can't believe that the school beauty back then would find someone like this. He knew in his heart that Zhang Xian was interested in Wan Rumen. In that case, Lin Tian is his enemy. The reason why Zhang Xian dared to do this was that he relied on the fact that none of his old classmates present could afford to offend him. He just wanted to belittle Lin Tian in front of so many old classmates. Have you said enough? Ruan Rumen stood up slowly, looking extremely ugly. It can be seen that she was really angry. Rumen, why are you angry? At this moment, the square-faced man stood up and said. Isn't Zhang Xian also concerned about his classmates? Lin Tian sneered. Care about your classmates? What you call caring about your classmates is that you are afraid of the strong bullying the weak? When Yuan Hexing was harassing Rumen, why didn't you stand up and show some concern? Lin Tian's words left Zhang Xian speechless for a moment. He stood there in a daze, staring at Lin Tian. Boy, I've already given you face for Rumen's sake. Are you being shameless here? I'm telling you, I really can't afford to offend Yuan Hexing, but I can still easily deal with people like you. Let alone anything else, the manager of Jingtian Hotel has to give me some face when he sees me. Who do you think you are? Pointing fingers at me? He never thought that Lin Tian would dare to refute him. And he also used Yuan Hexing to pressure him. This made Zhang Xian immediately angry and he shouted. Hearing this, the people around him suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. The manager of Jingtian Hotel? The status of Jingtian Hotel in Yundu is self-evident. Anyone who can become the manager of Jingtian Hotel must be a well-known figure. Relationships are more important than money. This made many people look at Zhang Xian with a higher opinion again. The manager of Jingtian Hotel has to give you some face? When Lin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but smile calmly. How about you call him over and let everyone open their eyes? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Xian was obviously slightly stunned. He did know the manager of Jingtian Hotel, but that was just an acquaintance. We had eaten there twice before, but I guess people didn't even know his name. Unfortunately, he's not in the store right now. Zhang Xian didn't know what to say for a moment and made up an excuse. How can he persuade others to do that? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, It's okay, I'll help you call. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sneer. It's okay for him to pretend to be cool, at least someone believes him. But is this unemployed vagrant, a loser who lives on women, qualified to pretend to be cool here? Lin Tian calmly picked up the phone and dialed a number without any hurry. At the same time, in the store manager's office. The store manager Meng Jinwei was sitting at his desk, constantly tightening the pen in his hand. He felt very complicated. After all, no one can bear this kind of fear of the unknown. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang, and Meng Jinwei's thoughts were immediately interrupted. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he frowned and answered the call. Hello, I'm Meng Jinwei. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. I am Lin Tian. These four simple words made Meng Jinwei stunned at first. But then, his whole body was shocked and he was speechless. Lin Tian. Isn't this the new boss name? Mr. Lin? Why did you call me suddenly? Lin Tian said calmly. I'm in Jingtian, the gathering hall on the second floor. I heard that someone here wants to see you. I'll give you 5 minutes. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Meng Jinwei looked at his phone and his eyes suddenly became empty. 5 minutes? Chapter 70, 3 Points of Face, I remember it. At this moment, Meng Jinwei was completely stunned. He had previously sent a message to the new boss, wanting to invite him to sign the takeover contract. In the end, the new boss didn't reply a single word. Now he suddenly calls and says someone wants to see him? After checking the number on the document, cold sweat broke out on his back. How could anyone be looking for him? It was obvious that the new boss had 3 big things to do upon taking office, and the first one was on the head of the store manager. Meng Jinwei glanced at the time and saw that there were 4 minutes left. Judging from Lin Tian's tone just now, he didn't seem to have any emotions. But this is the most terrifying thing. Was there something in the store that made him unhappy? He no longer cared about so much, and directly opened the door of the store manager's office and ran desperately to the gathering hall on the second floor. In the gathering hall, after Lin Tian hung up the phone, everyone around was stunned. This also includes Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman believed that Lin Tian was definitely not joking. But, could Lin Tian also be related to Jingtian Hotel? Although she had some doubts in her heart, Ruan Ruman knew in her heart that it was definitely possible. Lin Tian simply has too many secrets for her. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then said with a fake smile. Ruman, your boyfriend is too pretentious, isn't he? You call the store manager and ask him to arrive within 5 minutes? You didn't drink, did you? Why did you start talking nonsense? Little did he know that not long ago, Lin Tian had done the same thing to General Manager Wei Yushu at the Tianqi Hotel. Wei Yushu arrived at that time. Lin Tian wanted to see if the store manager here could do it. Time passes by every second. Zhang Xian sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Lin Tian with disdain. Don't waste your time here. Brother Xian, let's go and let him wait here slowly. The square-faced man said impatiently. Lin Tian glanced at the time. 4.5 minutes. Just as the square-faced man was about to get up. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the room was opened by a man in a suit. He was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and looking at the people in front of him repeatedly. Meng, Manager Meng? Zhang Xian originally had a look of disdain on his face, but after seeing the person in front of him, he was stunned and couldn't help but stand up. Why, was he really called here? When Meng Jinwei heard someone calling him, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. But after seeing Zhang Xian, he couldn't help but frown slightly. No. He had seen this guy before, so how could he be the new boss? Excuse me, who is Mr. Lin Tianlin? Meng Jinwei took a deep breath, bent his waist slightly, and asked respectfully. Lin Tian smiled calmly, slowly stood up and said. Manager Meng. The moment he saw Lin Tian, Meng Jinwei's heart was shocked. This voice is the one that called him just now. Mr. Lin. Without saying anything, Meng Jinwei hurried to Lin Tian and said humbly. I didn't know you were coming, Mr. Lin. I'm really sorry that I couldn't come to greet you. Although he confirmed that the person in front of him was the new boss Lin Tian, Meng Jinwei still felt a little nervous. So young? When he called just now, the voice sounded a little low, and Meng Jinwei did not guess Lin Tian's age. But the person who has the financial resources to acquire Jingtian must most likely be an older wealthy businessman. As a result, Lin Tian looked to be only in his early 20s? Even so, he did not dare to neglect it at all. He knew in his heart that if he made Lin Tian unhappy today, his position as store manager might change at any time. He said he knows you, so you should give him some face when you see him. Manager Meng, you are not careful in making friends. Lin Tian smiled indifferently and looked in the direction of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian suddenly opened his mouth and was petrified on the spot. He could hardly believe what he saw. Lin Tian, really called the store manager? Moreover, how could a person like the store manager be so respectful to Lin Tian? This is not right. But when Lin Tian looked at him, he suddenly realized. It's over. Meng Jinwei was slightly stunned and glanced at Zhang Xian. From Lin Tian's tone, it can be heard that he and the guy in front of him don't get along. Thinking of this, Meng Jinwei had already lined up. He frowned slightly, shook his head and said. Mr. Lin is really good at joking. This man's name is Zhang Xian. I've met him twice, but both times at other parties. I don't know him well, we just met by chance. As for the 3-point thin face, I will remember this sentence. Meng Jinwei narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in front of him. Others may not know Zhang Xian's background, but how could Meng Jinwei not know? The 2 times he met Zhang Xian appeared as his younger brother. Meng Jinwei only knew that he had a small company, but had no background. I heard that he came to the previous 2 banquets with a shameless face just to make himself known. Looking at Zhang Xian, whose face looked as pale as death, Meng Jinwei couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Why did this guy have to mess with Lin Tian when there were so many other people he could mess with? In this case, in order to show his loyalty, Meng Jinwei doesn't care how many people are here. This 3 points of face must be given. Zhang Xian was not the only one who was shocked. All of Ruan Ruman's classmates around were stunned. Isn't everything happening before our eyes too magical? They had suspected that Zhang Xian was pretending to be cool. But how could they have imagined that Lin Tian was actually a hidden boss? Meng Jinping has been a store manager for 10 years and has a solid foundation in observing people's words and expressions. After taking a few glances, he had guessed that Lin Tian was playing the role of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Poor Zhang Xian, he was not even a tiger, he was not until nothing was left of him. In order to better cater to Lin Tian, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Boss Lin, on behalf of all the staff of Jingtian, I welcome you. By the way, Mr. Lin, since you are here, I wonder if you have time to sign the takeover contract first. As soon as this sentence came out, it caused a sensation again. Lin Tian is Jing Tian's boss? Now, everyone was getting a little restless. Zhang Xian also slumped down in his chair. It's all over. Now he only hated himself for being drunk and having a dull mind. Lin Tian dared to bypass Yuan Hexing and be with Ruan Rumen. How could he be a simple person? He must have lost his mind to kick this iron wall. Now, not only did I lose face in front of my classmates, but I also offended Meng Jinwei. What Meng Jinwei said before about remembering the 3-point thin surface is self-evident. Tian, brother Tian, are you Jing Tian's boss? Ruan Rumen was also stunned and asked in shock, covering her mouth. Chapter 71, the unfinished building turned into a school district house, making a lot of money. When coming out of Jingtian Hotel, Ruan Rumen was still in a state of shock. Lin Tian, not only is he the boss of Hongtu, but he is also the boss of Jingtian Hotel? This news is too shocking. She knew that Lin Tian's identity was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But this result was still far beyond her expectations. Am I a good boyfriend? Lin Tian smiled slightly. Ruan Rumen pursed her lips and said with a slightly red face, Mr. Lin, thank you. She knew in her heart that Lin Tian didn't want to reveal his identity. But what Zhang Xian said just now was so harsh, and every word he said was about Yuan Hexing. Every word was like a knife stabbing mercilessly into her heart. Whenever she heard the 3 words Yuan Hexing, she felt sick. Lin Tian did this to stand up for her. Where can I find such a good boss? Rumen. Just then, a person ran towards Ruan Rumen. She was none other than Fong Linlin. Fong Linlin said excitedly. Oh my god, Rumen, your boyfriend is so awesome, isn't he? I've always been annoyed with Zhang Xian. Not only does he like to show off, he also likes to step on other people's heads. Today's show was really enjoyable to watch. Ruan Rumen smiled, not knowing what to say. Then, Fong Linlin looked at Lin Tiandao. Boss Lin, you are really great. From now on, you will be my Fong Linlin's idol. Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter. It's my pleasure. I have to say, a woman like Fong Linlin doesn't seem like a woman. They are more like those chivalrous men in martial arts novels who take pleasure in taking revenge. Say whatever you want, never consider anything. This kind of person is also good, life is not tiring. At first I was worried about what would happen if that lunatic Yuan Hexing found out about your relationship. But I feel relieved that you are here, Mr. Lin. Fong Linlin laughed. After saying that, she said goodbye and left in a hurry. Ruan Rumen pursed her lips and whispered. Boss Lin, don't mind what she said. That's just her personality. She says whatever she wants to say and never knows what taboos are. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. Really? I think she's quite interesting. The two got into the car while talking. The scene of the two of them leaving in the Bentley was seen clearly by the square-faced man and Zhang Xian who had just come out of the hotel. Zhang Xian now wanted to slap himself twice. Why are you pretending to be so cool? For a person of Lin Tian's level, it would be easy to destroy his small company. The square-faced man also left Zhang Xian silently. At this time, Zhang Xian was in a difficult situation and he could not even save himself. How could he dare to have any relationship with Zhang Xian? Soon, Lin Tian brought Ruan Rumen to Hongtu. Boss Lin, please go ahead and I'll go change my clothes. After arriving at the chairman's office, Ruan Rumen whispered. Lin Tian looked at his phone boredly. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a slightly hurried knock on the door. Lin Tian thought it was Ruan Rumen who came back and was a little surprised. Is it possible to change clothes so quickly? Enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. A familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Tian. But it was not Ruan Rumen, but Gu Chouhan. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. What's up? I'm afraid Gu Chiohan is going to talk about Deji or Four Seasons Star City again. This person has good work ability, but he is a bit too picky. Do you dare to get into trouble with your boss? Gu Chiohan pursed her lips and looked at Lin Tian with a very subtle look. Mr. Lin, I have news to tell you. It's about Four Seasons Star City. Sure enough, it is indeed related to one of these two things. Explain. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Anyway, no matter what Gu Chiohan said, Lin Tian would not change his mind. Just received news that the documents from above have come down. Four Seasons Star City is planned as a key school district housing, and Yeondu No. 1 Middle School and Yeondu No. 1 Primary School will build their north campus nearby. The housing prices in Four Seasons Star City have gone crazy. According to conservative estimates, we can earn at least 150 times our investment. As Gu Chiohan spoke, he handed the message file he had just received to Lin Tian. She looked at Lin Tian with extreme shock. But what was shocking was not Lin Tian's good vision, but Lin Tian's good luck. He even encountered such things as unfinished buildings becoming school district housing. She had seen this project before. If you invest money, there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of making money, and the remaining 9,999% chance of losing all your money. However, this low probability event actually happened. But what shocked her even more was Lin Tian's attitude when he learned about this matter. Oh, I see. Lin Tian glanced at the document and said calmly. 150 times? The imagination is still not rich enough, it should be at least 200 times. Gu Chiohan looked at Lin Tian in shock. This is not the reaction of a gambler who has made a winning bet. Gu Chiohan looked at Lin Tian, and for some reason a terrible thought suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be that Lin Tian had known about this a long time ago? Boss Lin, aren't you shocked? This kind of thing, let alone in Yeondu, even in the entire Dragon Country, only happens once every 10 years. Gu Chiohan no longer had the composure he had before. Four Seasons Star City, a project that she had always been pessimistic about, actually made money. And once you make a profit, it's 200 times. The huge shock made it difficult for her to suppress her emotions. But she had no idea that Lin Tian already knew the result when he decided to invest in this project. Boss Lin, you wouldn't have known about this a long time ago, right? Thinking of Lin Tian's determination to invest in Four Seasons Star City, Gu Chiohan couldn't help but ask. Even though it sounds a bit weird. But looking at Lin Tian's current expression, this is not impossible. I said I would not let the Hongtu ship sink. Lin Tian did not give a direct answer, but just said this calmly. Just then, Ruan Ruman had just changed her clothes and came over with a cup of coffee. Seeing Gu Chiohan's shocked expression, she still felt a little confused. Ever since Lin Tian came, Gu Chiohan's complexion became worse day by day, and she saw it all. What happened today? Moreover, Ruan Ruman had never seen Gu Chiohan with this expression before. However, just as she handed the coffee to Lin Tian, she inadvertently glanced at the documents on Lin Tian's desk. At the top is a short message. Shocking. Yeondu Four Seasons Star City has made a big comeback, and the unfinished building has become a school district house. Ruan Ruman was confused. Chapter 72, The Hands-Off Manager Who Knows How to Make Money. Ruan Ruman kept the Four Seasons Star City project firmly in mind. The reason why Ruan Ruman got drunk and went to get a project was because of the troublesome project of Four Seasons Star City. It was clear that everyone in the company was against it, but Lin Tian insisted. The biggest person in this company is Lin Tian, and no one can refute his decision. However, who would have thought that this project actually made a profit? Moreover, the unfinished building has been turned into school district housing, and even a key school district housing, so the profit is not small. When she saw the forecast report made by Gu Chiohan, she was petrified on the spot. 150 times. Ruan Ruman clearly remembered that when investing in Four Seasons Star City this time, Lin Tian directly invested almost all of the liquid funds in the company's account. I only left some money for backup, but Lin Tian asked me to buy Deji. Basically, more than 80% of the projects in the entire Four Seasons Star City belong to Hongtu. This is also the reason why Gu Chiohan was dissatisfied. Once this project fails, the entire Hongtu will basically be over. But it was successful. This project can directly increase Hongtu's market value by at least 150 times. What is this concept? This means that Hongtu's assets can directly become the top real estate group in the entire Yeondu. Not only that, it is ranked among the best in the province. Boss Lin, I. Thinking of this, Gooch Johan felt mixed emotions and had no idea what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I had some misunderstandings about you because of this project. I solemnly apologize to you now. I am really sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Gooch Johan bowed as he spoke. Lin Tian had a clear view of the scenery beneath the low V neckline. I have to say that Gooch Johan does have a good figure. Together with Ruan Rumen, they can be said to be the most beautiful scenery in the entire Hongtu. After watching it to his heart's content, Lin Tianyun said calmly. I know. But you haven't slacked off and have kept up with this project until now. That's enough. No need to say anything else. Lin Tian was telling the truth. If Gooch Johan's opinions caused the entire project to fail, it is impossible to get such a high return now. Lin Tian saw all of Gooch Johan's abilities. To Lin Tian, she was like an untamed horse. Once she is tamed, she will become a rare and outstanding horse. With her around, Lin Tian can be a hands-off boss better. Even though Lin Tian already had a lot of money, so much that he might not be able to spend it all in his lifetime. But it feels different to earn money with your own hands. By the way, are there any major developments in the real estate industry recently? Lin Tian asked casually. We need to pay more attention to such projects in the future. No one can tell when the system will reward another investment opportunity. Gooch Johan was stunned for a moment, then he said. Yes, there is. Just a few days ago, a piece of land was put up for auction. The location is very advantageous and it is one of the few good plots of land in Yundu. But once the news was released, it attracted the attention of major real estate groups in Yundu. They were all vying for it, and the price of the land skyrocketed. This piece of land is crucial, but Hongtu's current strength is not enough to compete with these groups, so... Speaking of this, Gooch Johan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She felt a little guilty for not being able to help Hongtu. However, Lin Tian didn't seem to care and said, Okay, I understand. This is actually a good thing. Now that the news of the Four Seasons Star City's renovation has spread, this incident can just attract their attention. Keep following up on the Four Seasons Star City project and don't let others take advantage of it. Also, it would be best to collect the remaining 20% as much as possible before that. If you have nothing else to do, just go get busy. As for the piece of land that Gooch Johan mentioned, he immediately lost interest when he heard that real estate companies all over the city were competing for it. It's too troublesome to fight with others and get hurt. What's more, Hongtu's current strength is still far behind other real estate groups. The land that comes down from above cannot be obtained just by having money. Gooch Johan's expression suddenly became firm. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. Now Gooch Johan's opinion of Lin Tian has completely changed. He is not a second-generation rich. Not only is he not a second-generation rich, he is also a high-end investor. Such a far-sighted and unique vision was something Gooch Johan had never seen in his life. With such a boss, how could Hongtu possibly fail? Not only will it not end, it is even likely to become even bigger in the future. It is not impossible to go beyond the province and become a group that caters to the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Gooch Johan felt even more relieved. Fortunately, she decided to complete this project and did not look for another employer right away. After Gooch Johan left, only Lin Tian and Ruan Rumen, who was standing there in a daze, were left in the office. Today, Ruan Rumen was shocked by Lin Tian twice. Compared with the Four Seasons Star City project, the fact that Lin Tian is the owner of Jingtian Hotel is not shocking at all. With such a vision, how could the assets be few? Boss Lin, how did you do it? Ruan Rumen couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, Nothing, I just think that decline will eventually bring prosperity. From decline comes prosperity. This is bullshit. When it comes to investing, how is it possible to believe that decline will lead to prosperity? Ruan Rumen absolutely did not believe that Lin Tian was a gambler who invested based on his feelings. How could someone who could remain calm in the face of such a big thing be a gambler? Ruan Rumen immediately thought that Lin Tian just didn't want to say it. But it doesn't matter anymore. Starting today, Hongtu will expand to more than 100 times its previous size. That is enough. Ruan Rumen was a smart person and didn't ask any further questions. After putting the coffee down, he left quietly. Lin Tian lay in the boss chair and slowly fell asleep. He didn't know at this time that the whole company was in an uproar. Have you heard? Four Seasons Star City has been renovated. What? Renovated? Is this the project that Director Lin wanted to invest in before? Of course. I never thought that Director Lin's strategic vision is so far-sighted. He can even see this. From today on, Hongtu's market value will definitely increase several times. This is a good thing that only happens once in decades, as the unfinished building is converted into a school district house. No more talking. I want to work in Hongtu for the rest of my life. Gu Qiuhan looked at the employees who were discussing heatedly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Only by following this kind of boss can she fully unleash her strength. Thinking of this, she strode into the director's office. I have to be fully prepared too. Chapter 73, came to school and was hit on? Yundu Yuan Group Building. Top floor, chairman's office. A middle-aged man with graying temples was sitting in the boss chair, squinting at the contract in his hand. A young man stood opposite him. This person was Yuan Hexing. The middle-aged man sitting in the boss chair was his father, Yuan Jinshan, the chairman of Yuan Group. Dad, why did you call me here in such a hurry? Yuan Hexing said somewhat gloomily. Ever since he suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Tian, he has been trying to find an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Tian. However, before he could make a plan, he was called over by the old man. Look at this. As Yuan Jinshan spoke, he threw the document in his hand to Yuan Hexing. Yuan Hexing took the information with a dissatisfied look on his face. But after seeing the above content, his eyes widened in disbelief. This land is actually for sale? As early as 10 years ago, this piece of land was sold at a sky-high price. How could the authorities actually sell it for commercial use? Although Yuan Hexing seemed carefree, he knew something about his family's business. Yuan Jinshan said calmly. Once land of this level is put on sale, all real estate companies in Yundu, big and small, will compete for it. Its value cannot be measured in money. I asked you to come here this time because I want you to be responsible for fighting for this piece of land. Take it at all costs. You don't have to think about the money. Yuan Hexing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. Leave it to me. Looking at the entire Yundu, is there any real estate company that is worthy of competing with my Yuan family? Yuan Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yuan Hexing. You can talk big after you've done it. Let me be frank with you first. If you fail to get this piece of land, then you won't have to worry about the company's affairs from now on. Yuan Hexing's expression tensed. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely get this piece of land. No one can snatch the land that our Yuan family has set their sights on in Yundu. Yuan Hexing knew very well what Yuan Jinshan meant by this. He doesn't have to take care of the company's affairs. What does this mean? It means that 100 years from now, the old man will get nothing. Yuan Hexing tightly grasped the contract in his hand and immediately put aside the previous unpleasantness. He is the youngest son of the Yuan family and has always longed for a chance to prove himself. Now is the chance. It is not only an opportunity, but also a test. He must seize it. At the same time, Hongtu Real Estate Group. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. It was time to get off work at Hongtu, and employees left the building one after another. Until the end of get off work, they were still discussing matters concerning Four Seasons Star City. After all, this is related to the future development of the company. Lin Tian just woke up and walked out of the office, stretching. In such a large company, there was still one room with the lights on. Lin Tian couldn't help but move closer to take a look. It's Gu Qiuhan's office. Through the window, you can see Gu Qiuhan looking at the computer seriously, muttering to himself while holding the phone in his hand. There was already a pile of information around her. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled slightly, stopped fighting, turned around and went downstairs. A whole day was wasted like this. Lin Tian drove away in the Bentley. Since Li Xiaodong started his own company, he no longer goes out to drink and has devoted himself completely to his work. No one drinks at night, so we can only walk around. Before he knew it, Lin Tian took a glance and found himself at Yundu University City. There were crowds of people outside the university town. Countless small vendors were hawking their wares on the roadside. Roasted gluten, ring toss, target shooting, single-person KTV, etc. There is everything you need for eating, drinking, and having fun. Yeondu University Town. Looking at these 5 large and flamboyantly written characters and the familiar scene in front of him, Lin Tian was immediately reminded of endless memories. A few years ago, he was a student here. I can't believe so many years have passed in a flash. It is said that things and people have changed, but the university town has changed so much in recent years. The buildings, which were originally just cement-colored, were painted yellow. Lin Tian couldn't help but park the car in the parking space, turned around, got out of the car and walked towards the university town. Yeondu University is the largest university in the entire Tiannan province. It's like a small city inside. Night market, bookstore, cinema, and even a swimming pool. Even though it is a second-tier university, it took a lot of effort to get admitted to it. At that time, college students in Yeondu jokingly said that this place was comparable to a first-class university. Looking at the trees on the street, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of his student days. It was as poor as it could be at that time. When I was the poorest, I spent $2 to buy a compressed biscuit and another $1 to buy a bottle of purified water. That will last a day. Lin Tian was strolling around and unknowingly arrived at the playground. Watching a group of energetic college students playing basketball, I couldn't help but feel touched. I remembered that there were 4 of us in the university dormitory, and we all liked playing basketball. After class every day, I have to run over to play with the class next door. I remember one time, we had a conflict and ended up fighting. More than a dozen people were directly given minor warnings and were required to read their apologies in front of the entire department. Thinking of these embarrassing past events, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Not far from the playground is a small snack street. Lin Tian walked slowly and unknowingly arrived at the snack street. Looking at the busy stalls at the intersection, there were 4 big words written on it: fried ice cream. Boss, give me some fried ice cream. Lin Tian saw an empty table, sat down and spoke calmly. Okay, I'll be right there. The boss responded without even looking up. Boss, I want some fried ice cream too. Just then, a soft girl's voice came over. Look in the direction of the sound. Lin Tian was genuinely stunned. The person who was speaking was obviously a female student with 2 exquisite ponytails and a standard lowly face. She seemed to be less than 20 years old. She was wearing a white shirt, a blue pleated skirt, and a pair of tiny white stockings. Holding a cup of milk tea in his left hand and a phone case with a Pink Panther logo on it in his right hand, he was standing in front of the stall, looking forward to it. But none of these attracted Lin Tian's attention. What really shocked Lin Tian was that when he turned around, he felt as if something had blinded his eyes. Big. Too big. Almost bigger than any other person Lin Tian had ever seen before. On par with Yu Yingying. The collar of this girl's shirt is clearly very high, and you can't even see her cleavage. But I always feel like the buttons might break at any time. Okay, let's eat here. There's no room left. Why don't you 2 share a table? The boss looked up. There were only 4 or 5 tables in total, all of which were full, except for Lin Tian's table, where he was the only one sitting. The girl nodded obediently and slowly walked to Lin Tian. Can I sit here? Chapter 74 City Night View, Beauty's Concern. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Can. The girl put the milk tea on the table. Lin Tian took out his cell phone and scrolled through his moments out of boredom. However, he always felt that someone was staring at him, which made Lin Tian feel a little nervous. He couldn't help but frown and looked up. I just happened to make eye contact with the milk tea girl opposite me. The milk tea girl opened her mouth slightly, her face turned red all the way to her ears, and she quickly lowered her head. What's up? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. No. It's nothing, you just look familiar to me, after all, we're from the same school. The girl said in a panic. Lin Tian was dressed casually today and looked like a student. Just then, the boss brought the fried ice cream and placed it in front of the 2 of them. While eating, the girl secretly glanced at Lin Tian out of the corner of her eye. Lin Tian pretended to be unaware of all this. Ever since the system rewarded him with a lot of charm points, he often received this kind of gaze and was almost used to it. There's nothing I can do. Being handsome isn't my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame the system. Soon, Lin Tian finished eating the wontons and was about to leave with satisfaction. But I suddenly realized that the girl hadn't left yet. She had finished the ice cream in her bowl a long time ago and was now drinking milk tea with her head down. Lin Tian shrugged and was about to leave. Suddenly, the girl said, Classmate, don't leave yet." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "What's up?" The girl blushed like a ripe apple and whispered, Can I add your WeChat?" After saying that, she clutched her phone with a nervous look on her face. Her heart beat faster due to nervousness, causing her shirt to rise and fall. "It's really turbulent and it's so eye-catching." "Okay." Lin Tian smiled slightly and took out his cell phone. This girl is good looking. Although her appearance is still somewhat inferior to Lu Anren and others, girls with baby faces are relatively rare, so he has no reason to refuse. A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, and she took out her mobile phone and scanned Lin Tian's friend code. Thank you." After saying that, the girl's face became redder and redder, and she ran away without looking back. Lin Tian looked at the girl's receding back and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it hits the face with this shaking thing, will it knock the person unconscious? The sun slowly set and it was dusk. Lin Tian collected his thoughts, stopped staying in the school, turned around and strode out of the school gate. He looked back at the people coming and going outside his alma mater, then turned and got into the Bentley. Little did they know that this scene was seen by several students. "I'm boiling, Bentley. This guy just graduated from our school. He doesn't look very old. Could he be from our school? My goodness, no matter how rich you are, you can't be so extravagant, right? Driving a multi-million-dollar car like a Continental to school? Don't talk nonsense, maybe they are here to pick someone up. Would you like to ask for a WeChat message? Forget it. How could someone of her level possibly be interested in us? I'm afraid only the school belle can catch her eye." A group of students looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting in the car, with envy. He heard all these conversations clearly. If it were a few years ago, he might have had the same expression when he saw a Bentley parked in front of the school. After feeling emotional, Lin Tian started the car and drove towards the Apocalypse Hotel. Late at night. The top floor of Tianqi Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. Lin Tian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of the city. The clouds at night always seem to be like this, with bright lights and people walking below from time to time. Looking at the starry sky, Lin Tian felt filled with emotion. More than half a month has passed since the system awakened. The past half month or so has been like a dream. Such a luxurious life was something that Lin Tian could never have dreamed of before. Not to mention anything else, just this top-floor presidential suite was something he would never have been able to live in his entire life. Wei Yushu from Tianqi, Meng Jinwei from Jingtian, and Feng Wuzheng from Taihe. These people, whom he had not even deserved to meet before, are now his subordinates. Vehicles and pedestrians coming and going on the crosswalk are all waiting for the traffic lights. These people all live by the rules. But the emergence of the system helped Lin Tian completely break the shackles of the rules and become the person at the top of the pyramid. What would my life be like without a system? Lin Tian smiled bitterly. He might still be unemployed, and then Li Xiaodong helped him ask Huang Mao for a job at Tianqi Hotel. Only after you have kowed out and fawned upon the yellow-haired man can you come here and work as a low-level waiter. With a monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan, I lead an ordinary life. Lin Tian felt touched and couldn't help but open his mobile phone and take a picture of the beautiful night scene through the floor-to-ceiling window. Then he opened WeChat and sent the picture to his circle of friends. No accompanying text. All these emotions can only be buried in Lin Tian's heart. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just posted less than a minute ago. Lin Tian's cell phone received messages one after another. Lu Anren, brother Tian, I really want to accompany you to see the scenery again, but it's a pity that I can't do it now. It was also accompanied by an aggrieved expression. Lin Tian, it's okay, relatives will eventually leave, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hanjiasen, this night is beautiful no matter how you look at it. Do you want me to feed you someday? Lin Tian, how about you come now? Hanjiasen, let's wait a few days. It's hard for me to walk normally now. Tao Wenwen, I miss the night view here so much. Lin Tian, I miss you, when will you come to Tianjin? Lin Tian, I'll go over after I'm done with this period of time. Tao Wenwen, then tell me before you come so I can prepare. I bought a lot of clothes recently. Looking at the word clothes, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of the scene when Tao Wenwen came to see him in a bikini before leaving. They say this thing increases attack speed, and it's true. Lin Tian, then buy more and store them, and try them slowly later. Tao Wenwen looked at her phone and her face turned red. Yang Kiki, wow, are you at the Apocalypse Hotel? What a beautiful night view. Lin Tian, do you like it? I'll bring you here some other day and we'll take a look at it slowly. Yang Kiki, brother Tian, I hate you. Every message sent told Lin Tian that this was not a dream, but reality. At this moment, a strange avatar suddenly sent a message. Hello. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this person? As he thought about it, he clicked on the large avatar picture. Judging from the majestic pride, the person who sent the message was the girl who took the initiative to send WeChat in the afternoon. Looking at the added notes, her name is Gu Xiaowan. This name sounds pretty nice. Thinking of this, Lin Tian sent a message back. Hello. Chapter 75. I am timid in real life, but I am a big shot on the internet. On WeChat. Gu Xiaowan, you, which class are you from? When Lin Tian saw this news, he was slightly stunned, and then replied with a smile. I'm not a student. After a while, Gu Xiaowan sent a message. Ah. I thought you were a student at Yundu University. Lin Tian, in the past, it was. Now, should you call me senior? Gu Xiaowan, senior, I can't believe you've already graduated. Lin Tian, it's been a few years since I graduated. The runway was asphalt back then, but now it's been replaced with plastic. After that, Gu Xiaowan fell silent. Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have run out of conversation. But it doesn't matter, Lin Tian doesn't like to chase people to chat. Ding dong. At this moment, Gu Xiaowan sent another message. Senior, I just saw your Moments post, and the location is Tianqi Hotel? Are you at the Apocalypse Hotel now? Lin Tian, yes, I have always lived in Tianqi. Gu Xiaowan, oh my god, Tianqi is a 5-star hotel. From the photos you sent, it seems that you are on the top floor. With such high costs, why are you staying in a hotel? Gu Xiaowan couldn't understand why someone would always stay in a hotel. And it's a 5-star hotel. Although she had never been there, Gu Xiaowan had heard from classmates that the higher the floor in Tianqi, the better the room. The most ordinary room costs several thousand a day. If Lin Tian lives on the top floor, wouldn't that be tens of thousands a day? She was very surprised and puzzled. With so much money, why not rent a house somewhere? If you live there for a while, the money will be enough to buy a house. Lin Tian smiled calmly, and the editor responded. It's actually not bad, not expensive. Besides, this hotel is mine. I don't have to pay for my stay. When seeing this news, Gu Xiaowan was stunned and stared at the screen stupidly. Gu Xiaowan, senior, you are not kidding me, are you? Lin Tian looked to be no more than 20 years old, which was why Gu Xiaowan mistakenly thought that Lin Tian was still a college student at Yundu University. If Lin Tian was bragging, then isn't that a bit too much? This is the Apocalypse Hotel. There are only 3 5-star hotels in the whole Yundu, and the luxury is unimaginable. Lin Tian Kai is so young, how could he be the owner of Tianqi Hotel? Lin Tian, I'm not kidding, this hotel is mine. Gu Xiaowan fell into deep thought, looking at his phone, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind, causing Gu Xiaowan's heart to beat wildly. She remembered that a rich second-generation student in her class had said this. The top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel is only occupied by the senior executives of the Apocalypse Hotel or extremely distinguished guests. The photo Lin Tian took was so high that he could overlook the opposite floor. It must be the top floor. If that's the case, then Lin Tian might really be. Gu Xiaowan, oh my god, senior, you are not a rich second generation, right? Lin Tian laughed dumbly. No, I am considered a first generation rich. He was not wrong. Although the money was not earned by him, he can certainly be considered a first generation rich. And not just ordinary rich. Next, the two chatted casually. Most of them are in Liu Yundu University. Gu Xiaowan was very curious about the former Yundu University, and had 100,000 questions. It has only been a few years, but Yundu University has changed a lot. But Lin Tian felt very comfortable when he was called senior all the time. Before they knew it, they had been chatting until 12:30. It was not until Lin Tian felt sleepy that the long conversation ended. Looking at this long string of news, Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. This Gu Xiaowan looks very immature in real life. I didn't expect that he would be so talkative when we were online. Is this the legendary social phobia? In reality, I have social phobia. I am a social terrorist on the internet. Thinking of this, Lin Tian smiled bitterly, shook his head, turned over and fell asleep. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Yundu University. In a dormitory. Gu Xiaowan was lying on the bed, his huge pride being crushed and dispersed. Like a bracket, it directly supported Gu Xiaowan's body. Her legs were raised up and twisting in the air. Looking at the message on her phone, a smile spread across her face. One of them couldn't help but laughed out loud. At this moment, a long-haired girl on the bed next to her couldn't help but stick her head out and asked curiously, "Xiaowan, why are you not sleeping so late at night?" A girl with glasses also poked her head out and looked at Gu Xiaowan suspiciously. "Look at your nympho look, are you in love?" Gu Xiaowan blushed and explained hurriedly. "No, I didn't." However, when the long-haired girl saw Gu Xiaowan like this, she stood up in shock and said, "What? Gu Xiaowan is actually in love?" The two of them immediately perked up, got out of bed and ran towards Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan hurriedly hid her phone under her pillow, her face flushed. I didn't." The long-haired girl said unhappily. "Come on, you're not sleeping at night. If you're not in love, why are you lying on the bed and laughing like an idiot? Why don't you tell us who it is?" The girl with glasses frowned slightly. "Could it be Wang Chang from the next class? He seems to be quite interested in Xiaowan." The long-haired girl frowned. "Nonsense, Xiaowan is so well off, how could she possibly find such a loser? If you just look at this and don't find a handsome guy, can you be worthy of her few pounds of flesh?" After saying that, the long-haired girl pointed at Gu Xiaowan's chest. Gu Xiaowan's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head without saying a word. "Okay, Xiaowan, please tell us quickly. We are so worried late at night." The girl with long hair sat in front of Gu Xiaowan's window, pulling her arm and urging her. The girl with eyes also spoke. "Yes, we will help you check it too. You are too naive. You are just a white rabbit in this regard. Don't be fooled by this scumbag." Gu Xiaowan couldn't get over it, so she could only say with a smile, "I'm really not in love. It's the person I added on WeChat at school this afternoon." The long-haired girl was shocked. "You actually took the initiative to add someone on WeChat? Oh my god, Gu Xiaowan, you've grown up." Gu Xiaowan smiled and said, "I don't know why, but after seeing him I suddenly had this thought. I didn't expect that he would actually give it to me." The long-haired girl curled her lips immediately. "How handsome can he be? He's enough to charm you like this. Which class are you from?" Gu Xiaowan pursed her lips and said, "He is not a student of our school, but the owner of Tianqi Hotel." Chapter 76, a 20-year-old hotel owner? Who would believe that? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole dormitory fell silent. The long-haired girl and the girl with glasses both stood there in a daze, looking at Gu Xiaowan in disbelief. "Gu Xiaowan, you don't have a fever, do you?" The girl with long hair stretched out her hand and placed it on Gu Xiaowan's forehead, muttering. Gu Xiaowan puffed up his cheeks immediately, took out his phone from under the pillow, unlocked it and placed it in front of the two of them. "See for yourself, I really didn't lie to you. He is really the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel." The two were stunned for a moment and looked towards Gu Xiaowan's phone. After a moment of silence, the long-haired girl burst into laughter. Gu Xiaowan, why do you believe everything? The owner of Tianqi Hotel? He's coming to our school? And you asked for his WeChat number?" "No, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. I thought you had really grown up, but now it seems I was overthinking. Why do you believe such nonsense? Whatever they say is the truth?" The girl with glasses also looked at Gu Xiaowan with concern and said, "Xiaowan, please be more careful. A person who can tell such a lie is obviously not a good person. You must not be fooled." Gu Xiaowan said dissatisfiedly. "Look at his circle of friends. The picture he posted is obviously the top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel. How could I be wrong?" The long-haired girl took a quick look and immediately sighed. "I told you that you are stupid and you are still arguing. There are so many people stealing pictures online. Do you believe any random picture?" Gu Xiaowan didn't know how to explain, and immediately said anxiously, Everything I said is true. For some reason, Gu Xiaowan's intuition told her that Lin Tian was not joking with her. Are you crazy for not sleeping so late at night? Just then, a lazy voice came over, mixed with a bit of displeasure. Then, a tall girl with a well-proportioned figure wearing a lace nightgown climbed out of the bed. Although she is a student, her appearance is truly stunning, and even without makeup she looks eye-catching. Her delicate facial features made her 3 roommates very envious. In the girls' dormitories of Yundu University, only 4 people live in each dormitory. If 3 people don't sleep, how can the remaining 1 sleep well? Xin Xinyue, come and see. Gu Xiaowan is about to be cheated by others. The long-haired girl immediately said anxiously. The girl with glasses also nodded. Yes, Xin Xinyue, you are well informed, go and persuade Xiaowan. Xin Xinyue is the head of the entire dormitory and has met many more people than them. Although Xin Xinyue is usually proud, the relationship between the 4 of them is pretty good. After listening to the whole story, Xin Xinyue couldn't help but yawn and said lightly. What's the point of this? Isn't it good to confirm whether this kind of thing is true? Tomorrow is the weekend and there are no classes. Go to Tianqi and ask around. Does it take so long to discuss such a small matter? Although she said so, Xin Xinyue's attitude towards this matter was the same as that of the long-haired girl with glasses. This is bullshit. A man who looks to be in his 20s, saying he is the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? What level of company is Tianqi Hotel? Only a naive person like Gu Xiaowan would believe such nonsense. That's right, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Xiaowan, let's go and take a look tomorrow so that you can give up. The long-haired girl said excitedly. Gu Xiaowan hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, go to bed. Xin Xinyue said impatiently. After hearing this, the girl with long hair and the girl with glasses also went to their respective beds. After turning off the lights, Gu Xiaowan still couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Is everything Lin Tian said true? For some reason, when she closed her eyes, Lin Tian's image appeared in front of her. Her heart was beating wildly. Could this feeling be love at first sight? Early the next morning, the 4 people in the dormitory got up and went directly to the entrance of Tianqi Hotel. Xin Xinyue looked impatient. If she hadn't said this, she wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Does this lie need to be proven? To put it bluntly, Xin Xinyue was just too sleepy last night, and she just said a few words casually to tell them to go to bed quickly. Now, she has dragged herself into this. Wow, is this the Apocalypse Hotel? It's worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The parking lot is full of luxury cars. The long-haired girl was moved when she saw all the luxury cars in front of her, as if they were free of charge. Xin Xinyue said calmly. There are only 3 5-star hotels in Yundu, and Tianqi is the second. The prices here are so high that only high-ranking officials can afford them. What are these cars? It is said that luxury cars are parked in front of the building. You can see all the luxury cars you can imagine. The more she said this, the more determined Xin Xinyue became. How lucky does Gu Xiaowan have to be to meet the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel at school? Still a young person? She really disdains it. Gu Xiaowan looked at the huge Apocalypse Hotel and her heart beat faster unconsciously. She had only heard others talk about Apocalypse before, and had never seen it so closely. Such a luxurious place, is Lin Tianjin the boss here? She felt a little shaken in her heart. The 4 of them strode into the Apocalypse Hotel. The magnificence before them once again shocked them. They are students, how could they have ever seen such a scene? Even Xin Xinyue's understanding of Apocalypse was limited to what she had heard about it, and she had never been there. Fortunately, no tickets are required to enter here. Hello, do you need to book a room? When I arrived at the front desk, the receptionist smiled. Although all 4 of them look like students, the industry still makes them smile. Neither, we are here to look for someone. The long-haired girl came forward and mustered up the courage to speak. The receptionist was stunned at first, then smiled and said, Excuse me, who are you looking for? Gu Xiaowan whispered. Lin Tian, let's go find Lin Tian. Hearing this, the smile on the receptionist's face froze. She looked up and down at the 4 people in front of her, frowning slightly. Seeing that the receptionist was silent, Xin Xinyue slowly walked over and said, I told you, I don't know any Lin Tian at all. Gu Xiaowan, be more careful in the future and don't be fooled again. These are all expected and not surprising. Gu Xiaowan pursed her lips, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Come on, let's go back, Shen Qingyue said calmly. At this moment, the receptionist hesitated for a long time before speaking. Please wait a moment. You really know Mr. Lin? Chapter 77 Peach Blossom Talisman. Randomly pull a beautiful woman's peach blossom. The words from the front desk made everyone look stunned. They looked towards the front desk in shock. Mr. Lin? This name is not just a casual one. The long-haired girl and the girl with glasses were stunned and completely speechless. But the most shocked person was Shen Qingyue. The disdain and sneer in her heart suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was only shock. Is your boss really called Lin Tian? Has he always lived on the top floor of your hotel? The long-haired girl widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The receptionist just smiled slightly and did not answer directly, but said, How many of you are Mr. Lin's friends? Please wait a moment. I will inform Mr. Lin. Shen Qingyue hurriedly came closer and said, No, we just come here to take a look. Don't tell Mr. Lin. Tiny beads of sweat suddenly appeared on her forehead. I never dreamed that Gu Xiaowan would be so lucky. Although I didn't get any confirmation, I just heard the two words General Lin. But when the long-haired girl asked about Lin Tian's identity, the receptionist didn't answer, but her behavior proved everything. Lin Tian is really the owner of Apocalypse Hotel. If Lin Tian knew that it was her idea to test him, what would she do if he got upset? Although Shen Qingyue was a proud person, she also knew that someone of Lin Tian's level was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. The four people ran out of the Apocalypse Hotel in panic. Compared to the panic of the other three people, Gu Xiaowan felt shocked but also a little proud. See, he really is. Oh my god, Xiaowan, what kind of luck is this? The long-haired girl panted and said. You actually know the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? Gu Xiaowan nodded and said nothing. But she was also shocked. Is he interested in you? The girl with glasses was more pragmatic and spoke. This sentence made Gu Xiaowan stunned. She stammered. We just met and chatted for a while. What do you feel or not feel? Although she said so, her face turned red unconsciously. Even a fool can see that she has a crush on Lin Tian. Otherwise, with Gu Xiaowan's introverted personality, how could she take the initiative to ask for WeChat? Gu Xiaowan, why didn't I realize before that you have such a big appetite? It's fine if you don't want a date, but if you do, you have to find someone of this level? The long-haired girl was still a little frightened inside. Gu Xiaowan's face turned even redder, and she took out her cell phone involuntarily and said, But he is really handsome. I don't know why, but I feel happy every time I think of him. After that, she opened Lin Tian's profile picture. Lin Tian's profile picture is himself. This was filmed when I just took over Apocalypse. The other three couldn't help but come over. After seeing the photos, they were even more shocked. He clearly looks like a young man in his early 20s, the kind who had just graduated. How did he become the boss of Apocalypse Hotel at such a young age? The world is so big, there are so many wonders. The girl with glasses also sighed. The long-haired girl hurriedly said, Xiaowan, you have to think about it carefully. You fell in love with him at first sight. You must see what she means to you. Men become bad when they have money, not to mention that he is so rich and outstanding, there must be many beautiful women around him. If you're really interested in him, you must pay close attention. I haven't thought about it yet. Gu Xiaowan's ears were red, and she said hurriedly. Okay, everything has been confirmed, let's go back to the dormitory. The group walked towards the bus stop. Shin Shoyue walked at the back with a very complicated expression, as if she was thinking about something. He is rich, young, and most importantly, very handsome. Aren't these kinds of people only found in novels about overbearing CEOs? I never thought this would happen in real life. A strange thought arose in her heart. At the same time, on the top floor of Apocalypse Hotel, Lin Tian had no idea of Gu Xiaowan's arrival. He has just gotten up. After stretching, he had a practiced thought. System, draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a peach blossom talisman. Peach blossom charm? Lin Tian was stunned when he saw the subtitles pop up by the system. Immediately afterwards, a small pink talisman appeared out of thin air in Lin Tian's hand. What is the peach blossom charm? He looked at the small talisman in his hand and asked curiously. Ding, the peach blossom charm is a one-time item. After using it, you will get the peach blossom luck rewarded by the system. It is guaranteed to be a beauty recognized by the public. This item will automatically take effect after the triggering conditions are met, without the host having to pay attention. Along with the sound, the system's subtitles slowly popped up again. Directly give you romantic luck? System, does it really have to be so powerful? He can understand giving money. Can you also send beautiful women directly to me? I just don't know what kind of beauty this peach blossom charm will bring him. As for whether to use it actively, Lin Tian doesn't care. Anyway, if Lin Tian meets a suitable beauty on the street, he can still flirt with her. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Lin Tian's cell phone rang. He put the peach blossom charm in his pocket and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, I'm your Aunt Chen. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, then suddenly remembered. The middle-aged woman who called was the matchmaker who introduced him to a blind date. Moreover, she and Lin Tian's mother are classmates. It was Lin Tian's mother who asked for the blind date. The previous Wang Bichi was introduced by her. Aunt Chen, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Lin Tian spoke calmly. Aunt Chen sighed and said, the last time I introduced Xiao Wang to you, didn't you two end up together? I recently saw another nice girl with a great personality, totally different from Xiao Wang. Do you want to meet? Lin Tian was stunned. He couldn't help but recall the scene of his meeting with Wang Bichi. Although Wang Bichi is indeed good-looking. But since that time, Lin Tian no longer believed in the girls introduced by Aunt Chen. Forget it, Aunt Chen. I don't have any thoughts on this recently. Thinking of this, Lin Tian refused. Aunt Chen sighed and said, your mother called me yesterday and asked me how I was doing. I can't help it. But don't worry, Xiao Tian, this girl is definitely suitable for you, just trust your Aunt Chen again. Lin Tian was about to refuse. But after hearing Aunt Chen move out of her mother's house, Lin Tian could only sigh helplessly. Okay, thank you Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen immediately laughed and said, okay, let's meet today. I'll send you her WeChat. Today? Chapter 78. Does this kind of woman really exist in the world? Although he didn't want to go, Aunt Chen's enthusiasm was really too much for Lin Tian to resist. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. Lin Tian went downstairs and drove his Bentley all the way to the place agreed upon by Aunt Chen. It's still Taiha Plaza, and it's still the Starbucks store on the first floor. After getting off the car, Lin Tian looked towards the huge Starbucks. Half a month ago, he was standing outside Starbucks just like he is now. But the current Lin Tian is far from the person he was half a month ago. Even the entire Taiha Square belongs to Lin Tian. Lin Tian strode into Starbucks. Sitting by the window was a beautiful woman wearing rimless glasses. The beauty looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She was dressed conservatively in a white shirt and a black long skirt, looking gentle and elegant. Because she's dressed conservatively, her figure isn't very visible, but from the curves that can be seen, her figure is definitely not out of shape. As for her appearance, it is indeed good, basically on par with Lu Anren. But this beauty's temperament is somewhat different, giving people a very warm and comfortable feeling. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned and looked at the message sent to him by Aunt Chen. After making sure the location was correct, he strode over. Unexpectedly, the blind date partner arrived first. In addition, this beauty has a good appearance and gives Lin Tian a very high first impression. Hello, are you introduced by Aunt Chen? Lin Tian smiled slightly. The beauty was stunned at first, and looked at Lin Tian with shock in her eyes. She had the same idea as Lin Tian, that blind dates were just a way to deal with family problems. Where can I find excellent blind date partners? But after seeing Lin Tian, she was still very surprised. Putting aside other things, just looking at their looks, they are both extremely handsome and sunny, which is extremely rare. Hello? Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him standing there in a daze, Lin Tian thought he had recognized the wrong person and couldn't help but speak again. The beauty finally reacted and said hurriedly, hello, sorry. I was introduced by Aunt Chen. My name is Wan Sinny. Lin Tian smiled calmly and sat opposite her. Lin Tian. Lin Tian could clearly feel that Wan Sinny and Wang Bichi were two completely different people. That. Wansini's face turned slightly red, and she kept rubbing her hands together, seeming to be very nervous. How about we tell you about our situation so we can have a brief understanding? Seeing that there was no way to stay in this stalemate, Lin Tian spoke calmly. Wansini nodded slightly and said, "What's your job?" Lin Tian was about to say that he had no job, but then he thought it was not appropriate to say so. After thinking for a while, he said, "I guess I'm a self-employed person." Self-employed? That's great. What kind of business do you do? Wansini asked curiously. She was very curious that Lin Tian was already a self-employed person at such a young age. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "Nothing, just a small restaurant." Wansini smiled calmly and said, "I didn't expect that you've already started your own business when you're only in your 20s. That's amazing. Unlike me, who is still a teacher and earning a fixed salary." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Teacher, it's good. I have a stable job and I'm respected." Wansini smiled bitterly and said, "It's not as great as you say. Every day I just teach classes and correct homework. I envy you. You are self-employed and have no restrictions on working hours." The two continued chatting about work. Wansini really surprised Lin Tian. Although it was a blind date, the feeling was completely different from before. The two of them chatted like close friends. Even though Lin Tian hid his identity, she did not show any disdain at all. There was no mention of the deposit for the garage or house at all. "I never thought that you, a regular teacher who is so good-looking, would come for a blind date. If blind dates were all with high-quality women like you, who would still want to date freely?" Lin Tian couldn't help but tease. Wansini's face flushed slightly, and she smiled calmly. "What about you? You're a boss at such a young age, and you're so handsome. Aren't you also out for a blind date? If all blind dates were with men of your quality, there would really be no free love." Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. This time it wasn't a polite laugh, but a laugh from the heart. To be honest, since he left school until now, Lin Tian has never met someone who can make him laugh from the bottom of his heart. Originally, Lin Tian thought that such people only existed among the same sex. For example, Li Xiaodong. But unexpectedly, Wansini was also like that. "Since this is a blind date, why don't you consider asking me about my car, house, savings, and my parents' situation?" Lin Tian spoke tentatively. Wansini was stunned at first, then shook her head and said, "Unimportant. I think that since it's a blind date, we should have the right attitude and both people should be equal. Women are no worse than men. They say that marriages are made in harmony. Since I can't afford a car or a house, why should I demand that my partner must be able to afford it? As for the situation at home..." Wansini thought for a moment and continued, "We haven't even started yet. The situation at home can't be described in words, but needs to be experienced personally." These remarks made Lin Tian dumbfounded. Great, glorious, and correct? No. There was no trace of hypocrisy in Wansini's expression. On the contrary, he looked very yearning. Lin Tian roughly understood why she had not found a suitable partner and chose to go out on a blind date. In this world, there are very few people who have not been corrupted by the big dye vat of society. It's also thanks to the fact that Wansini is a teacher and it seems that her family conditions are also good. That's what creates this kind of character. It's getting late, let's add each other on WeChat. Let's talk later. Lin Tian smiled calmly. This was the first time he took the initiative to ask another woman for her WeChat after the system awakened. Okay. Wansini did not hesitate and took out her cell phone decisively. "Nice to meet you." Wansini smiled indifferently and stretched out her hand. "Me too." Lin Tian also stretched out his hand and the two shook hands. This blind date ended in such a harmonious way. To be honest, Lin Tian felt it was a little unbelievable. After watching Wansini drive away in her Volkswagen Pineapple, Lin Tian couldn't help but look at the peach blossom talisman in his pocket. Could it be that this Wansini is the effect brought about by the peach blossom talisman? Lin Tian couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Does this kind of woman really exist in reality? Even if it exists, how could I possibly meet it on a blind date? It seems that the only reason that can explain this is the effect of the peach blossom talisman. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, turned around and got on the Bentley. Just as Lin Tian was about to start the car and return to the hotel, Ding! The usage scenario of Peach Blossom Talisman has been detected, and the system has automatically used the Peach Blossom Talisman. Chapter 79, The Effect of the Peach Blossom Talisman, The Trapped Beauty. Lin Tian's hands on the steering wheel suddenly stopped moving. What is going on? Didn't the Peach Blossom Talisman just take effect? Why is it reminding you now? Immediately afterwards, a red line suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's body and extended in a certain direction. Is this when the Peach Blossom Talisman takes effect? What happened to Wan Seni just now? Seeing the red line extending continuously, Lin Tian didn't think much about it. He got out of the car and followed the red line. The red line bypasses Taiha Square and turns towards the residential area behind Taiha. Lin Tian kept following the red line. After walking for a full 5 minutes, the red line finally stopped. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This place is a small alley in the old residential area behind Taiha Square. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the alley, Lin Tian heard a noise coming from inside. Walk into the alley and take a look. There were 5 or 6 men with tattoos on their arms and wearing leather jackets. They were obviously a group of thugs. This group of hooligans were currently surrounding a beautiful woman. The beauty was wearing a windbreaker and had neat long hair. It actually looks a bit cool. It's just, why does it look a little familiar? What do you want to do? The beauty looked very calm, staring at the gangster in front of her. What do you want to do? Of course I want to borrow some money to spend. The leader was a bald man holding a baseball bat in his hand and sneering. As he spoke, he looked at the beauty in the windbreaker in front of him. I have no money. The beauty in the windbreaker frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. He couldn't help but touch his chin. You know what, this girl has a nice figure. How about this, even if you don't have money, you can just make us feel comfortable. Take good care of us, brothers, and maybe we can help you a little. The beauty in the windbreaker frowned slightly. This is a residential area. Do you think you can escape safely even if you did something? This sentence immediately made the bald gangster laugh. This chick is quite interesting. This neighborhood is so old, the camera over there has been broken for a long time. This community is full of hard of hearing elderly people. No one will hear you even if you shout louder. Why, do you really think that someone can come to save you? Hurry up, either pay the money or let us rape you. As they spoke, several thugs kept approaching the beauty in the windbreaker. The bald thug laughed obscenely and looked at the beauty in front of him repeatedly. My goodness, I haven't seen such a pretty girl in a long time. Don't bother me for it later. The thug on the side echoed. Don't worry, big brother. You are the big brother, so you will definitely go first. The beauty in the windbreaker stepped back unconsciously, a look of panic flashing across her face. They were right, this place was indeed remote, and most of the people living in the old residential area were elderly. If these thugs really wanted to do something to her here, she really wouldn't be able to escape. At first, the beauty in the windbreaker thought the camera here was still usable, but she didn't expect it had broken down a long time ago. She never expected that there are still people who dare to do such a thing. At the entrance of the alley, Lin Tian frowned slightly and happened to see an old baseball bat next to him. This beautiful lady in windbreaker is obviously the marriage partner brought to him by the Peach Blossom charm. If that is the case, how could Lin Tian just stand by and watch? Just as the bald gangster was about to rush forward. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Ah! Immediately afterwards, there was a scream. The bald thug immediately looked back in dissatisfaction. What the hell are you yelling about? However, what greeted him was a thick and hard baseball bat. The baseball bat hit him hard on the head. The bald gangster felt dizzy and almost passed out. At first, Lin Tian's stick could hit him directly on the back of the head. In this way, even the most stubborn person will faint immediately. But unexpectedly, this guy actually turned back. However, Lin Tian's body has been strengthened by the system's physical strength rewards. The strength is much greater than that of ordinary people. Although the blow did not make him faint, it was still painful enough. You're looking for death. The bald thug suddenly became furious. Before he could say anything, several thugs beside him rushed up. They all had various weapons in their hands. Baseball bats, slingshots, and even stun guns. Apparently, these extortionists were well prepared. If the beauty in the windbreaker had a chance to escape, an electric baton would definitely have made her unable to move. Lin Tian couldn't care less about so many things. He simply grabbed the baseball bat and hit the guy holding the stun gun first. Even though Lin Tian's body has been strengthened, it is not made of rubber. Even Lin Tian couldn't withstand the electric shock. After being hit by a stick, the guy screamed, his whole arm was shaking, and the electric baton in his hand fell to the ground. But this is a small alley after all, and the space is narrow. The other thugs were not there to watch the show either. They swarmed towards Lin Tian. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, but a random punch can kill a master. Lin Tian knows this principle very well. If he continues to fight like this, he will definitely suffer. Thinking of this, Lin Tian turned his gaze to the bald gangster who was still rubbing his bald head. Catch the leader first. Lin Tian rushed over directly, swung the baseball bat in his hand, and hit him on the head again. This time, the bald gangster was completely stunned. No matter how good your brain is, it can't withstand such a beating. He was dizzy and Lin Tian directly locked his neck with his elbow. If you dare to come forward again, I will kill him, Lin Tian said coldly. The remaining 5 thugs were stunned where they were. They clearly saw that the bald gangster was choked by Lin Tian's neck, his face turned red and he was almost suffocated. How come this bastard is so strong? The bald gangster kept rolling his eyes and was about to die. He looked at his younger brother fiercely. Get out of the way now, do you really want me to die? It can be said that he used all his strength to utter these words, one word at a time. After hearing the boss's words, the thugs dared not move forward and kept retreating. Only then did Lin Tian relax a little. After all, you can't really kill people here. Lin Tian is rich, but he killed someone and was convicted of excessive self-defense. He must be sentenced anyway. Don't waste your precious time on this kind of rubbish. The bald gangster finally breathed some fresh air. Just when Lin Tian was about to kick him away and tell them to get out. Suddenly, the bald gangster took out a switchblade from his pocket. Before Lin Tian could react, the knife stabbed directly into Lin Tian's stomach. Chapter 80, Injured, Beautiful Doctor Bandages. Fortunately, the bald thug was hit twice by Lin Tian with a stick, which made his eyesight a little worse. The reaction was also much slower. Lin Tian was quick-witted and quick-handed, and quickly kicked the bald gangster's arm. Although he blocked the fatal blow. But the knife still cut through Lin Tian's arm solidly. Blood soon flowed down his arm. Lin Tian's face suddenly showed anger. This guy just wanted to kill him. If this knife had really stabbed my stomach and I hadn't received timely medical treatment, I might have died. Thinking of this, Lin Tian picked up the baseball bat in his hand and hit the bald gangster on the back. The bald thug lost his balance for a moment and fell to the ground, landing flat on his face. Lin Tian had no intention of letting him go. He raised the baseball bat and hit him in the back again. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the bald gangster almost vomited out yesterday's lunch. What the hell are you doing? Standing there and watching the show? The bald thug shouted loudly, and the surrounding thugs hurriedly surrounded him. Walk! After being rescued from Lin Tian, the bald gangster looked at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes and shouted hurriedly. Brother, but he... Fuck it, if you don't take me to the hospital, I'm going to die here. The bald gangster clearly felt that the 2 blows from the sticks had directly broken his ribs. Now he can't move at all. Moreover, from this we can see that even though Lin Tian doesn't have many muscles on his body, his explosive power is extremely terrifying. 2 hits with the sticks broke the ribs directly, and the bald gangster was beaten dizzy. Just now, when there were 5 or 6 people surrounding him, he still rushed up and beat them up. Don't mess with this kind of person. If we continue to fight like this, we may not be able to gain any advantage. He cares more about his life than saving face. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Hurry up! Seeing his younger brother still in a daze, he suddenly shouted. Seeing this, the thugs didn't dare to act recklessly. They quickly dropped their weapons and helped the bald thug run out of the alley. Lin Tian dropped the stick and had no intention of chasing after him. He couldn't help but look at his arm. The cut on the arm was not deep and did not touch the artery. But the waves of pain still made Lin Tian gasp. My goodness, how can this peach blossom charm bring marriage? If Lin Tian didn't know it was called Peach Blossom Talisman, he would have thought it was a bloody disaster. But fortunately, I can just find a clinic and bandage it. Etc. At this moment, the beautiful woman in the windbreaker hurried over and looked at Lin Tian's arm with concern. The injury is so serious. Looking at her bloody arm, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. It's okay, just go get it bandaged. Are you okay? Lin Tian smiled calmly. To be honest, it really hurts. The windbreaker beauty hurriedly said. I'm fine, but your wound must be bandaged as soon as possible. It's so dirty here, it would be terrible if I get tetanus. As she spoke, the beauty in the windbreaker took out gauze from her bag and applied a simple bandage to Lin Tian's arm. In no time, he bandaged Lin Tian's wound tightly. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Are you a doctor? The trenchcoat beauty has a slick technique, and she also carries gauze in her bag. No one would believe that she didn't study medicine. Which normal girl carries gauze in her bag? The windbreaker beauty nodded and said. Yes, I'm a doctor. Although your wound is not deep, it is too large. This treatment can only stop the bleeding temporarily. It must be disinfected and then bandaged more carefully. I have bandaging tools at home. My house is nearby. If you don't mind, come with me to my house. Her face was extremely serious and tiny beads of sweat were clearly visible on her forehead. Good. Lin Tian had no reason to refuse the beautiful woman's invitation. What's more, the wound was really scary and there was blood all over the floor. If you don't get proper treatment, it would be more trouble than it's worth if you really get tetanus. I was too anxious just now, and things happened a little suddenly. I'm sorry I didn't get to say thank you. As the two walked, the beautiful woman in the windbreaker spoke. Her face was filled with guilt. If you hadn't just appeared, I'm afraid I would. To be honest, she didn't even dare to think about it. If she was really defiled by those thugs here, she would want to die. Fortunately, Lin Tian appeared. It's okay, I just happened to be passing by. Lin Tian smiled brightly. Just 2 words, used very cleverly. I never thought that someone would dare to do this in broad daylight. If I had known, I should have brought pepper spray with me when I went out. Recalling the scene just now, the windbreaker beauty couldn't help but say with some fear. I've lived in this old neighborhood for a while. I've never encountered anything like this. Lin Tian said. The pepper spray is good for one person, but you can't take care of everyone in that situation. If you make them angry, you might lose more than just your body. This is definitely not a joke. 5 or 6 people will definitely not all lose their ability to move, they will just become more violent. Moreover, the leader was carrying a switchblade. If he was really forced into a corner, the beauty in the windbreaker would probably end her life right in the alley. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the home of the windbreaker beauty. After taking Lin Tian to sit on the sofa, she rushed into the bedroom and rummaged through the drawers. Lin Tian took this opportunity to look at everything in front of him. He was still a little surprised. Although this beauty lives in such an old residential area. But the room furnishings are extremely clean and tidy. However, it seems that everyone who studies medicine is a little bit of a germaphobe. At this moment, the beauty in the windbreaker also took the bandaging tools, quickly put them on the sofa, squatted in front of Lin Tian, and carefully disinfected and bandaged him. Seeing the delicate look of the beauty in windbreaker, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel moved. The situation was urgent just now and I hadn't taken a close look at this beautiful woman's face. Now that he looked at her from such a close distance, Lin Tian was shocked to find that she was actually wearing no makeup. Even without makeup, she already has an 8.5-point beauty's appearance. What does makeup look like? The most fatal thing is that at this angle, Lin Tian happened to be able to see a canyon through the shirt inside his windbreaker. Gue, if you don't look carefully, you won't know it's so majestic. At this moment, the windbreaker beauty bandaged the wound and said. By the way, hero, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. She didn't notice Lin Tian's gaze at all, and her eyes were only on the wound on Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian. This word hero almost made Lin Tian freeze in his tracks. He smiled calmly. And you? The windbreaker beauty pursed her lips and said. Yang Weiwei. Chapter 81, How can you not appreciate a beautiful woman cooking? Okay, just bandage it like this, change the dressing in a few days, and then apply this ointment. Otherwise, it will leave scars. Yang Weiwei stood up as she spoke. Hero, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't shown up in time, I really wouldn't know what to do. Yang Weiwei smiled, her face full of gratitude. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. Nothing, I told you I was just passing by. It's not just me. If someone else saw such a beautiful woman being bullied, they would definitely go up there too. Yang Weiwei smiled brightly. But there are 5 or 6 people. Not everyone is brave enough to fight so many people alone like you. Lin Tian burst out laughing. Yang Weiwei smiled and said. Anyway, thank you very much. I will definitely repay this favor. By the way, have you eaten yet? Lin Tian shook his head. I went out for a blind date early in the morning, and the blind date was in a cafe, so we just had a cup of coffee. I'm a little hungry now. Then I'll make you something to eat. There just happened to be some food in the fridge. Yang Weiwei smiled indifferently, reached out to tie her hair into a high ponytail, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Sure enough, any hairstyle looks good on a good-looking person. With her hair tied in a ponytail, Yang Weiwei looked less aloof and more like the older sister next door. Let me help. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Lin Tian slowly stood up and followed Yang Weiwei into the kitchen. Yang Weiwei said hurriedly. No, your arm is still injured. I can do it. You saved me, so I should cook you a meal. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Didn't you say it all? The wound isn't deep, it just needs time to heal. If I move more, maybe it will heal faster. Yang Weiwei was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. That's too unscientific. Although she said this, Yang Weiwei did not refuse Lin Tian's help. After taking out the dishes, Yang Weiwei turned on the gas stove to heat the pot while Lin Tian washed the vegetables. Hero, you live in this neighborhood too? Lin Tian shook his head. No, I just happened to come to Taiha Plaza. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But fortunately, I came not too late, and they haven't made a move yet. Also, just call me Lin Tian, don't call me Hero. The word hero is too heavy for me to bear. After saying that, Lin Tian put the washed vegetables on the chopping board, turned around to find a few potatoes and started peeling them. Yang Weiwei said as she was cutting vegetables. If you don't deserve to be called a hero, then there are no heroes in the world. Not all heroes are like in the movies, always protecting the country and the world. Anyone who has the ability to protect one person can be called a hero. Maybe in the eyes of others you are not, but in my eyes, you are a hero. You can bear these 2 words. As she spoke, Yang Weiwei stretched out her hand to smooth the ends of her hair and smiled. These words moved Lin Tian's heart, and he smiled and said. Even if I can bear it, it's weird to call me that. Besides, you are a doctor, you save lives. If what you just said is true, you are more like a hero than me. Yang Weiwei smiled and said. Then heroes also need heroes to protect them. I am the hero of the patients, and you are my hero. These words made Lin Tian's heart move. I don't know if it's the peach blossom charm that's causing the trouble. Come to think of it, I remember that doctor's salary should be quite high, right? Why do you live in such an old residential area? Yang Weiwei smiled bitterly. It's mainly for work. Although this place is a bit old, it's very close to the hospital where I work. For people in our field, we never know when a critically ill patient will appear, so we have to rush to the hospital in time. So I rented this place. It's quite good. Although it's old, it has all the necessary facilities. It's just a place to live. Lin Tian smiled and said. I admire your mentality. Girls nowadays have too high standards. If they were asked to live in such an old neighborhood with no security and elderly people everywhere, they would definitely not be willing to do so. Yang Weiwei put the chopped vegetables into the pot. Sizzle. When the hot oil collided with the vegetables, some white smoke came out immediately. She skillfully stir-fried the food and said with a smile. It's just an attitude towards life. There's nothing to admire. Everyone wants to live more comfortably and feel more at ease, but for me, work and patience are more important. To personally save a dying patient is the greatest satisfaction for me. The 2 of them were chatting and laughing while cooking. But Lin Tian always felt that Yang Weiwei looked familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it before. Therefore, Lin Tian could only attribute this feeling to the peach blossom talisman. At first glance, Yang Weiwei is obviously a rather aloof person. Even if she was saved by him, she wouldn't be so talkative. Now she is so enthusiastic, maybe it is related to the peach blossom talisman. Soon, the meal was ready. Yang Weiwei brought the steaming hot meal to the table. The two sat opposite each other, picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Lin Tian took a bite and his eyes suddenly lit up. Dr. Yang, your skills are very good. Lin Tian was not complimenting. Although all the dishes Yang Weiwei made were home-cooked dishes, just a dish of shredded potatoes could bring out a variety of different flavors at the same time. This feeling can only be experienced at the time of apocalypse. As expected of a doctor, he has skillful hands. While eating, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. You are a girl and you want to rent a house. Do your family members agree? Especially in an old neighborhood like this with such poor security facilities, it's easy for something like what just happened to happen. They were armed and had obviously been planning this for a long time. They had been targeting you for many days. Yang Weiwei smiled calmly and said, I'm not from Yandu, my hometown is Tianbei City, and my parents live there. After graduation, I was assigned to work in Yandu, and I settled here temporarily. Lin Tian continued to ask. So you live alone in Yandu? Yang Weiwei shook her head and said. No, and my sister. She used to go to school in Yandu, and now she works in Yandu. One of the reasons why I stayed in Yandu was that I wanted to take care of her. It's a pity that I can't live with her because of work. Lin Tian suddenly smiled brightly. What a coincidence. I also graduated from Yandu University. Maybe I was a classmate of your sister. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, Yang Weiwei looked at Lin Tian now. Speaking of which, hero, what do you do for a living? Chapter 82 Is the food delicious? Come and eat more if you want. Yang Weiwei has met all kinds of people in the hospital. Apart from anything else, his eyesight and observation skills are absolutely top-notch. Basically, anyone who takes a look at it can determine his job. But the man in front of her really made Yang Weiwei a little confused. There is nothing about Lin Tian that reflects the characteristics of his work. Originally she thought Lin Tian was a student who had not yet graduated. But Lin Tian just said that he had graduated, which aroused Yang Weiwei's curiosity. Lin Tian smiled and said, Nothing, just a little business. I had some money, so I opened a restaurant. I had nothing to do every day. I just wander around all day, otherwise I wouldn't have the sudden idea to come to this old residential area. Hearing this, Yang Weiwei smiled indifferently. No wonder I can't tell what Lin Tian does. It turned out that he was a self-employed small business owner. Are you from Yandu? Yang Weiwei asked curiously again. Yes, but my hometown is Yandu County, and my situation is similar to yours. My parents are both in my hometown, and I am the only one out there making my own living. Yang Weiwei looked at Lin Tian with a bit of admiration in her eyes. How can a person open a restaurant while making his way in the Cloud metropolitan area? Lin Tian waved his hand and said. They are just small businesses, nothing special. Yang Weiwei smiled and said. That's different. Graduates like you in their early 20s either go out to work or take the postgraduate entrance exam. It's already amazing for someone like you to be able to start from scratch. Guys like you must be very popular with girls, right? Lin Tian smiled calmly and asked. A beauty like you should be popular with men, right? Yang Weiwei shook her head and said. Not many people can stand a workaholic like me. I've been in love once before. I was in the operating room during Chinese Valentine's Day. I was also in the operating room during Chinese New Year. They only saw each other a few times a year, and broke up because they had no feelings for each other anymore. Now that I think about it, work is the best fit for me compared to love. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Yang Weiwei looks like a very aloof person, which can be seen from her previous conversation with the gangster. But I didn't expect that Yang Weiwei, who is already 23 or 24 years old, has only had one relationship. The two of them talked and laughed while eating. Soon, the food on the plate was almost finished. Lin Tian slowly stood up. Okay, I should go too. Let's go back to the store. Yang Weiwei stood up quickly, took out her cell phone and said. Then let's add each other on WeChat. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Lin Tian smiled and searched for his phone in his pocket. After adding the WeChat message, Lin Tian turned around and was about to leave. Yang Weiwei hurried over, intending to see Lin Tian off. However, because she was in such a hurry, her foot hit the doorframe and her whole body suddenly fell forward. From this angle, he would have landed face first. But Yang Weiwei could no longer control her own balance and could only grit her teeth and close her eyes. Boom! A slight muffled sound was heard. Yang Weiwei did not feel the pain as she expected, but instead felt a little soft. She couldn't help but open her eyes and look. At this moment, she was lying in Lin Tian's arms. Fortunately, Lin Tian was quick-witted and rushed over with one big stride. Otherwise, Yang Weiwei might have fallen badly. But when their eyes met, Yang Weiwei suddenly felt her chest pounding. The ears suddenly turned red. No matter how she told herself to stay calm, it was of no use. She wanted to look away and not look at Lin Tian. But she simply couldn't do it. My whole body felt weak and I had no strength at all. She could clearly hear Lin Tian's heartbeat getting faster and faster in her ears. However, at this moment, Lin Tian also felt inexplicably restless. Yang Weiwei's exquisite bare face was right in front of Lin Tian. The natural fragrance emanating from it continuously flowed into Lin Tian's nose. This woman. Lin Tian's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he felt an unbearable heat all over his body. Thank you. Yang Weiwei pursed her lips and spoke slightly. But she didn't seem to want to get up. Even she didn't know whether she didn't have the strength or just didn't want to get up. Lin Tian felt more restless. Bang! The door was closed quietly. Lin Tian slowly leaned down and touched the soft red lips. Yang Weiwei clearly didn't wear lipstick, but a sweet scent spread in Lin Tian's mouth. Yang Weiwei groaned, but did not dodge. This surprised herself. The only opposite sex she usually interacts with are colleagues, and Yang Weiwei won't even look at other opposite sexes. Not to mention being held in his arms and kissed forcefully. She thought she would resist, but unexpectedly, this feeling actually comforted her heart. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Lin Tian slowly raised his head with a hint of guilt on his face. This was their first meeting, and they just chatted for a while. As a result, he kissed her forcibly. This is somewhat unacceptable no matter how you look at it. However, he never expected that Yang Weiwei would just raise her hand and press Lin Tian on her lips again. Yang Weiwei's eyes were a little blurry, and she spoke unclearly. Me too. The two slowly entered the bedroom and had a friendly exchange. 5 hours. Lin Tian had no intention of stopping the communication. The battle ended only when Yang Weiwei could no longer get up. The two hugged each other. Yang Weiwei kept breathing heavily in Lin Tian's ear. She was a novice on the road, driving for the first time, and she didn't expect to meet an experienced driver like Lin Tian. Yang Weiwei knew very well that if she continued driving on the highway, she would probably faint from exhaustion. But although she was tired, Yang Weiwei's face was full of happiness. She was very happy and snuggled in Lin Tian's arms. It was clearly the first time that the two met, but they felt like they had known each other for a long time. I didn't expect you to get your driver's license today. Lin Tian looked at Yang Weiwei in his arms and smiled indifferently. A blush appeared on Yang Weiwei's cold face. I got this driver's license willingly. As she spoke, Yang Weiwei put more strength in her hands. Is the meal I cooked today delicious? Hearing these unreasonable words, Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and nodded. It's delicious. Yang Weiwei smiled calmly. Then come here more often, and I'll buy some more vegetables to stock up. If you're hungry, come and I'll cook for you. Looking at the lovely girl in his arms, Lin Tian couldn't help himself and slowly moved close to her red lips. You have to eat. The epic battle must continue. Chapter 83: The People the Yuan Family Can't Afraid of. 2 days. Lin Tian woke up slowly, and his first reaction was to look at the alarm clock. Is it already 10 o'clock? Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. The 2 battles yesterday had exhausted all of Lin Tian's physical strength. When I woke up, it was already noon. He couldn't help but look to his side, ready to check on Yang Weiwei's condition. After all, she had just gotten her driver's license yesterday and was driving a long distance. No matter how strong her body was, she might not be able to withstand it. However, to Lin Tian's surprise, Yang Weiwei was not there. There was a note on the bedside table. Lin Tian picked it up and saw that it was left by Yang Weiwei. The font is very beautiful, clean and neat. I have work to do in the hospital, so I'm going to work first. There's food on the table, so I can just heat it up and eat it. This short sentence actually made Lin Tian inexplicably feel like they were living together as 2 people. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, slowly got out of bed and looked at the dining table. There is freshly prepared food on the table. 2 dishes and a bowl of porridge, quite rich. Lin Tian simply heated up the food in the microwave, then sat at the table and started eating. While eating, he silently said to himself, "System, draw a lottery." Ding, the lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, B48 plot. What? Lin Tian was stunned. Are the rewards in the system so abstract now? What 48 plots of land? The system seemed to sense Lin Tian's mental activity, and another subtitle popped up. Plot B48 is a commercial plot of land in Yundu. Lin Tian understood, but he was not very interested. What land or not? It would be better if it had some more charm or real industry. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He clicked the answer button. "Hello, I'm Lin Tian." Feng Wujiang's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Director Lin, it's me, Feng Wujiang." Lin Tian was slightly stunned. What's the matter? Why did Feng Wujiang call him suddenly? Could it be that one of his acquaintances got into trouble in Taiha? Feng Wujiang said. That's right, Director Lin. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and the fashion show is ready. Would you like to take a look? Hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned and looked up at the perpetual calendar hanging on the wall. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month. Is it really Mid-Autumn Festival? How are the preparations for the conference going? Lin Tian asked. Feng Wujiang said. Everything is ready, Noah's models and other merchants' clothes are in place. It's scheduled to start in about 3 hours. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. At the same time, inside the Yuan Real Estate Group building, Yuan Jinshan sat in the office chair with a grim face, holding the phone in his hand. After hearing the content of the phone call, his unchanging expression changed instantly. It became extremely ugly, and there was obvious shock in the pupils. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, Okay, I understand. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Dad, what's wrong? Yuan Hexing, who was standing opposite him, suddenly looked confused. He had never seen his father look like this before. Unless something major happens within the group. You don't need to prepare the piece of land that I asked you to get before. Yuan Jinshan rubbed his forehead and said in a deep voice. Yuan Hexing was immediately unhappy and said hurriedly. Why? I have made sufficient preparations. As soon as the sale starts, I have absolute confidence that I can get it right away. You say you don't want it now? Yuan Jinshan frowned and said. It's not that we don't want it anymore, it's that we don't have a chance anymore. The phone call just now said that the land had been auctioned off in advance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hexing was stunned, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. It took him a long time to recover. How is this possible? This is land approved by the higher-ups. How could anyone get it before the filming starts? That's impossible. Yuan Hexing refused to believe that this was true. This is an extremely important opportunity for him. As long as he can prove his ability through this opportunity, he will be able to gain a foothold in his father's heart. It would be better to compete with his brother. Now that it hasn't even started, is this opportunity gone? He prepared for so long and with such great effort, what was it for? It's precisely because this is the land approved by the higher-ups that I told you not to think about it. Although I don't know who bought this piece of land. But the person who can get it before filming begins has energy that we can never imagine. We in the Yuan family can't afford to offend such a person. Don't even mention our Yuan family. There's no one in the entire Yundu who can afford to offend us. Yuan Jinshan's voice was extremely low and his expression was extremely ugly. He has been eyeing this piece of land for a long time, otherwise he would never have spent so much effort and spared no effort to acquire it at all costs. But he also knew in his heart that he should not mess with people he shouldn't mess with. Yuan Hexing on the side gritted his teeth, feeling extremely angry. Ruan Ruman was just robbed a few days ago, and now such an important piece of land has been robbed again. From childhood to adulthood, he was the only one who took other people's things, and no one else took his place? Yuan Jinshan clearly saw the change in Yuan Hexing's expression and said seriously. Xiaoxing, I'm warning you. Don't try to take this piece of land again. If you provoke the person who takes over this piece of land, the entire Yuan family will be buried with you. Although Yuan Hexing was unwilling, he also understood what Yuan Jinshan meant. Dad, I understand. Although he softened his words, he was still extremely dissatisfied in his heart. He couldn't do anything to the people who stole his land. What can we do about the person who robbed Yuan Rumen? Originally, because of the land issue, he put this matter aside. Now that the land was suddenly gone, he poured all his anger out on Lin Tian, who had taken Yuan Rumen away. In Yuan Hexing's eyes, Yuan Rumen was his property from the very beginning. Lin Tian just stole his things. Dad, besides this piece of land, is there anything else? Yuan Hexing asked without giving up. Yuan Jinshan frowned. What's on your mind? This piece of land being auctioned is already the biggest opportunity. There are other plots of land as well, but do you dare to buy them? Do you dare to go against the people above? Yuan Jinshan's meaning is very simple. Impossible. Yuan Hexing left the chairman's office with a distraught look on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, full of resentment. Why? Why were all the things that belonged to him taken away? He was unwilling to let such a great opportunity slip away. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's face appeared in his mind. Yuan Hexing narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Just wait for me. If you want to blame someone, just blame your bad luck. Chapter 84 Taiha Plaza, is it yours too? At the same time, Lin Tian sighed. Just as Lin Tian was about to go out to Taiha Square. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, his cell phone rang again. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Tian, are you free today? Lin Tian originally thought that this was a call from Li Yingmeng. But the voice on the phone made him stunned. It's Lu Anren. Lin Tian smiled slightly. What's the matter? Lu Anren smiled and said. I heard that Taiha Plaza is preparing a mid-autumn festival event today, and it's a Chinese-style fashion show. I want to go and take a look. Are you free to come? Lin Tian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said. Of course I'm free. I'll pick you up. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone and replanned the navigation. Go to Lu Anren's house first, pick her up, and then go to Taiha Square. Anyway, there are still 3 hours before the opening, which is plenty of time. Soon, Lin Tian drove his Bentley to the downstairs of Lu Anren's house. Lu Anren had already prepared downstairs. When she saw Lin Tian driving over, she immediately got into the car happily. She was wearing a light sports outfit today. The loose top covers the shorts, making it look like a short dress. She was also wearing a pair of pure black stockings that wrapped around her small calves, and paired with a pair of sneakers, she looked very sunny and youthful. When Lu Anren just got in the car, he just raised his leg and couldn't help but frowned. Ouch. Lin Tian was slightly startled, and glanced over. What's wrong? Lu Anren rubbed his thigh and smiled bitterly. Fine. I've been practicing yoga at home these past 2 days, and that thing you mentioned, the splits. My legs hurt a little. I've learned a lot of yoga, but the splits are too difficult. I just can't do them. After saying this, Lu Anren's eyes were filled with tears. This is something you either have to cultivate naturally or you have to suffer through it. It's not easy to master it. Lin Tian smiled calmly, glanced at the black stockings covering her legs, and said with a smile. Why aren't you wearing what I bought for you? Lu Anren's face suddenly turned red, and she pursed her lips and said. Wasn't it bought for you to see? I don't want anyone else to see it. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt very satisfied and stepped on the accelerator. Brother Tian, Taiha Square is really lively this time. It is said that models were specially hired. The scale of the event is much larger than any previous one. Lu Anren put his hands behind his back obediently and said seriously. How could she know that this event had to be finalized by Lin Tian from the very beginning? Lin Tian did not point it out, but just smiled and said. Why are you so concerned about this kind of business? Lu Anren responded. It's not about activity or inactivity. The main thing is that this is a national-style fashion show. Yundu has never held a Chinese-style fashion show. And I heard that many foreign brands have launched new Chinese-style designs to cater to this event, and this fashion show is for display. I never thought that a Chinese-style fashion show would be held in Yundu one day. I thought Taiha Plaza was still as old-fashioned as before. Lin Tian burst into laughter and didn't know what to say. Brother Tian, I haven't seen you for so long, do you miss me? Lu Anren spoke to Lin Tiandao in a delicate voice. Lin Tian smiled and said, Of course I do. But your relatives are too ignorant. I can only wonder. Lu Anren's face suddenly turned red, and she looked at Lin Tian seriously. Brother Tian, after the relatives leave, I will definitely compensate you. The two were chatting and had already arrived at Taihe Square. Lin Tian parked the car and the two walked into Taihe Square together. Before he had taken a few steps, a middle-aged man in a suit strode towards Lin Tian. This person was none other than Feng Wuzhang. Director Lin. You are finally here. When Feng Wuzhang saw Queen Lin Tian, he immediately became excited. Behind him stood a few other men also dressed in suits. Seeing Feng Wuzhang coming forward, they also hurried over and looked at Lin Tian with respect. Although Lin Tian had never seen these people before, he could tell that they were all senior executives of Taihe Plaza. Director Lin? Hearing this name, Lu Anren was stunned. She had seen the owner of Tianqi Hotel before, but he didn't look like this. At this moment, Feng Wuzhang glanced at Lu Anren beside Lin Tian and was slightly stunned. He remembered that last time, it was not her that Lin Tian brought to Balenciaga. It's Yang Kiki. But he just smiled knowingly and said nothing. Instead, he said, Director Lin, the fashion show is ready. It will be held in half an hour. Don't worry, we are fully prepared for this event and there will be no mistakes. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile. Okay, keep communicating with Noah and make sure nothing goes wrong. Feng Wuzhang said seriously. Don't worry, Director Lin. The two were chatting and laughing, but Lu Anren was dumbfounded. Even a fool, after hearing the two people talking about the fashion show, would know that these were the leaders of Taihe Plaza. Moreover, Feng Wuzhang had an ID card pinned on the upper right corner of his suit. It says, General Manager. General Manager, Guan Lin Tian is called Mr. Lin. Then Lin Tian is not. Lu Anren was completely confused. Where is this? This is Taihe Square. Taihe Plaza also belongs to Lin Tian? Soon, Lin Tian understood the general situation of the activity, turned around, took Lu Anren's hand and said, Let's go, the fashion show is about to start. Lu Anren looked at Lin Tian with dull eyes. Tian. Brother Tian, who are you in Taihe Square? Lin Tian smiled calmly. Chairman. Hearing these three words, Lu Anren couldn't help but take a deep breath. She originally thought that Lin Tian only had two businesses, Tianqi Hotel and Hongta Real Estate. I never thought that Taihe was actually Lin Tian's. This is too incredible. Even an ordinary citizen like her knows how important Taihe is in Yundu. Brother Tian, you are too amazing, aren't you? For a moment, Lu Anren didn't know what to say and could only speak in shock. Lin Tian smiled. Nothing, you'll see more later. Besides? Lu Anren's eyes widened, unable to utter a word. Just when the two of them had walked not far from the catwalk. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. And Ran, you are here too? Lu Anren was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. The person who was speaking was a girl, and there was a man in a suit standing next to her. Chapter 85. The fashion show begins. Ying is stunning. Who is it? Lin Tian asked doubtfully. The girl named Lu Anren looks average, probably around 70%. And Lin Tian has never seen it. As he asked, the two men came over. Lu Anren immediately came back to his senses and introduced. Brother Tian, this is my friend, Kong Qian, we live in the same residential complex. When Kong Qian saw Lin Tian, she was quite surprised and said to Lu Anren. And Ran, is this your boyfriend? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said. Hello, my name is Lin Tian, and I'm Ran's boyfriend. Kong Qian said in shock. Oh my god, it's true that a beautiful girl is looking for a handsome guy. You two are a perfect match. Lu Anren smiled calmly, then asked doubtfully. Is this your boyfriend? Kong Qian smiled and said. Yes, his name is Ma Rulong, and we are here to see the fashion show. Ma Rulong smiled slightly and said. Although this fashion show is not as big as the one I saw in Shanghai before, it is still quite large in scale. It's already pretty good to have this scale in a place like Yundu. Lin Tian looked at Ma Rulong in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. Why does this boy seem a bit pretentious? Also, why do you like looking at people through your nose so much? Do you unconsciously raise your head when you speak? The first impression made Lin Tian feel a little disgusted with him. Lu Anren smiled awkwardly. Kong Qian didn't seem to feel anything and smiled. Anran, what does your boyfriend do? Before Lu Anren could speak, Lin Tian smiled and said, I didn't do anything, just a little business. Kong Qian immediately smiled and said, You're doing business at such a young age? Anran, you found an excellent boyfriend. Although Lu Anren was wondering why Lin Tian didn't just reveal his identity, he still smiled. I'm not as good as you say. I can't earn much. Lin Tian smiled slightly and responded. At this moment, Ma Rulong said, It's really difficult to do business in Yundu. I also do business in Yundu, but I don't make much money a year, only 2 to 3 million. It's not like before in Shanghai, where I could earn the money I have now in just 3 months. Although Ma Rulong's expression remained calm when he said this. But the arrogance that he showed all the time made Lin Tian want to punch him twice. This was the first time that Lin Tian saw someone having the urge to hit someone. Ma Rulong looked at Lin Tian and continued. It's always like this in the early stages of doing business. Take it slow and you'll eventually get through it like I did. Lu Anren frowned immediately. Isn't this typical looking down on others? If he knew, the small businesses Lin Tian was talking about were Taiha Plaza, Hongta Real Estate, and Tianqi Hotel. Would he still say such a thing? 2 or 3 million in 3 months? As far as Lu Anren knows, Lin Tian earns tens of millions in net profit every month. What's more, Lin Tian's industries are more than just these 3, and there may be many more that she doesn't know about. But seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Lu Anren also behaved well and didn't say anything. Seeing that Lu Anren looked unhappy, Kong Qian hurriedly tried to smooth things over. That's how my boyfriend talks, please bear with me. Xiaolin, if you need any help with your business in the future, just ask. Xiaolin? Hearing this name, Lu Anren almost went up and covered Kong Qian's mouth. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Probably not. I can handle it myself. Ma Rulong smiled slightly. It's okay, don't be embarrassed. Don't worry, since your girlfriend is Qianqian's good friend, I will definitely help if I can. Lin Tian smiled with a wry smile. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the big speakers. Obviously, the fashion show was about to begin. The first beauty to come on stage was wearing a jean-style hanfu. The upper part of the clothes looked simple and plain, but the long pleated skirt on the lower part was extremely complicated. It looks very beautiful and has a unique flavor. Soon after, the second beauty came out, wearing Song Dynasty hanfu, which looked a bit reserved and tight. But there is an indescribable sense of intimacy. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but nod slightly after seeing it. It seems that these brands have put in a lot of effort and the hanfu they make are indeed very authentic. The audience below were all excited and stared at the models on the stage. The clothes are beautiful, but so are the models. Although Noah's size is not the largest, the quality of the model is remarkable. Don't think that Lin Tian looked like a little fangirl when he went there. But when she really went on stage, her unique model temperament was not at all inferior. Soon, several beautiful models came up and walked the runway wearing various kinds of hanfu, which attracted a lot of applause. There are more and more audiences in the audience. Not long after it started, the number of people expanded rapidly, almost several times more than before. Lin Tian's mind was no longer on the stage, but on the audience below. It can be seen that this event was very successful. The combination of Mid-Autumn Festival and hanfu has really attracted a lot of people's attention. At this moment, the new model that appeared on the stage made Lin Tian slightly stunned. Isn't this Yu Yingying? Yu Yingying was wearing an emerald green Tang-style hanfu, looking quite pretty. Tang-style hanfu is one of the more famous types of hanfu, and its biggest feature is that it is very pretty. They are clearly ancient clothes, but they give people a youthful and energetic look when worn. Especially Yu Yingying herself is pretty and very pure. Wearing this dress can fully display the characteristics of Tang Dynasty hanfu. The most fatal thing is the pair of headlights. She was clearly wearing loose-fitting hanfu, but her proud peaks could still be seen. Not only Lin Tian, but the attention of everyone around was attracted. Oh my god, what kind of hanfu is this? Why is it so beautiful? This is Tang-style hanfu. It's much better looking than the one on TV. Not only are the clothes beautiful, but the girl is also beautiful. Oh my god, I feel like I've returned to the Tang dynasty in my dream. This reminds me of the days when I hugged Yang Guifei. The audience spoke highly of the performance. Lin Tian suddenly smiled calmly. What surprised Lin Tian was that Yu Yingying was obviously a model who had just participated in the interview. Logically, she should have been in the company for at least a year before she would have the opportunity to participate in such a large-scale commercial event. Yu Yingying actually participated in such an important event? But I have to say, her performance was truly amazing. Lin Tian didn't know that Li Yinmeng took such special care of Yu Yingying because of him. Wow, brother Tian. This dress is so nice, I want to buy one too. Lu Anren was watching from the side, more fascinated than Lin Tian, and said in a daze. There seemed to be stars in her eyes. Okay, let's go pick out a few sets when we're done. At this moment, Ma Rulong on the side smiled and said, I'm afraid this set of hanfu is not cheap, right? They are all from the brand. A set costs at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands. It's quite stressful to buy a few sets. Chapter 86, Pretending in Front of the Boss? Lu Anren couldn't help it any longer, and frowned as he said. Whether you can afford it or not is none of your business, right? Why do you speak so sarcastically? She has been enduring Ma Rulong for a long time. The look he gave when he first came up was full of contempt, and he kept looking at Lin Tian. When he said he could help with business, he sounded condescending. Lin Tian doesn't care, but she does. Okay, and Ran, don't be angry. That's how he talks. He didn't mean anything else. Ma Rulong didn't care at all and smiled slightly. I just care about Brother Lin, I don't mean anything else. Although he said this, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Tian was still full of disdain. He was very unhappy. Why is it that he is so outstanding, but the girlfriend he found is not as pretty as Lin Tian's? Just looking at Lin Tian's clothes, they were ordinary and unremarkable. He looked like a student who had just graduated. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His attention was now entirely on the fashion show and the audience around him. As for Ma Rulong, to be honest, Lin Tian didn't take him seriously at all. Although Lu Anren felt that Ma Rulong was weird. But his words were full of politeness, and she couldn't find any fault with it. This made Lu Anren feel very uncomfortable. He hated everyone in the house and felt annoyed when he saw Kong Qian. The fashion show was still going on, but it was obviously not as sensational as when Yu Yingying appeared before. The fashion show lasted about half an hour before it was finally over. Most people were satisfied with what they saw. Some came for the models, others for the clothes. After all, hanfu had gradually become mainstream at this time, and combined with this current event, these businesses really made a lot of money. Lin Tian clearly saw that many people turned around and went to the stores to pick clothes after looking at the clothes. All this made Lin Tian quite satisfied. Let's go. Lin Tian smiled calmly and spoke. Ma Rulong also shrugged. Shanqian, let's go too. I thought this fashion show was pretty good, but it's still far behind the one in Shanghai. Director Lin. At this moment, Lin Tian was suddenly stopped by a voice. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman walked towards Lin Tian. These two people are Feng Wujiang and Li Yinmeng. Director Lin, what do you think of this event? Does it meet your expectations? Feng Wujiang said respectfully. Lin Tian smiled calmly. It's okay. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. But such a large-scale event should not be as simple as just a fashion show. Feng Wujiang said hurriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have also arranged some small activities in various stores after the event. We have already negotiated with all the big brand stores to increase the discounts. This Mid-Autumn Festival's performance will definitely not disappoint you. Li Yinmeng also spoke. Boss Lin, are you satisfied with the selection of models this time? Obviously, she was alluding to Yu Yingying's matter. Yu Yingying's outstanding performance really made her eyes light up. Now she was even more convinced that Lin Tian was definitely knowledgeable and had actually dug out such a treasure. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said. Not bad, but there is one drawback. Hanfu is not just for women. Many men's hanfu styles are also very beautiful. Didn't you consider men's hanfu during this negotiation? Hearing this, Feng Wujiang was stunned for a moment and said hurriedly. Director Lin, this is it. The exhibition hall here on the first floor is given to Noah, after all, considering that Noah only has female models. In the men's clothing area on the second floor, there is also a runway show for men's hanfu. It's just a little simpler than the first floor. Lin Tian frowned and said. The first floor is the most important place to attract customers. As the general manager of Taiha, don't you know this? Feng Wujiang nodded quickly. But just after he finished saying this, Lin Tian remembered. It is an indisputable fact that Noah only has female models. Feng Wujiang has been the general manager for so many years, how could he not know that the first floor is an important place to attract customers? It seems that such a compromise method was used because of Noah's consideration. Thinking of this, Lin Tian waved his hand and said, forget it, I won't pursue it this time. If there is a next time, don't consider Noah's models. If there are no male models, you can find other partners. This sentence was equivalent to giving Feng Wujiang a reassurance. He nodded hurriedly and said, I understand, Mr. Lin. The three of them were chatting and laughing here. This directly shocked Kong Qian and Ma Rulong, who were standing by. At first, they were both confused. Why did two people suddenly come out and call Lin Tian Boss Lin? But then, through their conversation, even a fool could hear it. This man and woman, one is the general manager of Taiha and the other is from Noah Model Company. Although Noah Model Agency is not the top one, many people know it because of some famous models. Ma Rulong's originally calm expression suddenly became extremely bad. Lin Tian is the chairman of Taiha? Or the boss of Noah Company? They were completely confused. Ma Rulong thought of what he had just said to Lin Tian and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's so damn embarrassing. 2 or 3 million per year, and you're showing off in front of others? Let us not talk about Taiha for now. Just the size of Noah is far beyond his reach. Not to mention Taiha. It goes without saying how big Taiha is. He swallowed immediately and stood there feeling very uncomfortable. However, Lu Anren was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian actually has a modeling company. However, Lu Anren didn't find it too surprising. After all, she has been shocked so many times that she has become accustomed to it. Maybe if Lin Tian moves out a dozen or 20 more companies one day, she won't be surprised. It was beyond her understanding from the very beginning, and no matter how much it exceeded, she would have become numb. Go get busy. Lin Tian waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. After all, apart from the fashion show, the subsequent activities would require them to be busy for the entire day. After the two men left, Lin Tian turned around. Looking at the three stunned people. What's up? Lin Tian looked at Ma Rulong and smiled faintly. Ma Rulong's defense was immediately broken, and his face turned red. Show off in front of such a big shot? At the same time, he felt cold sweat on his back. If Lin Tian pursues him, his small company might die without knowing how it happened. And you still call him Xiao Lin, Brother Lin? No. I'm fine. Boss Lin, you are busy, so we won't bother you. Ma Rulong responded stutteringly, and hurriedly dragged Kong Qian out without even daring to look back. Kong Qian had no choice but to turn her head while walking. And ran, come and play with us when you have time. Chapter 87. Could she be the boss's wife? Oh my god. Lu Anren still hasn't come back to her senses. She looked at Kong Qian and Ma Rulong in a daze as they hurriedly left. Apocalypse, Hongtu, Taiha, Noah. Each of these 4 industries alone is enough to shock Lu Anren. However, her intuition told her that Lin Tian's assets were more than just this. Lin Tian looked up at the shops around him. At this time, many merchants had already placed hanfu in the forefront in conspicuous positions. Remembering that Lu Anren said it was beautiful, Lin Tian smiled and said to Lu Anren. And Ran, now that we're here, shall we take a walk around here? Just in time to buy some clothes. Ah. Okay. Lu Anren finally came to his senses and hurriedly followed Lin Tian in a panic. Why, are you still surprised? Lin Tian glanced at Lu Anren and saw that she still looked a little confused, with her hands not knowing where to put them, so he smiled slightly. Lu Anren had been in a daze since just now. How could Lin Tian not notice it? No, I've thought about it before. You will have other bigger industries. But I didn't expect that even Taiha Plaza would belong to you. That was Manager Feng just now, right? I only met him once at the opening ceremony. I never thought that such a person would have to work under you. Lu Anren pursed her lips and sighed. It's okay. You'll see him often in the future. No matter what he does, he still has to call you boss lady. Lin Tian stretched out his hand, scratched Lu Anren's nose, and smiled. The word Madam Boss immediately made Lu Anren blush. She blinked and said, "Brother Tian, let's go buy some clothes." From the very beginning, Lu Anren was deeply attracted by the various hanfu on display. Before that, she had clearly never paid attention to clothing like hanfu. But for some reason, from the first moment she saw it, her heart was filled with love. Maybe this is what flows in the blood of the dragon people. No matter how fashion trends change, hanfu will always be the unchanging mainstream. After following Lin Tian into the store, all kinds of hanfu styles were displayed on the first page. You can see it as soon as you enter the door. After all, this is today's theme, and the main focus is on these new styles. Try it if you see something you like. Lin Tian called over the shopping guide and spoke. Lu Anren nodded excitedly and followed the shopping guide to the hanfu counter. She fell in love with the Tang Dynasty hanfu at first sight. This is the one that stands out the most among other hanfu. There are clearly not too many complicated patterns and decorations. But it gives people a simple and extraordinary feeling. Soon, Lu Anren took the clothes and followed the shopping guide to the fitting room. Since this was a women's clothing store, Lin Tian didn't want to wait in the store, so he walked out of the store and observed the customers outside. People of all kinds walking around on the first floor of Taiha Plaza. Lin Tian was deeply touched. No wonder Taiha Plaza is called the center of the entire Yundu and the first commercial plaza. Everyone can see it, from the elderly in their 70s and 80s to children of a few years old. The monthly turnover here is a complete dimensionality reduction compared to a real estate company of the size of Hongtu. Mr. Lin? Suddenly, a voice drew Lin Tian's attention over there. Turning around, I saw a few people wearing hanfu passing by. It looks like they are the models who just came on stage. The person who just spoke was Yu Yingying. When the other models saw Lin Tian, they immediately waved to him. Although Lin Tian didn't show up in Noah very often, how could they not even recognize the boss? However, only Yu Yingying ran over, as the others were still a little afraid of their boss Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at Yu Yingying. The dress looked even better from a close distance than on the catwalk. He said, "Why, you're not going back to the company after the performance?" Yu Yingying smiled, patted the dust off her clothes, and replied, "No, the performance is over, but we still have to change our clothes and prepare for the next small event. Director Li said that Taiha is also under your management. Since you are here, we should take care of each other." Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, and his hand holding the phone stopped in mid-air. He didn't expect that Li Yinmeng would think so much. But it's fine this way. After all, they are all our own companies, so harmony is naturally the best thing. Although Taiha is large in size, Noah is professional in this regard. By the way, I've been looking for you. I wanted to thank you in person. Yu Yingying moved closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "I originally thought I was just a newcomer and couldn't participate in such a large event. Director Li told me everything. It was you, Mr. Lin, who suggested it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." Speaking of this, Yu Yingying smiled sweetly, and her two dimples were very beautiful. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and his impression of Li Yinmeng gradually increased. No wonder Li Yinmeng can hold multiple positions in Noah. She is not only the design director, but also the secretary. When it comes to how he deals with people, there is really nothing to say. It seems that Li Yinmeng thinks that the relationship between him and Yu Yingying is very special. "Nothing, you performed well today. Do your best." Lin Tian patted Yu Yingying on the shoulder and encouraged her. The scene of the two chatting and laughing directly stunned the other models. Who is standing in front of Yu Yingying? It's Noah's boss. Yu Yingying has only been here for a few days, and she's already chatting and laughing with others? Several models couldn't help but get close together and discuss in a low voice. No wonder, a newcomer like her can participate in such a large-scale event. It seems that he has a special relationship with our boss. That's right. I heard that during the interview, she was the only one who was nominated by the boss and passed without any review. Oh my god, could it be the boss lady? Very likely. We have to be more careful next time, they are not on the same level as us. The models were talking about it, and their eyes turned respectful towards Yu Yingying. This is the future boss lady. You have to be careful with your words in the future. At this moment, Yu Yingying looked down at her phone, slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, it's almost time. Boss Lin, you go ahead and do your work. We'll go over first. After saying that, she bowed slightly to Lin Tian, and then hurriedly greeted the model beside her. Seeing this, the other models stopped talking and followed Yu Ying away. Brother Tian. At this moment, Lu Anren from the store also walked out wearing a Tang-style hanfu. Lin Tian turned his head and his pupils couldn't help but tremble. So beautiful? Although the style of hanfu she wore was also Tang Dynasty style, it was completely different from the one Yu Ying wore. It can be said that Yu Ying showed a cheerful and relaxed style on the catwalk. Lu Anren is steady and mature. But Lu Anren is clearly not a person with this kind of personality, but when she wears this kind of clothes, she does have a unique charm. Brother Tian, does it look good? Seeing Lin Tian staring at her like that, Lu Anren suddenly felt flustered and asked haltingly. Nice. Is that all? Lin Tian smiled and reached out to help Lu Anren smooth out the wrinkles on her shoulders. There are a few more, but I think this one looks the best. The others look good, but I feel like I look a little weird in them. Lu Anren turned to look at the several sets of clothes hanging next to the fitting room and smiled. Lin Tian took a glance and said to the shopping guide. Okay, wrap up everything you just tried. The shopping guide's heart skipped a beat, and after a few seconds of silence, he hurried off to pack the items. This set of hanfu is expensive, and with the brand effect the price is even higher. The set of clothes Lu Anren is wearing alone is worth over 10,000 yuan. Not to mention that Lu Anren tried on more than a dozen sets of clothes. Even though she knew Lin Tian's identity, she could clearly see that the man in front of her was definitely a big client. Chapter 88, How's your yoga practice going? I just tried on more than a dozen sets. There's no need to buy so many. That's all I need. When Lu Anren heard Lin Tian say this, she rubbed her hands nervously and whispered. Lin Tian held Lu Anren's hand and smiled calmly. The ones you choose to try out must have some shining points that attracted you. If you like it, buy it. Money is not a problem. As they were talking, the shopping guide had already packed all the clothes. She skillfully placed the wrapped clothes on the counter, calculated the bill, and smiled. Sir, the total is 187,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Although she said this, she didn't think Lin Tian could buy so many clothes. After all, Lin Tian looks too young. It would be fine if he just bought a few sets, but he bought more than 10 sets at once, which costs nearly 190,000. With 190,000 yuan, you can buy a nice car. Lin Tian didn't know what the shopping guide was thinking, nor did he care. He took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the shopping guide. This black card was given to Lin Tian by Feng Wujiang when he first met Feng Wujiang. It is said that it can only be used in Taiha Plaza and every chairman will use it. It's just that Lin Tian had forgotten to use it before, and he accidentally found it when he was looking for his bank card just now. It would be a waste if you don't use it. However, after the shopping guide swiped the card, his expression suddenly changed. Are you ready? Lin Tian raised his head, looked at the salesperson at the counter, and asked in confusion. Okay. Well, sir. Are you the chairman of Taiha Plaza? Looking at the results displayed on the computer, the shopping guide took a breath and handed the black card to Lin Tian with a slightly trembling hand. He didn't even have the courage to look up at Lin Tian. The chairman's black card. There is only one like this in the whole Taiha. Lin Tian took the card and without saying anything, he turned around and left the store with Lu Anren. Take care, and welcome back next time. The shopping guide hurried out from behind the counter and spoke softly. Cold sweat was pouring down her body. Fortunately, she did not neglect Lin Tian because of his age. This is the chairman of Taiha. If she makes him unhappy, not to mention her, even this brand might be directly removed from Taiha. What Taiha has no shortage of is cooperating brands, which are replaced every year, and brands with average performance are eliminated. After all, it is the first commercial plaza in Yundu, and many merchants try their best to get in. If the brand was withdrawn because of her, she would definitely not be able to bear the responsibility. After buying clothes, Lin Tian took Lu Anren to stroll around Taihili for about an hour. After shopping in clothing stores, I went to jewelry stores and bag stores. The total cost was probably about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Lin Tian didn't estimate it either, since he used the mall's black card anyway. Even if he really spent so much money, it would be just a drop in the bucket for Lin Tian. Back in the underground garage, Luanren reached out to open the car door and slowly sat in the passenger seat. She lowered her head and thought for a long time before looking up at Lin Tiandao. Brother Tian, I've made you spend money again today. I remember the last time I went shopping with Lin Tian, I spent 900,000 just on that necklace. Having spent so much money this time, Luanren seemed a little uneasy. It's okay, it's not much. Lin Tian looked indifferent, turned his head to look at Luanren, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. But I want to know, you've been practicing yoga at home for so long, how is it going? Luanren's face turned red in an instant, her mouth opened slightly, and her heart was shocked. How come she couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind Lin Tian's words? Luanren clasped the seat tightly with her slender jade fingers and whispered. Brother Tian, I just checked, my relatives are gone. Whether you have learned well or not, you will know in a while. Because of shyness, Luanren's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her head was almost buried in her cleavage. But she knew that she could do nothing except meet Lin Tian's requirements. Lin Tian smiled slightly and started the car. Certainly. After speeding all the way, the two returned to Apocalypse. The two of them went to the top floor of the hotel together. Although he had made sufficient mental preparations, Luanren's heart was still pounding. She was a little at a loss. Just when Lin Tian took off his coat. Suddenly, Luanren put his arms around Lin Tian's neck from behind and said with a smile. Brother Tian, do you want to see me practicing the splits? Lin Tian smiled indifferently, stroked Luanren's hair, and pressed Luanren under him with his backhand. It's time to test Luanren's driving license. Suddenly, the sound of an engine started in the room, and two people got on the highway together. This drive lasted for 3 hours. The car was going too fast, causing the headlights to almost deform. Lin Tian looked at Luanren in his arms and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Not bad, it seems you are really practicing hard. This is your way of repaying me. Luanren thought about the difficult moves she had just performed, as well as her still unfamiliar splits. She couldn't help but bury her head deeply, not daring to look at Lin Tian at all. If she hadn't studied hard at home during this period, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it. At first, Luanren didn't understand why Lin Tian wanted her to learn these things. It wasn't until now that she understood. It turns out it's a completely different feeling. Although Luanren was very tired now, at least he could walk normally. Maybe it's because I've been with Lin Tian for a long time and I'm used to it. But my thighs are still a little sore. She looked at the scene outside and said softly. Brother Tian, it's getting late. I have to go back. I will study harder and will definitely be more proficient next time. Lin Tian turned around, put his hands on the steering wheel, and said with a smile. Okay, I'll take you back then. By the time we arrived at Luanren's home, it was already getting dark. Luanren's face is still red. The relatives had just left, and she was driving so hard that she still hasn't come to her senses. Why, you're not going home? Lin Tian put his hand on the car window and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Luanren looked at Lin Tian, blinked her beautiful eyes, and kissed Lin Tian on the cheek. Then, she slowly got out of the car and said, Brother Tian, be careful on your way back. My parents are going to travel in a while, and there will be no one at home. Come to my house then, and I'll show you the results of my practice. After saying that, Luanren ran upstairs with a red face. Her heart beat faster and faster. Strangeness. She had clearly just experienced a great battle, but she still felt inexplicably restless. Thinking of what she had just said to Lin Tian, she was even more excited. Looking at Luanren's figure, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After exhaling a breath of thick fog, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Half a month ago, Luanren was still an unattainable goddess who could only be recalled in her mind, but even meeting her and saying hello was a luxury. If Lin Tian was still in the same state as half a month ago, even if he really got together with Luanren, if he met a returnee like Wang Hexing, he would probably be disliked by Luanren's parents. In the end, it came to nothing. Now, the former goddess and he have turned the tables. In the past, Lin Tian would blush when he saw Luanren and didn't know what to say. And now, even though they have been together for some time, Luanren still blushes when she sees Lin Tian and acts as obedient as a little bird. After extinguishing his cigarette, Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly and murmured, Okay, time to go back. It's a good opportunity to see what this piece of land awarded by the system means. Chapter 89 Mysterious Brother-in-Law. At the same time, in the old residential area behind Taiha Square. Yang Weiwei's home. Yang Weiwei was busy in the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She wiped her hands with a towel, strode to the door, looked through the peephole, and then opened the door. After all, she had experienced the incident of gangsters blocking the road here, so Yang Weiwei couldn't help but become alert. As soon as she opened the door, a girl wearing a white shirt, a black miniskirt, stockings wrapped around her tight calves, and high heels suddenly appeared in front of Yang Weiwei. "Why are you here?" Yang Weiwei looked at the girl outside the door in surprise. "What's wrong, sister? Can't I come to see you?" The girl smiled sweetly and walked straight into Yang Weiwei's house as if it were her own home. This girl was none other than the sister that Yang Weiwei mentioned to Lin Tian last time. Although the two look somewhat different and have their own characteristics, there are still some similarities if you look closely. The younger sister looks very energetic, but Yang Weiwei has a cold look on her face. "Wow! Sister, why did you cook so many dishes?" The first thing my sister saw was the sumptuous meal on the table and she rushed over. After counting carefully, there were 7 or 8 dishes. And looking at the kitchen, it seems like they are still cooking. "Did you know I was coming, so you prepared so many delicious foods?" My sister chuckled, sat down on the chair, and took a deep breath to smell the delicious aroma. "Stop being so conceited," Yang Weiwei said unhappily, and went back into the kitchen. My sister smiled calmly, picked up the chopsticks nonchalantly, picked up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth, and said vaguely, "Sister, are there any guests coming today? Don't tell me you want to eat so many dishes by yourself." Yang Weiwei just happened to come over with the freshly cooked dishes. When she heard this, her face immediately turned red and she evaded the question. "No, I'm just trying out new dishes." My sister looked at Yang Weiwei's slightly red face in a daze, and said in shock, "Oh my god, sister, when did you learn to be shy? Are you in love?" Yang Weiwei's heart was pounding, but she was happy and said angrily, "What nonsense! By the way, isn't your workplace quite far from me? How come you suddenly have time to come to my place?" My sister smiled brightly, picked up another piece of meat and put it in her mouth, eating while saying, "I bought a car and it's time to get used to it. Isn't it a good opportunity for me to come to your place for a free meal? I'm in for a treat today. You actually made so many of your signature dishes." My sister rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was ready to conquer the world. Seeing this, Yang Weiwei was immediately unhappy and grabbed her sister's hand holding the chopsticks. Okay, don't eat yet." My sister smiled slyly, put the chopsticks on the table calmly, and raised her eyebrows. "I knew there would be guests. Is it my brother-in-law? Call him over so I can see him. I can help you with your brother-in-law's advice. My sister is so beautiful, she can't be easily deceived by others." Yang Weiwei glanced at her sister in a reproachful manner. "What brother-in-law or not? Don't talk nonsense. Just a friend." "Friend?" My sister glanced at Yang Weiwei suspiciously. "It looks like spring has arrived, are you trying to fool someone?" Thinking of this, my sister suddenly turned into 100,000 whys. "Is he from your hospital? How old? What does he look like? How much can you make in a month? Is he a good person? Do you have many ex-girlfriends?" These questions made Yang Weiwei feel overwhelmed. Yang Weiwei didn't want to pay attention to her and strode to the kitchen, but her sister followed her. "Good sister, please call him over and I will help you take a look. I promise, I won't talk nonsense." My sister immediately pulled Yang Weiwei's arm and acted coquettishly. She really wanted to know who had such great magic power that could melt such a big iceberg as her sister. Still blushing. I blushed just mentioning it. She had never seen her sister like this since she was a child. Moreover, Yang Weiwei had only had one relationship in total. It was more like a routine to deal with family affairs than a first love. There was no feeling of love at all. But my sister knew that this time was completely different. Yang Weiwei was truly moved. She became more and more curious about what kind of person this friend Yang Weiwei was talking about. Yang Weiwei couldn't persuade her sister, so she waved her hands, as if to drive away a fly, and said unhappily, Okay, I'll give him a call. But I'm telling you in advance, don't talk nonsense, do you understand?" My sister smiled contentedly. "Don't worry, sister. I know what's going on. After hearing her sister's assurance, Yang Weiwei took out her cell phone and called Lin Tian. He put the phone to his ear and strode towards the bedroom. In fact, even if her sister didn't ask, she would still call Lin Tian, since she was planning to invite Lin Tian to dinner at home anyway. However, Yang Weiwei had other ideas, but it was different when her sister was here. But she knew her sister was too curious and would not be able to get rid of her if she was not allowed to meet him. Bang! There was the sound of the bedroom door closing. Seeing this, my sister curled her lips immediately. It's just a love affair, why make it so mysterious? I even have to go back to the house to make a phone call. At the same time, on the way back to Tianqi Hotel. Ding ling ling. Lin Tian answered the call and pressed the hands-free button. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. When Yang Weiwei heard this voice, her face couldn't help but blush again. Lin Tian, are you free tonight? Lin Tian was slightly startled, and when he heard Yang Weiwei's voice, he immediately smiled and said, What's the matter? Yang Weiwei rubbed her knees together and asked expectantly. I cooked at home. If you are free, come and have dinner with me. Oh, my sister is here too, she wants to meet you. Younger sister? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment and even forgot to step on the accelerator. The light happened to be green and the car behind honked its horn impatiently. Lin Tian came back to his senses, stepped on the accelerator, and turned around. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Yang Weiwei then stood up, opened the bedroom door, and put her cell phone in her pocket. The younger sister looked at Yang Weiwei, who was walking towards her with expectation, and said, Sister, how about it? Are you coming? Yang Weiwei smoothed her fallen hair and nodded. My sister's eyes suddenly lit up, she moved her chair closer and asked in a low voice. Then again, sis. I thought you were just a person who only cared about work and only cared about patience and orders. I didn't expect that you would be moved one day. My brother-in-law must be very handsome, right? Otherwise, how could he melt this huge iceberg of yours? Yang Weiwei angrily slapped her sister on the shoulder. You are the iceberg, how can I be the iceberg? Besides, I've said it many times. He's not your brother-in-law, he's just an ordinary friend. People are here, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. My sister smiled evilly. Okay, we're just ordinary friends. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We'll see each other soon anyway. I'm not in a hurry. Someone else is. Yang Weiwei puffed up her cheeks. She now wanted more and more to kick her sister out first. My sister picked up the chopsticks again, picked up the potato and stuffed it into her mouth. Come to think of it, sister, are you really not going to move to another place? When I first came here, I passed by the security room and the security guards inside were all elderly people in their 70s and 80s. Several of the surveillance cameras in the monitoring room have black screens. They are all broken. Having said that, she picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then continued. Also, this neighborhood is too unsafe. Any car can come in, and no one cares if I come in. This is near Taiha Square, there are all kinds of people here. Why don't you go somewhere else? Hearing her sister's words, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but frown, feeling mixed emotions. She couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday. If it weren't for Lin Tian, it would have been a completely different scene when her sister came to see her today. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. You're here so soon? I'll go open the door. My sister didn't even put down her chopsticks. She rushed to the door with the chopsticks in hand and turned the handle to open the door. However, when she saw the person outside the door, she was dumbfounded. Chapter 90 Don't make trouble, my sister is still here. Standing outside the door is Lin Tian. My sister stared at Lin Tian as if she had been struck by lightning. How she wished that all this was just her hallucination, but it wasn't. Lin Tian looked carefully at the girl in front of him who was wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, black stockings, and high heels, and his heart was shocked. Yang Kiki. How come it was Yang Kiki who opened the door for him? One of them was outside the door, and the other was inside the house, and they just stood there in a daze. You, why are you here? Yang Kiki seemed to be petrified and took a long time to ask. She was panicked, so panicked that her toes were pressed together. Do you know each other? Yang Weiwei strode over and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Before Lin Tian could speak, Yang Kiki said hurriedly. Not really an acquaintance, this is a customer of our store. He came to our store to buy a car 2 days ago, and I was the one who guided him through the shopping process. Hearing this, Yang Weiwei smiled and said with confidence, "Since you all know each other, I don't have to introduce you one by one. The food is ready, come and eat." Lin Tian couldn't help but glance at young Kiki, but still smiled slightly and strode in. Compared to Lin Tian's calmness, young Kiki was like a panicked little rabbit, not knowing what to do. It's over. She never dreamed that her sister Yang Weiwei's boyfriend, her brother-in-law, was actually Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at young Kiki. Although he was surprised, he didn't say anything. He now understood why young Weiwei looked familiar. There are indeed similarities between the two sisters' eyebrows. Yang Weiwei, who was unaware of the situation, was very enthusiastic. She served Lin Tian a bowl of soup and said with a smile, "This is the soup I just invented. Have a taste." Yang Kiki clearly saw that Yang Weiwei's eyes were full of love when she looked at Lin Tian. Yang Weiwei has never had this kind of look before. Obviously, Yang Weiwei definitely has feelings for Lin Tian, and they are very strong. Her heart beat faster and faster, for fear that Yang Weiwei would notice something. After all, just a few days ago, young Kiki had a pleasant conversation with Lin Tian. "I also went to Balenciaga to buy stockings, and unlocked so many new experiences that I had never had before." She tried her best to stay calm, with only one thought in her mind. The relationship between her and Lin Tian must not be known to Yang Weiwei. Yang Weiwei has been alone for so many years and has almost no interest in any opposite sex. She has been particularly good to young Kiki since she was a child, and even the job at Tianxia car dealership was introduced to her by Yang Weiwei through someone. It can be said that without Yang Weiwei's introduction, young Kiki would not have been able to survive in Yundu. Now that Yang Weiwei has finally found her true love, how sad would she be if she knew the truth? But young Kiki didn't understand why Lin Tian was with her sister. Although young Kiki knew that she and Lin Tian were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she still felt very uncomfortable. After all, Lin Tian was the man who issued her the driver's license. "Coco, why don't you eat?" Seeing young Kiki just sitting there stupidly without even moving her chopsticks, Yang Weiwei asked in confusion. Young Kiki finally reacted and said hesitantly, "Suddenly, I'm not that hungry anymore." Yang Weiwei burst out laughing. "Don't eat so much at first. When you are extremely hungry, just eating a little will make you feel full. Now you see, I cooked so many dishes and you can only watch stupidly." Although there was a hint of blame in her tone, it was obvious that she loved young Kiki very much. Yang Kiki's hands kept rubbing the stockings, and her heart was about to rise to her throat. If my sister knew that young Kiki had had sex with Lin Tian before her, what would she think? Yang Weiwei didn't seem to notice anything, and the few of them just ate in silence. "I'm going to the bathroom, you guys eat first." At this moment, Yang Weiwei suddenly felt a little pain in her stomach. She frowned and stood up. "It's broken. It might be because I just drank a glass of cold water without eating." After Yang Weiwei left, young Kiki immediately raised her head and looked at Lin Tian. She really wanted Lin Tian to give her an answer. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but put his hand on young Kiki's stockings. Young Kiki felt as if she had been electrocuted. She stepped back instinctively, but she could not escape Lin Tian's five-finger mountain. "She's your sister?" Lin Tian asked while stroking it. Young Kiki's face turned red. This little action was nothing, but when she remembered that this was her sister's house and Lin Tian was her sister's boyfriend, she felt very exciting. After a while, she realized that something was wrong. She looked at Lin Tian with a red face. "Brother Tian, please let go. What if my sister finds out?" Young Kiki heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. It was Yang Weiwei washing her hands. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat. However, Lin Tian had no intention of letting go. Instead, he intensified his attack and slowly moved his hand upwards. "Ah!" Young Kiki couldn't help but groan. "Coco, what's wrong?" The sound of running water stopped abruptly, and Yang Weiwei's concerned voice was heard. "No. I'm fine, it's just that the soup was a little hot and burned my tongue." Young Kiki was so frightened that she tried to evade the question. After saying that, she looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. "Brother Tian, please let go. Don't let my sister see us, please." Lin Tian smiled slightly, but his hands moved unconsciously. Young Kiki's face was getting redder and redder, and she could hardly hold back another hum. Lin Tian looked at young Kiki and couldn't help but smile. There was an inexplicable sense of refreshment. Squeak! The door opened and Yang Weiwei strode out. Young Kiki was still holding the stockings tightly with both hands, squeezing them so tightly that the entire stockings were deformed. Coco, is it that hot? Are you okay? Do you want me to get you some medicine? When Yang Weiwei saw Young Kiki like this, she mistakenly thought that she was suffering from the burns, so she walked over with concern. When Young Kiki heard her sister's voice, her heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but look down. Lin Tian didn't know when his hand was withdrawn, but she didn't notice it at all. It's okay, sister. You finally came out. I want to go to the bathroom. You guys eat first. Yang Kiki quickly stood up, stamped her feet continuously, and rushed into the toilet pretending to be in a hurry. Seeing this, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but look at Lin Tian with a guilty look on her face. Sorry, my sister is just like that, carefree. She looked at the closed bathroom door and said inwardly. This girl really doesn't know what modesty is. There are guests at home. Yang Weiwei had no idea that young Kiki was sitting on the toilet at this moment, taking deep breaths to adjust her mentality. Almost, just a little bit, my sister will see it. But for some reason, she felt inexplicably excited and refreshed. I have to change my stockings when I get home. When Yang Kiki came out, she found that only Yang Weiwei was left outside. She looked at Yang Weiwei with a puzzled look. Sister, where is my brother-in-law? Yang Weiwei smiled and said. He has something urgent to do at the company and needs to go back. Let's eat first. It's okay, don't take it to heart. He didn't take what happened just now to heart. What happened just now? Although Yang Kiki knew that Yang Weiwei was talking about the scene where she stomped her feet because she had to go to the bathroom. But she couldn't help but think of what happened just now, and her face suddenly turned redder. Lin Tian said he didn't take it to heart, but it sounded like there was something else behind his words. What's wrong? Seeing Yang Kiki standing there stupidly, Yang Weiwei couldn't help but ask curiously. Yang Kiki came back to her senses, looked at her phone to hide her panic, and slapped her thigh and said. Oh sister, it's already past 10 o'clock. I have to go home quickly, because I have to go to work tomorrow. Yang Weiwei smiled and said. Okay, be careful on the road then. Remember to call me when you get home. Such a gentle tone was only used when speaking to Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki nodded and left without looking back. She didn't have the courage to look at Yang Weiwei again. Just now, it was so thrilling. Chapter 91 Playing so wildly? Yang Kiki took the elevator and pressed the first floor button with some fear. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened and Yang Kiki strode out of the elevator. However, at this moment, a pair of hands suddenly embraced her waist from behind. Yang Kiki was so scared that she almost screamed, but she soon saw the owner of the hand and immediately patted her chest and said. Brother Tian, you scared me to death. The person behind Young Kiki is none other than Lin Tian. Lin Tian leaned close to Young Kiki's ear and blew into her ear. You have a lot to ask me, right? Young Kiki just felt weak all over, and coupled with what had just happened, she could hardly stand up straight. Lin Tian's hand slowly placed on Young Kiki's stockings again. Ha? You peed your pants? The strange touch made Lin Tian stunned for a moment, and he asked. Yang Kiki was immediately embarrassed and stamped her feet in anger. It's all because of you. Lin Tian smiled knowingly and exerted force on his hands. Sizzle. A sound was heard, causing Young Kiki to become petrified. She looked at Lin Tian behind her in disbelief, her voice as low as possible. Brother Tian, don't be like this. This is a residential area. However, Lin Tian slowly pushed her against the wall of the stairwell. Soon, the sound of a few old ladies chatting could be heard outside the community. Have you heard? Urga's second son found another one, and she's so handsome. Really? Let's go to his house tomorrow. His second son is really capable. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow the supermarket will sell cabbages for 10 cents a pound, and each person is limited to buying 5 pounds. We have to go together. The voice was very close to Young Kiki. Her heart was pounding. She clutched the wall with both hands, not daring to make a sound. Bite. The sound of the elevator door closing came over, and the old ladies went upstairs. Young Kiki breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Tian and said. Brother Tian, don't be like this, let's go to another place, okay? Lin Tian smiled, then slowly took a step back. Get in the car. Outside the community, Lin Tian got on his Bentley. Ask whatever you want. Lin Tian smiled calmly and spoke. Yang Kiki finally couldn't help it, and her eyes suddenly became moist. Brother Tian, what's going on between you and my sister? How could the two of you? Lin Tian explained. It's a long story. After that, Lin Tian drove the car while slowly telling the whole story of how he met Yang Weiwei. To be honest, Lin Tian didn't expect that Yang Weiwei's sister was actually Yang Kiki. There is also a connection between him and Yang Weiwei, and also between them and the Peach Blossom Talisman. Now Lin Tian is very suspicious whether this is the system's doing. After hearing what Lin Tian said, Yang Kiki was stunned. Although the security measures in this community are very poor, it shouldn't happen. It's so scary. If you weren't here, my sister would have. What you said is true. Yang Kiki pursed her lips and asked in a low voice. I don't have to lie to you. My arm is still wrapped in gauze. Lin Tian pulled up his sleeves. The white gauze suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki looked at the gauze with distress and said with gritted teeth. These little hooligans are going too far. How dare you do such a thing in broad daylight? At this point, Yang Kiki's voice suddenly stopped, and she seemed to remember something. Brother Tian, you just said that you went to my sister's house and she bandaged you? Lin Tian fastened his seatbelt. She didn't have that many bandaging tools in her bag, so she had to go home. Yang Kiki felt her heart in her throat and asked nervously. So, did anything happen to you? Lin Tian smiled at Yang Kiki but did not give a direct answer. How could Yang Kiki not know what Lin Tian meant? Isn't this what happened? This time, Yang Kiki was completely stunned. She stared at Lin Tian blankly, not knowing where to put her two little hands. However, Yang Kiki did not become as crazy and miserable as Lin Tian had expected. Instead, his face was calm, with a glimmer in his eyes. I can see that my sister loves you very much. She really has never treated other members of the opposite sex like this before. Lin Tian slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Before they knew it, they had arrived at a park. There are not many people walking around in this park on weekdays, especially now at night. It is even sparsely populated. Lin Tian looked at Yang Kiki quietly. Her reaction was beyond Lin Tian's expectations. At this moment, Yang Kiki suddenly raised her body and rushed towards Lin Tian. The warm lips pressed directly against Lin Tian's lips. Lin Tian was a little confused. Yang Kiki looked at Lin Tian with blurry eyes. Thank you, brother Tian. If it weren't for you, my sister's life would be ruined. What just happened made Yang Kiki still tremble all over. Looking at Lin Tian again, she could hardly suppress her inner restlessness. After saying that, Yang Kiki slowly pushed Lin Tian back. Fortunately, the space in the Bentley was large enough, and the two of them could just move to the back row by moving back. The sweet scent from the hair went straight into Lin Tian's nostrils. Lin Tian couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart, so he took the initiative and pressed Yang Kiki under him. Yang Kiki groaned. Slower. 1 hour later. The two men didn't know that there were 3 or 4 people standing in the distance outside the car. There were couples, and some were out for a night run. They happened to pass by and saw a Bentley parked next to the woods. It's swaying rhythmically. Oh my god, do rich people like to play like this? Wow, this is too wild, isn't it? But it's so exciting just thinking about it. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. They're driving a Bentley, we can't afford to offend them. By the way, how long have they been like this? I was here first. It's been over an hour, right? More than an hour? Is that so exaggerated? No way? Wait, why are you so bored that you've been watching this for an hour? Several people talked about it, but the car still didn't stop swinging. On the contrary, the magnitude is getting bigger and bigger. Soon, another hour passed. Oh my god, it's been 2 hours and it hasn't stopped yet? It's already the second day. It's good to be rich. They take good care of themselves. Forget it, forget it. I won't watch it anymore. You guys are so boring that you actually watched it for 2 hours. Why, aren't you too? The onlookers dispersed. Only a young couple was left. The girl looked at the still swaying car, swallowed her saliva, and her eyes were full of envy. She couldn't help but look at her boyfriend beside her. Can you do it? My boyfriend was stunned for a moment, shrank his head and said nothing. Who can do this? The girl gave him an unpleasant look. Look at others, and then look at yourself. Really? It's over in a few minutes every time. My boyfriend gritted his teeth. How can a real man say no? Let's try something exciting. After saying that, the two of them rolled to the grass nearby. Anyway, it's already the late night and there's no one here at all. After about 5 minutes, the two stood up. The girl's face turned red with anger, and she couldn't help but continue looking at Bentley. The car was still shaking. This really pissed the girl off. She stomped her feet and looked at her boyfriend fiercely. You are so useless. I haven't even gotten into the groove yet and you're already out of gas. After saying that, she turned and left without even looking back. My boyfriend got anxious, fastened his belt, and hurried after her. Wait a minute. Come to my house, I have little blue pills in my drawer. Chapter 92, The Small Hole on the Roof. Lin Tian had no idea what was happening outside. This went on for another half an hour. Seeing that young Kiki had slumped in her seat, gasping for breath, we ended the highway run. I have to say that the physical strength rewarded by the system is really good. I just drove on the highway with Lu Anren today, and my strength was almost recovered by the afternoon. And now, apart from a little soreness in my waist, I don't feel anything unusual. Yang Kiki, on the other hand, was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. After a while, after putting on his clothes, Lin Tian rolled down the car window, took out a cigarette and lit it. A breeze blew by, and Lin Tian exhaled a wisp of white mist, feeling so comfortable. At this moment, Yang Kiki hugged Lin Tian, her eyes full of charm. What's wrong? Do you still want to drive on the highway? Lin Tian smirked. Yang Kiki's face suddenly showed some fear. She stammered and wanted to say something, but still couldn't get the words out. She quickly raised her hand, took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. What a pity. Lin Tian said with some distress. These are all essences that can whiten and nourish the skin. Yang Kiki glanced at Lin Tian with a reproachful look. Brother Tian, since you are so distressed, how about giving you a taste too? Lin Tian shook his head, took another puff of his cigarette, and decisively refused. No, I don't need it. Yang Kiki picked up the mineral water beside her and rinsed her mouth. She looked at Lin Tian with resentment. Brother Tian, why aren't you tired at all? Lin Tian smiled and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand away. The sparkling fire drew a perfect arc in the air and landed on a trash can nearby. At this moment, Lin Tian glanced upwards inadvertently, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh my god, there seem to be 2 more small holes on the roof. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and after confirming again and again, he couldn't help but look at Young Kiki's feet. High heel. Lin Tian glanced at Young Kiki. You made the hole in the roof, didn't you? Young Kiki was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look in the direction Lin Tian was looking. This sight made Young Kiki dumbfounded. Her face suddenly turned red, and then she whispered. And, it's all because of you that you didn't let me take off my shoes, and… Seeing the body stockings turned into over-the-knee socks, Young Kiki's face turned even redder. I didn't say it was your fault. But it just so happens that this car has been driven for some time, and it's time to consider changing it. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Young Kiki slowly snuggled into Lin Tian's arms, her face full of happiness. Brother Tian. Tell me, who satisfies you more, me or my sister? Young Kiki said in a low voice, her big watery eyes staring straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was stunned at first. He didn't expect Young Kiki to suddenly ask such a question. He smiled and said. Each has its own characteristics. Lin Tian didn't lie. They do have their own characteristics. Although Yang Weiwei is old, she is too unfamiliar and shy when it comes to relationships. Young Kiki is usually carefree, and Lin Tian had given her a driver's license in advance, so she was very familiar with the steering wheel. Hate. Young Kiki immediately buried her head. Lin Tian opened the car window, took out another cigarette from the cigarette box and put it in his mouth. Snap. Press the lighter, light the cigarette, take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Brother Tian, please smoke less. It's bad for your health. Young Kiki snuggled in Lin Tian's arms like a well-behaved rabbit and reminded him softly. Lin Tian smiled and then looked at the two small holes on the roof of the car. You can see from this how fast the car was driving just now. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Next time I change my car, I'll get one with more space. This one is still too small. Otherwise, you will feel too uncomfortable in the future and won't be able to show your talents. Yang Kik's pupils trembled, and she said in shock. And later? Brother Tian, you are not kidding, right? While driving, her mind was naturally blank and she didn't think about anything. But the more I think about it now, the more worried I become. The car was shaking so violently just now that it made a creaking sound. And this is outside. What if someone passes by on the roadside? Just like we were just in the stairwell. What if those old ladies don't take the elevator and take the stairs? However, although she was worried, Yang Kiki felt an inexplicable surge of excitement in her heart. I have to say, it is really exciting. Lin Tian pinched Yang Kik's cheek and said with a wicked smile. Don't you think it's more comfortable to drive here than at home? Yang Kik's heart was filled with waves. It seems, it's true. After sending Yang Kiki home, Lin Tian drove all the way back to Tianqi. It was already the next day. Lin Tian's mind moved. System, draw a lottery. Ding! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Away 18 Styles. Away's 18 Styles, what the hell? Lin Tian looked at the system's subtitles and fell into deep thought. Soon, a strange knowledge was instantly added to Lin Tian's mind. Good job. Lin Tian never knew before that there were so many interesting driving postures. Not only did I gain this important knowledge, some subtle changes also occurred in Lin Tian's body. He was silent for a moment and sighed in his heart. It seems that I need to pay more attention next time. It was fine before, but if you don't pay attention now, something bad might happen. After a tiring day, Lin Tian just returned to the hotel and fell on the pillow. Jingle! Just then, Lin Tian's cell phone vibrated. Lin Tian sat on the bed, opened his phone and took a look at the WeChat message. It was a message from Yang Weiwei. Are you asleep? Lin Tian, not yet. Yang Weiwei, although we are busy, we should stay up late less often. Staying up late has an impact on our liver and brain. Come to my house some other day and I'll make you some food supplements. This time, my sister is not coming. Seeing this news, a smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. Yang Weiwei's words were very clear. She felt that Yang Kiki was away today, which caused Lin Tian to just come and have a meal and leave. This time, he specifically emphasized that Yang Kiki was not there, and the implication was self-evident. Lin Tian's fingers flew quickly as he edited the good news and sent it over. Okay, I'm looking forward to your cooking. After saying that, he put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. It's been a really tiring day today, I need to have a good sleep. At this time, at Yang Weiwei's home. She was half lying on the bed, leaning against a pillow behind her back, and her posture was surprisingly the same as Lin Tian's just now. Seeing Lin Tian's words, Yang Weiwei's heart started pounding. Craftsmanship is not just about cooking skills. It seems that I have to make some preparations after work tomorrow. A preparation just for the two of them. Chapter 93. Your car smells like her perfume. 2 days early in the morning. Downstairs of Hongtu building. A Bentley slowly parked in the parking space. Lin Tian got out of the Bentley and looked up at the Hongtu building. The reinforcement provided by the system is indeed quite effective. Not only was Lin Tian not tired, he was already full of energy after just a short sleep. Hello, Mr. Lin. Morning, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian would come to Hongtu whenever he had time to see how much money the Four Seasons Star City project had made. Therefore, the company's impression of Lin Tian gradually deepened. When the employees saw Lin Tian, they bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. Lin Tian nodded, walked slowly to the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. The profits of the Four Seasons Star City project are almost visible to the naked eye and are increasing every second. Lin Tian wanted to see whether the surprise it gave would be 200 times greater than the system's estimate. The elevator soon reached the top floor. Lin Tian strode out of the elevator and was about to walk towards the chairman's office. Just then, two beautiful women in professional attire came towards us. On the entire top floor, besides Lin Tian, there were only Ruan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan. Mr. Lin. When Ruan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan saw Queen Lin Tian, they nodded and greeted her. The two were about to walk towards the elevator, each holding a document in their hands. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the two of them, wondering. Are you guys going out? Ruan Ruman also stopped, raised the document in her hand, pointed at it and said. Yes, Mr. Lin, we are going to the land auction site. Lin Tian was immediately confused. What land is being auctioned? Gu Qiuhan seemed to see Lin Tian's confusion, took 2 steps forward, unfolded the document in his hand and handed it to Lin Tian. Boss Lin, do you still remember the piece of commercial land I told you about last time? As Gu Qiuhan spoke, he pointed at the words on the document. Gu Qiuhan is just a few centimeters shorter than Lin Tian. Because he was so close, Lin Tian could just see the gully under the low V-neck through the perspective of looking at the document. It's been so long, and it's still so majestic. Mr. Lin? Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Gu Qiuhan couldn't help but look up and saw that Lin Tian's eyes were staring at the document. A gentleman is like this. Didn't they say that Home2 couldn't participate in this auction with its size? What else are you going to do? Lin Tian raised his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. Gu Qiuhan continued. That's exactly what happened. But just 2 days ago, news came that the land had been bought by someone. You bought it? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment and lost interest in looking at the scenery. He said seriously. Didn't they say the auction would start today? Someone actually bought this land before the auction? Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the news. Gu Qiuhan closed the file and said solemnly. Yes, this incident caused a sensation in the entire real estate industry of Yundu. The person who bought the land will definitely be present at the auction today, so we want to go and take a look. Ruan Ruman also came over and said in a deep voice. If it was an ordinary auction, it would be fine, but this auction is above the rest. And this piece of land is a key piece of land planned by the higher authorities. How much power does the person who bought this piece of land have to be able to buy it before everyone else? Thinking of this, Ruan Ruman couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even the usually calm Gu Qiuhan's face was filled with shock. I really can't believe that there are people with this kind of power in Yundu. Could it be the Yuan Group, the #1 real estate company in Yundu? Ruan Ruman immediately shook her head and denied it. No, I heard that Yuan Group had originally planned to come up with enough funds to buy this piece of land. So it's definitely not them. If it's not Yuan Group, then who could it be? The two men frowned and thought hard. They really didn't know who else in the entire Yundu could possess this kind of energy. At this moment, the two of them turned their eyes to Lin Tian at the same time. Why are you looking at me? Lin Tian was slightly stunned, feeling the mixed gazes of the two beauties. Gu Qiuhan looked at Lin Tian seriously. Boss Lin, could it be you who bought this piece of land? Ruan Ruman on the side nodded slowly, agreeing with Gu Qiuhan's statement. This result was reached by the two people through eye contact. Lin Tian can be said to be the most mysterious person in their cognition, with the most immeasurable power behind him. Gu Qiuhan was fine, Ruan Ruman had seen it with her own eyes. It was at Jingtian Hotel at the beginning, and it turned out that hotel belonged to Lin Tian. Only a fool would believe that Lin Tianguang has money but no background. What's more, Lin Tian had a grudge with Yuan Hexing of the Yuan family because of Ruan Ruman. The candidate is none other than Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian likes to be looked at by beautiful women, no one can stand such a complicated look. He waved his hand and said, Not me. I'm not interested in the land. But if you want to go, I can go with you. The two of them reminded Lin Tian that the system had rewarded him with a piece of land called D yesterday. I just went to claim it and see what it is. That's great, Mr. Lin, let's take your car. Ruan Ruman strode to the elevator and pressed the switch. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You don't want me to be your driver, do you? The two beauties looked at each other and smiled, their bodies shaking with laughter. Ever since the incident in Four Seasons Star City, Gu Qiuhan's attitude towards Lin Tian has completely changed 180 degrees. Soon, the three of them went downstairs together and got into Lin Tian's Bentley. Although they said they wanted to take Lin Tian's car, Gu Qiuhan and Ruan Ruman didn't dare to let their boss drive for them. Ruan Ruman sat in the driver's seat and Gu Qiuhan sat in the passenger seat. Lin Tian sat in the back seat very naturally. As soon as she got in the car, Ruan Ruman sniffed her nose and asked Gu Qiuhan with a strange look on her face. Why is there a scent of perfume in Mr. Lin's car? It's Chanel. Ruan Ruman had just bought Chanel perfume, but she didn't expect to smell a similar scent in Lin Tian's car. If Lin Tian says it's his, no one will believe it. Chanel can be said to be exclusive to women, how could a man use it? As soon as she asked the question, Ruan Ruman immediately covered her mouth and couldn't help but look at Gu Qiuhan. After a moment of eye contact, she understood. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Ruan Ruman touched the steering wheel, her heart filled with excitement. This is a Bentley. Compared with her little Mercedes, it's simply not in the same league. It feels very comfortable to drive, which is a completely different experience from the previous Porsche 918. It's good to follow a rich boss like Lin Tian. You can now have the opportunity to drive cars that you could only look at normally. Boss Lin, your car, why is it broken? Chapter 94, Enemies Meet Again. Just as Ruan Ruman started the car, she suddenly heard a strange noise from the roof and couldn't help but look up. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but when you look, you will see two small round holes near the roof. Ruan Ruman felt a sigh in her heart. If the roof of a luxury car of this level is broken and needs to be replaced, the money would probably be enough to buy her two cars. Lin Tian said indifferently. It's okay. I accidentally bumped into it when I was moving things yesterday. I'll just go get it fixed. Ruan Ruman tactfully did not ask any more questions, but drove carefully. This car must not be bumped or damaged, otherwise she won't be able to afford the compensation. We were very careful along the way and finally arrived at our destination. Lin Tian looked at Ruan Ruman seriously. I'll drive next time. It was such a short distance, and it would only take a few minutes to step on the accelerator, but Ruan Ruman's crawling speed dragged it to 20 minutes. Although Lin Tian is not an impatient person, who can bear this? Ruan Ruman blushed and dared not speak. She also wanted to drive fast, but she really didn't dare. At the same time, at the auction site, all the tycoons from the entire Yundu real estate industry gathered here. Yundu is not a small city, and its real estate industry is extremely large and complex. Although the Yuan family is nominally number one in the real estate industry, if you look at it in detail, they are still not as good as some other groups in some areas. Yuan Jinshan sat upright, looking at the stage with the curtain closed with a serious expression. Yuan Hexing standing aside was different from Yuan Jinshan in calmness, with an impetuous look on his face. Dad, who on earth bought this piece of land? The one who bought the land in Yundu couldn't be a real estate group from somewhere else, right? At this moment, a middle-aged man with gray hair and well-dressed clothes strode over. Old Yuan? Long time no see. Hearing this, Yuan Jinshan slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Old Su, I didn't expect you to be here too. You were the first one to take action on the land this time, weren't you? Standing opposite Yuan Jinshan was Su Feng, chairman of Tianhe Real Estate Group. Tianhe Group is the most capable group in the entire Yunde to confront the Yuan family, and its strength is extremely strong. He is Yuan Jinshan's main suspect. Unexpectedly, before Yuan Jinshan even looked for him, he took the initiative to come to him. Su Feng's expression suddenly froze. Lao Yuan, please don't make fun of me. Can you grab the land approved by the higher-ups before everyone else? You think too highly of me, don't you? I was wondering if it was you. After all, your Yuan group has the largest market value in the entire Yundu. Why, not you? Yuan Jinshan narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Feng for a while. Looking at his appearance, he didn't seem to be pretending. Thinking of this, Yuan Jinshan shook his head. It definitely wasn't me. I had already prepared enough funds, but I didn't expect someone would get there first. Su Feng took a deep breath and said with a serious expression. When the game starts, he will definitely go up to get the documents so that we can see who it is. How come there is such a person in Yundu? As he spoke, he glanced at the various people in front of him. Everyone was whispering, and it seemed that they were discussing the land matter today. Then, Su Feng continued. Maybe it's hiding in here. Old Yuan, don't blame me for being nosy. Since it's not you or me this time, we should pay close attention to this person. If possible, let's work together to get him out of the Yundu real estate industry. Otherwise, neither your Yuan family nor my Tianhe position will be safe. Su Feng had a clear idea in his mind, although there were many frictions between Yuan and Tianhe. However, when facing an external enemy of this strength, we still have to unite against it. Yuan Jinshan forced a smile. Let's see. Su Feng was immediately unhappy and said in a deep voice. Old Yuan, are you afraid? I have inquired, and it seems that the person who bought this land is a young man. Although he was able to get it before the auction, the power behind it must be terrifying, but he shouldn't be from Yundu. Maybe he's from the capital. In that case, it's easy. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Once our two families cooperate, no matter if he is from Beijing or not, he has to behave himself. Su Feng is not bragging about this. If the size of Yuan and Tianhe is added together, it cannot be underestimated. However, Yuan Jinshan was a little surprised after hearing this. The person who bought the land was actually a young man? Yuan Hexing, who was standing by, watched the two people chatting. Knowing that he had no say in the conversation, he could only step back silently. He walked back and looked at the various real estate bosses around him. Try to find out if there is anyone secretly rejoicing, maybe you can find the person who bought the land. By then, Yuan Hexing won't care whether it is the capital or not. In Yundu, a dragon must coil up, and a tiger must lie down. This man must be made to suffer a loss first. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A young man walked in with two top beauties. Because it was too eye-catching, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Who is this young man? Why haven't I seen him before? You don't even know him? Hongtu's boss name is Lin Tian. Hongtu? Is it the Hongtu that invested 80% of the shares of Four Seasons Star City? Yes, that's right. He has such foresight at such a young age. This Lin Tian is not simple. A group of real estate bosses were whispering to each other and looking at Lin Tian with complicated eyes. Some envied Lin Tian for making hundreds of times the money with just one move. Some of them were disdainful of Lin Tian because of his age. They were mostly jealous and thought that Lin Tian was just a blind cat that had caught a dead mouse. Lin Tian didn't think much of it, but took Gu Chouhan and Ruan Ruman to find a seat and sit down. The purpose of his visit this time was just to take a look at the piece of land rewarded by the system. Yuan Hexing saw this scene clearly. He was very surprised at first. He never thought that Lin Tian was actually the boss of Hongtu. Immediately afterwards, a nameless fire suddenly rose in Yuan Hexing's chest. Especially when he saw Ruan Ruman still sitting next to Lin Tian, he became even more furious. And it's not just Ruan Ruman, Gu Chouhan on the other side of Lin Tian is also a top beauty. How could such a man have women on his left and right, and one of them was the woman he chose? This Lin Tian is actually the boss of Hongtu? Yuan Hexing gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. As the prince of the Yuan group, Yuan Hexing disdains to investigate a small group like Hongtu. Naturally, he didn't know that the boss of Hongtu was Lin Tian. Now it seems that enemies will always meet. Lin Tian did not notice Yuan Hexing's gaze. He glanced at the contract in his hand, turned to look at Gu Chouhan and said, "Director Gu, how much land is for sale in this auction?" Before Gu Chouhan could speak, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Can anyone come to this kind of event? Chapter 95. Don't even think about getting a piece of land. Hearing this disgusting sound, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Ruan Ruman, who was standing by, saw that it was Yuan Hexing and subconsciously moved closer to Lin Tian with a look of fear on her face. But he ignored it and continued to ask, "How many?" Gu Chouhan looked at the weird Yuan Hexing, his expression changed, but he still said, "There are 5 plots of land for sale this time. In addition to the one that has already been sold, there are still 4 plots left." Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. $5? Seeing that Lin Tian ignored him, Yuan Hexing became even more angry. He strode towards Lin Tian and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" When the surrounding real estate owners heard the noisy noise, they couldn't help but frown and try to ask Yuan Hexing to be quiet. But when they saw that it was Yuan Hexing who spoke, their faces suddenly changed. These bosses hurriedly moved away from their seats as if they had seen the god of plague. The boss of Hongtu knows the eldest son of the Yuan family? I don't know, but it looks like they have bad intentions. Could it be because of the Four Seasons Star City project? I just know that the young boss of Hongtu is going to be in trouble. Why would he pick on the god of plague when he could pick on anyone else? Several bosses strode aside, looked at Lin Tian and Yuan Hexing, and whispered to each other. On this side, after hearing Yuan Hexing's words, Lin Tian slowly raised his head and glanced at Yuan Hexing. Yuan Hexing sneered. Why? Can't you hear it too? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, with some disdain in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? When these words came out, Yuan Hexing almost fainted. The group of real estate bosses were suddenly dumbfounded, and the look they showed towards Lin Tian gradually became extremely subtle. What did he just say? How dare you speak to Yuan Hexing, the eldest son of the Yuan family, in this tone and even scold him? Yuan Hexing stared at Lin Tian, his whole body trembling. He knew that many people were watching him, and it would be too embarrassing to lose face like this. Lin Tian smiled coldly. What? You want to fight? Do you want me to remove your arm? Yuan Hexing was stunned and instinctively took a step back. He really didn't want to try Lin Tian's extraordinary strength again. He knew in his heart that if Lin Tian had wanted to, he could have just used a little more force to tear his arm off. This is no joke. Good, very good. Just wait for me. I guarantee you won't get a single piece of land at today's auction. After saying that, Yuan and Xing left one after another. Lin Tian scratched his ears and sneered. Are you waiting for me? Lin Tian didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. As for the harsh words that Yuan Hexing said, they had no killing power at all for Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian didn't come here for the land this time. But Lin Tian didn't know that after today, Hong Tuo's reputation would grow bigger and bigger. Contradicting Yuan Hexing to his face and making Yuan Hexing leave in humiliation? What exactly is Lin Tian's identity? After Yuan Hexing left, Gu Qiuhan frowned slightly and said, Boss Lin, do you know him? Lin Tian said nonchalantly. Yuan Hexing from the Yuan group, not only do I know him, but I'm very familiar with him. Gu Qiuhan looked at Lin Tian in surprise. She originally thought that Lin Tian didn't know who Yuan Hexing was, and given Lin Tian's personality, he would not say such a thing. But I didn't expect that Lin Tian actually knew him. Did he scold Yuan Hexing to his face even though he knew him? In the Yundu real estate industry, how dare you mess with the Yuan group? Even Tianhe doesn't dare to act so recklessly. But seeing Lin Tian like this, Gu Qiuhan really didn't know what to say, so he had to keep his words to himself. Ruan Ruman, who was standing by, lowered her head with mixed feelings. Boss Lin, you don't have to be like this. In Ruan Ruman's opinion, Lin Tian had provoked Yuan Hexing because of her. She thought Lin Tian came this time because he had taken a fancy to a piece of land. As a result, this time, because of her, nothing was gained. There must be a reason why Yuan Hexing dared to say such harsh words. The Yuan group is financially strong. Even if Hongtu takes over all the money from Four Seasons Star City, it will be like an egg hitting a stone when it comes to the Yuan group. Quiet, quiet. At this moment, the curtain on the stage slowly opened, and a man in a burgundy suit and a slicked back hair coughed lightly and spoke. The people who were originally talking in the venue suddenly fell silent and looked intently at the stage. The auction is about to start. The host then slowly walked to the front of the stage and smiled at the people in front of him. Today's auction is about to begin. This auction will still use the rule of bidding by raising a placard. The price will be set within 3 hammer blows, and once the price is set, no one can raise the price. This set of rules is very familiar to the businessmen below. But the necessary opening remarks are still necessary. The host glanced around and turned to look at the big screen behind him. The first piece of land is the land on the west side of Yundu Taihe Plaza. This piece of land is located near Taihe Square, which has the most passenger flow, and has extraordinary potential. The low price is 250 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million. As soon as he finished speaking, people raised their signs. The host stretched his neck and shouted with all his might. Yangda Group offers 260 million. Day Group offers 280 million. Wang Group offers 300 million. Is there anything higher than 300 million? The host glanced around. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile calmly and raised the sign. Hongtu Group, offer 500 million. The whole audience was in an uproar, and countless people turned to look in Lin Tian's direction. As expected, they just took over Four Seasons Star City. They are so confident that they actually raised the price by 200 million? TSK, this is just the behavior of a nouveau riche. What's so great about it? Stop talking, if I had money I'd be even crazier than him. The people around immediately started talking. Now, Ruan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan, who were sitting next to Lin Tian, could no longer sit still. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian, however, looked indifferent. Boss Lin, why are you holding up the sign? Ruan Ruman reminded quietly. Didn't you say that you came here just to see who bought the land? We want this piece of land, it's useless. Gu Qiuhan, who was standing by, also felt nervous. Although the terrain of this piece of land is good, it is a complete trap to compete with Taiha Plaza for customer traffic. This is 500 million. As the operations director, Gu Qiuhan was heartbroken. No hurry. Lin Tian, however, looked towards the stage with a smile. Is there anything higher than 500 million? The host was extremely excited. Who would have thought that this newly acquired piece of land was clearly a trap, and there was actually a sucker who was willing to pay 500 million for it? Wouldn't it be much easier later? At first he was worried whether the land would fail to sell, but now he feels relieved. Just then, he saw another sign raised not far away and exclaimed. Yuan Group offered 600 million. Chapter 96, like to bid? Then it's yours. The host's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the location of Yuan Group at the same time. At this time, Yuan Hexing was holding a sign with a look of contempt, glancing in Lin Tian's direction from time to time. You want this land? I want to give it to you. Yuan Jinshan on the side didn't seem to say anything. His purpose of coming here was not to fight for the land. Instead, I wanted to see who bought the last piece of land that was approved. As for Yuan Hexing, it doesn't matter what kind of land he wants to buy. A few 100 million is nothing to the Yuan Group. Is Yuan Hexing crazy? Ruan Ruman frowned. She saw Yuan Hexing's provocative look clearly. Lin Tian raised the sign calmly. Hongtu Group bid 800 million. The host's voice was about to break. It's a small matter that prices are pushed up. Someone actually openly challenges the Yuan Group? This is basically impossible to happen in the entire Yundu real estate industry. The whole place was boiling with excitement. Who is the boss of Hongtu? How dare he provoke Yuan Group? I remember that Hongtu was just a small group before, and it seems that the boss was changed recently. No wonder, he is just a young fool. He is asking for trouble by provoking Yuan Group in Yundu real estate industry. Everyone was talking about it, and from time to time someone looked in Lin Tian's direction. Lin Tian, however, looked indifferent and looked in the direction of Yuan Hexing intentionally or unintentionally. Yuan Hexing felt angry and raised the sign again. Yuan Group offers 1 billion. The host almost lost his voice. It seems that the Yuan Group is determined to win this time. I wonder if Hongtu Group will raise the price again. Hongtu Group bid 1.1 billion. The host felt like he was about to run out of oxygen. The target price for this piece of land was only 500 million at most, but now it has doubled. Although I don't know what Hongtu is trying to do. But this auction will make a lot of money. At this time, Gu Qiuhan beside Lin Tian could no longer sit still and reminded him in a low voice. Director Lin, that's enough. There is not that much money in the company's account. How could Gu Qiuhan not see what Lin Tian was doing? It's nothing more than enticing Yuan and Xing to spend money in vain. But she didn't expect that Yuan Hexing, this young and inexperienced man, would just go ahead and do it. Yuan Group offers 1.2 billion. Hongtu Group bid 1.3 billion. Yuan Group offers 1.5 billion. Hongtu Group bids 1.6 billion. Yuan Group offers 2 billion. After a tense and exciting bidding, Gu Qiuhan and Ruan Ruman were stunned just like all the real estate bosses around them. I'm really confused. How could this piece of land be worth so much money? 2 billion. The land behind is much better than this one, but it can't be sold for 2 billion. But how could anyone with a discerning eye fail to see that this was a contest between Hongtu and the Yuan family? 2 billion, is there anything higher? The host was very excited and looked towards Lin Tian from time to time. If Gu Qiuhan hadn't taken into consideration that Lin Tian was her boss, she would have wanted to quickly hold down his hand and stop him from raising the sign. However, she didn't know that even if it was 10 or 20 billion, Lin Tian could easily come up with it. But fortunately, Lin Tian did not hold up the sign this time. 2 billion at a time. 2 billion twice. 2 billion 3 times. Make a deal. Congratulations to Yuan Group for acquiring this piece of land for 2 billion. The host was very excited and excitedly invited Yuan Hexing to the stage to receive the contract documents. Although he still felt a little disappointed, he thought she would continue to scream like that. But 2 billion, equivalent to 4 times the maximum target, is enough. Yuan Hexing walked slowly to the stage, holding the documents, raised his head and looked at Lin Tian with contempt. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. What responded to him was not Lin Tian's annoyed expression. He was actually playing with his phone? Still taking pictures? Yuan Hexing's anger surged up and he wanted to punch Lin Tian right away. But he still held back. Not to mention that this is the wrong occasion, even if they really fought, he wouldn't be able to win. Wait, is this kid kidding me? Yuan Hexing finally reacted and was shocked. Looking at Lin Tian's expression, he doesn't seem to particularly need this piece of land. His face twitched twice and his eyes glanced at Yuan Jinshan's face. At this time, Yuan Jinshan's face had turned as black as coal. Yuan Hexing broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly had an urge to flee the scene. Grandma, are you trying to play dirty tricks on me? Yuan Hexing stared at Lin Tian, wishing he could eat him alive. Especially now that Ruan Rumen is so close to Lin Tian. 2 billion to buy such a piece of land? Tell me what you think. After returning to his seat, Yuan Jinshan lit a cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke and asked. Yuan Hexing trembled all over. The old man's voice was calm, but full of authority. He knew in his heart that if he didn't give a legitimate reason, he might die without knowing how he died. Dad, I'm determined to get this piece of land. 2 billion is definitely worth it. Yuan Hexing didn't know where he got the courage from, so he turned around and explained. Although this place is close to Taiha Plaza, I have some connections with the senior management of Taiha Plaza. As long as we discuss it well and build a good project, we can definitely make back the 2 billion easily. Yuan Jinshan glanced at Yuan Hexing and flicked off the ash with his hand. Oh. This made Yuan Hexing feel relieved. How could he know any of the top executives at Taiha Plaza? But as long as he could fool them, it shouldn't be a big deal. Now he was regretting it so much. If Lin Tian hadn't deliberately provoked him, how could he have had the urge to spend 2 billion to buy such a shabby piece of land? At this time, the second piece of land had been moved on the stage. The host said excitedly. I didn't expect that the first piece of land would be such a great success. The next piece of land is located in the city center, with a prime location. The selling price is only 300 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 20 million. After hearing the host announce the selling price, everyone was stunned. Although the location of this land is good, the starting price shouldn't be 300 million, right? The price increase also increased from a minimum of 10 million to a minimum of 20 million. You have to know that the current Yundu urban area is all old urban area, and the urban area is about to move to other places. What potential does this piece of land have? This is obviously because the Yuan Group just bought a piece of land for 2 billion and is raising the price. But this was the organizer's intention, and everyone was angry but dared not speak out. Many people couldn't help but glance in Yuan Hexing's direction with unfriendly eyes. If Yuan Hexing hadn't argued so hard, how could the price have gone up so fast? Chapter 97. Do you know who he is? Soon, the remaining 3 plots of land were all sold. This time Lin Tian didn't bid again, and didn't even say a word. This made Yuan Hexing even more angry and he gritted his teeth. After all this time, Lin Tian still wasn't interested in any of these pieces of land. To put it bluntly, Yuan Hexing lost 2 billion yuan in vain. Just then, a staff member strode onto the stage and whispered something in the host's ear. The host was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly laughed. Please wait a moment. Due to some technical issues, the auction will be delayed for 5 minutes. I'm so sorry. Everyone in the audience frowned immediately, but the host said nothing and hurried off the stage. Backstage. The host unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and drank it in one gulp. Next to him stood a woman in lavender clothes. The guy who took the B48 lot didn't show up? The woman picked up the contract, glanced at it, and asked softly. The host said respectfully. Sister Sue, not yet. It seems that the buyer doesn't want others to know. After the meeting, call this number and ask him to sign the contract. The woman chuckled, put the contract on the table, and left quietly. The host threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can and nodded. Yes. Meanwhile, off the stage. At this moment, the real estate bosses in the audience were immediately in an uproar. Isn't this 5th piece of land the one approved by the higher authorities? Nonsense, of course. You should have received the news, right? Someone has bought this piece of land in advance. How could I not have heard of it? But judging by the situation today, the person who bought the land probably won't come to claim it, right? After all, people with this kind of power may not be willing to show up in public, so our trip here is in vain. Listening to these people's discussions, Yuan Jinshan's face became increasingly ugly. The reason he came this time was to see who took the land. Now, that person didn't show up at all, so it was really a wasted trip. Because of Yuan Hexing's momentary impulse, 2 billion was wasted to buy a piece of land that was not worth anything at all. Just when Yuan Jinshan was about to glance at Yuan Hexing, he suddenly discovered that Yuan Hexing was gone. At this time, Yuan Hexing strode in front of Lin Tian. I told you that if I don't let you take a piece of land today, you won't be able to take any. Today's matter is not over yet. As long as you are still in Yundu, I have various ways to deal with you. Yuan Hexing's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lin Tian. He had never looked at anyone like this before, and Lin Tian was the first one. After all, in his eyes, Lin Tian had always been snatching things that belonged to him. Lin Tian glanced at Yuan Hexing. Isn't this the prodigal who bought a piece of wasteland for 2 billion? Lin Tian emphasized the word prodigal son. This sentence almost made Yuan Hexing angry to death. He was sure that Lin Tian was playing with him. But it doesn't matter. After spending 2 billion, it was worth it that Lin Tian returned empty-handed this time. By the way, who said I can't take any piece of land this time? As Lin Tian spoke, he stood up, straightened his collar, and strode towards the stage. This scene made Yuan Hexing dumbfounded. What is he doing? The host had returned to the stage at this time, coughed twice and said, "Today's auction ends here. Everyone, I'm so sorry." Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian's voice came from the audience. I still have a piece of land that I haven't claimed yet. Can you help me find the contract? Hearing this, the host was stunned and turned his gaze to Lin Tian. Isn't this the boss of Hontu who just bid with Yuan Hexing? He said there was a piece of land? These words immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Have a piece of land that you haven't claimed yet? But today, only 5 plots of land are being auctioned. Could it be that Lin Tian bought the 5th piece of land? This news exploded in everyone's mind like a bombshell. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. The person who took the land distributed by higher authorities before the sale started was Lin Tian? It's impossible? How could Hontu be so big? Yuan Hexing also strode over at this time and sneered. What? Are you showing off here? Do you know how high the gold content of the 5th plot of land is? That's B48. What makes you think that this piece of land belongs to you? Yuan Hexing wanted to laugh at this moment. In his eyes, Lin Tian was a typical pretender. After all, only 5 plots of land were sold at this auction, and 4 had already been sold. He probably didn't know that the land had been sold long ago, and he came here just to show off. But plot B48 had already been bought. Yuan Hexing almost laughed out loud as he was about to see Lin Tian make a fool of himself in front of so many people. On the other hand, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. B48 plot. Sure enough, it was this piece of land. Just after all 4 plots were sold, Lin Tian began to wonder if the system's reward would be the plot of land that had attracted the attention of the entire Yundu real estate industry. Now it seems that it is true. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Although the host was also puzzled, he did not dare to neglect it and asked softly. Excuse me, what is your full name? Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled calmly. Lin Tian. The host took out the sealed contract in his hand and slowly opened it. He received a message before getting the contract that it must not be opened until someone claimed it. But now, no matter whether Lin Tian is real or fake, we can open it and take a look. However, when he saw the name signed on the contract, he froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Mr. Lin, please come in. The host's pupils shrank instantly, and he quickly stepped off the stage, saying respectfully. This scene made Yuan Hexing stunned. Are you welcome? What's the meaning? What do you mean? Don't tell me that B48 was bought by a little jerk like him? Yuan Hexing sneered and grabbed the host's sleeve. The host frowned and used force to break free from Yuan Hexing's hand. I'm warning you, this is an auction. Please be respectful to Mr. Lin and me. Yuan Hexing was stunned. Do you know who I am? The host sneered. Then do you know who Mr. Lin is? As he spoke, the host took Lin Tian to the stage and respectfully handed the contract to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, congratulations on winning the B48 plot. Here is the contract, please sign it here. We will also send the subsequent cooperation agreement to your company as soon as possible. Chapter 98 The Richest Man in Yundu. The host on the stage was speaking while cold sweat was breaking out on his back. He didn't even dare to look up at Lin Tian. It's incredible. He never expected that the one who got the B48 plot in advance would be a young man. It turned out to be Hongtu's new boss. He knew all too well what this meant. The B48 plot of land was specially approved for auction from above, and the procedure was as strict as possible. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for it to be bought by someone in advance. But it still happened. How powerful is the energy behind this person who did all this? Below the stage, Yuan Hexing stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, his hands hanging in the air, and he even forgot to breathe. The one who bought the D48 plot was Lin Tian? The whole place was dead silent. Shocked, only shocked. I was wondering how the new boss of Hongtu would dare to mess with Yuan Hexing. Turns out he has a bigger background. It's more than just bigger. For someone who can buy the B48 plot in advance, wouldn't it be easy for him to take over the Yuan group? Oh my god. Yuan Hexing heard all these words. He gritted his teeth and roared heartbreakingly. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You are so careless? Why don't you check it carefully? What if there's someone with the same name? How could this jerk possibly? Bang! Before Yuan Hexing could finish his words, he was suddenly slapped hard in the face. This slap knocked him unconscious. He stood up and was about to explode, but he only saw a man with a cigar in his mouth and a livid face. Dad! Yuan Hexing was stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Go home. Yuan Jinshan said in a cold voice. You didn't make a fool of yourself enough today? As he spoke, he took the cigar off his mouth, his expression eased a lot, and he said to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry for any offense my family and Xing have caused you before. After saying that, Yuan Jinshan pressed Yuan Hexing's head. Today, in front of everyone, I will apologize to Master Lin. Yuan Hexing's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared heartbreakingly. I don't. Why should I? Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard in the face again. 2 five-finger mountains were added directly to his delicate face. No one at the scene dared to breathe. Apologize to Master Lin. Yuan Jinshan's words were still cold. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yuan Hexing was completely stunned. He didn't dare to disobey Yuan Jinshan's words, and these words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Yuan Jinshan said in a respectful tone. No need, go back and educate your son properly. I hope there won't be a next time. If you have the opportunity to show off, why not do it? After hearing this, Yuan Jinshan felt relieved and continued. Thank you for your teaching, Master Lin. It's my fault for not educating my son well. I will come to your house to apologize someday. After saying that, Yuan Jinshan dragged Yuan Hexing away. This scene was clearly seen by Gu Qiuhan and Ruan Rumen in the audience. Their mouths were slightly open, completely speechless. Boss Lin, he's the one who bought lot B48? Gu Qiuhan said in a daze, his tone full of doubt. But Ruan Rumen did not answer. Her eyes were all on Yuan Hexing who were being dragged out like dead dogs, and she felt like everything was a dream. She didn't know how many times she had dreamed of this scene. But today it finally came true. Lin Tian did it without saying a word. The contract has been signed, so that's it. After Lin Tian wrote the big characters on the contract in a flamboyant manner, he smiled. The host nodded hurriedly. Well. Then, this auction ends here. I hope you will continue to support us next time. Upon seeing this, everyone in the audience stood up and left in a hurry. They lowered their heads and said nothing, fearing that they might offend the great god Lin Tian. The Yuan group that just got into trouble is a living example. Many people wonder if the Yuan group will no longer be seen at the next auction. The two words Hongtu were also deeply engraved in their minds. They are all in the real estate business, and they know exactly which companies are having frictions. Although Hongtu is also well known in Yundu, it is at most a second-rate real estate group. Many high-ranking real estate groups have more or less suppressed Hongtu in certain projects. Now they go back, and their purpose is simple. Block all situations that are unfavorable to Hongtu and stay away from them. Who dares to mess with such a great god? Boss Lin, you. Gu Chiohan was dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Tian, who was walking back. What? Aren't you usually quite capable? Do you also stutter sometimes? Lin Tian took out a cigarette box, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with a smile. Gu Chiohan took a deep breath. Now I understand why you, Mr. Lin, were determined to invest in Four Seasons Star City. Is it true that Four Seasons Star City is going to change the Key School District housing? You already knew about it. Lin Tian slowly exhaled smoke and did not answer. In Gu Chiohan's eyes, this was consent. In the past, Gu Chiohan thought that Lin Tian was just a second-generation rich kid. Now she finally understood that Lin Tian had come to Yundu just to perform a dimensionality reduction attack. Let's go, we're done, let's go back to the company. Lin Tian threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out gently, and smiled. Please wait a moment. Just then, a somewhat vicissitudes of life voice came over. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He had gray hair, but he was wearing a clean suit and looked energetic. What attracted Lin Tian was the woman beside him. A woman in lavender clothes. Rather than saying it is clothes, it is more accurate to say that it is the colorful clothes that ancient people liked to wear. The figure is faintly visible in this translucent dress, which is really eye-catching. It's like an immortal walking out of a fairyland, with a sense of otherworldliness. Lin Tian, Master Lin, hello. The old man smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Who are you? Although Lin Tian didn't know who this old man was, he could clearly feel the vague aura emanating from him. I couldn't help but reach out my hand to shake his hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Xiuwen. This is my granddaughter, Su Jiruo. The old man smiled calmly and introduced. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Su Xiuwen? Who? But the one beside him. You are the chairman of Changhang Real Estate Group and the richest man in Yundu, Su Xiuwen? Su Xiuwen smiled slightly and waved his hand. I'm no longer the chairman. But he should still be the richest man in Yundu, right now. Chapter 99, Deal more with Hongtu in the future. The richest man in Yundu? Hearing this name, Lin Tian was puzzled. Is there anyone who dares to call himself that? Although this old man has an aura, is he richer than me? At first I was wondering who chose to invest in Four Seasons Star City so early. I didn't expect that he was so young. Su Xiuwen gently stroked the jade ring on his right hand with his left hand and smiled slightly. Lin Tian raised his eyes, looked at Su Xiuwen's face and smiled calmly. Mr. Su, do you mean that I stole your business? Su Xiuwen immediately waved his hand and said with a smile. The project of Four Seasons Star City is really good. But if you're slow and someone gets there first, you have to admit it. Why take it to heart? Lin Tian took out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. From time to time, he looked at Su Xiuwen in front of him. The feeling that Mr. Su gave to Lin Tian was that he had too much aura. During this period of time, Lin Tian has met many people of noble status, wealth, and power. But no one can compare with Mr. Su in front of him. Lin Tian felt fine, but Ruan Ruman and Gu Chiohan on the side dared not even breathe. Can you tell me how you took over the B-48 plot? Suddenly, Su Xiuwen put down his hand that was stroking the ring and asked softly. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Su won't like what I do. Lin Tian really couldn't explain it. How do you say it? It was given to me when I signed in when I woke up? People have to believe it too. Hearing this, Su Xiuwen burst into laughter. Mr. Lin looks young, but he speaks in a very humorous way. As long as the goal is achieved and it is not illegal, the means are not important. I just didn't expect that Yundu could have a young talent like Mr. Lin. Su Xiuwen has already become a highly skilled person, so how could he not hear that Lin Tian was unwilling to speak? He stretched out his hand, took out a business card and handed it to Lin Tian, saying with a smile. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, would you be willing to be friends with an old man like me? Since you are going into real estate, maybe some of my words can help you. This scene made Gu Chiohan dumbfounded. Who is the other party? The king of Yundu real estate investments, Su Xiuwen. Only others can curry favor with Su Xiuwen. Who has ever seen Su Xiuwen take the initiative to extend an olive branch to others? Gu Qiuhan found that she was finding it increasingly difficult to understand her new boss. It's my honor. Lin Tian naturally took the business card and put it in his pocket. Lin Tian had a good impression of this old man. Besides, the other party had no ill intentions, so Lin Tian naturally had no reason to refuse. After taking it, Lin Tian glanced at Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman immediately understood and hurriedly took out a business card of Lin Tian from her pocket and handed it to Su Xiuwen with both hands. Su Xiuwen stretched out his hand to take it and said with a smile, "Boss Lin, then we can be considered to have met today. I hope Chenghong and Hongtu can have areas of cooperation in the future." Lin Tian smiled politely and watched Su Xiuwen leave. Before leaving, Su Zhirua couldn't help but turn her head and look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was stunned by this sight. But it was only a moment, and the two people disappeared from their sight. Oh my god. Su Xiuwen, I actually met Su Xiuwen. It was unknown how long it had been before Ruan Ruman put her hand on her chest and muttered to herself in shock. Although Gu Qiuhan didn't act so exaggerated, her shock could be seen from her expression. Who is this Su Xiuwen? At this moment, Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion. These words almost made the two of them drop their jaws to the ground. Gu Qiuhan took a deep breath. Boss Lin, you don't know Su Xiuwen? The most famous real estate tycoon in the current real estate industry, Su Xiuwen. Lin Tian shook his head. It can be seen that he has a strong aura, but Lin Tian really doesn't know him. After all, Hongtu was a system reward, and Lin Tianke was too lazy to get to know any real estate tycoons. Seeing this, Gu Qiuhan pursed his lips and explained. The richest man in Yundu, the real estate tycoon. This title is not something that ordinary people can bear. But Su Xiuwen can do it. There's a saying that goes, there can be many billionaires in the cloud industry, but there's only one Su Xiuwen. As they talked, the three of them walked towards the parking lot. Gu Qiuhan paused, opened the car door and continued. Su Xiuwen is a legendary figure in the real estate industry of Yundu. Either don't make a move, or once you make a move it will shock the entire Yundu, or even the entire province. It is also because of Su Xiuwen's precise and unique vision that Chenghong Real Estate Group has taken the top position in Yundu's real estate industry. But Chenghong Real Estate Group never makes big moves. So the number one in the real estate industry is Yuan Group. But everyone in the Yundu real estate industry knows that the Yuan Group cannot compare with the Chenghong Real Estate Group. Hearing Gu Qiuhan say this, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but pick up the business card in his hand. Looking at the three large gold-plated characters Su Xiuwen on it, he fell into deep thought. Before I knew it, I got to know such a person? At the same time, a black governor-class Lincoln car. Is Hongtu's information ready? Su Xiuwen sat in the car and smiled calmly at Su Zhirua. I'm ready, Grandpa. As Su Zhirua spoke, she handed the document to Su Xiuwen. Hongtu has been established for more than 20 years, but it has stopped at a bottleneck. As soon as Lin Tian took over, he invested all of his money in Four Seasons Star City, which directly increased Hongtu's market value by more than 100 times. Su Xiuwen looked at the document in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it is true that heroes emerge from youth. Only a young talent like this can be worthy of our Zhirua. When Su Zhirua heard this, her face immediately blushed. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? The fact that they were able to easily take over the B-48 plot shows that their background is much more powerful than we imagined. With this background, maybe I'm not worthy of him. Although she denied it, Su Zhirua was still a little excited inside. When Su Zhirua saw Lin Tian for the first time, she felt inexplicably moved. No man before had ever made her feel this way. So before she left, she couldn't help but look back again. Just because of her background, Su Zhirua attaches great importance to being well matched. If it is the same as expected, Lin Tian is really from Beijing. Then she is indeed not worthy of him. Su Xiuwen saw through his granddaughter's little tricks and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. Go back and tell your dad to be prepared. It seems that I will have to deal more with Hongtu in the future. Chapter 100, The Tempting Thousand-Year-Old Iceberg. Hongtu Real Estate Group. In the chairman's office. Lin Tian sat in the boss chair, Ruan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan stood in front of him. Director Shin, this B plot of land is now handed over to you. Lin Tian threw the documents in his hand on the table and spoke calmly. Gu Qiuhan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take a step forward. Boss Lin, this. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. It's not that Gu Qiuhan is underestimating himself or thinking that he is incapable. But the importance of this piece of land far exceeded her imagination. From the very beginning, Gu Qiuhan had no intention of competing for this piece of land. God knows Lin Tian actually took it back without saying a word. At this time, Ruan Ruman handed over a cup of coffee and Lin Tian took it. After blowing the hot air gently, he took a sip and said, I've said before that I won't interfere with the operations of the company. This piece of land is given to you. You are free to use it as you wish. Although Lin Tian got this piece of land, to be honest, he didn't even know its importance. Not to mention how to use it. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust. Gu Qiuhan couldn't believe even in her dreams that one day she would have a plot of land of this level in her hands. Go get busy. Lin Tian placed the coffee cup on the table and waved his hand. Gu Qiuhan nodded, turned, and left. Seeing this, Ruan Ruman nodded slightly and followed Gu Qiuhan away. Ding dong. Just then, Lin Tian received a message from his cell phone. It was sent by Yang Weiwei. Do you have plans for tonight? I made something delicious. There are also pictures of several dishes. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, his appetite aroused. After a busy day, it was almost dark and Lin Tian just remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. Good. After replying the message, Lin Tian strode out of the chairman's office. Just as Lin Tian walked out of the office building and was about to drive, suddenly, two familiar figures were seen not far away. Yuan Jinshan and Yuan Hexing. Two people, one old and one young, were standing in front of a Rolls-Royce and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Mr. Lin. After seeing Lin Tian coming out, Yuan Jinshan immediately strode forward and looked at Lin Tian with an apologetic look. Yuan Hexing lowered his head and stood behind Yuan Jinshan without saying a word. Come over. Yuan Jinshan shouted coldly, and Yuan Hexing came over reluctantly. What are you guys doing? Lin Tian frowned. Could it be that this old man and young man have come here specifically to get back their revenge? After all, the Yuan group made such a big joke at the auction. Yuan Jinshan's expression changed, and he slowly said, Boss Lin, I said before that I would come to visit you in person to apologize to you. What happened today was indeed wrong on our part. I hope you can forgive me. This is a small gift I prepared. I hope Mr. Lin will accept it. As he spoke, Yuan Jinshan took out a stack of contracts and handed them to Lin Tian. Isn't this the contract for the previous piece of land? Lin Tian glanced at the contract and was shocked. This piece of land is the land that Yuan Group just purchased at the auction. But it wasn't the first piece, but the fourth piece. Lin Tian still remembers that the competition was fierce at that time, but when Yuan Jinshan finally bid 1 billion, no one dared to bid again. I know you may not think highly of me, Mr. Lin, but this is a token of our appreciation from the Yuan Group. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Yuan Jinshan smiled slightly, with a hint of respect on his face. To be honest, it looks a bit creepy. Lin Tian glanced at the contract and took it naturally. There is no reason not to pick up a bargain that is delivered to your door. The plots of land sold at the auctions held there are not something you can buy just by having money. Although it cannot compare to the B48 plot, the location of this plot of land is also good. He Xing, kneel down. Just when Lin Tian was about to leave, suddenly, Yuan Jinshan shouted loudly, shocking Lin Tian. Yuan Hexing bit his lips tightly with his teeth, looking reluctant, but still knelt down in front of Lin Tian. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me. I will never bother Ruan Ruman again. He almost said this with gritted teeth. From childhood to adulthood, how could Yuan Hexing have never suffered such humiliation? Not only did he have his things stolen, but he also had to kneel down and apologize to the person. But he also knew in his heart that Lin Tian was someone he could never afford to offend. How terrifying would the power behind the person who could seize the B48 plot before anyone else in Yunde be? I'm afraid that crushing the Yuan Group would be like a piece of cake for him. He likes Ruan Ruman, but family business is more important. Oh. Master Yuan, I will accept this gift. As for Yuan and Xing, take care of yourself. Lin Tian shrugged and turned away without saying a word. Yuan Hexing dug his hands into the floor, his eyes bloodshot. This humiliation will be something he will never forget for the rest of his life. Get up. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you dare to provoke this kind of person again next time. I won't wipe your ass anymore. Yuan Jinshan said in a cold tone. That's because I don't want to argue with you. Do you know that you almost destroyed the entire group because of a woman? Yuan Hexing's teeth were almost broken. He slowly stood up and followed Yuan Jinshan into the car without saying a word. You don't have to worry about the family affairs anymore. Wait for your brother He Guang to come back and let him take over everything. You can watch and learn more from the sidelines. Yuan Jinshan's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Yuan Hexing felt like the sky was falling. He sat in the car with empty eyes, staring at the roof. It's over, it's all over. At this time, Lin Tian had already driven his Bentley all the way to Yang Weiwei's building. As for the contract given by Yuan Jinshan, Lin Tian threw it on the passenger seat. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Tian went upstairs and knocked gently on Yang Weiwei's door. In a few seconds, the door opened. The scene that came into view made Lin Tian's heart move. Yang Weiwei didn't wear thick clothes today, but a gauze suspender dress. The lavender headlight cover is faintly visible. The slender and graceful waist revealed her small belly button, fully displayed in Lin Tian's field of vision. It was at this time that Lin Tiankai discovered that Yang Weiwei's figure was so explosive. Why are you dressed so seductively today? Lin Tian smiled indifferently, closed the door, and smiled while changing his slippers. Yang Weiwei's face flushed, and she whispered. Kiki told me, this kind of clothes can have a different effect if worn at home in front of your boyfriend. Does it look good? The weak voice didn't sound like something that an icy face should make. But it made Lin Tian feel weak all over. When an iceberg that has been there for thousands of years learns to seduce people, who can resist it? Chapter 101. Smoking is indeed harmful to health. Are you sure you're here to invite me to dinner? Lin Tian slowly put his hands around Yang Weiwei's waist, and the smooth touch filled his whole body. Well, first, eat first. Although Yang Weiwei had been issued a driving license by Lin Tian. But I still have no immunity to this kind of thing, and my body unconsciously becomes a little weak. She stood up straight and said softly. You eat first, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, she escaped from Lin Tian's arms and ran towards the bathroom. Looking at the shy Yang Weiwei, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly and sat down at the table. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he couldn't help but mutter. What on earth did Yang Kiki teach her? Although Yang Kiki and Yang Weiwei are sisters, their personalities are very different. If it had been Yang Kiki just now, the two of them would have already been on the highway by now. But Lin Tian was indeed a little hungry now, so he picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Tian swallowed the food in his mouth and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. A soft girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan? Lin Tian then remembered that this was the schoolgirl who had asked him for her WeChat at Yundu University. Thinking of this, Lin Tian smiled calmly and asked softly. What's up? Gu Xiaowan was sitting at the head of the bed on the other end of the phone, with her legs tightly together. His whole body revealed the word tension. At first, Gu Xiaowan thought that Lin Tian was just her senior, but she never expected that his status was so high. This made Gu Xiaowan, who was already a bit introverted, even more nervous. The girl with glasses beside her suddenly became anxious and mouthed to Gu Xiaowan. Speak. Gu Xiaowan took a deep breath and said softly. Well, tomorrow is the weekend, there are no classes in school. Are you free? I want to go shopping with you. After saying that, Gu Xiaowan clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, waiting for Lin Tian's answer. She was extremely scared, fearing that Lin Tian would directly reject her. Good. Lin Tian picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, responding with a smile. Really? Gu Xiaowan immediately stretched out her legs, unable to hide her inner excitement. Then let's meet at Taihe Square at 12 noon tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiaowan excitedly lay down on the bed and buried her head in the pillow. His legs were swinging constantly and his face was getting red and hot. This was the first time that Gu Xiaowan invited a person of the opposite sex to go shopping. The girl with glasses on the side said unhappily. Look at your lack of ability. I'm afraid you'll have to count the money for others after you sell it. The long-haired girl happened to pass by with a basin in her hand. She wiped her wet hair and said, "She really wants to be sold." Only Shin Shoyue, who was sitting opposite Gu Xiaowan, said nothing, with a complicated look in her eyes. At this time, Lin Tian was here. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped abruptly. Then, Yang Weiwei's voice came from the bedroom. "Have you finished eating? Would you like more food?" Hearing this, Lin Tian slowly placed his chopsticks on the bowl and strode towards the bedroom. When he opened the bedroom door, the scene in front of him shocked Lin Tian again. Yang Weiwei changed into a tool suspender, but this time, there was no lavender headlight cover. The small headlights were shining brightly in front of Lin Tian, forming a proud arc. The most fatal thing is that Yang Weiwei had a black and white lace leg ring on her fair legs. "Did your sister teach you this?" Lin Tian closed the bedroom door and asked softly. Yang Weiwei nodded shyly. These clothes were all bought for her by Yang Kiki. How could Yang Weiwei, who had never had a serious relationship and only stood in front of the operating table facing patients all day, understand all this? In this regard, she is a pure novice. Looks like we need to add more food today. Lin Tian gave a wicked smile and walked towards the dazzling car headlights. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? Yang Weiwei hooked her hands around Lin Tian's neck and asked curiously. Just now in the bathroom, she happened to hear Lin Tian talking on the phone. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Nothing, just a sister." As he spoke, Lin Tian had already passed the highway checkpoint and stepped on the accelerator to speed up. Yang Weiwei didn't think much about it and slowly closed her eyes. 3 hours later. This earth-shaking war finally came to an end. Only then did Lin Tian realize how powerful the 18 styles of a way, which was rewarded by the system, were. Not only are there new ways to get on the highway, but the highway range has also been greatly enhanced. It can be seen just by looking at Yang Weiwei, who is lying in Lin Tian's arms and almost has no strength to breathe. How exciting this battle was. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Xiao Tian, why are you completely different from before? Yang Weiwei said with some anger. Yang Weiwei is 1 year older than Lin Tian, so naturally she calls Lin Tian Xiao Tian. But Lin Tian didn't care, it sounded better than hero anyway. Lin Tian smiled slightly, twisted Yang Weiwei's earlobes with both hands, and said with a smile. Before, we issued you a driving license, so we must treat you as a student. You are considered an experienced driver this time. How can you be the same as when you were a novice? Yang Weiwei's earlobes suddenly felt hot, and she buried her head in Lin Tian's arms. Annoying. Lin Tian picked up the cigarette box on the bedside table, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. You have to have one right after you finish your meal. Yang Weiwei scolded. Smoke less. This stuff is really bad for your health. Would you like me to tell you about the lungs of those lung cancer patients I met? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched out his hand to put out the cigarette, and said with a wicked smile. I want to know more, where are the lungs? Yang Weiwei was stunned at first, then she understood what Lin Tian meant. Her face flushed immediately. I'm telling you something serious. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian launched a surprise attack. Is it here? Yang Weiwei blushed and tried her best to hide backwards, but there was no way she could escape Lin Tian's big hand. They seemed to be laughing and joking, and the two of them were enjoying themselves. After finishing the additional midnight snack, it was already late at night. Yang Weiwei was completely unable to move and lay drowsy on the pillow. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw Yang Weiwei's expression. It seems that smoking is really harmful to health. I have to smoke less in the future. Yang Weiwei rolled her eyes at Lin Tian in anger. Then why do you smoke? It's harmful to my health. Yang Weiwei studied medicine, so she had no idea what kind of iron body Lin Tian had. She was almost falling apart, but Lin Tian seemed to be fine. Looking at the angry Yang Weiwei, Lin Tian couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. Sleep. Chapter 102 The Little White Rabbit Who Didn't Eat the Big Bad Wolf. 2 days. Ding ling 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 ling. A loud alarm suddenly woke Lin Tian up. Without opening his eyes, Lin Tian reached out and slapped the electronic watch on the bedside table. He slowly opened his eyes. It's already 10:30. Just like last time, there was a sticky note under the electronic watch. On the sticky note, Yang Weiwei's elegant handwriting was still written. Remember to eat breakfast. Just heat up the food. Love you. Lin Tian looked at the sticky note and couldn't help but admire Yang Weiwei. To be honest, the speed of the car last night even exceeded Lin Tian's imagination. Judging from Yang Weiwei's condition, it's good enough that she can stand upright. As a result, I still arrived at work on time the next day and even prepared breakfast. The willpower that comes from one's profession is truly terrifying. Lin Tian strode to the dining table and put the prepared breakfast into the microwave. While waiting for the heating, Lin Tian had a thought. System, draw a lottery. Ding, the lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. As soon as the system subtitles appeared, Lin Tian felt his hand sink. The key to a Rolls-Royce suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Cullinan? Looking down through the window, I saw a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked next to the Bentley. A young couple happened to pass by, and when they saw the two cars, they sighed. Oh my god, there are people driving such luxury cars in this old residential area? Forget about the Bentley, how many Rolls-Royces can there be in the entire Yun? When can you afford this car? Although it is not as good as the 918, this reward comes at the right time. Lin Tian's Bentley also needed to be repaired. Although the two small holes did not have a big impact, the appearance was indeed quite bad. Thinking of this, Lin Tian took out his mobile phone and sent a location to Ring Jing, the general manager of Tianxia car dealership. Just leave the matter of moving the car to Tianxia car dealership. This Bentley originally belonged to Tianxia car dealership, so naturally it had a spare key. I glanced at the time and saw that there was still about an hour left until the agreed time. Lin Tian picked up the key and went downstairs. At the same time, Yundu University. Girls' dormitory. Is it okay for me to dress like this? Gu Xiaowan asked her roommate while straightening the wrinkles on her clothes. She was wearing a long-sleeved dress and a pair of black open-toed high heels. The long-haired girl pursed her lips and shook her head. This outfit is too mature for you. If you ask me, just dress like you normally would. The girl with glasses also nodded in agreement. Then I'll listen to you. Soon, Gu Xiaowan changed her clothes. This time she changed into her usual outfit of a white shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of white sneakers. This is what suits you. It looked so weird just now. The long-haired girl then nodded in agreement. Then I'll go first. Gu Xiaowan glanced at the time and said in a panic. Wait. Before Gu Xiaowan could raise her foot, the long-haired girl stood up to stop her and said. Today is the weekend after all, and we also want to go to Taiha. Come along, it's a good opportunity to see your Mr. Kobayashi. Hearing this, Gu Xiaowan's pretty face suddenly blushed. I already said we are friends. The girl with glasses pushed her glasses up and said with a smile. Friends who you plan to go shopping with on the weekend? It's okay. We will never ruin your happiness. We will just watch from the side. Xin Xiaoyue also stood up and said with a smile. Forget it, Xiaowan is already taken, and doesn't want to play with us good friends anymore. Gu Xiaowan blushed and had no choice but to speak. Well, please don't talk nonsense. He and I are really just ordinary friends. Xin Xiaoyue laughed and said. Okay, we all know. Take my car, or you'll be late. Xin Xiaoyue is the only one in the entire dormitory who has a car, a Volkswagen Golf. Gu Xiaowan's eyes suddenly lit up. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Qiuyue. Why are you being polite? The owner of the Apocalypse Hotel is a young man, just like a student. It sounds magical. I have to see it with my own eyes anyway. As they were talking, the four of them got into Xin Qiuyue's car, chatting and laughing. The long-haired girl asked Gu Xiaowan curiously. Xiaowan, please tell me how you and your boss Xiaolin met. Could it be that we just met by chance at school? Gu Xiaowan was slightly stunned, holding the phone tightly in both hands, and nodded. Nothing much, we just encountered it at the fried ice cream stand where we usually eat. There were no other seats at the stall at the time, so the boss asked me to share a table with him. I don't know where I got the courage to ask for his WeChat. The long-haired girl's expression suddenly froze. That's it? No? Gu Xiaowan nodded, frowning slightly. No more. The long-haired girl rolled her eyes immediately. I thought it was such a romantic story, but it turns out it was just a chance encounter while eating fried ice cream? The girl with glasses also lay on her seat with a look of disappointment. I thought it was some inspirational love story about a domineering president saving a lost girl. After all this time, it turns out to be such a casual meeting. Gu Xiaowan suddenly said with a smile. Who do you say is the lost girl? Shin Qiuyue just listened quietly, drove slowly, and said nothing. Sister Qiuyue, why don't you speak? Don't you think that Gu Xiaowan's luck is a little too good to be true? I got such a domineering president just for eating fried ice cream. I eat it every day, but why do I only need stupid underclassmen? The long-haired girl glanced at Shin Qiuyue and muttered in dissatisfaction. Shin Qiuyue smiled slightly, turned the steering wheel, and said after turning the corner. Don't read those romance novels if you have nothing to do. Even in a novel, Gu Xiaowan is the protagonist. If we were little white rabbits, the most we would encounter would be big bad wolves. Gu Xiaowan's face suddenly turned red. Sister Qiuyue. The car was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It's only 2 more intersections away. Send a message to your boss Shaolin first. Shin Qiuyue looked at the navigation and spoke. Gu Xiaowan nodded obediently, picked up the phone and started editing the message. We're almost there, where are you? Lin Tian, at the entrance of Taihe Square. Gu Xiaowan, okay, I brought my roommates with me. They also want to come to Taihe for a visit on the weekend. Is that okay? Lin Tian, it's okay, come on, I'm wearing a black jacket and jeans. How could Lin Tian mind? The more girls, the better. While they were sending the message, the 4 of them had already arrived at the entrance of Taihe Square. Black jacket, jeans. Is it the one over there? Suddenly, the girl with glasses narrowed her eyes and pointed in a direction. Chapter 103 The Headmaster's Thoughts. The 3 of them looked towards Lin Tian unconsciously. What came into view was not Lin Tian, but Cullinan behind Lin Tian. Oh my god, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a car worth millions. As expected of Mr. Xiaolin, and the car is parked above Taihe Square. I heard that only special guests can park their cars in the parking spaces above Taihe Plaza. The long-haired girl sighed and waved at Lin Tian quickly. Gu Xiaowan's face suddenly turned even redder. She even didn't know how to face Lin Tian. It feels like Lin Tian and she are from completely different worlds. The long-haired girl waved, and the 4 people walked quickly towards Lin Tian. As soon as they got closer, the 4 of them could see Lin Tian's appearance clearly. So handsome. The girl with long hair immediately covered her mouth and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. This is too handsome, isn't it? She originally thought that Gu Xiaowan was lying to them. After all, how can someone with such a big industry look like a student? When I looked today, it was true. With such casual attire, if he wasn't holding the keys to a Rolls-Royce in his hand, he would probably be mistaken for a student. Moreover, he is the dream man of many college girls. She is tall, thin but strong, with perfect facial features and a sunny smile. I understand now. Even someone as introverted as Xiao Wan can be attracted to her. How cool. The long-haired girl kept her voice as low as possible and spoke softly to Shin Qiuyue and the girl with glasses beside her. This is, your classmate? Lin Tian smiled indifferently and looked at the 3 girls behind Gu Xiaowan. Ah, yes, this is my roommate. Gu Xiaowan seemed a little embarrassed, and her hands were unconsciously entangled together. Although she had a lot to say, she couldn't utter a word after holding it in for a long time. This scene immediately made Lin Tian burst into laughter. At this moment, Shin Qiuyue strode forward and said with a smile. Hello, I'm Shin Qiuyue. Xiao Wan is a bit introverted, so let me introduce her. My name is Shin Qiuyue, and I'm the head of Xiao Wan's dormitory. Yutong, Lu Shui, we are in the same dormitory. As she spoke, Shin Qiuyue unconsciously straightened her proud headlights. Although not as outrageous as Gu Xiaowan's. But Shin Qiuyue was wearing a low V belly revealing outfit today. She also put on light makeup and wore a black collar around her neck. Coupled with her beauty that could be rated at 8 points, Lin Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. The most important thing is that she was carrying a cross-body bag. The strap just passes between the 2 headlights, revealing the outline of the lamp body perfectly. It's nice to meet you. Lin Tian came back to his senses and said with a smile. The corners of Shin Qiuyue's mouth couldn't help but curl up into an imperceptible arc. However, this scene happened to be seen by Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. If Shin Qiuyue hadn't told him, Lin Tian would never have realized that she was still a student. As for Yutong and Lu Shui, they were dressed very ordinary and their looks were only average. Their eyes were not on Lin Tian, but on Cullinan behind him. After all, their families are ordinary and they have never seen this kind of car. Not to mention seeing someone driving this kind of car. Gu Xiaowan's face flushed red, she lowered her head slightly and said nothing. She was extremely envious of Xin Shouyue for being able to have such a smooth conversation with Lin Tian. Lin Tian pointed to the milk tea shop not far away and said with a faint smile. It will take a long time to go shopping later, why don't we go buy some milk tea first? It's my treat. Lu Shui immediately laughed and said. Thank you, Mr. Kobayashi. Then I'll add 2 servings of pearls. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Gu Xiaowan and said. Xiaowan, do you drink red bean? The last time I saw you, I remember you were holding red bean milk tea. Gu Xiaowan blushed like a ripe apple and nodded obediently. She didn't expect that Lin Tian could remember it in such detail. Xin Shouyue on the side frowned slightly and said softly. Then let's go get in line. This milk tea shop is very popular. You have to queue for a long time to buy it. As they talked, several people walked towards the team. It was noon in the weekend, so there were quite a lot of people buying milk tea. There were more than 20 people in front of them. Gu Xiaowan stood cautiously behind Lin Tian, while Yutong and Lu Shui were at the end. Xin Shouyue stood in front of Lin Tian very naturally. At such a close distance, a faint scent of perfume hit me in the face. The smooth and white back was right in front of Lin Tian. As long as Lin Tian lowers his head slightly, he can see Xin Shouyue's deep cleavage. Good job. Is this really the body shape a student should have? But compared to Gu Xiaowan's, it is indeed not inferior at all. Compared with Gu Xiaowan's headlights, it's like the difference between Alto and Audi. Lin Tian looked at Xin Shouyue in front of him with a complicated expression. Just at these 4 minutes, someone in front bought milk tea and the line moved further. Xin Shouyue took a step forward, but her foot suddenly slipped and her whole body fell backwards. Lin Tian was quick to act and put his hand directly on Xin Shouyue's shoulder to help her steady her body. The smooth touch felt like an electric shock. Sister Shouyue, are you okay? Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan hurried forward and asked with concern. It's okay. If I had known, I wouldn't have worn high heels. Xin Shouyue quickly turned around and said to Lin Tian with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Kobayashi. As she bent down slightly, half of the outline of the car's headlights appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. White. Lin Tian did not avert his gaze. It would be a shame not to look at the car light display. He smiled and said. It's okay, just watch your step. After a short episode, several people continued to queue. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was finally Lin Tian and others' turn. Just as Xin Shouyue was looking at the menu and preparing to order some milk tea. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xin Shouyue. Xin Shouyue was already unable to stand steadily in her high heels, and was knocked so hard that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Tian attacked again and Xin Shouyue did not fall to the ground. Who is it? Xin Shouyue frowned immediately and said unhappily. Although she was caught by Lin Tian accidentally, it was very much to her liking. But how could she bear being nearly knocked down by someone for no apparent reason? The 2 figures that appeared were a man and a woman, wearing couple outfits. The man ignored Xin Shouyue and said to the clerk. Do it for us first, we are in a hurry. 2 cups of bubble tea, more sugar, and less ice. Lin Tian couldn't help but frown slightly, looked at the couple and said. If you want to drink, go line up. Whose time is not time? Hearing this, the couple turned to look at Lin Tian impatiently. I won't even queue up, what can you do to me? After that, he continued to look at the clerk. 2 cups of bubble tea, quick. At this time, Gu Xiaowan couldn't help it, tightly grasped the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, and said. There are so many people behind you, and you are cutting in line here, do you have any manners? Chapter 104, Gangsters Causing Trouble? Arrive in 5 minutes. What did you say? When the male couple heard Gu Xiaowan's voice, his eyes narrowed and he glared at Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan's heart suddenly tightened and she unconsciously shrank behind Lin Tian. A little student, are you here to teach me manners? Who the hell are you? I said I was in a hurry, don't you understand what I'm saying? The female couple pulled the male couple and said. Why do you have to argue with a few students? Buy it back quickly, they are still waiting for us. The male couple stiffened their necks and were ready to give up after seeing this. The customers queuing behind pretended not to hear anything and kept their heads down looking at their phones. The couple were big and strong, with a full body of tattoos, and they didn't want to cause trouble. Gu Xiaowan suddenly found the courage and spoke again. We have been waiting in line for more than 20 minutes. Why do you cut in line? Xin Xiuyue also frowned and said. Please go line up at the back now, or I'll call the police. Call the police? The male couple sneered and looked Xin Xiuyue up and down. You stinky bitch, try saying that to me again? If you spread this rumor and show off like this, I'll be lucky if I don't call the police and say you're a pimp. Hearing this, Xin Xiuyue's eyes suddenly widened and her face turned red. Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan quickly raised his cell phone and prepared to call the police. The couple saw this scene and immediately became angry and punched Xin Xiuyue. You stinky bitch, I gave you face, didn't I? Gu Xiaowan was so scared that she screamed immediately. At this moment, the fist was suspended in the air. A hand clamped the male couple's arm tightly like an iron clamp. The male lover widened his eyes and looked at the owner of the arm. It was Lin Tian. UTM. He was about to exert force, but found that he had no strength in his arms. Lin Tian applied a little force on his hands, and a sharp pain suddenly filled the male couple's body. His legs were weak in pain and he was grimacing. How could he have imagined that Lin Tian looked thin and weak, like a student? How can he be so strong? It seemed that if Lin Tian used a little more strength, his arm would break directly. Someone come, someone is beating someone, is there any law? When the female couple saw this, they screamed and shouted desperately towards the people around them. However, the people around him seemed not to notice anything and continued to look down at their phones. Especially the customers behind him, they didn't move at all. The male couple knew they were embarrassed and tried desperately to break free. Just as he was gathering all his strength to pull his arm back, Lin Tian suddenly let go. The huge inertia made him sit down on the ground and roll over on the ground. You. The male couple stood up and was about to attack Lin Tian. But when he saw Lin Tian's seemingly small fist, he was forced to hold back his words. Do you know who I am? However, Lin Tian ignored him completely. Mr. Xiaolin, well done. This is how you deal with people without quality. Xin Xiuyue clapped her hands in approval. She was still thinking about what that bastard had just said about her being a pimp, and she was gritting her teeth in anger. Lin Tian strode towards the milk tea shop and said to the clerk in a deep voice. Go call security and get these two dogs out. From now on, Taihao will not welcome such people. The clerk was completely confused and stood in front of the cash register, not knowing what to do. The male couple sneered immediately, rubbed his already red arm and said coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? And Taihao doesn't welcome us? Why? Taihao is owned by your family? I come when I want to, and leave when I want to. Although he spoke fiercely, he still didn't dare to get close to Lin Tian. This kid's strength is terrifying. At this time, the clerk at the cashier also whispered. Sir, let's just leave it at that. There are so many customers behind. Besides, he does this so often that we are almost used to it and the security guards can't do anything about him. The clerk asked me to speak as quietly as possible. After all, she is just an employee and doesn't want to get involved with such gangsters. Can't you do anything about him? When Lin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Just now, the couple asked if anyone knew who he was, and Lin Tian thought he knew the senior executives in the mall. If this is true, then Feng Wujian should not sit in this position. After all this time, it turns out he's just a little thug. Thinking of this, Lin Tian took out his cell phone and dialed Feng Wujian's number. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. At this time, Feng Wujian was inspecting the first floor. After hearing Lin Tian's voice, he immediately said respectfully. Director Lin, what do you want? Lin Tian glanced at the couple beside him and said in a deep voice. CC Milk Tea Shop, someone is causing trouble here, bring some security guards. If you can't make it within 5 minutes, you'll have to quit your job as general manager. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. 5 minutes? Feng Wujian's heart was suddenly shocked. Why is there trouble in Taihao again? Isn't everything fine normally? Why does something like this happen when the chairman comes? How could he dare to neglect it? He hurriedly told his manager to call the security guard and quickly ran towards the CC Milk Tea Shop. He just felt lucky. Fortunately, he is on the first floor now, otherwise it would be impossible for him to arrive within 5 minutes. Feng Wujiang now has only one thought in his mind. Make sure the people who cause trouble are not the senior officials in Taihili. Otherwise, his position as general manager would be completely lost. General manager, will you be there in 5 minutes? Ha 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 ha. After Lin Tian hung up the phone, the couple was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Just because your classmates call you Mr. Shaolin, do you really think you are Mr. Shaolin? Do you know who Taiha's general manager is? Who do you think you are to make the general manager unable to continue his job? At this time, the female couple frowned and whispered. Forget it, let's not waste time here, they must be waiting anxiously. The male couple sneered. No, wait here. I want to see if he can call Taiha's general manager within 5 minutes. A poor student showing off in front of me? Lin Tian didn't say anything, but looked at the time on his phone. The people standing behind Lin Tian looked puzzled. General manager. Judging from Lin Tian's expression, he is definitely not joking. Could it be that Lin Tian really knows the general manager of Taiha? Impossible? After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit panted and trotted towards Lin Tian. Lin. Director Lin, I'm here. The person who spoke was Feng Wujiang. Where's the security? Lin Tian didn't even raise his eyelids and glanced at the time. Yes, it will be there in 3 minutes. Feng Wujiang took a deep breath and responded. I'll be there soon. Director Lin, who is causing trouble here? Chapter 105 Fear of Identity. Mr. Lin? Hearing this name, everyone was stunned. Not only the couple, but also Gu Xiaowan and others. Several customers behind him who were originally looking at their phones were also confused. They looked at Lin Tian and then at Feng Wujiang in disbelief. Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan hurriedly said. It's them. They cut in line and beat people up. Hit someone? Feng Wujiang's heart was suddenly shocked and he quickly looked at Lin Tian. Fortunately, Lin Tian seemed to be uninjured. But the male couple was hugging their arms. This made Feng Wujiang breathe a sigh of relief. Fine. If Lin Tianjin got injured in Taiha, he would have no chance of success. Director Lin, I'm so sorry for scaring you. Leave this to me. Feng Wujiang straightened his expression, looked at the troublemaker couple with a sullen face, and said in a cold voice. I promise that these two people will never appear in Taiha Square again. Looking at the watch on Feng Wujiang's arm and the small tag with the words General Manager hanging on his suit, the male couple's hearts suddenly tightened. It's broken, could it be true? Before he could react, a lot of footsteps were heard in the distance. More than 20 security guards strode over, and the people around hurriedly made way when they saw this. The leading security guard was holding an explosion-proof shield and an explosion-proof steel fork. This scene scared the couple silly. You can imagine the current situation with your toes. The young man in front of me is really a senior executive of Taiha Plaza. Anyone would be panicked if a dozen security guards were pointing riot gear at them. The customer behind Lin Tian took a deep breath and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. This is the first time I have seen this scene in my life. Gu Xiaowan and others were completely frightened. Gu Xiaowan still had her hand pinching the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, completely at a loss. However, Lin Tian was not surprised at all, and said to the employees of the milk tea shop. 2 cups of red bean milk tea, half sugar. By the way, what are you drinking? As he spoke, Lin Tian turned around and looked at Shen Qingyue, Yutan, and Lu Shui. Ah! The 3 of them were so frightened that Shen Qingyue forced herself to calm down and whispered. Well, just red bean milk tea. The employees of the milk tea shop even witnessed with their own eyes the scene where more than a dozen security guards grabbed the couple and took them away. His hands were suspended in mid-air. 5 cups of red bean milk tea. Lin Tian spoke calmly, opening his phone to pay. The employee of the milk tea shop suddenly came to his senses. He didn't even have the courage to look at Lin Tian. He lowered his head and said, Yes, sir. After getting the milk tea, Lin Tian took Gu Xiaowan and the other 3 left the milk tea shop together. As for how to deal with the couple, Lin Tian didn't care at all. If Feng Wujiang can't even do this, then all these years of his life would have been in vain. Several people walked along the road in silence. After a long time, Lu Shui stammered. Oh my God. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, Aren't you the owner of the Apocalypse Hotel? How come? Taiha Plaza is also yours? Just now I called him Mr. Kobayashi. Now Lu Shui doesn't dare to call her that. After all, she wasn't very clear about how powerful the Apocalypse Hotel was. But she knew very well how great Taiha Plaza was. How rich must the owner of the most prosperous commercial plaza in a city be? They are from completely different worlds. Lin Tian smiled calmly. You should just call me Mr. Shaolin. My subordinates call me Mr. Lin. Do you still call me Mr. Lin? Besides, who says I can only have one industry? The tone was clearly very calm. But it makes people feel that they are pretending everywhere. Invisible pretense. Xin Xingyue's eyes turned more complicated when she looked at Lin Tian. This is incredible. Oh my god, the boss of Taiha Plaza is drinking red bean milk tea with us? It's like a dream. Lu Shui covered her mouth and wanted to slap herself twice to confirm whether she was dreaming. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. It hurts quite a bit. Gu Xiaowan lowered her head even lower, not daring to look at Lin Tian. She found that the gap between herself and Lin Tian was getting bigger and bigger. It was already big enough, but now it seems like a world away. But at the same time, Gu Xiaowan felt warm in her heart. The man in the couple just now looked like a hooligan who was not easy to mess with. If you meet this kind of person in your daily life, you will only be scolded and suffer in silence. But this time, Lin Tian stood in front of her. Just like the Prince Charming she had always been waiting for in her heart. All this made Gu Xiaowan feel very conflicted. Excited and scared. Why, everyone is looking at me like this. Am I a tiger? Can I eat you? Lin Tian looked at the shocked and frightened looks on their faces and couldn't help but tease them. Xin Xingyue's eyes turned and she immediately smiled. Forget it, just go eat your little white rabbit. Our dish may not be suitable for a big tiger like you. As she spoke, Xin Xingyue smiled charmingly. Lin Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances. This woman is not the most attractive one Lin Tian has ever seen. But it is the most unique. In the past, I would just pick the one I encountered directly. This kind of hidden seduction was the first time that Lin Tian had seen it. However, after Lin Tian's teasing remark, everyone felt relieved. Soon, at Xin Xingyue's suggestion, several people went into the KTV together. When the front desk clerk at the KTV saw Lin Tian's black card, she panicked and opened the largest private room upstairs for Lin Tian. As soon as they entered the private room, the four people were dumbfounded. Oh my god. This private room should be able to accommodate more than 30 people, right? It's too luxurious for just the 5 of us, right? Yutong couldn't help but look around and smacked her lips. Gu Xiaowan sat obediently in the corner, just like a little rabbit, and Lin Tian sat beside her calmly. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Lin Tian could feel that Gu Xiaowan was a little afraid of him. Out of fear of identity. It's okay. I promised you to go out and play today. If you don't have fun, wouldn't it be a waste of time today? Lin Tian smiled slightly and looked at Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan felt like her heart was melting. Xin Xingyue was the first to go on stage to sing. Slowly, the atmosphere became relaxed. Gu Xiaowan's 3 roommates kept stirring up the atmosphere. Lin Tian took the opportunity to slowly place his hand behind Gu Xiaowan and rested it on her shoulder. Gu Xiaowan's first reaction was to be shocked. But after taking a look at Queen Lin, he smiled shyly and did not refuse. Instead, he unconsciously moved a little closer to Lin Tian. Xiaowan, you usually sing so well. Mr. Shaolin is here today, so shouldn't you show off your singing skills? At this moment, Yutong winked at Lu Shui and spoke. Lu Shui also smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Xiaolin, you haven't heard Xiaowan sing yet, right? I'm telling you, that's a beautiful sound, a heavenly sound. They saw all the little movements of the two. Naturally, these 2 good girlfriends would encourage something. Lin Tian looked at Gu Xiaowan in surprise. Really? Then I'd like to see it for myself. Chapter 106 KTV God. When Gu Xiaowan heard Lin Tian say this, even though she was still a little shy, she still picked up the microphone. How about singing her best song, Invisible Wings, for Xiaowan? At this moment, Yutong encouraged. Lu Shui immediately clapped and cheered. Boss Xiaolin, you are in for a treat today. Lin Tian smiled slightly and looked at Gu Xiaowan quietly. Soon, the song was cut into invisible wings. Gu Xiaowan pursed her lips, and as the beautiful melody sounded, she slowly spoke. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I was hurt, I didn't shed tears. I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying, fly over despair. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Tian was shocked. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaowan usually looks weak and introverted. But when he sang, he was like a completely different person. A confident smile filled his face. Most importantly, her singing voice is really beautiful. Even in KTV, one can sing with the feeling of a recording studio. It seemed to have a penetrating power that gave Lin Tian goosebumps. Gu Xiaowan seemed to have forgotten everything around her and devoted herself to singing. Soon, after the song was finished, Gu Xiaowan took a deep breath and couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian. For some reason, she really wanted Lin Tian's approval. Lin Tian slowly stood up and clapped his hands. Xiaowan, with your voice, it's a shame if you don't become a singer. Gu Xiaowan immediately returned to her original shy appearance and slowly lowered her head. But her face was still full of happy smile. This was the first time she felt so happy to receive praise from others. Mr. Xiaolin, the atmosphere has been set to this point. We have all sung songs. Wouldn't you like to sing one too? At this moment, Shin Shoyue smiled at Lin Tian and spoke. As he spoke, he poured a glass of beer, added a few ice cubes and placed it in front of Lin Tian. Yes, Mr. Xiaolin, since you are here, you should sing a song, right? Yu Tong said excitedly when she saw this. These girls are just college students, and they were having so much fun that they even forgot Lin Tian's identity. The main reason is that Lin Tian's age is not much different from theirs. And Lin Tian is indeed their senior. Lin Tian glanced at Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan picked up the beer, took a sip, and said, Senior, I want to hear you sing, too. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and couldn't help but reach out and touch Gu Xiaowan's head. This caught Gu Xiaowan off guard, and her face turned red again. Then I will make a fool of myself. As Lin Tian spoke, he walked to the song request booth and requested a song called Love by Little Tigers. String your heart and my heart together. String a lucky clover, string a concentric circle. Let all the calls for the future be your companions while you are young. As soon as Lin Tian opened his mouth, the four people were shocked. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. To be honest, Yu Tong and the others originally wanted to see Lin Tian make a fool of himself. After all, Lin Tian looked so perfect. At first he didn't order any songs for a long time, he just listened to them singing. These people became more curious and wanted to hear Lin Tian sing. But I didn't expect that Lin Tian's singing was so beautiful. Lin Tian looked at the people who were twisting their bodies involuntarily with shock on their faces, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Apart from anything else, Lin Tian has never been afraid of singing. When he was in college, Lin Tian was known as the Little Prince of Love Songs and the KTV God of War. These titles are not just talk. While Lin Tian was singing, his eyes were always on Gu Xiaowan. It made Gu Xiaowan feel as if a deer was constantly running around in her chest. But this time, she did not bury her head, but just received Lin Tian's gaze. For some reason, she felt that she could always find a unique kind of happiness when she was with Lin Tian. Soon, the song was over. The eye contact between the two was seen by Yu Tong and Lu Shui. Ahem, just singing is so boring. The lights in our dormitory are turned off at 10 p.m., and it's only 6 p.m., so there are still 4 hours. How about we go to the movies? At this moment, Yu Tong coughed twice and encouraged. As he spoke, he gently nudged Lu Shui with his elbow. Lu Shui immediately understood. Ah, yes, I want to watch a movie too. Xiaowan, what about you? I heard that the movie that just came out is really good, and my husband who is in it. Gu Xiaowan pursed her lips and nodded. I can do anything. Then, the two of them couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian. Lin Tian is naturally no less capable. I'm happy to sing today. It's my treat, let's go. Hearing this, the two of them cheered immediately. Shin Shoyue was also clapping and celebrating, but her eyes never left Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian holding Gu Xiaowan's hand, she felt a little sour for some reason. Let's go, the cinema is on the 3rd floor, let's go now. As Yu Tong spoke, she pulled Lu Shui and Shin Shoyue out of the private room first. Only Lin Tian and Gu Xiaowan were left. Gu Xiaowan held Lin Tian's hand and smiled sweetly. Let's go. Soon, the three of them arrived at the cinema ticket office. Oh my god, why are there so many people today? Yutong was shocked when she saw the huge crowds of people in front of her. Today is the weekend, and this is Taiha. It would be strange if there aren't many people here. And don't forget, today is not only Mid-Autumn Festival, but also Chinese Valentine's Day. Lu Shui curled her lips and said helplessly. Shin Shouyue looked around and said with a frown. Everyone sitting here is waiting for the next show to go on sale. It looks like all the tickets have been snapped up. It stands to reason that additional exhibition halls would be opened in this situation. It looks like these people are waiting in line. How about we play somewhere else? Lin Tian shook his head and said with a smile. Since we're here, how do you know there are no tickets if you don't go and check? Lu Shui pointed at a couple who were leaving the ticket office dejectedly and said. No, Mr. Xiaolin, didn't you see the words tickets sold out written so big on the big screen? But she spoke too late. Lin Tian had already pulled Gu Xiaowan and strode to the ticket office. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly followed. The conductor lowered his head and seemed to be busy writing out the orders. Hello, I want 5 tickets for this movie. Just then, a young voice came. The tickets are sold out, didn't you see? The conductor spoke impatiently, glancing up at the person who was speaking. But just this one glance made her stunned. Chapter 107. A sensible woman is never annoying. Lin. Director Lin? The conductor's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, this was his first time in this cinema? Please wait a moment. After saying that, the conductor walked back without looking back, opened the door and went in. Ever since Lin Tian encountered such an incident at Balenciaga last time, Feng Wuzheng has learned his lesson. He made arrangements that afternoon, and almost all stores knew what Lin Tian looked like. Once Lin Tian enters the store, he must be taken care of at all costs. But there is no snack bar, KTV or internet cafe at the door. Feng Wuzheng had no idea that someone of Lin Tian's status would actually go to these places. What's going on? Yutong looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Mr. Xiaolin, I told you, the tickets are all sold out and the ticket seller is not here. Should we? Before he could finish his words, the ticket seller came back in a hurry, holding 5 tickets in his hand, and said respectfully. Director Lin, the ticket you requested. The seats have been arranged for you. There are only 5 of you in the special screening room. Hearing this, Yutong wanted to slap herself twice. We were having so much fun that we even forgot why we called Lin Tian Xiaolin. He is the boss of Taiha. Lin Tian frowned slightly. There are obviously extra screening rooms, why aren't they open? The conductor whispered. Director Lin, the special screening room is only open for people like you. Lin Tian shook his head and said. Movies are more lively when there are more people. Today is a special day, so the special screening room is open and selling tickets. Lin Tian clearly saw a hint of disappointment in the eyes of Gu Xiaowan and others when the ticket seller said there were only 5 seats. If it weren't for the excitement, who would want to come to the cinema to watch movies? Why not find a private cinema, or just watch it at home? Okay, I'll tell the manager right away. The ticket seller didn't dare to disobey Lin Tian's words and nodded quickly. 5 minutes later, in the hall. The waiting crowd suddenly became excited. Oh my god, there are tickets again, is this true? Really? I heard it's a special screening room. The big boss of Taiha came unexpectedly. He likes the hustle and bustle, so he made an exception and let us in today. The cinema said that there are important leaders in this exhibition hall. Unless you are emotional, you must not make any noise. Otherwise, the security guards will carry you out directly. Yes, yes, yes. The manager of the cinema just announced it himself. Cell phones must be turned off before entering. Come to think of it, how can we ruin the leader's movie-watching experience? Who cares? As long as we can watch a movie. Everyone was talking at once, but Lin Tian didn't know anything about it. 5 seats were arranged in the best viewing positions, and seals were placed next to the girls sitting at the edge. Lin Tian naturally sat in the middle, Gu Xiaowan sat on his left, and Shin Shouyue sat on his right. Yutong and Lu Shui naturally sat at the edge. There are exquisite snacks and drinks on each seat. The seats are like massage chairs, which is completely different from ordinary screening rooms. Wow, this is outrageous. Is this VIP treatment? Yutong and others couldn't help but smack their lips and sigh. The special screening room had just been open for about 5 minutes when the entire room was filled with people. The movie just started without any commercials and went straight to the point. This is an emotional movie, and there is nothing special about it at the beginning. But then the emotional drama began. Everyone around was crying, but they didn't make much noise. Gu Xiaowan was weak at heart to begin with, and when she saw the emotional situation, tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Lin Tian picked up a tissue and gently wiped her tears. Gu Xiaowan felt the warmth of Lin Tian's hand and her face turned red. She couldn't help but lean towards Lin Tian and slowly leaned into Lin Tian's arms. This particular chair has an excellent telescoping feature. There is a connection between the two chairs, and they can be merged together by just pressing a button. The two seats suddenly became sofas for watching movies. Seeing this, Xin Shouyue couldn't help but press the button. The three chairs were merged, but Lin Tian pretended to be very focused and not aware of it. Xin Shouyue slowly approached Lin Tian, but did not make any unnecessary movements. In her eyes, movies are no longer important. Soon, the movie ended and Gu Xiaowan's eyes were swollen from crying. Walking out of the screening room, Yutong couldn't help but teasing. "Well, now you've really become a little rabbit, with red eyes." Gu Xiaowan said unhappily. "You're still talking about me? Look at you and Lu Shui, you're not much better than me." At this moment, Gu Xiaowan suddenly saw Xin Shouyue, and there seemed to be no trace of crying on her face. Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan immediately asked curiously, "Sister Shouyue, why didn't you cry at all? Isn't this movie touching enough?" Xin Shouyue smiled slightly, looked at Gu Xiaowan and said, "It's touching, but there hasn't been a movie that can make me cry." Yutong's eyes suddenly lit up and he said jokingly, "That's right. Don't you see who our sister Shouyue is? Sister Shouyue has been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years. Her heart has long been as cold as the knife in her hand." Hearing this, Xin Shouyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Yutong, don't even think about going back to the dormitory tonight." Yutong's expression suddenly fell, and she begged, "Sister Shouyue, please don't. Can I just be wrong?" Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. He was somewhat reminded of his college days. "At that time, my 3 roommates in college often joked and played around like this. It's a pity that the 3 of them left Yundu after graduation, and I'm afraid I'll never see them again in this life." At this moment, Xin Shouyue looked at her phone and immediately said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yutong, Lu Shui, the dormitory manager specifically asked me today to go back before 9 o'clock and help her move her things. It's already 8:30, let's go back." Hearing this, Yutong was stunned. "Is that true?" Xin Shouyue frowned, holding their hands and said, "Can I still lie to you?" Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan also said anxiously, Then I'll go back with you." As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Lin Tian reluctantly. Xin Shouyue waved her hand and said, "No, Auntie said 2 or 3 people would be enough. We'll go back first, you guys continue playing. Anyway, Mr. Xiaolin is driving, so you won't be late." After saying that, Xin Shouyue took the 2 of them away in a hurry. Lin Tian saw all of this. He couldn't help but look at Xin Shouyue's back, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Chapter 108. I'm not going back tonight. Because of Gu Xiaowan's introverted personality, he is naturally a step slower than others. By the time she realized what was happening, her 3 roommates had already disappeared. She was puzzled at first, and then her face turned red again. The 3 of them left, then there are only Lin Tian and her left? For some reason, her heartbeat gradually became extremely fast and she even had difficulty breathing. "What's wrong, Xiaowan?" Lin Tian walked up, held Gu Xiaowan's shoulders, and asked in confusion. Gu Xiaowan clutched the corner of her clothes awkwardly, feeling a little at a loss. "Why, are you in a hurry to go back too?" Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled calmly. Gu Xiaowan hurriedly shook her head. "No. I finally get to go out on the weekend, and I'd rather go with you. I want to play a little longer." After saying this, Gu Xiaowan was stunned. She didn't know where she got the courage to say such things. It was as if he didn't know where he got the courage to ask Lin Tian for his WeChat message. "It's just the 2 of us, and there doesn't seem to be anything to do." Lin Tian looked around and the 2 of them walked and arrived at the window at the end. The 2 of them looked at the night view by the window, and they could just see many night views of Yundu through the glass. Suddenly, Lin Tian slowly lowered his head, looked at Gu Xiaowan and said, "How about I take you to see Tianqi?" Ah? Gu Xiaowan was completely stunned. Go to the hotel? Although she is usually silly, how could she not know what going to the hotel means? Lin Tian didn't seem to care at all and continued to smile. Yes, didn't you say on WeChat before that the night view on the top floor is beautiful? There's still more than an hour left, so I'll take you to have a look. The real scene is better than the photo. Seeing Lin Tian's cordial invitation, Gu Xiaowan's heart was pounding. She was very conflicted. Although Lin Tian said he was going to see the night view. But the top floor is where Lin Tian lives. Go there. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and continued with a smile. If you don't want to watch it, forget it. Let me take you back. As the saying goes, playing hard to get, Lin Tian is not in a hurry. But after hearing this, Gu Xiaowan suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Lin Tian Dao. No, let's go and see. I also want to see with my own eyes what the night view looks like from such a high place. Senior, the photos you posted on WeChat moments before were already pretty good. I'm curious what it would be like to see it with my own eyes. After saying so many words in one breath, Gu Xiaowan felt his heartbeat right next to his ears. After saying this, she was in a state of confusion. At that moment, she didn't know what happened to her and blurted out these words. In my heart, I didn't want to be separated from Lin Tian so early. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, Lin Tian held Gu Xiaowan's hand and walked towards the elevator. Gu Xiaowan felt the warmth in his palm and felt very excited. Soon, the two came downstairs. It was just around 8:30 in the evening, and this was the time when Taiha Square had the most visitors. The huge crowds of people make it a bit like a tourist attraction during the holidays. Lin Tian took Gu Xiaowan and strode to the huge Cullinan. After getting in the car, Gu Xiaowan's eyes were full of surprise. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious car. It looks very majestic from the outside. But the interior is extremely delicate, and the small designs in many places shocked Gu Xiaowan. Taiha Square is not far from Tianqi Hotel. Soon, the two got out of the car. Although Gu Xiaowan had been here once, she was still a little nervous when she followed Lin Tian in this time. The lobby manager was stunned when he saw this. Why did you change people again? But he was tactful enough to pretend he didn't see it and quickly told his employees to get back to work. The two took the elevator and went all the way to the top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel. Gu Xiaowan didn't dare to say a word during the whole process, but just held the corner of her clothes tightly. Lin Tian opened the door familiarly. As soon as he came in, Gu Xiaowan was stunned by the scene before him. The first thing that catches your eye is the floor-to-ceiling window that takes up 1/4 of the wall. Being on such a high floor, you can see the bustling scene outside right at the door. Gu Xiaowan immediately forgot her inner nervousness and fear, and hurriedly trotted towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The scenery in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows is even more special. The starry sky seems to be within reach and can be grasped by just reaching out your hand. The bright lights and nightlife below fully display the prosperity of Yundu City. Wow, it's much more beautiful than in the photo. Gu Xiaowan exclaimed with deep admiration from the bottom of her heart. Lin Tian smiled indifferently, slowly closed the door, and walked towards Gu Xiaowan. Just as Gu Xiaowan was watching intently, a pair of large hands quietly wrapped around her slender waist. Ah! Gu Xiaowan was so frightened that her whole body shuddered, and she felt the warmth of the palm on her abdomen. Do you like it? Lin Tian raised one hand, pointed at the starry sky, and smiled brightly. Gu Xiaowan's ears turned red, and she pursed her lips and said, Like it. Would you like to come visit more often? As Lin Tian spoke, his hands slowly moved upwards. Gu Xiaowan felt as if he had been electrocuted all over and he couldn't muster any strength at all. Think. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at Lin Tian's delicate profile. She was well prepared before coming. But when the time came to issue her driver's license, she was still extremely nervous. At this moment, Gu Xiaowan didn't know where she got the courage from. She turned sideways and put her arms around Lin Tian's neck. The two were close to each other, feeling each other's breathing. Gu Xiaowan's breathing became more and more rapid, and her heartbeat kept getting faster and faster. Lin Tian was equally excited. He likes Gu Xiaowan's enthusiasm and simplicity. At this moment, I really want to hold her as my own. Gu Xiaowan was somewhat hesitant. You need to be gentle. I'm afraid. Feeling Lin Tian's impending attack, Gu Xiaowan said in a low voice. The two hugged each other, and Lin Tian slowly moved forward, pressing Gu Xiaowan's entire body against the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Look at the prosperous scene below and the starry sky that is within reach. Her pupils began to dilate and her eyes became blurry. What was supposed to happen finally happened. Gu Xiaowan pressed both hands tightly against the floor-to-ceiling window. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the cell phone next to her suddenly rang. Gu Xiaowan was suddenly awakened and looked at the incoming call on her phone. It's Yu Tong. Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "Take it." Gu Xiaowan nodded, pressed the answer button, and turned on the speakerphone button. "Xiaowan, when will you come back? Lights will be turned off soon." Yu Tong's voice was full of concern. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Gu Xiaowan almost screamed, but she managed to hold it back. She was barely able to breathe and whispered, I'm not going back tonight." Chapter 109. Is it really as simple as just enjoying the scenery? 2 days. The sun slowly rises. The warm sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fills the entire room. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but look to his side. At this time, Gu Xiaowan was sleeping soundly while holding Lin Tian's arm. Thinking back to yesterday, the little girl looked both scared and expectant. He said no but seemed to be enjoying it extremely. Lin Tian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. System, draw a lottery. Lin Tian's fingers slowly rubbed Gu Xiaowan's delicate face, thinking in his heart. Ding, the lottery was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, full-level fighting skills. Full-level fighting skills? Seeing this reward, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. The full-level fighting technique combines all currently known fighting styles, including modern grappling techniques. After the host has learned it, he can master all fighting moves. After a brief explanation of the system, Lin Tian only felt an indescribable lightness and comfort all over his body. This feeling only lasts 2 or 3 seconds. Soon, Lin Tian regained consciousness. Countless fighting techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this reward. Before this, Lin Tian only had strength due to the enhanced physical strength of the system, but he had no skills. Just like the time when he rescued Yang Weiwei in the alley before. If Lin Tian had so many fighting skills, he would be able to easily deal with not only 5 or 6 thugs, but even 10 of them. It won't cause arm injuries. At this moment, Gu Xiaowan slowly opened his eyes. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and looked at Lin Tian Dao. "Senior, why are you up so early?" Gu Xiaowan was really exhausted. She was a novice on the road and met a driving expert like Lin Tian. She didn't even know how many times she fainted on the highway. Now I don't have any strength in my body and I feel completely exhausted. If nothing else, just looking at the empty boxes on the bedside table can prove everything. But Lin Tian seemed to be fine and was full of energy. This made Gu Xiaowan feel like crying but without tears. How does it feel? Lin Tian rubbed Gu Xiaowan's nose with his index finger and asked softly. Gu Xiaowan's face turned red all the way to her ears. She lowered her head and whispered. "As long as it's you, everything is fine. But I'm really tired." Hearing Gu Xiaowan's silly yet direct remarks, Lin Tian couldn't help but rub her forehead. Senior, I have to go back to school." Gu Xiaowan hugged Lin Tian tightly and whispered. "There is a placement test today, so we have to go back." As he spoke, Gu Xiaowan looked at Lin Tian reluctantly. "Pre-test? When will it be?" Lin Tian was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Gu Xiaowan thought about it and said, "It should be in the afternoon, but I need to review in the morning." However, before he could finish his words, Gu Xiaowan felt an electric shock all over his body. "Senior, you." Gu Xiaowan looked at Lin Tian in shock, and soon her face turned red. "In that case, I'll help you review." Lin Tian smiled indifferently and slowly approached Gu Xiaowan. Gu Xiaowan was caught off guard and was pinned down by Lin Tian. 2 hours later. In Yundu University. A dark Cullinan was driving slowly on the campus. Many students' attention was instantly attracted. There are many people driving luxury cars on campus, and cars of the BBA level are very common. But they had never seen a car of Cullinan's level. After all, the little golden man of Cullinan is really eye-catching. Lin Tian had long been accustomed to feeling these gazes. But these were completely different experiences for Gu Xiaowan. The classmates usually looked at him with such envy, which made Gu Xiaowan not know whether to be happy or shy for a moment. Soon, Lin Tian stopped in front of Gu Xiaowan's dormitory building. "Senior, you, go back slowly. When there's a chance, I'll go see you again." Gu Xiaowan blushed, and suddenly moved closer to Lin Tian, kissed Lin Tian on the face, then opened the car door and ran towards the dormitory in a panic. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly and drove away. Gu Xiaowan's heart was pounding. She could still feel weak all over and her legs were so sore that she couldn't even use any strength. But she still climbed up the stairs with difficulty and returned to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, Yutong, Xin Shouyue, and Lu Shui all looked over at him. "Why, are you looking at me like that?" Gu Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether he should enter the dormitory. Yutong was quick-witted and strode over, grabbed Gu Xiaowan's arm and dragged her into the dormitory, closing the door. "Xiaowan, how did you feel yesterday?" Yutong looked at Gu Xiaowan excitedly, as if she had discovered some shocking gossip. Lu Shui also came over, and the two of them stared at Gu Xiaowan. "What?" Gu Xiaowan felt a little nervous when being stared at, and couldn't help but glance away. "Don't give me that. I heard everything I said when I called you last night." Yutong chuckled and couldn't help but look Gu Xiaowan up and down, as if looking for something different. Gu Xiaowan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "What did you hear?" Yutong came closer and said. "What else? You even have a tremor in your voice, what else could it be? Xiaowan, do you treat us as good sisters? Shouldn't we share this kind of thing?" Gu Xiaowan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good sisters have to share this? What kind of logic is this? Lu Shui rolled her eyes at Yutong and came over to say. "Xiaowan, ignore her. Where did you and Mr. Xiaolin go last night? You didn't even come back to the dormitory." Gu Xiaowan pursed her lips a little guiltily and whispered. "No. I didn't go anywhere. I just went to the rooftop of the Apocalypse Hotel and looked at the scenery." "See the scenery?" There seemed to be light in the eyes of both men, as if they wanted to eat Gu Xiaowan directly. "Yeah, haven't I seen the photos that Senior sent before? I've never seen the entire Cloud City from such a high floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows take up an entire wall. This is the first time I've felt that Yundu is so small." Gu Xiaowan tried her best to describe the scenery in detail. But the two of them were not fooled at all. Yutong looked at Gu Xiaowan with suspicion. "Is it as simple as just looking at the scenery?" Gu Xiaowan said with a guilty conscience. Yes. Lu Shui glanced over immediately. "Don't give me that, Xiaowan, I didn't expect you to be hiding this from us. You just walked in with a limp, and you couldn't even stand steadily. Look at the scenery, no one would believe it." Gu Xiaowan's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she was at a loss for a moment. Chapter 110, Encountered by Chance, turned out to be a university teacher. "I never thought that our little white rabbit would be eaten by the big bad wolf in the end." Yutong couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Gu Xiaowan, whose face was flushed and shy. At this moment, Xin Shouyue came over with a smile. "How's it going? Judging from your appearance, Mr. Kobayashi's physical fitness is quite good." Hearing this, Gu Xiaowan couldn't help but think of everything that happened last night. This physical fitness is more than just passing the test. If there wasn't a test today, Gu Xiaowan might not even have the energy to go back to school. "I'm more concerned about what the top floor of the Apocalypse Hotel looks like. Is it the presidential suite? How big is it?" Yutong asked excitedly. Several people were arguing with each other, making Gu Xiaowan wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Okay, let's review quickly. I have an exam this afternoon." Gu Xiaowan changed the subject and hurried to her bed. "Aren't you supposed to be studying? Why are you lying on the bed?" Yutong was stunned and asked. Gu Xiaowan buried his head in the pillow and whispered. "I was busy all night last night, so I just slept for a while. You guys review first, call me when the exam is almost here." Hearing this, Xin Shouyue's heart suddenly tightened, and she took a deep breath and said. "You didn't sleep all night? You guys, all night?" Gu Xiaowan didn't even dare to raise his head. "But in front of these close friends and roommates with whom I have such a good relationship, there is nothing I can't say." She nodded slowly and then drew the bed curtains. The three of them looked at each other in shock. Yutong took out a textbook from her school bag inside. Oh my god, Gu Xiaowan, you were so lucky to meet someone as outstanding as Mr. Xiaolin. Rich, handsome, and young. You're still so strong after one night. Xiaowan, you've worked hard. Gu Xiaowan angrily threw a doll out from the bed curtain, and it hit Yutong directly on the chest. It's a pity that Yutong doesn't have as proud headlights as Gu Xiaowan. Otherwise the doll will bounce back. Alright, just ignore her for now and let her get some sleep. Let's review quickly. If we fail the afternoon exam, our instructor will scold us to death. Xin Xiuyue waved her hand to indicate. But when she turned around to get her textbook, no one saw a smile on her face. At this time, outside the gate of Yundu University, Lin Tian originally planned to leave, but he felt a little hungry. There happened to be a food stall nearby. Lin Tian parked the car on the side of the road and strode to a steamed bun shop. Boss, I want a basket of steamed dumplings, a serving of xiaolong bao, and a serving of millet porridge. Lin Tian glanced at the menu and spoke calmly. Lin Tian? What a coincidence. Just then, a familiar voice came. Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned and turned to look. The person standing behind him was none other than the teacher Wan Sini, who had gone on a blind date with him before. Wan Sini was wearing casual clothes today, including a white baseball cap, a white t-shirt and jeans. Although the depth of the career line is average, but the curves outlined by the tight jeans are indeed the best among the women Lin Tian has ever seen. Why did you come to Yundu University? Wan Sini asked curiously, and strode to the bun shop. Boss, give me a soup dumpling and 2 eggs. The boss smiled and said. Is Teacher Wan here? Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Teacher Wan, are you a teacher at Yundu University? This is not difficult to guess considering how familiar the boss is with Wan Sini. Yeah, didn't I tell you? Wan Sini smiled and took the bun from the boss. You just said you were a teacher, but I never guessed that you were actually a university teacher. He looks so young. Lin Tian also reached out to take the bun and said in surprise. Wan Sini burst into laughter. I just got a full-time job this year, so I'm not young anymore. By the way, why did you come to Yundu University? While chatting, the two found a table and sat down. Lin Tian picked up a bun and took a bite, saying as he ate. I used to be a student at Yundu University, majoring in humanities. I just graduated a few years ago. Logically, you should have been doing an internship at that time. How come I have never seen you before? Lin Tian was really puzzled. Wan Sini looked only 2 years older than him, so how did she become a teacher? It's not easy to be a teacher at Yundu University, and there will be a long internship period. Lin Tian remembered that the youngest teacher in the department was at least 30 years old. Wan Sini was only 23 or 24 years old, and Lin Tian initially thought that she must be a primary or junior high school teacher. Who would have thought that she was actually a teacher at Yundu University, and a full-time teacher at that? Wan Sini picked up the eggs with her hands and said with a smile. When you graduated, I had only graduated for less than 2 years. How could you have found me? I was also a student at Yundu University, in the Department of Management. Later, the department head said he wanted to keep me here as a teacher, and I was hired as a full-time employee after 1 year of internship. I'm a teacher in the Department of Management now. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and said with a smile. I can't believe that the person sitting opposite me is actually a genius. Lin Tian swallowed the bun in one gulp and couldn't help but joke. Whether you study hard or not, you are destined to work for others. Wan Sini ate the eggs and sighed softly. Lin Tian's expression suddenly became serious. Teacher Wan, I am going to criticize you for this. Teachers are the sacred gardeners who nurture the flowers of the motherland. How can you say this about this profession? Wan Sini was immediately amused by Lin Tian's words and laughed so hard that her body shook. Okay, Comrade Xiaolin, I'm sorry, I'm not aware enough. You are so enlightened, why don't you become a teacher? Lin Tianyi raised his eyebrows. I thought so too. I mentioned this to the dean of the department the year I graduated. He pointed at my transcript and replied with one word. Roll. Wan Sini laughed so hard that she bent over and almost dropped the egg in her hand. Lin Tian just looked at Wan Sini quietly. For some reason, I always feel relaxed when chatting with Wan Sini. It was as if I had found someone with whom I shared a close soul, and we could talk about anything. Since awakening the system, Lin Tian has gradually become a little withdrawn. After all, the people around me are all subordinates, and the only words I can say are flattery and respect. When you are with Wan Sini, you don't have to consider this at all. The two chatted for a while and quickly finished their meal. Wan Sini walked in front and asked with a smile, "You are so outstanding. I'm afraid you came to the university this time because you fell in love with the pretty girls there?" Chapter 111. It seems your father doesn't have much money. Where is that? Lin Tian immediately said seriously. I'm already this old. If I want to see someone, I should look at the teachers at Yundu University. What's the matter with students? I said this without blushing or feeling nervous. How could Wan Sini not understand Lin Tian's implication? Her face immediately turned red. Then I have to introduce you. The dean of our management department is fair-skinned, beautiful, and rich. Just a little older, maybe twice your age. Lin Tian burst out laughing. I'm looking for a partner, not another mother. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked towards the school gate. Seni, Seni. Just then, a man holding a large bouquet of roses waved in the direction of Wan Sini not far away. He was wearing an expensive suit and a Porsche Cayenne was parked behind him. Wan Sini glanced over and her smiling face suddenly fell. She turned her head and strode forward. Lin Tian followed closely. Teacher Wan, looking for you? Wan Sini frowned and said. Don't pay attention to him, he's just a second-generation rich guy who pesters me every day while I'm at work. I have to supervise the exam this afternoon, so I don't have time to waste with him. But before they even reached the school gate, the rich second-generation man holding a rose stopped them in front of them. Seni, I am sincere to you. Wan Sini frowned and said in a deep voice. Feng Qi, I've already told you that we are not suitable for each other and I am not interested in you. I still have classes, please don't bother me anymore. Also, please call me by my full name, no need to be so intimate, thank you. The second-generation rich man named Feng Qi was startled, but still unwilling to leave. Instead, he took 2 steps closer to Wan Sini and continued. Sini, if you don't accept it, how can you know that we are not suitable? Please rest assured, I will never let you down. I can buy you anything you want. If you want, I can even make you the director of the management department. As he spoke, he came closer and closer. Wan Sini couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This is the school gate, with many students and teachers coming in and out. She doesn't want to have a breakdown here. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out and blocked the two of them. Didn't you hear? She's not interested in you. Get out of the way. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Tian. Feng Qi frowned, straightened his tie, and looked at Lin Tian coldly. Who are you? Does it matter to you what happens between Sini and me? Wan Sini was about to say something, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to stand in front of her and said with a faint smile. I'm her boyfriend. Do you think I should take care of this matter? Hearing this, Feng Qi was stunned where he was. Even more shocked than him was Wan Sini, who was standing behind Lin Tian. Boyfriend? Lin Tian had a calm expression on his face. After all, this kind of thing has happened once, so Lin Tian is not surprised. Boyfriend? Sini, have you found a boyfriend? Feng Qi was stunned for a moment and looked at Wan Sini in disbelief. Wan Sini hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath and grabbed Lin Tian's arm. Yes, this is my boyfriend. So, Mr. Feng, please don't bother me anymore. Feng Qi stood there stupidly, holding the rose, watching the two people being intimate. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him directly on the forehead from the sky, and his face was numb. You are looking for this kind of stuff? Looking at his outfit, I'm afraid the clothes he's wearing don't even cost $1,000, right? How can I find happiness with such a person? Sini, with your conditions, you can definitely find someone better, like me. Feng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Lin Tian up and down, and said in a cold voice. Wan Sini smiled politely. I just like him, he's my boyfriend. Please keep your distance from me in the future, thank you. After saying that, Wan Sini moved towards Lin Tian again. The headlights of the car rubbed against Lin Tian's arm. Although there was clothes between them, Lin Tian still felt a warm touch. You. Veins suddenly popped out on Feng Qi's forehead. He threw the bouquet in his hand viciously to the ground and stepped on it. Then, he pointed at the Porsche Cayenne not far away and sneered at Lin Tian. My friend, I advise you to be self-aware. The person who deserves to be by Cindy's side is someone like me. Let alone this car, you can't buy it even if you work hard for decades. Lin Tian glanced at the Cayenne. Is this car valuable? Seeing that Lin Tian was indifferent, Feng Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Tian with disdain. Well, I'll give you 1 million. Leave Cindy now and you can own one of these cars. How about it? Wan Cindy immediately let go of Lin Tian's arm and said coldly. Feng Qi, don't go too far. Do you think everything can be measured in money? Did you earn the money to buy the car yourself? Without your dad, you are nothing. What kind of ability is it to use your father's money to hit people here? Originally she didn't want to pay attention to Feng Qi. But Feng Qi's words really angered Wan Cindy. She was afraid that Lin Tian would get hurt because of this incident. After all, Lin Tian is just a young man who has just started his business. This car is indeed enough for him to work hard for a long time. Feng Qi's words are likely to destroy Lin Tian's self-esteem. Originally, Lin Tian stepped forward and pretended to be her boyfriend just to help. Wan Cindy didn't want to make Lin Tian feel bad because of this matter. Feng Qi looked at Wan Cindy and immediately put on a smiling face, as if he hadn't heard what Wan Cindy said at all. Cindy, do you want one too? I can buy one for you too. I have a lot of cars in my basement, many of which are better than this one. As long as you like it, it's all yours. Wan Cindy was so angry at Feng Qi's words that she was speechless. At this moment, she glanced to the side. Suddenly, she came up with an idea, pointed to a place not far away, and sneered. Okay, don't you have money? I want this car, can you buy it? Hearing this, Feng Qi glanced at Wan Cindy's hand with disdain. What came into view was a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Feng Qi was stunned for a moment, his face looked very interesting. Cindy, your joke is a bit too much. Feng Qi said with a wry smile. A low-end Cullinan costs 6 or 7 million yuan, and even Feng Qi's old father only drives a Ghost worth more than 4 million yuan. How can this car be given away just like that? Can't afford it? It seems your father doesn't have much money either. Wan Cindy sneered and tried to pull Lin Tian away. Lin Tian did not move at all, but looked at Wan Cindy and said, Cindy, it's really boring for you to talk like that. He wants to give me a car. What a nice person. However, I have my own car, so I'd better decline your kindness. Hearing this, Feng Qi's anger suddenly rose. You have a car? What car? Wuling Hongguan? Lin Tian didn't say anything, but took out an orange key from his pocket and pointed it forward. The Cullinan's headlights in front of him flashed and shone right on Feng Qi's face. The melancholy face just looked at Feng Qi, who had a dull face. Chapter 112. Oh my god, little golden man. This car is yours? Feng Qi gasped, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of car is this? Cullinan. In front of this car, his Cayenne looked like a little toy. Come on, I'll take you back to the classroom. Lin Tian smiled indifferently and pulled Wan Cindy, who also looked surprised, towards Cullinan. Feng Qi just watched the two of them get into the car. At this moment, he felt like a complete clown. For people who can afford this car, would 1 million be considered a lot of money? In the silence, it seemed as if countless hands reached out and slapped his face. When Cullinan raised his head and drove towards the school gate, Feng Qi's face turned green. He stepped on the flowers on the ground again in frustration. Pa, what a crappy car, the doors are installed backwards, what's so great about it? Hello, littering is not allowed here. The fine is 200 yuan. Just then, an urban management officer came over, wrote something in a notebook, and said in a cold voice. In the car. This time, Lin Tian was carrying Wan Cindy, his teacher, so the guard naturally opened the door for him. Wan Cindy sat in the passenger seat, her heart pounding, and she could hardly believe what she was seeing. This car is yours? Wan Cindy moved her head mechanically and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian put one hand on the car window and the other hand on the steering wheel. I guess so. I just bought it. Wan Cindy took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, she asked. You said before that you were in business. What business do you run? For those who can afford this car, how can this be considered an ordinary businessman? Lin Tian smiled. No big deal, I've covered most places. hotels, restaurants, real estate, shopping malls, and so on. To be honest, there are too many industries and Lin Tian can't list them all at once. Wan Sini was stunned. Her family was fairly well off, and she thought she had a very broad vision. But she didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was 2 years younger than her, actually drives such a top-of-the-line luxury car. However, she didn't know that Lin Tian also had a Porsche 918 worth more than 14 million. Department of Management, right? Here we are. Lin Tian smiled slightly and glanced over at Wan Sini. Ah. Wan Sini still hasn't recovered from her shock. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and whispered. Thank you. Lin Tian said with a smile. What? Teacher Wan, you are not such a polite person. When you see injustice, you should help it. This is how you deal with this kind of stubborn person. Wan Sini said unhappily. Come on, if you weren't richer than him, he probably wouldn't let you go. But did you see the expression on his face just now? This is the first time I've seen him so frustrated. I guess you'll want to smash his Cayenne after you get home, right? After coming to her senses, Wan Sini felt extremely refreshed. Feng Qi has been pestering her for so many years, and she has had enough. After today, I'm afraid he won't have the face to appear in front of me again. Anyway, I still want to thank you today. As Wan Sini spoke, she unbuckled her seatbelt and waited for the car door to open automatically before getting out. There's a test today, I'll definitely treat you to a meal some other day. After saying that, Wan Sini waved her hand, turned around and strode towards the teaching building. Little did she know that as soon as she got off the car, many eyes turned over here. Cullinan's domineering body immediately attracted the attention of many students. Oh my gosh! Little Golden Man! What little Golden Man? This is Cullinan! So handsome! Oh my god, isn't this Teacher Wan who got off the car? I heard that Teacher Wan's family is very rich, but I didn't expect that he is so rich. He even comes to class sitting on a little golden man? It's hard to say. Maybe it's his boyfriend's car. My goodness, Teacher Wan is so happy. Listening to these discussions, Wan Sini suddenly remembered the scene where Lin Tian stood in front of her and said that he was her boyfriend. Her face flushed slightly, and she pretended not to hear the discussions and strode into the classroom. Lin Tian looked at Wan Sini walking away with big strides and couldn't help but smile indifferently. It seems that Feng Qi's appearance today really made her very angry. From the first time they met until now, Wan Sini has given Lin Tian the feeling of a well-educated, gentle and elegant lady from a noble family. Even when they are joking with each other, it won't be too radical. But after seeing Feng Qi today, Wan Sini was so angry. However, I have to thank Feng Qi. If he hadn't appeared, perhaps the relationship between the two wouldn't have developed so quickly. While thinking this, Lin Tian drove slowly out of Yunde University. I just happened to see Feng Qi sitting in his Cayenne, staring at the steering wheel in a daze. Lin Tian exerted a little force on his feet, and a muffled sound was heard. The sound immediately woke Feng Qi up, and he couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. It wouldn't matter if you didn't look, but when you did, your eyes met Lin Tian's. Looking at Lin Tian sitting in Cullinan, Feng Qi wanted to die. He quickly closed the car window and slapped the steering wheel hard. The car hasn't changed much. But Feng Qi covered his hand and grimaced in pain. It's shameful. So fucking shameful. When he thought of what he had just said to Lin Tian, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Tian obviously looks so young, how could he drive a top luxury car like Cullinan? A feeling of frustration suddenly arose in his heart. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him and stepped on the accelerator. Cullinan's melancholy front face raised its head proudly and drove towards the road. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Tian pressed the answer button and spoke slowly. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Lin, I'm Gu Chohan. Are you free to come to the company this afternoon? Your signature is needed regarding the plan for plot B48. Lin Tian smiled calmly. I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. At this time, at the top floor of Hongtu Real Estate Group, Gu Chohan looked at the information in his hand and the plan he had sorted out. I was planning to send it to Lin Tian's office first. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Gu Chohan was stunned, but still pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Gu Chohan. On the other end of the phone, there was a gentle voice. Hello, I'm from Changhong Group. Changhong Group? Hearing this, Gu Qiuhan was stunned. Su Xiuwen's company. Why did they call suddenly? Chapter 113 Changhong's Olive Branch, Cooperation. Hongtu Real Estate Group. The elevator slowly opened at the top floor. Lin Tian strode to the chairman's office. As soon as I opened the door, I found the two beauties, Wan Ruman and Gu Qiuhan, were already waiting here. Mr. Lin. Gu Qiuhan and Wan Ruman immediately said respectfully. Lin Tian nodded, and as soon as he sat in the boss chair, Gu Qiuhan handed a document to Lin Tian. Boss Lin, these are the planning results we came up with after discussion. Please take a look. Gu Qiuhan said. Although the location of the B48 plot is excellent, it is mostly surrounded by commercial areas. And it's not far from Taihe Plaza. If it's built as a commercial plaza, the returns may be very poor. After unanimous discussion by the operations department, it was decided to build commercial housing. As she finished speaking, Wan Ruman brought her hot coffee. Lin Tian took a sip of coffee and looked at the document. After a quick glance, Lin Tian said calmly. You decide these things. After saying that, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. When it comes to professional knowledge, Lin Tian really has no interest in studying it. Gu Qiuhan is absolutely professional in this area, and Lin Tian has no reason to interfere. Okay, Mr. Lin. Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly and put away the documents. However, she stood there and had no intention of leaving. Anything else? Lin Tian was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Gu Qiuhan is usually very decisive, so why didn't he leave in such a hurry today? Gu Qiuhan pursed his lips, held the document to his chest, and said. Boss Lin, Changhong called just now. He said he wanted to cooperate with us, Hongtu. Lin Tian was stunned at first and didn't react for a while. Then he suddenly realized. Changhong, is it Su Xiuwen's company? Gu Qiuhan nodded and said. They hope to cooperate with Hongtu to build a community. If possible, I would like to participate in the construction of the B48 plot. When Lin Tian heard this, his hand holding the coffee paused slightly. What does this mean? Want to get something for free? Gu Qiuhan seemed to see Lin Tian's concerns and continued. At first I thought you, Mr. Lin, would not agree, so I wanted to help you reject them. As a result, Changhong said that this time they just wanted to invest and only needed 20% of the shares. During the construction period, they will bear 50% of the construction costs, and Changhong will also provide the construction team. Changhong's construction team is well known in the industry for its quality. Even Thompson was involved in the construction. So, I didn't refuse yet. I wanted to ask for your opinion, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. What is Su Xiuwen going to do? I only need 20% of the shares, 50% of the expenses, and the responsibility of finding a construction team. No matter how you look at it, this is a pretty good deal. Is this an olive branch from Su Xiuwen? Lin Tian looked at Gu Qiuhan and smiled calmly. Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly. That's right, but Mr. Lin, I always think it's better to be cautious. The largest real estate group in Yangdu right now is definitely Changhong Group. But now that our Hongtu has mastered such a large project, its value has jumped, which will definitely affect Changhong Group. And at the auction, Su Xiuwen specifically mentioned that Changhong Group was originally going to take over the Four Seasons Star City project. So, I think it's better for us to avoid contact with Changhong as much as possible. To be honest, the olive branch thrown by Changhong Group this time is indeed tempting. Even if they did not contribute 50% of the capital, just using their ace construction team would be worth more than 20% of the shares. But years of work experience made Gu Qiuhan dare not believe them. After all, this is a competitor. Lin Tian placed the coffee cup on the table, squinted his eyes and pondered for a while before speaking. Okay, I know what you mean. However, we must accept this olive branch. And accept it happily. Hearing this, Gu Qiuhan was very confused. Just like she had previously persuaded Lin Tian not to invest in Four Seasons Star City. The pros and cons have been clearly analyzed, but Lin Tian went there despite knowing there was a tiger there. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. If we reject Changhong Group's olive branch and offend them in person, it will be disadvantageous to Hongtu. Since there is interest, just take it for now. Chung Hong Group will not tamper with this project. If they do that, they'll just be destroying their own reputation. After hearing Lin Tian's analysis, Gu Qiuhan nodded. I understand, Mr. Lin. Now, Gu Qiuhan would listen to Lin Tian's choice without hesitation. Moreover, this matter is a double-edged sword, and there is no wrong choice no matter which one you choose. Go get busy. Lin Tian nodded. Gu Qiuhan strode away with the documents. Seeing this, Ruan Ruman also followed him out of the chairman's office. Lin Tian was bored and started browsing on his phone. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly discovered that there was a small red dot in the WeChat friend list. When he clicked it, Lin Tian was stunned. It turned out to be Su Jiruo's friend request. Lin Tian frowned slightly, but still clicked to agree. Hello, Mr. Lin. As soon as I approved the friend request, Su Jiruo sent a polite greeting. Lin Tian, hello, Miss Su. Su Jiruo, I wonder what Mr. Lin thinks of this cooperation with Cheng Hong. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, looking at Su Jiruo's straightforward words. After thinking for a moment, he responded, Did you bring up this cooperation? Su Jiruo, Mr. Lin has a keen eye, but this is not only my opinion, but also my grandfather's opinion. Hongtu has great potential, and Grandpa is very optimistic about it, but Four Seasons Star City alone is not enough to compete with Yuanshi and Tianhe. The combination of these two real estate groups has the potential to overtake Cheng Hong. So, we plan to find a partner, and Hongtu is a good choice. Looking at Su Jiruo's explanation, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes immediately. After thinking for a while, Lin Tianfa said, Oh? Hongtu doesn't have any big trump cards, I'm afraid it can't help Cheng Hong? Su Jiruo, Boss Lin, you are the most critical trump card of Hongtu. Lin Tian, thank you very much, Miss Su, for thinking highly of me. Su Jiruo, the fact that you were able to take over the B48 plot quietly shows how powerful your trump card is. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Lin. I wish our cooperation a success. Lin Tian was stunned. He clearly didn't even mention agreeing to cooperate, but Su Jiruo had already made up her mind? After turning off his phone, Lin Tian pursed his lips. For some reason, I felt a strange pressure when chatting with Su Jiruo. There's an indescribable feeling. Chapter 114 The Contrasting Woman. Soon, it was almost time to get off work. Ruan Ruman sat at her workstation, twirling a pen, and stared for a long time. She couldn't help but murmured. Should I? Do you want anything? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ruan Ruman, which scared her. Looking closely, it was Gu Qiuhan. You scared me to death, why are you walking without making any sound? Ruan Ruman patted her chest and said in shock. Gu Qiuhan looked at Ruan Ruman with a puzzled look. What's troubling you so much? Is it about cooperation with Chung Hong Group? Hasn't Mr. Lin already made the decision? Ruan Ruman pursed her lips, put the pen in the pen holder, and said. Not really. Director Gu, I want to ask you a question. Tell me, if you want to invite someone of the opposite sex to dinner, what would you say? Gu Qiuhan was stunned for a moment, his expression became a little strange, and he kept looking at Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman felt a little scared when she saw it. Why? Are you in love? Gu Qiuhan smiled slightly. Ruan Ruman lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Gu Qiuhan said seriously. If it were me, I would say it straight out. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to get the result. Anyway, the worst outcome is rejection, which is no big deal. Ruan Ruman was stunned for a moment and looked at Gu Qiuhan. This answer really fits her personality. After Gu Qiuhan left, Ruan Ruman was still in a dilemma. The person she wanted to invite for dinner was none other than Lin Tian. Lin Tian has helped her out of trouble many times, and Ruan Ruman has actually always wanted to treat Lin Tian to a meal. But I was a little nervous and didn't know how to start the conversation. Second, I don't know where to eat. No matter which hotel I go to, I feel that it is not worthy of Lin Tian's status. Just as Ruan Ruman couldn't help but pick up the pen again and was getting entangled. Squeak. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught her attention. Why aren't you off work yet? Lin Tian strode out of the chairman's office and looked at Ruan Ruman, who was sitting there in a daze, and couldn't help but ask. Ah. Mr. Lin. Ruan Ruman stood up hurriedly, still holding the pen in her hand. What's up? Lin Tian stopped and looked at Ruan Ruman, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and asked in confusion. Ruan Ruman hesitated for a moment, and finally took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to say to Lin Tian. Boss Lin, I want to invite you to have a meal at my house. Ah? This sudden invitation really made Lin Tian stunned. Ruan Ruman blushed and said hurriedly. It's like this. I was drunk before and caused you trouble. I was planning to treat you to a meal at that time. In the end, you helped me solve the big trouble of yuan hexing this time. I really don't know how to thank you. I was thinking that if we were to eat out, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to get used to the food at an ordinary restaurant. I just thought, I'll cook some food at home as a thank you to you. To be honest, Ruan Ruman had no idea what she was thinking. Why did he suddenly blurt out that he wanted to invite Lin Tian to his house for dinner? And this lame excuse was something Ruan Ruman regretted after she said it. Okay, I just happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. Lin Tian looked at the time on his phone and said. And I'm a little hungry now. Then let me try your cooking skills today. Ruan Ruman was stunned for a moment and said quickly. Okay, let's go now. I'll go buy some groceries first. Please wait a moment. Lin Tian smiled. It's okay, I'll drive you there. Just like that, Ruan Ruman got into Lin Tian's car in a daze. She is usually very meticulous in her differentiation work, but for some reason, ever since yuan hexing appeared in Lin Tian pretended to be her boyfriend. Every time Ruan Ruman got involved in Lin Tian's arrangements, her heart was in a mess, as if she had no idea what to do. Soon, the two arrived at the vegetable market. As expected, it attracted a group of people's attention. Whose family is so rich that they drive a little golden man to buy groceries? Hush, you don't understand the world of rich people. Maybe they just like to eat home-cooked food. Everyone uses Cullinan for grocery shopping, but I don't even have a four-wheeled vehicle. The world is no longer the same as it used to be. Lin Tian had become numb to such looks and comments, and strode towards the vegetable market with Ruan Ruman. Ruan Ruman looked at the vendors selling vegetables everywhere and said. Boss Lin, do you have any dietary restrictions? Lin Tian smiled. No, just do whatever you want. Ruan Ruman nodded, and then began to carefully select the vegetables. Watching her lift her hair to ask about the price, and her skillful movements when selecting vegetables, Lin Tian couldn't help but be dazed. This seemed a little different from the Ruan Ruman he knew. Soon, Ruan Ruman bought the vegetables and followed Lin Tian out of the vegetable market. Lin Tian smiled and asked. From your looks, do you often go out to buy groceries? Ruan Ruman nodded and said. Yes, I always cook at home and rarely eat out. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. You are so busy at work every day, and you often work until midnight when something happens in the company. Why don't you hire a nanny? Ruan Ruman smiled and said. I don't really like hiring a babysitter. I'll do things myself if I can. Besides, isn't my job in the company to take care of people? Why do I need someone to take care of me? Hearing Ruan Ruman's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile indifferently. After the two got in the car, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. You're not from Yeondu? Are your parents not in Yeondu? In fact, Lin Tian has always been curious about Ruan Ruman. Whether from her temperament or not, it can be seen that she is definitely not an ordinary woman. Moreover, if a rich second generation like yuan hexing could fall in love with a woman and pursue her relentlessly, her family conditions must not be too bad. Then why did a young woman like her move out by herself? Yes, I'm from Tianjin. I had a little conflict with my family, so I took the opportunity to stay in Yeondu after graduation. But fortunately, I can take care of myself. Ruan Ruman responded in a low voice, as if she didn't like to mention this topic. The vegetable market was not far from Ruan Ruman's home, and they soon arrived downstairs of Ruan Ruman's home. After entering the door, Lin Tian suddenly felt it was simple and spacious. Just like Yang Weiwei's home, everything is arranged very neatly, in order and spotlessly clean. It's hard to believe that this is a house where someone lives alone. There was also a faint fragrance, exactly the same as the scent that Ruan Ruman usually had on her body. Boss Lin, please wait a moment. I'll cook. Very quickly. Ruan Ruman smiled and tied her apron skillfully. Chapter 115. Can I not leave? Looking at Ruan Ruman busy in the kitchen, Lin Tian sat quietly on the sofa and turned on the TV. Unlike Yang Weiwei, Ruan Ruman cooked this time to repay Lin Tian. If Lin Tian went to help, Wan Ruman would definitely feel bad. At this moment, the news broadcast on TV immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. Recently, Changhong Group reached a cooperation agreement with Yundu's emerging Hongtu Real Estate Group. Jointly planned the cooperative project of the Yundu Impression Commercial District. Su Zetian, chairman of Changhong Group, said he would stand together with Hongtu Real Estate Group. In addition, Changhong Group has mobilized the best construction team within the group. We must plan this project to the extreme. Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Changhong is indeed fast. They just finalized the cooperation and it's already on the news? But what shocked Lin Tian even more was that this was the TV station in Tiannan province. Can a community planning project be broadcast on a provincial television station? Boss Lin, it's ready. You can eat it now. Just then, Wan Ruman was carrying the dishes and carefully placing them on the table. While carefully arranging the dish, he spoke. Lin Tian sat at the dining table and looked at the TV with a puzzled look. How come the cooperation with Changhong was broadcast on provincial TV? Wan Ruman was slightly stunned, then said. Isn't this normal? Plot B48 was specially approved by the higher authorities, and it has attracted great attention and concern from the leadership. Regarding the planning of the B48 plot, we will naturally follow up in full. It's just, the speed is so fast? Director Gu just gave Changhong Group a reply this morning, and it's already on the evening news? Lin Tian was stunned. To be honest, he had no idea that plot B48 would be so important. This time the system gave him a big job. But this is not a bad thing. Boss Lin, with the acquisition of the B48 plot this time, our Hongtu has become famous in the province. Originally, many people thought that this plot of land belonged to Yuan or Tianhe. After all, Changhong Group was unable to participate in the auction due to some reasons. But I didn't expect that a dark horse like us would emerge. Ruan Ruman spoke as she fed Lin Tiancheng some porridge. Lin Tian stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Just as he turned his attention from the TV to the dining table, he was stunned again. Although most of the dishes on the table are home-cooked, they are carefully presented and decorated with broccoli and celery leaves. But that's not the point. The key point is that the two of them sat opposite each other, and there were 2 candlesticks and 2 red wine glasses on the table. Ruan Ruman took off her apron and poured some red wine for Lin Tian. She secretly watched Lin Tian, observing his reaction. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Candlelight dinner with home-cooked food? Interesting. Ruman, what are you doing?" A blush appeared on Ruan Ruman's face. She sat down and explained in a low voice. Boss Lin, I was thinking that you usually go in and out of high-end restaurants. Although we are eating at home this time, the atmosphere still needs to be adequate. So, to be honest, this reason is a bit far-fetched. However, this was Lin Tian's second time having a candlelight dinner. The first time was at Yang Weiwei's house. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he raised his goblet and said with a smile, "Cheers." Seeing this, Ruan Ruman hurriedly picked up the wine glass. Bang! The two of them clinked glasses and took small sips. Lin Tian picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Tasty! Not only does the presentation look good, the taste is also truly amazing. All kinds of wonderful flavors burst out on Lin Tian's tongue and in his mouth. Paired with the lingering sweetness of red wine, it actually has a unique flavor. I can't believe your cooking is so delicious. This is much more worthwhile than going to a fancy restaurant. Lin Tian took another bite and said with a smile, "It seems that I have to help you more often in the future, so that I have a reason to come to your house for free meals." Ruan Ruman's face was flushed, and it was unclear whether it was because of shyness or because of drinking. Boss Lin, I've always been curious. Are you from the capital? Ruan Ruman asked in a low voice under the influence of alcohol. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, and the chopsticks in his hand paused for a moment. Why do you think so? Do I speak with a Beijing accent? Ruan Ruman shook her head and said, "It's not about the accent. The main reason is that there is no big family with the surname Lin in Yundu. Not to mention the ability to take the B48 plot ahead of everyone else. So I've been wondering if you're from the capital." When Lin Tian heard this, he burst into laughter and said, "Just treat me as a nouveau riche." What Lin Tian said was not wrong. Strictly speaking, he was indeed a nouveau riche. The kind that gets rich overnight. But this explanation was too blunt for Ruan Ruman. Upstart? What kind of explosion would be required to reach Lin Tian's level? Not to mention the terrifying background of being able to acquire the land approved by the higher authorities in advance. Lin Tian's assets alone are incomparable to those of a nouveau riche. Ruan Ruman didn't know about the other things, but it would be impossible to acquire just the two companies, Jingtian and Hongtu, without tens of billions. Come to think of it, why would a woman like you come to live in Yundu alone? At this moment, Lin Tian placed his chopsticks on the edge of the plate, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and asked in confusion. To be honest, Lin Tian didn't know anything about his personal secretary. A person who looks like a rich girl who has never done housework actually often buys groceries and cooks for herself. But she drives a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the clothes she wears and the cosmetics on her table are all high-end brands. This is not a consumption concept that Ruan Ruman's salary can support. My words. Ruan Ruman took a big sip of red wine before continuing. It's considered that the family has some money. But I have a lot of unhappiness with my family. They still think of the older generation's ideas that marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Just think of it as me not wanting to go back in order to avoid the engagement. Ruan Ruman said this with a wry smile. Her life experience was far more complicated than Lin Tian had imagined. The two chatted about many things of their own, and before they knew it, the bottle of red wine had been finished. Ruan Ruman's face was already red and her head was shaking slightly. It looks like he has fallen asleep. Lin Tian glanced at his phone. It's 11 o'clock already? Unexpectedly, the meal lasted 2 hours for the two of them. Thinking of this, Lin Tian slowly stood up and prepared to leave. After all, this was not the first time Lin Tian saw Ruan Ruman drunk. Fortunately, this time she drank red wine, which was not so strong that she would not vomit all over herself again. As Lin Tian stood up, the sound of the chair rubbing against the floor slowly began to sound. At this moment, a pair of warm and smooth hands suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's palms. Lin Tian glanced over. At this moment, Ruan Ruman's hair was covering her eyes. She looked at Lin Tian with blurry eyes and said with her red lips slightly parted. Can you not leave? Chapter 116 New Company, Film and Television Group. Seeing Ruan Ruman like this, Lin Tian's heart moved. He had never seen Ruan Ruman like this before. The last time I saw Ruan Ruman drunk, she was not in this state at all. At that time, she couldn't open her eyes, her whole body was limp, and she was drunk. But now, like a tempting apple. Not only those misty eyes and seductive red lips. The worst thing was that she reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's hand. This caused the whole body to slightly tilt, forming a perfect curve. The short skirt covering her hips was lifted up a little, and some parts of her body could be vaguely seen in the candlelight. There is an indescribable hazy beauty. Lin Tian couldn't help wanting to go forward and take a bite. You are drunk. Lin Tian took a deep breath and said softly. Just like last time, Lin Tian didn't want to take advantage of others. Also, Ruan Ruman's alcohol tolerance is too poor. How could she get so drunk just by drinking red wine? However, Ruan Ruman did not let go, but stretched out her other hand and tightly grasped Lin Tian's hand. She took Lin Tian's hand and slowly stood up. Slowly leaning close to Lin Tian's ear, his breath was as sweet as orchid. I'm not drunk, I just don't want you to leave. Can you not leave? No one can withstand this kind of attack. Lin Tian could sense the faint fragrance and the hint of alcohol on her body. No wonder many women like to drink red wine. Unlike white wine and beer, red wine has a very light taste, and when combined with body odor and perfume, it seems to produce some wonderful chemical reaction. This mixed aroma made Lin Tian a little intoxicated. If you don't leave, what are you doing here? Lin Tian did not refuse Ruan Ruman, but said with a smile. Since Ruan Ruman was a little unsteady on her feet, Lin Tian could only put his hands on her waist. Even though it's covered by a shirt, I can still feel the smooth touch. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Ruan Ruman's voice was weak and she slowly placed her arm on Lin Tian's shoulder. The whole body fell backwards involuntarily. Through the candlelight, the places that were originally blurry suddenly became clear. Lin Tian embraced Ruan Ruman and carried her like a princess. The candle on the candlestick was blown out. No sleep all night. The hospitable Ruan Ruman took Lin Tian to visit every corner of her home. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom and 2 balconies. I visited them all. As a result, there were wheel marks everywhere. This caused Juan Ruman's originally clean and tidy home to become a little messy. Lin Tian didn't feel much, after all, he had the support of the system. However, Juan Ruman had just gotten her driver's license when she encountered Lin Tian driving at full speed. No matter how good the land is, it cannot withstand such hard cultivation. She didn't care about the glaring sunlight shining on her and fell into a deep sleep. Through the sunlight, Lin Tiankai saw a pair of exquisite car headlights. Perfect, like a work of art. I never thought that a meal could bring such a big surprise. Lin Tian leaned aside with satisfaction, and a thought came to his mind. System, draw a lottery. Ding! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Yuesheng Film and Television Company. Although the system hasn't rewarded Lin Tian with any property for a long time. But this time the reward still made Lin Tian stunned. The reward this time is actually a film and television company? Lin Tian stopped thinking about it and fell on the pillow after drawing the prize. Although I didn't feel tired, I was overwhelmed by sleepiness after not sleeping all night. At the same time, the 6th floor of a building. Leap Films. In the large conference room. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference room, all of them were senior executives of Yuesheng Film and Television Company. General Manager Fong Chiu sat in the first seat and said calmly, "Starting today, Yuesheng's chairman has been replaced, and the entire equity transfer is in progress. I called you here to inform you. Remember to inform all departments to pay attention. The new chairman will arrive today, so we must not neglect him." Yuesheng was acquired? When did it happen? A man wearing a small gold watch was so shocked that he almost slammed the table and stood up. Not only him, but other senior executives all had disbelief on their faces and were discussing. There are still many projects in the company. Will the new chairman overturn them all? Who says it's not true? The new chairman bought all the shares in one go. How could he not have any preparations? By then, we will definitely have to change projects, and even our team. I finally negotiated this big project. Fong Chiu frowned slightly and waved his hand. Okay, I know the news comes a little sudden. But changing the chairman doesn't mean the work at hand doesn't need to be done. The project will continue to run. I will sort it out and hand it over to the chairman. He will decide whether to keep the project or not when he comes. Do your job well. If a new chairman comes and sees you guys are in chaos, then this team will be replaced. Fong Chiu's voice was not loud, but it made everyone present silent. Go ahead and notify all departments to be on high alert. Fong Chiu waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Yes, Mr. Fong. Several senior executives nodded and bowed quickly and left the meeting room in a hurry. Fong Chiu's face also looked solemn. As the highest level executive in the entire company except for the chairman. If the new chairman really brings in a series of leadership teams, he will definitely be the first to be fired. Although Yuesheng Film and Television Company is not large in scale, it is just a small film and television company. But the top star in the company is quite famous, and it must be for this reason that he was acquired. In this case, the possibility of him being replaced is even greater. Just then, the door of the conference room was slowly pushed open. 3 people strode in, 2 men and 1 woman. Fong Chiu looked at the 3 people in front of him and motioned for them to sit down. Then, he clasped his palms together and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a serious expression. The company has a new chairman, and he will come to the company this afternoon. You two, follow Shin Nan and get ready, and bring along some of the company's top artists. Come with me later to greet the new chairman. The woman called Shin Nan was none other than Lin Tian's tenant in Thompson Wanin Shin Nan. He is also the top director of the entire Yuesheng Group and the face of the entire Yuesheng Company. Yin Shinnan was stunned when he heard this. Mr. Fong, what did you just say? Has the company changed its chairman? Although he knew in his heart that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later, Yin Shinnan still didn't expect it to happen so soon. Chapter 117, Poor Guy Becomes Rich. Afternoon. Lin Tian was driving on the way to Yuesheng Film and Television Company. When he just woke up, Juan Ruman was still sleeping beside him. It seems that she was really exhausted yesterday. Yuesheng Film and Television Company is located in the north of the city, not close to Juan Ruman's residence. After driving for half an hour, Lin Tiankai finally arrived at his destination. The office building where Yuesheng Film and Television Company is located is very large, several times the size of Hongtu Building. Lin Tian slowly parked the Cullinan in the parking space, and just when he was about to get out of the car. Lin Tian? Suddenly, a surprised voice came from not far away. Lin Tian couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. The sound came from a Buick. A man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket trotted towards Lin Tian. Who are you? Lin Tian was slightly stunned. He really had no impression of the person in front of him. The man took off his sunglasses and looked at Lin Tian excitedly. It's me, Lu Chengtian. Why, you forgot it just a few years after graduation? The moment Lu Chengtian took off his sunglasses, Lin Tian recognized him. Lu Chengtian is Lin Tian's college classmate. He was a bit of a scoundrel in school, but he was very loyal to his classmates. Although Lin Tian didn't have a deep interaction with him, their relationship was still acceptable. Oh my god. We haven't seen each other for a few years. How come you? How did you get the little golden man? Lu Chengtian looked at Lin Tian's Cullinan in shock, with shock written all over his face. The distance was far just now, and Lu Chengtian hadn't taken a close look at the car behind Lin Tian. When I got closer, I realized that this was actually Cullinan. Looking across the entire Yun, there are no more than 3 top-of-the-line luxury cars. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Just luck. Lu Chengtian swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Tian with a different look. Can you drive the little golden man by luck? I still remember you ate instant noodles when you were in college. How come you can drive a golden man right after graduation? Lu Chengtian didn't believe that one person could build Cullinan from scratch in just a few years. Lin Tian smiled and said, Nothing, just luck. I'll go up first, you go ahead. After saying that, Lin Tian smiled politely and strode towards the Film and Television Company building. Only Lu Chengtian was left, staring at Cullinan in a daze. He also wanted to say a few words to Lin Tian. But the relationship between the two is just classmates. In addition, the other person's status and position were so different from his own that he felt shocked and a little lost. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he muttered to himself. No, I can't be the only one to know this. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a picture of Cullinan at a good angle. Open WeChat, find the Yundu Humanities Department Class 2 group, and click Send. After posting the photos, Lu Chengtian still felt shocked for a long time. Soon, a message came from his cell phone. Li He, hey, Mr. Lu, which 4S store did you take this photo in? Lu Wang, is this Cullinan? Oh my god, we still have this car in Yundu? Ma Xiaotong, what is this car? Is it expensive? Lu Wang, is it expensive? It's more than expensive. The top model of this car costs tens of millions, and the lowest model costs 7 million. Ma Xiaotong, ah? Lu Wang's words immediately attracted a group of lurking classmates, who all joined the group to watch the fun. If it was just an ordinary luxury car, it would be fine. But they were still very excited when they saw someone in the class group post a photo of this car, which is hard to find in the entire city. Lu Wang, and why don't you say anything after posting a photo? Don't tell me this is the new car you just picked up. Seeing this, Lu Chengtian typed back unhappily, you think too highly of me. I'm still driving that little Buick. Even if you sell me, you can't buy the wheels for this car. But I can remind you that this car belongs to one of our classmates. I just ran into him. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class group went wild. The students who originally just came to watch the fun suddenly couldn't hold it anymore and frantically asked at Lu Chengtian questions. Who is it? Who is it? Is there anyone so rich among our classmates? I remember the monitor's family is quite rich, right, monitor? Class monitor Ma Ilong, ahem, stop talking nonsense. How can I afford this car and go to school in Yundu? Oh my god, a rich man is actually next to me. Who is it, Lu Chengtian? Looking at this group of students who were eager to know the answer, Lu Chengtian was already smiling. Ma Ilong at Lu Chengtian, if you keep keeping me in suspense, I will kick you out. +1. +1. Lu Wang, not only do I have to kick him out, I also have to find him and give him a kick. Lu Chengtian, please spare my life. I was wrong. You may not believe it if I tell you this, but this car belongs to Lin Tian. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with deathly silence. The classmates group that was originally refreshing the screen suddenly seemed to be stuck, and no one came out to send a message. Lu Chengtian was stunned for a moment, raised his phone to look for a signal, and opened a web page to try again. My internet connection is fine, right? Why aren't you talking? After 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Chengtian's cell phone vibrated. Lu Wang, Mr. Lu, there has to be a limit to how much you can make fun of us, right? Ma Yilong, who in our class doesn't know that Lin Tian is the worst off in the class and is always short of living expenses? Lao Lu, it's okay to joke around normally, but how can you joke about this? Our class needs to be united. This is a rule we set in freshman year. Aren't you making fun of Lin Tian? Lu Chengtian, brothers, I am really wronged. Don't say you don't believe it, I don't believe it myself. But this car is really Lin Tian's. I didn't lie to you. I saw him get out of the car with my own eyes, and he was the only one in the car. Lu Wang, could it be that he rented it? I don't believe that Lin Tian can afford the little golden man. Lu Chengtian, impossible, I met him downstairs at Yuesheng Film and Television Company. He can't come to a place like this for a blind date to save face, right? As he spoke, Lu Chengtian suddenly pulled out a photo on his phone. This was taken when he accidentally touched the cell phone when he was running to find Lin Tian. Although it was a little blurry, it could be seen that Lin Tian was getting off the car at that time. Seeing this photo, Lu Chengtian posted it to the group without hesitation. Look, I didn't lie to you. Chapter 118 The Boss is the Landlord? Ma Yilong, this is really Lin Tian? Lu Wang, impossible, absolutely impossible. It's only been a few years since he graduated. How could Lin Tian become a rich man? Lu Chengtian, I don't believe it either, but the photo is here, and I saw it with my own eyes, so it's impossible. Yang Kiki, how is it impossible? I can testify that this is true. Lin Tian is indeed very rich. He even came to our dealership and bought a Continental in full before. Yang Kiki was at work and happened to see that the class group was very lively. Seeing that the protagonist was Lin Tian, he couldn't help but send a message. She knew very well that Lin Tian didn't like to show off, so she deliberately didn't say that Tianxia car dealership also belonged to Lin Tian. However, Yang Kiki was also a little puzzled. When did Lin Tian change his car? And he changed it to a Cullinan? Suddenly, she remembered that when she and Lin Tian were making love in the car, she accidentally broke the roof of the Bentley. Thinking of this, Yang Kiki's mind was filled with the scenes of that night, and her face suddenly turned red. After Yang Kiki finished speaking, the entire class group went completely crazy. Lu Chengtian, look at it, and I'll tell you. Yang Kiki works at Tianxia car dealership, and Tianxia car dealership only sells luxury cars. Wait, euro? Buy it in full? Lu Chengtian felt like he was going crazy. Ma Yilong, oh my god, I didn't expect Lin Tian to be so hidden. Is he in the group? Lu Wang, no he didn't. He seemed to have a mobile phone at the time, so he didn't join the group. Lu Chengtian, how could he not have a cell phone? He must be deliberately living a difficult life just to keep a low profile. How could a person of this level have too much contact with us? Li He, this is too convincing, isn't it? No one in our class can tell. Ma Yilong, I understand everything. Think about it, where did Lu Chengtian see Lin Tian? Yuesheng Film and Television Company. Guess what this means? Lu Wang, old squad leader, stop keeping me in suspense. What the hell are you talking about? Li He, yes, old squad leader, just speak frankly, we are all still confused and don't have time to guess riddles. Ma Yilong calmly edited his theory and posted it. Is it possible that Lin Tian is an absolute second-generation rich man, but he has a dream of becoming a film and television star? So, he came to Yunde University to hone his acting skills. For the sake of my dream, I endured for 4 years. Lu Chengtian, don't tell me, this is really possible, otherwise why would someone of his status live like this for 4 years? The monitor is worthy of being the monitor. This analysis is spot on. Lu Wang, I still can't believe it, but what the squad leader said makes sense. Li He, isn't this too magical? What kind of silly novel plot is this? Lu Wang, art comes from life but is higher than life. There are many things in life that are more magical than this. Ma Yilong, you're right. The poorest student in the class is actually a top-tier rich second generation. Isn't this magical enough? Yang Kiki looked at the heated discussions in the group, and for some reason she felt filled with a sense of pride. Her mind was filled with the time she spent with Lin Tian. A happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. However, Lin Tian, who was not in the group, was not aware of all this. Lin Tian strode to the elevator entrance and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Although it only occupies an entire floor, it is considered the most famous company in the entire building. The main reason for its fame is the several artists under it. The scale of the entire company is actually not very large. Compared with other film and television companies, it is simply a small workshop. As soon as the elevator door opened, an elegant middle-aged man in formal attire appeared in front of Lin Tian. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Tian Lin?" the middle-aged man asked respectfully. "I am Lin Tian." Lin Tian nodded. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became more serious, and he said solemnly, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of Yuesheng Film and Television Company. My name is Feng Qiu." Ever since Feng Qiu knew that Lin Tian was coming today, he cancelled all his appointments and waited at the elevator door for a whole day. But when he saw Lin Tian, he was still stunned. Actually, so young? So much so that Feng Qiu really didn't dare to confirm that this was Yuesheng's new chairman. "Hello." Lin Tian smiled slightly, nodded, and strode into the company. Just after Lin Tian entered the company, 2 rows of people stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Tian. "Hello, Mr. Lin." This posture really scared Lin Tian. Feng Qiu hurriedly introduced. "I heard that Mr. Lin would come to the company today, so I specially brought the company's senior executives and top artist directors here. Please take a look." Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked around. First of all, the senior management, there is nothing much to say, most of them are men, there is only one woman, she looks to be over 40. These are the artists of the company. Although Yuesheng is not large in scale, it still has several artists who are fairly famous. It's just that, top artist Deng Yunru is filming today and is not in the company. Feng Qiu followed Lin Tian's footsteps and introduced. Seeing these artists made Lin Tian's eyes light up. There were only 4 or 5 artists here, both male and female. There is nothing to complain about her appearance, which conforms to the public's aesthetic taste. It's hard to give a score for men, but women probably scored around 8. As for Deng Yunru that Feng Qiu mentioned, Lin Tian knew her. She is a quasi-first-tier actress in China. She is said to have a sweet appearance and is definitely a beauty with a score of 9 or above. It's a pity that Lin Tian doesn't watch TV much, so he doesn't know much about this. He got this information from the information Feng Qiu had sent him before. The other artists are at least at the 3rd tier level. Overall, as a small company, it is pretty good. Finally, Yuesheng is the well-deserved first director. Please allow me to introduce you to Yin Xinnan, a new director who is well known in the industry. It can be said that the entire leap was supported by Yin Xinnan and Deng Yunru. Feng Qiu took a deep breath and extended his palm towards Yin Xinnan. "Yin Xinnan?" Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Feng Qiu's hand. Sure enough, it was his female tenant. Yin Xinnan also stood there stupidly. "It's you?" She never imagined that the new chairman of the company was actually her landlord? Isn't Yundu a little too small? Ah. Feng Qiu was stunned. He looked at Yin Xinnan and then at Lin Tian. "You know each other?" Lin Tian smiled calmly and said, "I guess we know each other." Yin Xinnan pursed her lips and said nothing. She wasn't usually very good at intersections. Now that she had encountered such an embarrassing situation that her boss was the landlord, she wished she could just slip away on the spot. Chapter 119. It doesn't matter, I didn't suffer any loss anyway. Knowing each other, that would make things easier. Boss Lin, you should know Director Yin's abilities. Feng Qiu said with a smile. Lin Tian looked at Yin Xinnan, whose face was filled with shock, smiled and did not answer. Although Lin Tian didn't know her, Lu Anren had talked to Lin Tian about Yin Xinnan before. Although he is a new director, he is very capable and can be said to be the undisputed number 1 among the new generation of directors. However, Lin Tian didn't understand. With Yin Xinnan's ability, why did he still stay in such a small company like Yuesheng? At this moment, Yin Xinnan didn't dare to look at Lin Tian, but she could feel Lin Tian's gaze, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Lin Tian didn't say much. He strode into the company, turned around and smiled at everyone. It is said that a new official starts with 3 things. This first fire of mine will burn you. I'll treat you to dinner after get off work, and everyone here can come. When everyone heard Lin Tian's first words, their hearts tightened. Does the first fire mean to set them all on fire? When they heard about the meal, everyone felt relieved. Many people even cheered. Lin Tian smiled, looked at Yin Xinnan again, and strode to the chairman's office. If it were in a big company, Lin Tian might not do this. But in a small company like this, where everyone works on the same floor, it's natural to improve relationships as quickly as possible. The best way to promote relationships is to eat. Just have a meal and you will become familiar with it. After Lin Tian entered the chairman's office, the artists all left. They all had announcements, so naturally they couldn't participate in things like eating even if they wanted to. But the rest of the people couldn't help but gather together and discuss curiously. The new chairman is so nice that he invites us to dinner on the first day? It's hard to say. What if it's a farewell dinner? Shut up your crow mouth. I don't think Mr. Lin is that kind of person. Yes, if Mr. Lin brought his own leadership team, how could he come to the company alone? At this moment, a man wearing glasses asked curiously. Let's not talk about this for now. Director Yin, did you and Mr. Lin know each other before? Yin Xinnan was stunned. She didn't want to take part in the discussion, but was forcibly surrounded. She coughed lightly. I guess we know each other. This answer is exactly the same as Lin Tian's answer. Everyone immediately became interested. Is this true? Director Yin, what is your relationship? Let me guess first. Looking at Director Yin's embarrassed expression, could it be his ex-boyfriend? How is that possible? Hasn't Director Yin never been in a relationship? Who can say for sure? Director Yin is so beautiful, how could there be no men chasing her? Boss Lin is so handsome, Director Yin, you must have been very happy before, right? After hearing everyone's discussion, Yin Xinnan was speechless. She said calmly. No, he's my landlord. This sentence stunned everyone. Landlord? If I remember correctly, Director Yin, you live in Thompson 1, right? Tang Chen Yiju? The new chairman rented out Tang Chen Yiju's house? How rich must he be? He's handsome and rich. Oh my god, I don't know if I have no chance. Give up, Mr. Lin must have a girlfriend. Lin Tian knew nothing about the discussions outside. After arriving at the chairman's office, it was quite beyond Lin Tian's expectations. Although the place is not big, the view from the floor to ceiling windows is great, and you can just see the lake not far away. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Lin Tian sat in the boss chair and spoke calmly. The door slowly opened, and a hot young beauty wearing a white shirt walked in slowly with a stack of documents. The first thing that catches my eye is those two long white legs, but it's a pity that they are not wearing stockings. You have to look up to see her face. After seeing the beautiful woman's face, Lin Tian was stunned again. This beauty is none other than Yin Xinnan's assistant in Xianro. And Xianro looked at Lin Tian with a slightly red face. Seeing Lin Tian looking at her, she was a little at a loss. Lin Tian was shocked for only a moment. After all, she was Yin Xinnan's assistant, so it was not surprising for her to appear here. What's up? Lin Tian looked down at the entire company's structural diagram and spoke calmly. And Xianro pursed her lips, slowly walked towards Lin Tian, and whispered. Boss Lin, I'm your secretary. Lin Tian looked at Xianro in astonishment. Aren't you Yin Xinnan's assistant? And Xianro whispered. That's right. The previous chairman was not in the company for many years. Normally there's nothing for me to take care of in the company. Mr. Fong will take care of everything. Plus, Xinnan and I have known each other since childhood and have a good relationship, so I am also serving as her personal assistant. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. The secretary and top director of this new company are actually his tenants? Seeing that Lin Tian didn't speak, and Xianro hurriedly said. But since you are here, I will definitely focus on the work at the company. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. No need, you're just my assistant, so just manage your time well and don't delay either of us. Anyway, Lin Tian won't come to the company often. In this case, it is better to maintain the status quo. Thank you, Mr. Lin. And Xianro said softly. Her embarrassment was no less than Yin Xinnan's. Who could have thought that the new boss is the landlord? Anything else? Lin Tian lowered his head and continued to look at the structural diagram, then asked. And Xianro finally came to her senses and quickly handed the document in her hand to Lin Tian Dao. Boss Lin, this is the company profile and the artist's information. I have sorted them out. Please take a look. As Xianro approached, a faint fragrance wafted towards her. Because she was too nervous, Xianro accidentally touched the corner of the table. One of them lost his balance and fell directly towards Lin Tian. Before Lin Tian could even react, he was hit by the other party. And Xianro looks thin and small. She has a pretty good figure. She was frightened and hurriedly hugged Lin Tian tightly. In just a moment, the two people were tightly attached to each other. I don't know if it's because the distance is close enough. The fragrance became stronger. It doesn't smell like perfume, but rather like the body odor that emanates from the inside out. Lin Tian thought it smelled good. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. And Xianro stood up hurriedly and apologized to Lin Tian with a blushing face. And Xianro wanted to die after making such a fool of herself just after meeting her new boss. Lin Tian smiled and said, "The last time I saw you, I thought you were quite capable. Why are you so reckless as my secretary? Is this considered differential treatment?" And Xianro didn't dare to look at Lin Tian's face and just kept apologizing. "Okay, it's no big deal, and I didn't suffer any loss. Go get busy." Lin Tian waved his hand and gestured. No loss? And Xianro's mind went blank and her thoughts were completely confused. Chapter 120, Encounter at the Hotel by Chance, No Private Rooms? Afternoon. The entire senior management of Yuesheng Film and Television Company was in an uproar. Everyone went downstairs and waited for Lin Tianxia to come downstairs. "It's just a meal, why are you so happy?" Yin Xinnan couldn't help but frown as he looked at this group of senior executives who were almost dancing with joy. Fang Qiu on the side smiled calmly and said, "Where are they excited about eating?" The main person who invited us to dinner was Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Yin Xinnan was even more puzzled and turned to look at Fang Qiu. "Is there any difference?" Fang Qiu smiled, took a look, and after confirming that Lin Tian had not come down, he spoke. "Director Yin doesn't usually pay attention to these things, which is understandable. There is a huge difference here. For example, if I treated them to a meal today, they would at most be happy, but it wouldn't be like this. But Mr. Lin is a new leader, and everyone is worried whether he will bring in a new leadership team to replace the original team. Now that President Lin has directly invited us to dinner, this concern has been eliminated. That's why everyone is so happy." Yin Xinnan frowned slightly, still a little confused. Just then, the elevator door slowly opened. Lin Tian and Xianro strode out of the building. "Boss Lin, where is our destination?" Fang Qiu came forward and said respectfully. "Jingtian, Shangshi Hall. It's 5:30 now. Let's meet at 6. Lin Tian spoke calmly. But when they heard this, Fang Qiu and the others' faces changed. "Sedum? Jingtian Hotel?" Originally they thought they were just having a casual meal. In the end, we went to Jingtian, or Shangshi Hall. After saying this, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Tian turned and walked towards his Cullinan. And Xianro slowly walked to Yin Xinnan's side. What happened again? Isn't Jingtian just a slightly larger restaurant? Looking at Fang Qiu's surprised look, Yin Xinnan said again in confusion. She felt as if she had lost touch with everyone. Fang Qiu frowned and said, "As expected, Mr. Lin's identity is far beyond our imagination. Jingtian's consumption is indeed not high, it's just well known." But Mr. Lin was talking about the Shangshi Hall. There are only 3 special private rooms in Jingtian. The Shangshi Hall is one of them. Those who can book this private room must have a high status and background. Even if the manager of Jingtian wants to have a meal in the restaurant, he is not qualified to enter these 3 special rooms. As he spoke, Fang Qiu sighed. Lin Tian is not only young, but also has such strong financial resources and background. This new boss is not simple. Yin Xinnan pursed her lips and said nothing, but she didn't find it strange. After all, a person who can buy 2 villas with such high numbers in a row in Thompson Ijue. There is nothing wrong with having a strong background. It seems that this new boss is very powerful. Maybe. As Yin Xinnan spoke, he looked at Xianro beside him. but In Xianrou's eyes were a little dull and her face was slightly red. I don't know what she was thinking. Xioro? In Xinnan coughed lightly, which brought In Xianrou back to her senses. What's wrong? In Xinnan frowned slightly and said softly. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? Isn't it a fever? The embarrassing scene that happened in the office suddenly reappeared in Xianrou's mind. I had just met my new boss and landlord when he was given this surprise. This made In Xianrou's face even redder. You don't really have a fever, do you? In Xinnan's heart tightened, and he quickly reached out and put his hand on In Xianrou's forehead. It's not hot. In Xianrou evaded the question. It's okay, I just feel a little hot. Let's go quickly. The new boss is treating us on the first day. We can't be late. In Xinnan found it even more unbelievable. It's almost autumn. Wearing a coat, yet you still say it's hot. 6 o'clock. Jingtian Hotel, Shengshi Hall on the second floor. The huge private room is very different from the other rooms on the second floor. There were at least 20 senior executives attending the dinner this time, but the private room was still quite empty. Although Lin Tian said it was 6 o'clock, they did not dare to delay at all and arrived 10 minutes early. Only Lin Tian walked into the hotel calmly. After going to the bathroom, Lin Tianzheng planned to go straight upstairs. Just then, there was a commotion at the front desk. What? No more private rooms? Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice. About 6 or 7 women dressed very brightly were standing at the front desk. The leader looked familiar. Wang bitch? After seeing Wang Bichi, Lin Tian couldn't help but stop. At this moment, Wang Bichi looked a little embarrassed and said, Can you be flexible? We came all the way here. The receptionist smiled politely and said, Sorry miss, our Jingtian rooms are always full all year round. If you need to book a private room, you must make a reservation in advance. Wang Bichi took a deep breath and said helplessly. Then, is there any room left in the hall? The front desk staff continued. There are a lot of guests today, and there is no room in the lobby for now. If you have enough time, you can choose to wait a little longer. We are very sorry for the inconvenience. Looking at the impeccable rhetoric of the receptionist, Wang Bichi had no place to vent her anger. And she didn't dare. This is Jingtian Hotel, how dare she cause trouble here? At this moment, a woman in purple clothes behind her spoke. Forget it, why don't we go somewhere else? Nothing can be done about it. Just remember to make an appointment next time you come to Jingtian. Another woman also spoke up. But this is such a shame, isn't it? We finally got together, but there's no room. There is no better hotel in Yundu than Jingtian. Wang Bichi pursed her lips, and the embarrassment on her face deepened. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have bothered choosing the dinner venue herself. Now I've lost face in front of these best friends. She knows these best friends very well. Even though she doesn't say it, she will definitely remember what happened today. It's so embarrassing. She now wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. What? No more private rooms? Hearing this, Wang Bichi was stunned and looked up. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Tian. Brother Tian, why are you here? Wang Bichi took a deep breath, feeling a little overwhelmed. Lin Tian smiled and said, Are these your friends? Wang Bichi nodded and whispered, It's rare for us to get together. Jingtian is the best restaurant in Yundu. I'm thinking of booking a private room here. It turned out that there were no seats left even in the lobby. After saying that, Wang Bichi couldn't help but look at Lin Tian for help. With Lin Tian's ability, he might be able to solve this problem. Lin Tian smiled and did not respond. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became nervous. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what do you want? Chapter 121 How dare I have any unreasonable thoughts? Wang Bichi's sisters looked at Lin Tian with confusion. He was dressed simply and looked like a student who had just graduated. Wang Bichi calls this kind of person Brother Tian? Still pretending to make a phone call? Could he possibly find a private room in Jingtian? This is Jingtian's private room. Can you get it just if you want to? But even though they thought so in their hearts, they would definitely not say it out loud. Arrange a private room for less than 10 people. Lin Tian simply counted a few people and spoke. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wang Bichi's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Tian, thank you so much. She knew that as long as Lin Tian opened his mouth, there was nothing he couldn't do. But her best friend behind her didn't think so. They looked at Lin Tian in bewilderment. He looked at Wang Bichi with a puzzled look. They knew Wang Bichi's character very well. When have you ever seen Wang Bichi be so respectful to a young man? The kind that is respectful to the point of being humble? However, before they could think more, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over here. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. This person is Meng Jinwei, the manager of Jingtian Hotel. Have you found a private room? Lin Tian spoke calmly, expressionless. Meng Jinwei nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I found one. These are Mr. Lin's friends, right? I'm Meng Jinwei, the store manager of Jingtian. Please follow me, everyone. Hearing this, all the women, including Wang Bichi, were stunned. This middle-aged man is the store manager of Jingtian, so doesn't he that mean Mr. Lin Tian, is the boss? This young man, is he the owner of the hotel? At that moment, all the girlfriends took a deep breath, and their eyes turned respectful when they looked at Lin Tian. Now they finally understood why Wang Bichi had this attitude towards Lin Tian. Wang Bichi was just as shocked as her girlfriends. She knew that Lin Tian was rich and had a good background. But who would have known that Lin Tian was actually Jing Tian's boss? Brother Tian, then, we'll go over first. Wang Bichi was shocked, pursed her lips and looked at Lin Tian Dao. After Lin Tian nodded, several people hurriedly followed Meng Jinwei and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to secretly glance at Lin Tian. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that Jingtian's boss was actually this young man? After entering the private room, Meng Jinwei smiled tactfully and said, Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, please let me know. You are Mr. Lin's friends. We will definitely provide you with the best service. After saying that, Meng Jinwei tactfully closed the door and left. After Meng Jinwei left, Wang Bichi's girlfriends were immediately furious. They all turned their eyes to Wang Bichi and circled around him. Oh my god, bitch, you actually know Jingtian's boss? You still call him Brother Tian, are you guys so close? Isn't he your boyfriend? Wang Bichi's face was flushed and her heart was full of satisfaction. If I hadn't met Lin Tian today, I'm afraid it would have ended in embarrassment. She coughed twice and said, Don't talk nonsense. How can I be worthy of being your girlfriend? Just ordinary friends. My girlfriend sighed. Look at how shy you are. Who has ever seen you like this, Wang bitch? Come on, although this kind of man is excellent, you are not bad either. People are willing to help you today, maybe you have a chance. I really envy you for meeting such an outstanding man, who is so young and handsome. Wang Bichi listened to their chattering and just smiled without giving any further explanation. She has a clear idea of her own position. It was already her honor to be noticed by Lin Tian, so how could she dare to have any improper thoughts? At the same time, in the Shangshi Hall. As soon as Lin Tian opened the door, the people inside stood up and said respectfully, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian waved his hand to signal them to sit down, and strode to the main seat reserved for him. The atmosphere was a little awkward. To be precise, it's tension. After Lin Tian came into the room, many people showed nervous expressions. They were very afraid of Lin Tian. This is no wonder, Lin Tian is their new boss, and a wave of his hand can determine the life or death of anyone present. Anyone would be scared if they were in this situation. Fang Qiu saw this and quickly raised his glass and said, Boss Lin, I am here on behalf of the entire Yuexing team to welcome you. If there is anything that is not well thought out in the future, please give me more guidance, Mr. Lin. I'll give you a toast. After saying that, Fang Qiu drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Okay, no need to be so reserved. Especially you, Manager Fang. I don't like to be involved in the company's operational affairs. You will have to run these things in the future. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Fang Qiu's expression still looked somewhat solemn. Seeing this, Lin Tian said calmly, Manager Fang, don't worry. Although I acquired Yuesheng, it doesn't mean I want to replace anyone. Besides, I can solve the company's funding problem. If you can make Yuesheng bigger and bigger, I won't let any of the old team go. But if the leap stops, I will show no mercy. These words are the main things Lin Tian said tonight. To be honest, this is the company that Lin Tian cares about the most. Judging from the information, Yuesheng is definitely a potential stock. The previous boss did not have much money, which resulted in a small number of people in the company. But it can only stay in one layer. But they are quite capable, as they even have a popular first-tier star and the top director of the new generation. These 2 points alone are enough for Lin Tian to invest in this. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will not let you down. Why couldn't Fang Qiu understand the hidden meaning behind Lin Tian's words? The funding problem can be solved, which is equivalent to removing the shackles on Yuesheng. How could he not be excited? The rest of the management also raised their glasses. Cheers to General Lin. After saying that, they all drank it up in one gulp. This also includes Yin Xinan. The reason why she has been reluctant to leave Yuesheng is because this is the company where she grew up. She has been waiting for Yuesheng to grow bigger and bigger one day and become a well-known film and television company in the whole country. Now Lin Tian has arrived. Okay, let's eat. Lin Tian smiled calmly and raised his chopsticks to gesture. The senior officials suddenly felt relieved and picked up their chopsticks to start eating. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, Meng Jinwei looked at Lin Tian respectfully. Mr. Lin. Chapter 122 Senior, I miss you. Mr. Lin? Hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of Meng Jinwei. Boss Lin, I didn't know you were coming this time, so I was still negligent. Meng Jinwei spoke cautiously. Lin Tian swallowed the food in his mouth and waved his hand. It's okay, just do your thing and don't worry about me. Meng Jinwei continued. Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, Meng Jinwei felt relieved and left the room. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't know the boss was coming, this was the second time. If Lin Tian were to pursue the matter, he would probably have no chance of getting his job as store manager. Fortunately, Lin Tian seemed to be in a good mood today, so he breathed a sigh of relief. No, we need to distribute Mr. Lin's photo to everyone as soon as possible after we return. Still frightened, he hurried upstairs and returned to the office. However, at this time, the Shangshur Hall was completely silent. Who was that just now? Someone couldn't help but ask in confusion. At this time, Fang Qiu's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Meng Jinwei, the manager of Jingtian Hotel. I had the honor of having dinner with him before. When Jingtian Hotel was first established, he was the manager. I didn't expect to see him again today. He felt very complicated. The manager of Jingtian Hotel came to greet him personally and respectfully called Lin Tian Mr. Lin. Then Lin Tian's identity is. This time, even Yin Xinan, who was often slow to react, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lin Tian is the owner of Jingtian Hotel? They all couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Tian. How powerful is the background of my new boss? Especially Yin Xinan, who was filled with shock. 2 unique houses in Thompson, the owner of Jingtian Hotel, acquisition. Yuesheng said acquisition and acquisition. Lin Tian felt everyone's gazes and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. I'm the owner of Jingtian Hotel. Why? Are you surprised? Lin Tian's expression was clearly calm, but one could still feel a strong sense of Versailles. No, we are just a little shocked. Fang Qiu quickly laughed. This is more than just shocking. What level of existence is Jingtian Hotel? A hotel that looks down upon the entire Yundu, a one-of-a-kind hotel. But despite being shocked, they suddenly felt more confident. What was most lacking in the previous leap? What I lack most is money. At first, Lin Tian said that he could solve the funding issue, and they all just listened. Now it seems that they definitely have the ability to do so. Just the pure water flow of Jingtian in 1 month is unimaginable for ordinary people. During this meal, everyone was terrified and excited. Having a boss like this is a blessing as long as you do a good job, but if you don't, you can only leave. Lin Tian simply ate a little, then stood up and said, I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Eat slowly, and add more food if it's not enough. As he spoke, Lin Tian strode forward to leave. All the employees stood up. Take care, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, be careful on the road. Lin Tian had no intention of eating here, he just wanted to tell these people his purpose first. Since the goal has been achieved, Lin Tian has no reason to stay here any longer. After Lin Tian left, everyone in the Shangshur hall felt relieved, and their tense nerves relaxed instantly. Feng Qiu said. You all heard what Mr. Lin said. What he meant was very simple. He would not manage the operation process, but only the results. We have all seen Mr. Lin's strength, so we don't have to worry about funding issues in the future. In that case, let's show our skills and don't let Boss Lin down. After hearing Feng Qiu's words, everyone spoke up and expressed their determination. Don't worry, Manager Feng, we will definitely not let you down. I never thought that Yue Sheng would finally make it. I was limited in my previous projects, but now I don't have to be afraid at all. Almost everyone had a smile on their face. Only Yin Xinnan's expression was a little complicated. Is Lin Tian's arrival a blessing or a curse for Yue Sheng? At this time, at the entrance of Jingtian Hotel, Lin Tian strode into the Cullinan and couldn't help but take out his cell phone. It's just past 7 o'clock. It might be a bit early to go back to the hotel now. Just when Lin Tian was bored in scrolling through his circle of friends. Suddenly, I saw the circle of friends posted by Yang Weiwei. I've researched 4 new recipes for today's meal. The pictures below are all delicious food. Look at the time, it was just posted not long ago. Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and slowly started the car. Let us not go back to the hotel tonight. Go to Yang Weiwei's house for dinner. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He eased his foot off the accelerator and looked down at his phone. This is a micro message from Gu Xiaowan. Senior, are you there? Lin Tian, what is wrong? Gu Xiaowan, nothing, I just suddenly missed you. Lin Tian, oh? Where are you thinking about? Gu Xiaowan, nowhere. I'm thinking about it. There was also a shy expression behind it. When Lin Tian read the message, he couldn't help but think of Gu Xiaowan's proud pair of Audi headlights. She is definitely the best among her peers. At least Lin Tian has not seen anyone who can match her so far. That amazing cleavage is absolutely terrifying. Lin Tian, be more specific. Yundu is in the university dormitory. Gu Xiaowan looked at Lin Tian's message, rubbing her legs constantly, her face flushed. She didn't know what was wrong. When she closed her eyes before going to bed, all she could think of was Lin Tian. And the heart is still beating wildly. Thinking of everything that happened when he was issued the driver's license, Gu Xiaowan's heart beat faster and faster. I couldn't help it and sent a message to Lin Tian. I didn't expect to be teased like this. She took a deep breath, edited the message and sent it over. I think about it in my head, in my heart, and in my whole body. Lin Tian, have you thought about the headlights? Gu Xiaowan was stunned. I also want to. Lin Tian, I miss it too. After seeing this news, Gu Xiaowan's mind went blank. She put her legs together and rubbed them continuously. Lin Tian, since I miss it and it misses me too, don't you plan to let it see me? Gu Xiaowan was stunned. But I'm in the dormitory now and can't go out. She suddenly started to have wild thoughts. Could it be that Lin Tian wanted to come to the dormitory to find her? Well, even if I can come in, there are other people in the dormitory. Isn't this a bit bad? Lin Tian, if you can't see me in person, you can send me photos. Seeing this, Gu Xiaowan's face turned even redder. What on earth is going on in my head? Chapter 123. Why are you here? Gu Xiaowan whispered. But I'm in the dormitory now and the lights are off. Originally the lights were turned off at 10 o'clock, but today they found some illegal electrical appliances, so we were ordered to turn off the lights 2 hours earlier. Lin Tian smiled and continued. But what if I miss you? When Gu Xiaowan saw the news, he was suddenly at a loss. She was very flustered and didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. You can't turn on the lights in the dormitory, but you can in the bathroom. Thinking of this, she didn't think of anything else and sent Lin Tian a message. Okay, senior, wait for me. After saying that, she put on her slippers and hurried out of bed. This noise woke up Lu Shui, who was sleeping on the upper bunk. Xiaowan, what are you doing so late at night? Gu Xiaowan's back suddenly broke out in sweat, and he stammered. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. After Lu Shui finished speaking, she fell asleep without even opening her eyes. Gu Xiaowan held the cell phone and walked carefully to the bathroom. After locking the door, she turned on the camera. Just as she was about to lift up her clothes, she suddenly froze. Then his face turned red all the way to his ears. What are you thinking about? Why did you agree to this? He even came to the bathroom to secretly take pictures and show them to Lin Tian. It's over. Senior, you don't think I'm a pervert? Gu Xiaowan's face flushed red, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. But she had already sent a message to Lin Tian saying wait. Now we are in a difficult situation. After thinking for a long time, she mustered up her courage, pulled her pajamas down as far as possible, took a photo and sent it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was sitting in the car, and when he saw the photos sent by Gu Xiaowan, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. The pink bunny pajamas make her look cute. Her pretty face was full of shame. You can see that a thoughtful angle was used. No matter if it's the slightly hanging hair, still sexy collarbone, or maybe it was those deliberately pouty lips, slightly upturned chin, slightly narrowed eyes, or she deliberately exposed her delicate shoulders. There is even a vague gap, and the photo alone is enough to move people's hearts. Lin Tian didn't expect that Gu Xiaowan, who is usually so shy and introverted, actually had this side of her. This aroused his interest, and he edited the message and replied. It's nice, but what if I want to see more? You should know that I really miss you. Gu Xiaowan on the other side of the screen clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands, her heart beating faster and faster. After a while, Lin Tian received another photo. This time, Gu Xiaowan was even bolder. She has completely changed her pose in the photo. Show your sexiness and charm to the fullest. This made Lin Tian even more interested. He continued to send messages. Didn't you say that you were thinking about me all over? Then where else do you miss me? At this time, Gu Xiaowan was squatting on the toilet, with his knees against the headlights and his head buried deeply. She was totally bewildered and didn't know what to do. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Tian didn't rush to start the car, but waited with interest. About 5 minutes passed. Jingle. Gu Xiaowan's message arrived. Ding ling. Ding ling. With the sound of messages coming from the phone, Gu Xiaowan sent 3 chapters of photos in succession. Looking at the photo, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There are 3 poses in each of these 3 photos. Although she was wearing loose pajamas, she was able to show off every curve of her body to the fullest. Especially those headlights and that fair skin. It took me so long to get back to you. It turns out you went to study. Gu Xiaowan misunderstood Lin Tian's words and thought that Lin Tian wanted to see her full body photo. But the result is good. Lin Tian looked at it and felt quite itchy. Satisfied, he put the phone down and stepped on the accelerator. Cullinan raised his head again and drove out of Jingtian Hotel. Tonight, Yang Weiwei is going to be in trouble. Just as Lin Tian was driving towards Yang Weiwei's home. Ding ling ling. Suddenly a phone rang. Lin Tian clicked to answer the call. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. A cautious female voice came from the other end of the phone. Tian, brother Tian, I'm Wang Bichi. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and turned the steering wheel. What's the matter? Wang Bichi's voice came again. Thank you, brother Tian, for helping me out tonight. If it weren't for you, I would have made a fool of myself in front of my bestie. I never thought that Jingtian's private room would require reservations. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, Wang Bichi wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She really didn't expect that even a hotel of Jingtian's level was under Lin Tian's name. Oh? Are you calling just to thank me? Lin Tian smirked. How could Wang Bichi not understand the hidden meaning of Lin Tian's words? She was stunned at first, then her face turned slightly red and she whispered. Brother Tian, you have helped me so much, I must thank you. No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I will make Brother Tian satisfied. Listening to the charming voice, coupled with the photos that Gu Xiaowan had sent before, a fire suddenly ignited in Lin Tian's heart. That depends on your sincerity. Lin Tian grinned wickedly. Since he has decided to find Yang Weiwei tonight, Lin Tian will definitely not go to find Wang Bichi. Although Wang Bichi looks good, she also maintains a good figure. But compared with Yang Weiwei, there is still a certain gap. The only advantage is that although Wang Bichi is also a novice driver, he has rich theoretical experience. Wang Bichi pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind. Brother Tian, don't worry. You helped me so much today. I'll definitely find ways to thank you. I still have a lot of things that Brother Tian hasn't seen yet. I just don't know if Brother Tian is free tonight. After saying that, Wang Bichi couldn't help but licked her lips. She couldn't help but think of the day when Lin Tian gave her a driver's license. Although she was a little tired, she was willing to do anything as long as it could make Lin Tian happy. Wang Bichi's voice was like a fishing rod, constantly hooking the fire in Lin Tian's heart. This made Lin Tian even more itchy. He collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice, I have something else to do tonight. I'll call you when I'm free. Wang Bichi felt a little disappointed when he heard this, but he still smiled and said, Okay, Brother Tian, I'll get ready and give you a surprise when the time comes. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. This woman, Wang Bichi, is really good at seducing. At this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived downstairs of Yang Weiwei's house. After parking the car, he went straight upstairs and came to Yang Weiwei's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. What caught my eye was a pair of long, white and smooth legs, wearing pearl-colored sandals that revealed beautiful toes. Ah, why are you here? Chapter 124 looks like I have to squeeze in with you tonight. Lin Tian felt strange at first. Yang Weiwei doesn't look like the type of person who would dress like this. She usually dresses as conservatively as possible. It was not until he saw the face of the person who opened the door that Lin Tiankai suddenly realized. It's Yang Kiki. The moment Yang Kiki and Lin Tian looked into each other's eyes, their faces suddenly blushed. Her little toes were slightly together, and she looked a little nervous. Lin Tian? Just then, Yang Weiwei's voice came from behind Yang Kiki. After seeing Lin Tian, her face turned slightly red. They are indeed sisters, their expressions are so consistent. Why can't I come? Weiwei made a new dish today, so of course I have to come and eat. Lin Tian said as he walked in familiarly. When Lin Tian was putting on his slippers, Yang Weiwei hurried over, squatted down, and found a pair of black slippers in the shoe cabinet. Wear this, I bought it especially for you. When Yang Kiki saw this scene, the expression on her face became very subtle. But she didn't say much. Please sit down first. I'll get you a bowl. As she spoke, Yang Weiwei strode into the kitchen. It's quite rich. Lin Tian sat down without hesitation, looked at the table full of food, and said with satisfaction. Yang Kiki was sitting opposite Lin Tian. She lowered her head and kept stirring the rice in the bowl with chopsticks. Just then, she suddenly felt as if something was touching her toes. She was so frightened that she almost screamed and looked under the table. It's Lin Tian's foot. Her face immediately turned red to her neck and she whispered. Brother Tian, don't do this. What if my sister sees this? However, Lin Tian had no intention of stopping, and his foot slowly moved towards Yang Kiki's elastic calf. It felt like an electric shock, and Yang Kiki couldn't help but put her knees together. She clutched the tablecloth tightly with both hands, afraid that she would not be able to hold back and scream out. Lin Tian observed Yang Kiki's every move. Isn't this girl a little too sensitive? This is the dish I just started learning to cook today, and I'm still a little unskilled. Originally I called Coco to come and give it a try, and then called you. I didn't expect you to come here so suddenly. Just then, the kitchen door slowly opened, and Yang Weiwei walked out with a bowl of rice and a smile. Yang Kiki was so scared that she quickly pulled her legs back. How could Yang Weiwei not see such a big movement? She looked at Yang Kiki with a puzzled look. What's wrong, Coco? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Yang Kiki took a deep breath and looked at Yang Weiwei with some resentment. Sister, your lotus root slices are too spicy. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and fanned her mouth. Yang Weiwei said unhappily. Don't you usually like spicy food? I added extra chili. Look how spicy it is. Your face is all red. As she spoke, she picked up the cup, filled it with water from the water dispenser next to her, and handed it to Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki drank the water and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I managed to get away with it. Yang Weiwei sat calmly beside Lin Tian and asked in a low voice. How about it? Lin Tian swallowed the rice and said with a smile. The rice is good. This sentence almost made Yang Weiwei faint. She gave Lin Tian a reproachful look. At this moment, Yang Kiki suddenly said, Sister, there is a power outage in my community. I didn't come to see you today just for dinner. I want to stay here tonight. Hearing this, Lin Tian looked at Yang Kiki in surprise. Yang Weiwei didn't notice anything. After taking a bite of the dish, she said, Okay, you can just live in the second bedroom. The sheets and quilt are in the closet, just take them out and lay them out. Yang Kiki nodded obediently and lowered her head to eat rice. Lin Tian placed his chopsticks on the bowl, looked at Yang Weiwei and said, No one has bothered you in the past 2 days, right? To be honest, Lin Tian was actually quite worried about this. If the surveillance cameras in old communities like this are not repaired, similar incidents will definitely happen again. The bald gangster was beaten badly last time, he will definitely not give up. And it is impossible for him to be with Yang Weiwei all the time. Lin Tian was thinking whether he should go find Huang Mao and ask him to watch the door. Yang Weiwei smiled and said, No, I have already reported this to the property management. It just so happens that the property manager is my patient. He brought people to fix the broken camera. Now those thugs can't get in easily anymore. That's good. Lin Tian nodded, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat some more food. Just then, he suddenly felt something rubbing against his leg. He couldn't help but look up at Yang Kiki. Yang Kiki's head was almost buried in the bowl, but only the chopsticks were seen moving, but her cheeks were not seen moving. It was obviously her doing. Feeling that Lin Tian was looking at her, Yang Kiki quietly raised her head. While Yang Weiwei was eating, she licked her lips towards Lin Tian. Good job. Is it so straightforward? The anger in Lin Tian's heart had never dissipated. Seeing Yang Kiki like this, I wanted to push her to the ground. But Yang Weiwei was here after all, so Lin Tian still held back. However, Yang Kiki's feet secretly moved up again. Lin Tian found the right moment and immediately brought his calves together. It just happened to catch Yang Kiki's foot. Yang Kiki was immediately frightened and looked at Lin Tian with a pleading look. Yang Weiwei's dining table was not small, so there was still some distance between them. Yang Kiki couldn't hold this posture for too long. But Lin Tian had no intention of letting go. Instead, he slowly moved backwards. Woo! Yang Kiki felt like she was being pulled over. She mustered up the strength to pull her foot out. As a result, he used too much force and accidentally hit the table. Bang! Yang Weiwei was startled and looked at Yang Kiki with confusion. Coco, what are you doing? Yang Kiki's face flushed, and she whispered. I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a shower first. You guys eat slowly. After saying that, she quickly put on her sandals and left in a panic. Yang Weiwei looked at Yang Kiki's back helplessly and said, Lin Tian, don't be offended. My sister is usually very obedient. I don't know what happened today. Lin Tian smiled and said, It's okay, I'm just full. And you? After saying that, Lin Tian looked at Yang Weiwei and scanned her body. Yang Weiwei is a little fuller than Yang Kiki, but she is plump in the right places. From Lin Tian's perspective, he can see the proud cleavage clearly. Yang Weiwei immediately understood what Lin Tian meant. She pursed her lips and whispered, I'm full too. Are you staying here tonight? Lin Tian smiled and pinched Yang Weiwei's fair legs. It's too late, and I don't want to go back. But it seems that your house only has one second bedroom. Looks like I'll have to squeeze in with you tonight. Chapter 125. I'm going to take a shower, wait for me. Yang Weiwei felt pain and said angrily. Hate it, be gentle. It's getting late, time to go to bed. Lin Tian gave Yang Weiwei a wicked smile. Yang Weiwei blushed. Okay, Coco has finished her bath, you go take a bath first. I'll clear the table. After saying that, Yang Weiwei ran to the kitchen as if escaping. Lin Tian stretched and strode towards the bathroom. After a quick rinse, Lin Tian picked up a bath towel and draped it over himself, wiped the water droplets off his body and walked out. After taking a hot shower, I felt much better. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. At some point, Yang Weiwei had changed into a burgundy chiffon pajamas and was walking slowly towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not polite and directly embraced Yang Weiwei's delicate body. Yang Weiwei groaned, placed her slender fingers on Lin Tian's broad chest, and gently stroked it with her nails. She whispered, I'm going to take a shower, wait for me. After saying that, Yang Weiwei kissed Lin Tian's chest lightly and floated away. Only a gust of fragrant breeze remained, lingering in Lin Tian's arms. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. These moves were most likely taught to her by Yang Kiki. Otherwise, with Yang Weiwei's limited knowledge, she wouldn't be able to be so seductive. Thinking of this, Lin Tian sat down at the foot of the bed and turned on his cell phone. The first message in the circle of friends was posted by Yin Xinnan. It is a group photo of the entire Yuesheng company. The background is obviously the Shangshur Hall of Jingtian Hotel. When Lin Tian scrolled down to the next circle of friends, he was slightly stunned. It was sent by Su Jiruo. There is no text, just a picture. In the picture, she is lying on a beach chair, and half of the picture is covered with her long white legs. And in front of her was a huge swimming pool. Is this woman showing off her wealth? Lin Tian couldn't help but frown, then swiped over. Looking further down, it was sent by Dingjin. Celebrate my Xinxin's birthday. The accompanying picture shows Dingjin and Han Jiasen eating hot pot, and there is a cake next to the hot pot. Hot pot with cake, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of Han Jiasen wearing a cheongsam. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her for a long time. Just when Lin Tian was browsing his phone. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard again. Wash so fast? Lin Tian suddenly felt a little unbelievable and couldn't help but look towards the door. In Lin Tian's impression, a man can take 5 minutes to take a shower, but a woman needs at least half an hour to take a shower. However, a pretty figure suddenly appeared at the door. This made Lin Tian stunned. The person who appeared at the door was not Yang Weiwei, but Yang Kiki. Moreover, she was not wearing anything. Brother Tian. Yang Kiki tiptoed to Lin Tian's side, her eyes full of affection. Lin Tian listened to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, and said with some worry. You came to see me suddenly, aren't you afraid that your sister will know? If Yang Weiwei came out of the shower, she would be caught red-handed. To be honest, it's quite embarrassing. However, Yang Kiki didn't care. Don't worry, Brother Tian, I know my sister too well. Whenever she takes a shower, it takes her half an hour at most, and usually an hour to finish. I remember the longest time she took 2 hours to shower. Half an hour later, the splashing sound in the bathroom suddenly stopped. A hint of panic flashed across Yang Kiki's eyes, and she hurriedly picked up a bath towel and put it on. He looked at Lin Tiandao reluctantly. Why did my sister wash so quickly today? Brother Tian, I'll go first. After saying that, she strode out of Yang Weiwei's bedroom without looking back. Yang Weiwei just came out wiping her wet hair and saw Yang Kiki standing at her door. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Yang Weiwei walked forward and looked at Yang Kiki with some concern. Yang Kiki took a deep breath and tried her best to remain calm. Sister, I'm fine. I might have caught a cold. Yang Weiwei said angrily. You shouldn't be too careful with your body. There's cold medicine in the cupboard next to the refrigerator. Go take it first. If you really catch a cold, you'll cry. Yang Kiki stuck out her tongue playfully. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Yang Weiwei narrowed her eyes, looked at Yang Kiki's tongue, frowned and said. You still say everything is fine? The tongue coating is so thick that it's turning white. I told you to stay up less late and take care of your health, but you just wouldn't listen. Go eat quickly, or you won't be able to sleep. Seeing that Yang Weiwei was getting angry, Yang Kiki didn't dare to say anything and could only walk to the living room obediently. Take out 2 packets of cold medicine and boil some hot water. Only then did Yang Weiwei feel relieved and took out the hairdryer to slowly blow her wet hair. Her heart was restless. Lin Tianka is in her room now. Yang Kiki also lives next door. What if something happens later and Yang Kiki hears it? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. At this moment, Yang Kiki came over and saw Yang Weiwei's face flushed and couldn't help but say. Sister, why is your face so red when you're still talking about me? Did you catch a cold too? Shall I make you one too? She knew her sister too well and naturally knew why she was blushing. Go away, I don't have a cold. The hair dryer is set too hot. Yang Weiwei said unhappily. Lin Tian listened to the 2 sisters talking in the room and couldn't help but smile knowingly. After Yang Weiwei finished blow-drying her hair, she quickly walked into the room and locked the door. Are you getting impatient? She lifted her hair and whispered to Lin Tian. I'm not in a hurry, but I see you are quite anxious. Lin Tian grinned. Of course he is not in a hurry. If Yang Weiwei took a shower at the same speed as usual, then you can drive 2 cars on the highway. Although he said there was no rush, Lin Tian still stood up and pulled Yang Weiwei over. The spell just cast was interrupted. I was stopped by the traffic police before I even got on the highway. Lin Tian is very angry now. Yang Weiwei is jumping into the fire pit herself. Without saying a word, Lin Tian stepped on the accelerator. Yang Weiwei groaned. Aren't you not in a hurry? But she hasn't slept yet. Lin Tian seemed not to hear what Yang Weiwei said and stomped his foot on the floor again. After all, the speed limit on the highway is 120, so I haven't exceeded the speed limit yet. A good car is a good car. It's easy to reach 100 km/h in 1 second. Little did she know that young Kiki had already returned to the room at this time, and she could clearly hear the sound of the engine starting. She couldn't help but curl her lips and murmured, Sister, please change your house. The soundproofing of this room is too poor. Chapter 126 Chung Hong is coming? We can't lose in momentum. 2 days. Lin Tian was awakened again by the alarm clock at Yang Weiwei's house. He slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, Yang Weiwei went to work again. Surprisingly, young Kiki was not there either. There was still a small note under the alarm. Lin Tian stood up familiarly and strode to the dining table. I heated up the leftover breakfast in the microwave and had a simple delicious breakfast. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Lin Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Tian spoke while eating bread. The call was from Wan Ruman. Boss Lin, are you available to come to the company today? Lin Tian swallowed the bread and said with a calm smile. Why? Did you miss me? Ruan Ruman's face flushed immediately, but she quickly said seriously. I do, but there is something more important. I got a call from Cheng Hong this morning. Su Xiuwen will come to Hongtu around noon and hopes to discuss the development project of B48 plot. Hearing this, Lin Tian said with some doubt. Isn't Director Gu here? Just let them discuss it. Development project? How could Lin Tian understand this? This kind of professional matter must be left to Gu Qiuhan. And Su Xiuwen is definitely an old fox. If he dug a hole, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to see it. Ruan Ruman said helplessly. Su Xiuwen hopes to meet you, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian couldn't help rubbing his forehead and said. Okay, I'll be there right away. Tell Director Gu first and ask her to sort out the relevant content and put it on my desk. Ruan Ruman suddenly felt relieved. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll notify you right away. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. As he chewed the bread, his expression became serious. If it were someone else, Lin Tian might not care. But Su Xiuwen is different. Although this guy looks kind, which big boss at this level is not a veteran? Lin Tian can be said to be a complete novice when it comes to real estate. Lin Tian had been on guard against him ever since the B48 project was being planned. Now he specifically requests to see him. For some reason, Lin Tian always felt that this old fox was trying to cause trouble. However, Lin Tian is not a person who follows his heart. After finishing breakfast, Lin Tian put on his clothes while thinking. System, draw a lottery. I almost forgot, there hasn't been a lucky draw today. Ding. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced insight. Seeing this reward, Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. What insight? The system seemed to sense Lin Tian's doubts and continued to pop up subtitles. Advanced insight can be activated by the host's thoughts. The most significant effect is to improve the host's vision, which can reach a field of vision distance 3 times higher than that of ordinary people. For example, when viewing a contract, the system will automatically help the host filter out items that are unfavorable to the host and analyze them one by one. There are many more uses, the host can develop them by himself. Warm tips, when the usage conditions are met, the system will remind the host. Seeing this series of subtitles, Lin Tian's face was filled with shock. I even forgot to put on my clothes. Good job. If the system had a physical body, Lin Tian would have to press its scalp and give it a kiss. Isn't this too virtuous? What you need will come to you. With advanced insights, you no longer have to worry about loopholes in your contracts. The system helps with screening, so even if Su Xiuwen is an experienced person, he can still find the loopholes in the contract. This is equivalent to the system providing Lin Tian with an absolutely safe insurance. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's confidence suddenly doubled. He strode to the elevator and down the stairs. After getting on the Cullinan, I stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards Hongtu. At the same time, Hongtu Real Estate Group. On the top floor, in the office of the Director of Operations. Gu Qiuhan frowned as he glanced at Chunghong Group's contract for the B48 plot of land. Ruan Rumen walked in quietly. She was very surprised. This was the first time she saw Gu Qiuhan so nervous. Director Gu. Ruan Rumen reminded her in a low voice and then handed the coffee to her. Thanks. Gu Qiuhan nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on the electronic contract on the computer. Is there something wrong here? Ruan Rumen couldn't help but ask. Gu Qiuhan shook his head. I haven't found anything yet, everything seems to be normal. To put it bluntly, this is a one-item overbearing contract. Overlord is our grand path. That's why I don't understand what Chun Hong's purpose is in doing this. As he spoke, Gu Qiuhan sighed helplessly, picked up the coffee and took a sip. Ruan Rumen frowned slightly, thought for a moment and then said. Could it be that because General Manager Lin has acquired the B48 plot, they want to win over Hongtu? Gu Qiuhan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his slender fingers kept stroking the coffee cup in his hand. That's hard to say. Su Xiuwen is definitely an old fox. Even if he cooperates with other companies, he will only reap the benefits and will never suffer any loss. It's just, this contract doesn't seem to have any problems. As he was speaking, Gu Qiuhan was slightly stunned, looked at Ruan Rumen and said. When will Mr. Lin arrive? There is only 1 hour left until the time agreed with Su Xiuwen. Ruan Rumen was stunned for a moment and was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Then, a man in a suit suddenly appeared at the door. What? Director Gu missed me? For some reason, Gu Qiuhan's face suddenly turned red. Boss Lin, please don't make such jokes. The person standing in front of the two beauties was none other than Lin Tian. Lin Tian's outfit really shocked Gu Qiuhan. He was dressed in a suit and looked very decent. With Lin Tian's sunny and handsome face, he looks like a rich young man. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. For some reason, Gu Qiuhan couldn't help but look at Lin Tian twice more. She really couldn't believe that the person in front of her was Lin Tian. Lin Tian usually dresses very casually. Either a vest and shorts, or a sports outfit. Most of the time, I wear casual clothes. This outfit shocked not only Gu Qiuhan, but also Ruan Rumen. What? Is there something on my face? Lin Tian enjoyed the sight of the two beauties constantly looking at him. But if he keeps looking at it like this, he will feel embarrassed. Boss Lin, why are you dressed so businesslike today? Ruan Rumen pursed her lips and asked curiously. Lin Tian smiled. After all, we are going to formally discuss the contract with Chunghong. It's disrespectful to dress casually. This contract is very important to Hongtu, so I have to take it seriously. Before coming here, I went to Taiha and bought some clothes. How is it? Is he handsome? Ruan Rumen looked at Lin Tian with somewhat dazed eyes. The bonus of charm value is fully demonstrated at this time. For a moment she couldn't help but blurt out. Handsome. Chapter 127 Advanced Insight, Traps in the Contract. Downstairs of Hongtu Real Estate Group. A governor-class Lincoln slowly parked in the parking space. Su Xiuwen took Su Jiruo out of the car slowly. This Hongtu building looks pretty good, but it's still a little worse than our Qinghong's. Su Jiruo looked up at the Hongtu building and commented calmly. Su Xiuwen smiled. Hongtu was just acquired by Lin Tian. It may take some time for the company to renovate it. As they talked, the two strode towards the Hongtu building. Su Jiruo whispered. Grandpa, I have never understood why Changhong is already the ceiling of the real estate industry in Yundu. This is a recognized fact. Why did you sign such an unfair contract with Hongtu? Su Xiuwen whispered. Go up later and try not to talk. Oh. Su Jiruo nodded and said nothing more. But she was still very confused. Although Lin Tian's status should be very high, Cheng Hong is not bad either. There is no need to use such an unfair contract to please Lin Tian, right? Soon, the two took the elevator upstairs. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as the elevator door opened, Ruan Ruman greeted them with a smile. Su Jiruo looked Ruan Ruman up and down. At the auction that day, Ruan Ruman was sitting behind Lin Tian and she didn't look closely. Today I saw that it's actually quite beautiful. Su Xiuwen smiled slightly. Is Mr. Lin here? Ruan Ruman smiled and said. Yes, Mr. Su, please follow me. After saying that, Ruan Ruman made a please gesture and led the way. Soon, the two came to a glass house. This is Hongtu's conference room. In the past, the boss of Hongtu would often convene senior management meetings here. However, ever since the boss changed to Lin Tian, this place has been basically abandoned. Lin Tian often appears and disappears mysteriously and never cares about Hongtu at all. As soon as she entered the glass room, Su Jiruo's pupils suddenly shocked. This well-dressed and polite-looking young man in front of me is actually Lin Tian? Isn't it quite different from the first time we met? Although her face hasn't changed, her temperament has improved a lot after putting on this outfit. For some reason, Su Jiruo's heartbeat suddenly quickened. As the daughter of Chenghong Group, she has met countless young men from wealthy families. But no one can be compared with Lin Tian. There is also the woman sitting next to Lin Tian, Gu Qiuhan. I've seen her at an auction before, but like Ruan Ruman, I didn't have a deep impression of her. Now taking a closer look, she is actually a top beauty. Hello, Mr. Su. Lin Tian smiled politely. Su Xiuwen smiled calmly and sat opposite Lin Tian. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin would come so early. I arrived 10 minutes early, but I still kept you waiting. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said. I wonder what Mr. Su wants to discuss this time. Su Xiuwen smiled, turned around and motioned Su Jiruo to take out the contract from her bag and hand it to Lin Tian. Gu Qiuhan subconsciously wanted to take the document. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian actually opened it and started reading. This made Gu Qiuhan stand there in a daze. Doesn't Lin Tian never look at these things? While Lin Tian was flipping through the book, Su Xiuwen smiled and said. Boss Lin, this is Cheng Hong's plan for this project. The development of the B48 land project is very important and has attracted special attention from above. Cheng Hong has also done its best to cooperate with your company this time. Mr. Lin, take a look and see if you are satisfied with the draft of this contract. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the contract in front of him. Advanced insight, on. This is a contract filled with text. If you read it normally, it would basically be nonsense to Lin Tian, or it could be said to be a book without words. I can't understand it at all. But with the help of insight, all these contracts were sorted out and summarized. The simplest conclusion was drawn and placed on one side of the contract. It's just like the God-level investment opportunity rewarded by the system before. There seems to be basically no problem at the front. The benefits of the entire contract revolve around Hongtu. If this continues, Cheng Hong will simply be a foil to Hongtu in this project. Lin Tian continued to flip backwards. Just when it was about to reach the bottom, the subtitles on the side suddenly turned red. System prompt, this contract contains a loophole, please check it. The system sound and subtitles flashed by quickly. Immediately afterwards, a red subtitle suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I've known for a long time that this old fox will not let himself suffer any loss. Seeing Lin Tian smile, Su Xiuwen said calmly. Boss Lin, is there any problem with the contract? Lin Tian quickly skimmed the last few pages, and after confirming that there were no problems, he closed the contract and said with a smile. Most of them are fine. It's just that Article 42 of the detailed rules states that after the construction of the community is completed, the property will be temporarily designated as Tiantai property. I'm afraid this is inappropriate? Hearing this, a complex light flashed in Su Xiuwen's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He smiled and said, Tiantai Property is the best property company in Yundu. We adopted it because we value the community. I wonder what Mr. Lin thinks is inappropriate. Gu Qiuhan, who was sitting next to Lin Tian, was also stunned. Su Xiuwen was right, Tiantai Property was indeed the highest-ranked property company in Yundu. There is really nothing wrong with choosing Tiantai property. But with so many items, why did Lin Tian only pick out this one? Lin Tian smiled slightly, looked at Su Xiuwen and said, Boss Su, do you really want me to say it? Su Xiuwen remained calm. Mr. Lin, if you have any questions about the contract, you can ask directly. Originally, we came here to negotiate the contract. Lin Tian looked at the old fox's calm attitude despite the collapse of Mount Tai, and couldn't help but smile and said, Yes, Tiantai property is indeed the best property in the entire Yundu. But as far as I know, in December last year, Tiantai property was acquired by someone at a huge price. The one who acquired Tiantai properties was Yuan Group. What is the relationship between Yuan Group and our Hongtu? I don't think Mr. Su doesn't know about this, right? Su Xiuwen narrowed his eyes slightly and was suddenly shocked. But he quickly adjusted his expression and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Tiantai Properties was acquired by Yuan Group? Mr. Su, who told you this? There has never been any rumor in the industry. Looking at Su Xiuwen's surprised expression, Lin Tian glanced at Gu Qiuhan. Gu Qiuhan was also shocked. He looked at Lin Tian and whispered, Boss Su, I haven't heard of this matter either. Chapter 128 Can I treat you to a meal? Lin Tian naturally would not doubt the authority of the system. After all, it was written in the red subtitles of the system, so this matter was very secretive. What Lin Tian suspected was whether Su Xiuwen in front of him really didn't know or was just pretending. This person took the initiative to contact me at the beginning. Now they have given such a one-way and unfair contract. It's hard not to wonder what his real purpose is. If it's really like what Mr. Lin said. We will also review our partnership with Tiantai Properties. We will definitely take this matter seriously and redraft the contract. Su Xiuwen looked at Lin Tian with a serious expression. If Mr. Lin has a property company that he is interested in, he can let us know directly. From the very beginning, this contract was based on General Manager Lin's wishes as the highest priority. Hearing this, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. Regardless of whether Su Xiuwen did this on purpose, this is his attitude. Lin Tian naturally had no reason to make things difficult for him. A redrafted contract? Anyway, he has advanced insight and there is no way to trick him. Seeing that Lin Tian did not express his opinion, Su Xiuwen took a deep breath and said, It is Qinghong's fault that we have not done a good job of investigating this aspect. The previous contract proposed that Qinghong would acquire a 20% stake in the project. In order to make it up to Mr. Lin, I am willing to give up another 5% of my shares and only want 15%. The 50% investment and construction team remain unchanged. Boss Lin, what do you think? Hearing this, Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su. Su Xiuwen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said, Mr. Lin, you are too polite. This was our negligence. I hope this cooperation will be a pleasant one. Lin Tian also stretched out his hand. After the two shook hands, Su Xiuwen withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Boss Lin, there's no need to send it off. We'll go back immediately and start redrafting the contract. After saying goodbye, Su Xiuwen strode away with Su Zhirua. Gu Qiuhan looked at Lin Tian in shock. Not to mention he remained calm in the face of a figure of Su Xiuwen's level. He refused to give in and directly found the loopholes in the contract, forcing Su Xiuwen to make concessions. I'm afraid that except Lin Tian, no one else in the entire Yundu can do this, right? If the previous investment in Four Seasons Star City was considered good luck, this time, Lin Tian's strength was fully demonstrated. There were many subtle changes in Gu Qiuhan's eyes when he looked at Lin Tian. In the elevator, Su Zhirua looked at Su Xiuwen with confusion. But after all, she was still on Hongtu, so she didn't ask. It was not until they got in the car that Su Zhirua finally couldn't help but asked in confusion. Grandpa, what's going on with Tiantai property? You really don't know? Su Xiuwen took a deep breath and shook his head. Your grandfather has been in the Yundu real estate industry for so many years. Can you hide this from me? After saying that, Su Xiuwen signaled the driver to drive. Su Zhirua was stunned. Then you still. Su Xiuwen lit a cigar, took a deep breath and exhaled, then said in a deep voice, I just want to test Lin Tian and see how much he knows about the real estate industry. It now appears that his background and the information he possesses are probably far more extensive than we imagined. Among so many contracts, I only set up this one trap, and he was able to spot it accurately. He's clearly just a young man in his early 20s, but he has such a vicious vision. Sujiruo opened the car window and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, do you mean that our previous guess was correct?" Su Xiuwen exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded without comment. Yes, this Lin Tian is most likely from the capital. This project was purely Ching Hong's way of befriending him. Su Jiruo nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Su Xiuwen suddenly put out the cigar in his hand, squinted his eyes and looked at Su Jiruo and said, "Jiruo, what do you think of Lin Tian?" Su Jiruo was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a moment and said, Are you okay?" "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Su Xiuwen laughed and said, "Grandpa said before that you two are a good match, and that's true." Su Jiruo's face suddenly turned slightly red. She couldn't help but think of Lin Tian wearing a suit today. "Jiruo, Jiruo?" Su Xiuwen shouted several times before he brought Su Jiruo's attention back to her senses. Su Xiuwen said with a smile, "Grandpa is not bragging. With our Jiruo's conditions, maybe she can really pursue Mr. Lin." Su Jiruo immediately lowered her head slightly. "Grandpa, don't talk nonsense." Seeing this, Su Xiuwen just laughed and didn't say anything else. He knew Su Jiruo's usual personality very well. Now, when she mentioned Lin Tian, she actually showed this little girl's expression. The reason is self-evident. Su Jiruo's eyes flickered at this moment, and she picked up her phone to look at WeChat. The first person on the chat page is Lin Tian. She had added Lin Tian without permission before, just out of curiosity. She was curious about what kind of person could attract so much attention from her grandfather. After what happened today, she finally understood. Why would Su Xiuwen be willing to spend a huge amount of money to befriend Hongtu? Thinking of this, she somehow opened the chat box and edited the message. At this time, Lin Tian was lying in the boss chair, bored. Although Hongtu has a lot of things to do, Gu Qiuhan manages it in an orderly manner. To the extent that Lin Tian seemed like a non-staff member. It's not that the boss Lin Tian wants to be a hands-off boss, it's just that his subordinates are too capable. Jingle. Just then, Lin Tian's cell phone rang. He glanced. It was a message from Su Jiruo. "Boss Lin, is it convenient for us to chat?" Lin Tian, "Sure, what's the matter?" When Su Jiruo saw that Lin Tianjin replied so quickly, she was a little stunned. After thinking for a moment, she continued editing the message. "My grandfather really doesn't know about what happened today. I hope you don't mind. Chung Hong sincerely wants to complete this project with Hongtu this time." Lin Tian, "Yeah. Su Jiruo was stunned. She knew so many men, and the men pursuing her could almost line up from Yundu to France. No man had ever been so cold to her. She pursed her lips, thought for a moment and said, "To express my apology, can I treat you to dinner tonight? It's not just about today's matter. I have something I want to talk to you alone." Seeing this news, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. How can I not go when a beautiful lady invites me? Without even thinking, Lin Tian sent a direct message, "Okay. Su Jiruo, then let's meet at Tianqi Hotel at 8 o'clock tonight." Lin Tian was stunned. Apocalypse Hotel? Chapter 129. Didn't your mother teach you not to point at people? 8 o'clock, Apocalypse Hotel. A burgundy Porsche 911 stopped at the entrance of Tianqi Hotel. The car door opened and a pair of long white legs came out first. The pearl-like toes are wrapped in crystal sandals, revealing the smooth ankles. After getting off the car, Su Jiruo slowly took off her sunglasses. She wore a little red dress today. After all, when meeting someone of Lin Tian's status, you naturally cannot dress too casually. Looking at the huge Apocalypse Hotel, she raised her eyebrows slightly. This is a 5-star hotel after all. Since Su Jiruo was going to treat everyone to a meal, she naturally wouldn't go to a place that was too shabby. Just as Su Jiruo was about to walk into the Tianqi Hotel. But he suddenly found a figure standing at the door. "Mr. Lin?" Su Jiruo was stunned for a moment, and strode over. "How did you get here so soon?" Lin Tian followed his gaze and looked at Su Jiruo. The red dress perfectly wraps Su Jiruo's proud figure, forming a standard S shape. Although the headlights are far inferior to Gu Xiaowan's Audi headlights, they are very comfortable to look at. The overall look is very coordinated and well proportioned. As expected of a rich lady, she has really maintained her figure well. It's okay. I live here. Lin Tian smiled and said. Su Jiruo said in surprise. Boss Lin, are you staying in a hotel? Lin Tian nodded. Yeah, I'm used to living here and don't want to change places. Su Jiruo pursed her lips and said nothing more. But the look he gave Lin Tian became a little complicated. Why do some people still like to stay in hotels? Although Tianchi Hotel is a 5-star hotel, it is still a hotel after all. How can it be compared with a villa? Just when the two were about to go in directly, suddenly, a shout came from not far away. Ziruo. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was a man in casual clothes who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was wearing a golden watch on his hand, which looked very expensive. The man strode over and said with a smile. Jiruo, why are you here? I've been sending you messages all day, why didn't you reply? Su Jiruo looked at the man in front of her and said calmly. Tang Tianyu? If I remember correctly, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Jiruo, right? Tang Tianyu said indifferently. Since we know each other, how rude of you to call me by my full name. Who is he? As he spoke, Tang Tianyu glanced at Lin Tian and looked him up and down. He seems to be a rich second-generation petty bourgeois. Lin Tian was disgusted by being looked at with such disdain. Even beautiful women are no exception. What's more, he is a man. Su Jiruo smiled politely. Mr. Tang, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? The cooperation between Jinfeng Group and Changhong has ended, and there is nothing more to talk about between us. Although I don't know where Tang Tianyu comes from, but it can be seen that his family should be comparable to Su Jiruo's. Jiruo, don't be so heartless. Jinfeng has another batch of projects. Do you want to know more about them? I heard your father gave you a 1-month quota, right? If you want to finish it, I can help you. As long as you are willing to accompany me for one night, I don't mind. Su Jiruo's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Roll. Tang Tianyu's originally playful expression suddenly fell and became a little sinister. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Jiruo and said, Su Jiruo, don't be shameless. Do you really think of yourself as a rich lady? I'm telling you, if it weren't for you, you really thought Changhong could be with Jinfeng. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a pain in his finger. At some point, Lin Tian suddenly grabbed Tang Tianyu's fingers and pulled them back. Tang Tianyu grimaced in pain and tried to break free. But Lin Tian's hands seemed to be welded together, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Who are you? How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Tang Tianyu glared at Lin Tian with gritted teeth and shouted angrily. Lin Tian remained calm, but he added a little more strength to his hands. Tang Tianyu was in so much pain that he almost fell to his knees. Lin Tian said calmly. Didn't your mother teach you that it's rude to point at someone while talking? Tang Tianyu didn't have the strength to refute. He felt that as long as Lin Tian used a little more strength, his fingers would be pulled out. Lin Tian slowly loosened his hand. After all, this is right in front of our own hotel, and fighting will not have a good impact. Tang Tianyu's hands were shaking in pain, and he used his other hand to tightly clench his red fingers. He looked at Lin Tian with red eyes. Who the hell are you? I can point fingers at whoever I want, what's it got to do with you? Lin Tian did not answer, but raised his hand slightly. This action immediately made Tang Tianyu unconsciously raise his arms to block, and he shuddered with fear. I'm her boyfriend. Why, do you want me to accompany you tonight? Lin Tian grinned. Lin Tian has done this kind of thing many times, and he doesn't mind doing it again today. Yuan Hexing, who acted so pretentious in front of him last time, should have behaved himself by now. But in Tang Tianyu's opinion, Lin Tian's smile was like that of a devil. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, Tang Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter. Then, he looked at Lin Tian with a distorted face. If you have the guts, wait for me. After saying that, Tang Tianyu slowly stepped back and strode away. Su Jiruo on the side was stunned. She looked at Lin Tian in shock, her mouth slightly open, but unable to speak. Let's go. Lin Tian smiled calmly and stretched out his hand. Su Jiruo nodded dully and followed Lin Tian into Apocalypse. After going up to the private room on the second floor, Su Jiruo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Boss Lin, you just said, you are. She seemed to be still a little dazed. It wasn't T that Tang Tianyu scared her. But Lin Tian scared her. It's just a PR ploy. Why don't you let him continue to pester you? Lin Tian shrugged and looked at the menu. Although Tanchi is his own hotel, it is embarrassing that Lin Tian doesn't know what dishes are served there. Boss Lin, do you know who Tang Tianyu is? Su Jiruo took a sip of water and said with a frown. Lin Tian smiled. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Also, it's not working hours now, don't call me Mr. Lin, and don't use the word you either. I'm probably about your age, right? Call me Lin Tian or Brother Tian, either is fine. Su Jiruo blushed slightly, but still frowned and said. Lin Tian, you shouldn't have messed with Tang Tianyu. He is a well-known madman in Yundu. Chapter 130 Not just for you. Madman? When Lin Tian heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately became interested. Su Jiruo was slightly stunned. Boss Lin, don't you know Jinfeng Group? Lin Tian put down the menu, signaled to serve the dishes, and shook his head at Su Jiruo. Is it also a real estate group? To be honest, he really didn't understand or have any interest in the big or small groups in Yundu. If it weren't for Hongtu, Lin Tian would have known nothing about Chenghan Yuanchi Tianhe. Su Jiruo's expression froze for a moment, but she still spoke. Jinfeng is not a real estate group, but a mining group. Its size is larger than Shenghong. Tang Tianyu is the only son of the CEO of Jinfeng Group, and he has a very eccentric personality. Before, because Jinfeng and Shenghong had a cooperation, and I was in charge of it, Tang Tianyu targeted me. He is a well-known lunatic in Yundu. I feel that he may have touched something he shouldn't have touched. Something you shouldn't touch? Lin Tian was slightly stunned, but soon understood. Mining group? Wow, no wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he really has a mine at home. Compared to him, Yuan Hexing is just a little brother. It is said that a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Lin Tian, you shouldn't have offended him for my sake. Su Jiruo frowned slightly, her expression somewhat complicated. She knew that given Lin Tian's background, he might not even take Tang Tianyu seriously. But now that Lin Tian wants to develop in Yundu, he will inevitably be involved with Jinfeng in the future. Su Jiruo didn't want to involve Lin Tian in this matter. Just then, the waiter brought a few dishes. It's not just for you. Lin Tian picked up the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food and put it in his mouth, smiled slightly and said, I just don't like this kind of people. Su Jiruo said with a slightly apologetic look on her face. I'm so sorry. I wanted to apologize to you today about the contract. When she heard Lin Tian's words, her heart started pounding. It's not just for her? Does that mean it's also for her? This is not the first time that Su Jiruo has been harassed by Tang Tianyu. It's not that she is afraid of Su Tianyu, but she just thinks he is troublesome. Both companies are industry giants in Yundu. If things go wrong, no one will be able to save face. But Lin Tian was the first person to stand in front of her. Not only this incident, but there were many other incidents before this where Su Jiruo stood in front of others. This was the first time she felt protected. Anyway, thank you, Lin Tian. Su Jiruo smiled at Lin Tian. Eat your food, the rice is getting cold. Lin Tian picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a piece of meat and put it directly into his mouth. Bang! Just then, a loud noise was heard. The source of the sound was the door of the private room. The sound immediately attracted the attention of Lin Tian and Su Jiruo. All I saw was a pair of leather shoes dangling at the door. The door of the private room was actually kicked open. Immediately afterwards, 4 or 5 men wearing sunglasses and black suits strode in. The leader was Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu's expression was extremely distorted at this time, and he looked at Lin Tian with red eyes. Aren't you fucking crazy? Today I will not let you leave this door. As he spoke, he shook out a baton from his sleeve. This scene really scared Su Jiruo. This is the apocalypse. Apart from anything else, there are many dignitaries who eat here. She knew Tang Tianyu was a lunatic, but she didn't expect him to be so crazy. However, the situation did not allow her to think. The men in suits behind Tang Tianyu all swung out their batons and rushed towards Lin Tian. At this time, in the general manager's office of Tianchi Hotel. Ding ling ling. A phone call suddenly woke Wei Yushu up from his sleep. He frowned and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Wei Yushu. The anxious voice of the lobby manager came from the other end of the phone. Manager Wei, something bad has happened. Tang Tianyu brought a few people to Tianqi and went upstairs. Hearing this, Wei Yushu's face suddenly became gloomy. Tang Tianyu? Which room did he go to? Tell people to evacuate the crowd first, and don't allow anyone to get close and watch. Call an ambulance first and handle it the same way as before. Don't bring the apocalypse into this. Judging from Wei Yushu's expression, this kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. Manager Wei, but... The lobby manager was breathing heavily anxiously. Wei Yushu's face changed. But what but? This matter is beyond our control. The lobby manager took a deep breath and said. But just now someone on the second floor said that they saw Tang Tianyu break into the Sihai Hall. Second floor. Sihai Hall? These 5 words made Wei Yushu's face turn pale. If Wei Yushu heard these words normally, he would not find it strange. But just now he received news that Lin Tian was having dinner with his friends in Sihai Hall. Since the dining rooms at Tianqi Hotel were also very limited, Wei Yushu made this temporary change. So he remembers this better than anyone else. Tang Tianyu is looking for President Lin? Wei Yushu could no longer sit still, and hurriedly stood up and put on his coat. Take all the security guards to Sihai Hall. No one is allowed to approach, no one. Don't let Tang Tianyu hurt Mr. Lin. While roaring, Wei Yushu rushed out of the door. Tang Tianyu often caused trouble at the Tianqi Hotel. But because of his identity, Wei Yushu could only turn a blind eye to it. All he could do was to prevent Tianqi from getting involved in any trouble. Anyway, this kind of thing will always be resolved in the end. But today is different. Tang Tianyu is going to find Lin Tian to cause trouble. How could Wei Yushu sit still when he was looking for his boss on his territory? He didn't even bother to wait for the elevator and ran down the stairs as fast as he could. Coincidentally, he also ran down the stairs in the same way not long ago. Also go to Sihai Hall. Soon, Wei Yushu arrived on the second floor. Fortunately, Sihai Hall is a room located deeper in the second floor, so any noise can hardly be heard or seen from below. However, the scene that came into view left Wei Yushu dumbfounded. A group of more than a dozen people stood at the door watching the show. And these people turned out to be the security guards of Apocalypse, and the lobby manager Mr. Wang who just called. Xiao Wang, didn't you hear what I said? You called security and just stood there stupidly at the door? Wei Yushu broke out in a cold sweat on his back and spoke to Manager Wang with gritted teeth. Manager Wang looked aggrieved. Boss Wei, it's not that we don't want to go in. You should read it yourself. Wei Yushu was stunned for a moment and looked hurriedly towards the Sihai Hall. The scene before him stunned him. Several men in suits had their sunglasses blown off and fell to the ground with bruised faces and noses. Some of them covered their stomachs, and some covered their legs. Tang Tianyu was lying on the ground with a chair pressed upside down on him. There was a foot on the chair, which belonged to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Wei Yushu at the door and raised his eyebrows. Manager Wei, you're a little late.